public library. A young man sitting on the floor surrounded by scattered books, reading. Since he entered the Temple of the Holy Mountain, he has read more than 3,000 books. He has read all the books. The young man was looking for books he had not yet read. Even in such a large library, this was not easy to do. The young man had with him a fine wine that the old man had kept for years. The young man tasted the drink. Judging by the taste, he assumed that it must be an expensive wine. The guy's mood lifted. The wine added to the emotion. It was a good drink. The young man felt much better now. The young man couldn't understand what was happening. A glowing ball of light appeared in front of him. He's in his mind. The balloon burst into flames, and everything around it was engulfed in flames. The young man cried out in fear. What was happening to him now? The boy continued to scream. The young man didn't think he was going to die from drinking alcohol. No, he didn't seem to be dead yet. The young man opened his eyes. He was reborn. The young man could not recognize himself. The guy was in another body. What did the owner of this body offer him? Why did he drink so much wine in his past life? The young man had a foreign memory. A girl found a baby in the snow. She was lonely. He was lonely too. From now on, they will live together. The baby was still very small. He was cold and crying. The girl said her name was Ling Shen. She decided to call the baby Lin Fan. Some time passed. The young lady and the child grew older. The young lady came to the elder and asked him to tell her why this child couldn't use martial arts. The wise elder replied to the girl, Lin Fan's body is weak and his veins are very strange. If he starts practicing, his veins will crack and be destroyed instantly. This boy has such a fate. He can never become a warrior. The girl didn't want to accept such a diagnosis. She gave Lin Fan a pill and told him to eat this. It should strengthen his veins. The girl explained that Lingwu Academy sends this once a month, and her sister gives it to her to eat. The child refused to take the pill and cried. The elder said that his veins could not regenerate, so there's no need to worry about him. Nothing can be changed now. The girl was very sad. On the street, the bullies made fun of Ling Shen. They called her a black sheep. They yelled at her to get out of here. Lin Fan interceded for the girl. He said he was weak, but he wouldn't let anyone hurt his sister. The girl screamed for her brother to stop. The young man was furious. He did not forgive anyone for offending his sister. The young man felt sick. His blood pressure rose from overexcitement and his veins began to crack. The young man lost a lot of blood. The bullies laughed that the young man had destroyed himself. The girl was in despair. The young people were very depressed. The guy apologized to his sister and said that he could not leave her alone, and he was not ready to put up with injustice. The girl was proud to have such a brave brother. She said he would never die, and he's a real man. The young man closed his eyes and lost consciousness. The girl was crying, shaking him, and telling him to wake up. The young man lay in bed and cried with resentment. He, Wu Xing, the most gifted in Shenwo, had been reborn in this trash body. The young man lay there and could not calm down. His tears were flowing with resentment. He did not know what to do now. He didn't know how to go on living. The girl was glad the young man was alive. She thought that the young man was strong and could cope. The girl hugged the young man and said she knew he wouldn't leave her alone. They would always be together. Lin Fan calmed down. He thanked his sister for her support and said that he would pull himself together. It'll pass now. The girl smiled and said that she believed her brother. Everyone said he couldn't survive, but she believed in him and knew that he would never leave her and would survive. The guy once again confirmed that he would always be with his sister and wouldn't let anyone hurt her. And he'll be fine. They'll both be fine. The young man said that Ling Shen was a good sister, but she has always been bullied. She shouldn't suffer anymore. The young man promised that from now on, he would not give the girl a reason to suffer. He would never forget the 3 bullies who had hurt her. The weakest in martial arts could shatter dozens of rocks. Even scarier, a heavenly ancestor of martial arts can turn the world upside down. There are 9 stages of development from novice to warrior. In the process of evolution, one can become a spirit master, an emperor, or a sage. The heavenly ancestors said that one should improve and move forward, not stand still. On this continent, everyone had the biggest dream, which was to become a martial artist. Lin Fan, the most talented genius on the Holy Mountain, who had reached the emperor stage at the age of 13. the temple of the holy mountain. It was considered a holy place. It was forbidden for outsiders to enter. Mount Wu, a small house at the foot of the mountain. It's evening. Sister asks if Lin Feng is hungry. She has prepared some food for him. The girl is courting a young man. While he's not yet strong, she feeds him from a spoon and tells him to eat more carefully. The young man asks if there is any food left for his sister. The girl says she's not hungry and he can eat more. The guy said his body is still recovering, so he can't eat much, and it would be a waste of food. The young man refuses to eat. The girl doesn't insist. The young man thought his sister was hungry. She's being deceitful. Lin Fan sees that the girl is happily eating dinner. The girl took a pill out of the bottle and told her brother to eat it. The boy saw that it was a spiritual energy pill. He asked his sister where did she get such a pill from. Her sister said she was given this pill yesterday at the Lingwu Academy for her achievement. He needs it more now. The young man wondered, how could Lingwu Academy give such pills? He would have to work very hard for such a pill. The young man thought that for this pill, the young man made his precious sister suffer. That's not fair. The boy swallowed the pill. He felt a structural change occurring in his body. By restoring cultivation, he would definitely change his fate. The next morning came. The young man went out into the courtyard. He knew he had to start walking again. It was up to him now. A healthy body is vital to cultivation. Turning this body into a warrior's body requires a lot of effort. There was only one way to get out of here. He had to regain his health. The young man was giving himself directions. He must walk at least 10 meters. It was very difficult. Lin Fan wanted to change. He must walk another 10 meters. Every step he took was difficult. Sweat was dripping off him. The young man did not give up. Step by step, he moved farther away from his home. The sun rose and the day came. The young man continued his training. The young man did not return home until the evening. He decided that this was the way to train every day. The young man thought that the day had not been wasted. On the doorstep, the guy was met by his sister. The girl asked him why he had left home. The young man said he was on a walk. He asked why his sister was so wet. The girl said she didn't get wet. In any case, they will have fish for dinner tonight. The sister did not say that she had caught the fish. The young man was glad to have such a dinner. Night came. The young men roasted fish on the fire. It turned out to be a great dinner. They were in a good mood. A month of intensive training had passed. The young man had made great progress in his physical development. He could carry a huge stone, dozens of times his own weight. One day, a young man threw the stone off of him and shouted that he had finally completed 50 laps. The young man was pleased with himself. Not so long ago, his limit was only 40 laps. Now it was 50. He had exceeded his own limit. Lin Fan could feel the strength in his body. His veins were no longer bursting from exertion. When he tensed up, he could create lightning bolts, and this gave him hope. But the tension was so great that the young man fell again and lost consciousness. Was he dying again? The guy couldn't understand where he had gotten to again. Is this really reality? Where is he now? What happened to his consciousness? It seemed to the young man that he was in some strange reality. The young man remembered the wine he had drunk in his past life. He had died the last time. He couldn't have died twice because of him, could he? In the scroll of heaven and earth, it was written about some special liquid. One sip of that liquid could kill a dead man. The wine he drank back then was sealed in a bottle. Then he drank too much of this liquid. Why is he still alive now? In the young man's visions, he was now in this golden liquid. There was wine everywhere around him. Everything seemed unreal to the young man. He didn't know what was happening. It was a nightmare. Finally, the young man managed to open his eyes. He realized that he was still alive. The guy felt a structural change in himself again. He didn't die, and besides, his meridians had regenerated. His meridians were now like roots. The young man noticed that the effect of this liquid was simply divine. Now this body was even better than the body in his previous life. The young man thought that now he urgently needed to take a shower. The boy needed an extra boost of energy. The young man came to the bank of the river and began to wash his face. That should cheer him up. The cool water was just what he needed. The young man now felt in good health. He was ready to move mountains. Lin Fan thought this water was unique. The boy thought that no one knew about this unique water yet. The young man's gaze stopped on a huge stone. The young man wondered, what was the limit of his body now? He immediately decided to test it and hefted the huge stone. The boy didn't give up. He had already dragged 9 stones. It wasn't easy, but he kept moving forward. The young man decided he was carrying an enormous amount of pounds of weight. At the finish line, the guy dropped those rocks himself and thought that was his limit for the day. The young man started hitting these stones, pulverizing them into small shards. He could not be stopped. The young man determined that with the help of this water, he was able to rise to a bronze body. Now achieving a silver and gold body would not be a problem for him. It would only be a matter of time. Lin Fan thought that when he met those who had wronged his sister, he would be able to wipe them all out with his power. The young man had just returned home at night. There was no light in the window. The boy thought, why hasn't his sister returned yet? The young man walked closer to the house and heard his sister calling for him. What happened to her? The boy ran into the house and asked what had happened to his sister. He was very scared. The girl was lying on the bed, straddling her stomach. She didn't feel well. The young man asked what had happened to his sister. The girl with difficulty uttered that if she left her brother, he must promise her that he would live well. The young man couldn't understand what was happening. Her body was cold, but her forehead was hot. Apparently she was sick. The young man guessed that his sister had symptoms of a frozen soul. The cold chi is trying to displace the chi of her body. She could die. The guy thought that for his sake she worked tirelessly, causing her to have no time for herself, with the result that her illness was increasing and getting worse. The girl opened her eyes with difficulty and told her brother to have a great life. Tears showed in her eyes. The young man decided he couldn't let that happen and leave it to chance. He made a decision. The lad loaded his sister on his back and said she was sure to be healed. The young man moved off on a hike. It was night outside, but that didn't stop the young man. He couldn't let his sister die. Now it was necessary to climb the mountain as soon as possible and find the pill to help her survive. Near the castle gate with a lantern in his hand, a young man shouted, "Who dares to come here at night?" The young man, pouring sweat, said it was them, brother and sister. The young man shouted, "Why is Lin Fan still alive? Didn't they see him destroy his meridians?" The young men shouted Lin Fan was with them. It looked like she was about to die. If anything happened to her, they would help. The young men laughed. The young man stopped and lowered his sister to the ground. The girl was still unconscious. The young man sternly announced that he was here to get the cure, and he would destroy anyone who got in his way. The hooligans said that if the young man took one more step, they would destroy him. The young men were determined. Lin Fan, unafraid of his opponent's numerical superiority, headed straight towards them. One of the bullies stated that before the young man died, he wanted to show him the skills of a level 4 cultivator. The bully standing aside thought that this weakling had the courage to fight Yu Feng. He wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow. The girl, coming to her senses, begged them to stop. She didn't want more bloodshed. The young men engaged in battle with each other. Lin Feng decided that this was a chance to prove himself in battle and see what he could achieve with his training. The young man shouted that he was about to destroy his rival, and he thought it would be the perfect excuse to avenge his sister. The opponents simultaneously executed attacking punches, and their fists collided. The villain cried out in pain and grabbed his arm. It was red and swollen. The bullies couldn't understand what was going on. How could this weakling defeat Yu Feng? Where did he get his strength from? The villains decided that it was their turn to engage in battle, and they moved towards Lin Fan. The villain shouted that he had chosen this fate for himself, and now they would show him. The girl screamed for her brother to stop. She was so worried about him, she even forgot about her fever. Lin Fan shouted that if he wanted to, he would destroy Yu Feng with one blow, and it was best not to mess with him today. Yu Feng shouted that his opponent was weak and had no chance of winning. Now he will not let his opponent get away with it. Lin Fan said that he was now avenging his sister. Therefore, there would be no mercy for the opponents. Yu Feng shouted that there was a problem with his arm. He can't move it. His hand was all blue and terribly swollen. The young man had caused his opponent serious damage. Our hero switched to other opponents, and he crushed them with hard blows, leaving them no chance of winning. All the villains got what they deserved. They were screaming in pain, and they wondered, when did this guy get so strong? The villains didn't believe that the young man could cultivate. The young man said if they doubted his strength, he could beat them again. Lin Feng dragged his associates to Yu Feng and threw them in front of him, and said that this would be the case for anyone who offended his sister. The villains were defeated. Next time, they would not dare to harm the young man and his sister. The boy knew that his sister was still in danger. He had to get the healing pills right away. The young man thought that one of the villains might have what he was looking for, so he checked his pocket. The villain was yelling that he'd give anything he needed, as long as he didn't get killed. A young man got his hands on some vials of pills, figured it was a good catch. The young man checked the contents of the vial and saw that they were blood-quenching pills. That was what he needed. The young man approached his sister and asked that she take one pill. It would certainly help her. The girl told Brother Fawn after a while that she was feeling much better now. The young man thought that this pill would not be enough to cure his sister. He must go to the valley and find firegrass and firefruit. The young man told those three scoundrels to get out of here and not to bother him again. Now they know what he's capable of. Lin Fan told his sister that they would go home now. The sister's strength returned to her, and she said that she could walk on her own. The training valley of Yuan Long Wu Institute. The young man thought that this place was in the desert. It was good that it wasn't as dangerous as he thought. Not far under a tree, the young man found firegrass. This pleased him. The boy noticed a foreign sound. He looked around and saw a wild cat with flashing eyes. It was coming fast and was about to pounce on him. The young man wasn't too worried. He realized that the man in front of him was just a blue-headed leopard. He was only at the 3rd level of a martial warrior. The young man thought that he would bring this leopard to his sister. The boy got ready to meet the predator. When the beast was within arm's length of the young man, he delivered a crushing blow to this wild cat. The beast stopped and screamed in pain. The animal regretted messing with this young man. The boy grabbed the leopard's tail with both hands and pulled it towards him with great force. The young man raised his hands up and unwound, holding the predator's tail with tremendous force. The young man swung around and slammed the leopard to the ground, still holding its tail. The animal was lying in the vortex, senseless. The young man stood triumphantly beside the defeated predator. The young man loaded the loot on his shoulder and said that now he had to find the fire fruits. Lin Fan noticed that he was already in the middle of the forest, but he still hadn't found these fruits. Suddenly, a tree with divine fruits appeared in front of the young man. The boy thought it was fire fruit. The young man dropped his prey from his shoulder and headed for that tree. The young man plucked one fruit from the tree and realized that they were indeed fire fruits. It was just what he needed for his sister. Lin Fan sensed something wrong. He felt a dangerous energy approaching. It must be a predator, the young man decided. The young man noticed a golden lion unicorn approaching him. The young man was very surprised. The animal was huge. This golden lion is at the peak of a warrior. The beast came closer to the boy and growled loudly. Its huge, sharp fangs were terrifying. Guy thought that this golden lion was very similar to a human. If trained well, it could become a very useful ally. The guy was not afraid of the predator, took a fighting stance and shouted loudly, making it clear that he was ready to engage in a confrontation. The young man moved towards the enemy and said that he appeared very timely. He would go to the young man's house today. The lion roared even louder and made a strong leap towards the young man. He put his blade-sharp claws in front of him. The boy kicked the lion in the face with all his might. The lion flew backwards, but it stayed on its feet. The boy ran towards the beast. The boy said that the lion was not strong enough to defeat him, and it would be better if he surrendered at once. The lion pushed off and jumped up to make another leap and attack the young man. The boy stumbled with his feet and put his arms forward. He deflected his opponent's onslaught, and the lion was unable to fully attack. The young man flung the beast away, and it fell to the ground with such force that a crater was formed. Lin Fan walked up to the animal and began to deliver crushing blows to it. The animal roared, but that didn't stop the young man. The guy put his foot on the head of the defeated animal and announced to the one that he could either surrender or die. The lion growled and didn't want to submit. The young man asked if he still didn't want to surrender. The young man tried another way and said that he could offer to give the lion meat if it would obey him. The lion's look changed immediately. He became docile like a little kitten. The young man said that the lion was not stupid at all, but he would die if he went against the young man in the future. The lion nodded happily and purred like a pet kitten. A semblance of a smile appeared on his face. The young man said he would call the lion Goldie, and he is now part of their family, and he would be willing to discuss his diet in the future. Goldie's duties will include looking after the house and making sure no one hurts his sister. The young man took the leopard on his back and told the lion that it was for his sister. If the lion tried to eat the leopard, he would be next in line. The lion sighed sadly and followed the young man. The young man said that now they were going home. Here he had accomplished his mission. When he got home, the young man decided to cook a meal. He lit a huge fire, and in a big cauldron he cooked leopard meat. The girl woke up and felt much better. She wondered why her fever was gone. The girl looked to the side and saw that there was a huge golden unicorn lion in front of her. The young man was tasting the food from the cauldron. He heard his sister screaming loudly. The young man rushed into the room and asked what was wrong. The young man saw his sister, who was terribly frightened. There was fear in her eyes. She told her brother that a frightful and terrible lion had broken into their house, and she pointed her finger at him. The girl was covered with a leopard skin. The young man told the girl to calm down. The boy patted the animal's mane and said it was a guard animal he had brought with him. The lion was proud and cold-blooded. The boy, eyes sparkling, asked the animal why he was now in his original form. Did he really want the young man to teach him a lesson? The lion turned on the transformation mode and turned into little Goldie. He even said, "Meow, a girl should like this format. My sister said the golden color of this kitten is gorgeous, and she doesn't mind keeping him." The girl sniffed and said she could smell some delightful odor. However, there was a hint of burning in it. The young man screamed and ran outside to the cauldron, yelling on the way that his soup was in there. The guy brought his sister a plate of food and said it was his signature green leopard soup. She should definitely try it. The girl sat down at the table and said that today was a very good day. She was in a good mood and felt recovering. The young people took their time eating. The boy gave his sister a refill and said that they had plenty more. The lion also got some meat. He ate it all, leaving only the bones. Suddenly, someone outside called out to the young man and told him to come out. Lin Fan menacingly opened the door and asked, "Who dares to shout in front of his house?" Standing beside the young man with a menacing look was Goldie. In front of the young man's house stood 4 hooligans. They were 3 known villains and the older brother of one of them. Yu Feng told his brother that it was him and pointed his finger at the owner of the house. Lin Fan wondered, weren't they enough last time? Why are they so incomprehensible? Yu Feng shouted that now his big brother would avenge them all. The young man must prepare himself. His older brother is a genius in the martial arts academy, and he is a level 6 trainee. The young man said he had never heard anything about this genius before. Where did he come from? The sister appeared on the doorstep and asked why Foshan appeared here. The girl was covered with a leopard skin. This indicated that a serious hunter lived in the house. Foshan pulled his sword out of its sheath and said, "Because of the young man hurting his brother, he will now meet his death." Foshan told the young man that he would deal with him now. The young man was completely calm. Lin Fan thought that the cultivator in front of him was a level 6 cultivator, and this did not frighten him at all. The young man commanded forward and pointed his finger at his opponent. The young man told Goldie to deal with him instead. A ravenous beast jumped out onto the battlefield. Foshan was terrified. The predator left multiple scratches on the young man's body with a single strike of its powerful paw. Foshan fell to his knees. He was wounded all over. The villains were frightened. Where did their rival get a golden lion from? It was incredibly scary. Lin Fan said that they came for their deaths, so they are about to get what they deserve. He knows what to do with them. The frightened young men cried out in fear not to be killed. They came to their senses and will be good now. They will never terrorize the young man and his sister. The 3 villains turned around and ran away from that house. The lion roared and chased after them. The wounded Foshan was left alone. Foshan held out a sword to his opponent and said that he was a monster. He didn't expect such a confrontation. The young man cried and said he would not do it again. He was misled and has nothing against this family. The young man put his hands up in the air and apologized. He offered to make amends. The girl was tired of watching this performance and told her brother it was time to leave. Lin Fan said if Foshan dared to provoke them again, he wouldn't be able to just get away with it. After Foshan retreated, the young man rubbed his protector's mane and said that he would reward him with a huge piece of meat today. Goldie imagined that piece of meat, and his mood immediately lifted, and his mouth watered. After finishing all his business, the young man decided to meditate. He needed to absorb the chi of earth and sky, and to continue studying martial arts in the future. The young man felt that he had succeeded and managed to break through to the first level. This was a surprise to the young man. Lin Fan decided that he would study martial arts in the morning. In the morning, after training, the young man realized that he had already broken through to the third level. It was an incredible achievement. After a while, the sister and Goldie showed up on the doorstep. The girl asked, "Is he awake yet?" The enthusiastic young man said that he was now ready to take the Lingwu Academy exam. Lingwu Academy organizes entrance exams every year. With certain skills, it is not difficult to pass. You have to climb Linwei Mountain. There are 99 steps in total. Whoever can climb 5 steps will be eligible to become an outer disciple of Lingwei Academy. Anyone who can climb 30 steps will become an inner disciple. The one who could climb 50 steps would become a main branch disciple and would be able to learn from all the elders of the academy. If someone manages to reach the top, they will get into a secret group and be a secret apprentice. A student of the academy would then be able to practice techniques that are over 1,000 years old. The young people discuss among themselves the possibility of overcoming the 30 steps and becoming an inner disciple. Young people assess their chances and believe they will do well and become inner disciples. The young men point their fingers at one of the candidates and say that he is only level 4 and can't do anything. He is nothing even compared to their younger brother. One of the young men suggests that they have a competition on Lingwei Mountain to see who is stronger. His opponent tells him to better stay away from him as he climbs. Otherwise, he'll beat him with his legs. The young men spotted the young man and his sister and yelled that trash was coming. Lin Fan, his sister, appeared near the mountain, and Goldie in her arms. The young man thought that he had studied the 3,000 books of the sacred mountain, which were more useful than this academy. The guy thought that he needed to absorb the chi of the earth and sky again. The girl decided that she needed the resources of the academy to fully recover. There were many experts among the candidates. The boy realized that his sister's illness was only temporarily suppressed. She was not yet completely cured. The young man knew that he wasn't the same now, and he had many chances to get into the academy this time. He told his sister not to worry. The sister stated that she has a lot of faith in her brother and hopes that he will definitely enter the academy this time. One of the young men asked why this garbage comes in for inspection every year. He can't even get to the second step. Lin Fan asked, "Who is he?" The young man replied that he was someone who would crush him. Lin Fan said that guy is funny. The young man told his lion that someone was here looking for death. The lion roared furiously. He looked at the young man with angry eyes. The guy got scared and screamed to be rescued. The eldest of the family showed up and said the young man was a monster, and now he's going to show him. Goldie, sensing the aggression in his opponent's words, immediately lunged at him. The girl did not have time to stop him. The man shouted that this trash wanted to probably die. He clenched his fists aggressively. Lin Fan was not afraid and said that he was willing to fight. If the opponent is not a coward, then let him come over. An elder showed up and told them to stop right now. That's no way to behave here. The elder was the dean of the academy. He said it was test day, and candidates shouldn't cause trouble. The young man said he encourages everyone to be a witness. He always stands up for justice. The dean of the academy once again reiterated the conditions under which candidates could become students. In the end, the dean told everyone to give it their best shot. He pointed his finger at the top of the mountain. One of the candidates said he would be first and headed up the stairs. He was confident of his victory. The young man had a hard time climbing the stairs. The girl said that this mountain has natural pressure. Even 4th-level cultivators have a hard time. That young man's talent was so bad that he can't even rise to the first step. The young man said he is having a very difficult time. He is only on the first step, but he can't move anymore. The guy was yelling that he shouldn't lose to Limo, his rival, because he's better than him. The boys tried their best, but it was a very difficult task. Limo said that he is already on the 5th step, and so far, he is the leader. Ayun is the first to become a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy. With his skills, there is definitely a chance to become an inner disciple. Everyone noted that Limo had also reached the 5th step. The man grinned. Limo was only at the 5th step, and he had already run out of strength. How will he get higher? Limo is shouting that this is just the beginning, and he will overtake Ayun. The gawkers continue to watch this competition. Ling Xin inquired, "Who is that girl? She is very provocative. Why hasn't she been seen before?" The sister assumed that this girl was not from a local family. Lin Fan decided that now his time had come. Now he could prove himself. His sister said that mountaineering is not easy. You have to be strong. Lin Fan said to listen to him. It looked like some people were upset. Everyone paid attention to him. The young man said that few climb high up. He can now show you how to get ahead. It won't be free. He has a plan. Sister asked, what is Lin Fan going to do now? The lion also looked at him with surprise. The young man told his sister that he had decided to make some money, and he has a feeling that it will work out. The man told the young man that he was a very ambitious guy, and time will show what he is capable of. The man showed a gold coin and said the young man would get it if he threw Ayun down. The young man said it suited him, and he's going to try it now. The young man clearly decided to draw attention to himself. The young man took the coin and said that the man could be sure to let Ayun back down. The man didn't see how he could get it back down. Humiliation awaited him. The sister yells for her brother to think. After all, the pressure of the mountain is intense. The money won't be worth the humiliation he might suffer. The young man said confidently that his sister could be calm for him. He knows what he's doing, and today they will have money. Lin Fan scattered and said that the mountain could meet him. The young man at the start developed a strong acceleration to get higher by inertia. He partially succeeded. The young man determined by eye that the pressure of the mountain was about 300 kilograms. For ordinary people, this is really a lot of pressure. But the young man was so well-mannered that he was not used to backing down. Those watching thought that this young man wanted to destroy Ayun. They doubted that he would be able to overcome even the first step. Did he really think that Lingwei Mountain was a joke? The opponent understood that the pressure of the mountain was 300 kilograms, while a person at the bronze body stage could only withstand 125 kilograms. The difference was significant. Lin Fan ran up the first step and was already on the second step. He didn't have much difficulty in doing so. The observers didn't understand how this was possible. He was actually able to climb the second step. It was probably an accident, and there was no way he would ever make it to the third step. The sister and Goldie were happy for the young man. The girls shouted that they were rooting for him. Her brother had never let her down. The young man felt no fatigue. The men were indignant. How could this trash get up so fast? Where did he get so much energy? The elder, stroking his beard, thought that this boy was very talented. He has good prospects. The stranger thought, who is this young man? He's a monster. The young man knew no fatigue. He was already a role model. Lin Fan was on the same level as Ayun. He said, here we meet. Ayun was scared. The young man claimed that someone had given him a gold coin, only for him to take him downstairs. The eyes betrayed the young man. You could tell he wasn't joking. Ayun didn't understand how the young man was able to climb up here. After all, this was already the 10th step. Lin Fan grabbed his opponent's chest. The young man said it was time for Ayun to go downstairs and dragged him after him. The young man resisted, but there was nothing he could do. Everyone was shouting that Ayun was already on the 4th step. What a shame. There was laughter everywhere. Ayun yelled for the trash to let him go. The young man was working off his gold. The decline continued. The man shouted, if Lin Fan let Ayun go, he would double the fee. The young man said he's an honest businessman and cooperates with whoever paid him first. Lin Fan lowered Ayun to the ground and said that the task was done. The young man kept his word. The young man looked at his opponent and asked how he was feeling. Ayun did not feel well. The man shouted that Lin Fan had ruined everything. Ayun was already on the 10th step, and that rascal had ruined everything. Lin Fan said that it was not his fault. It was all the fault of the Ayun family. He was just doing his job, for which he was well paid. The man said that in that case, he would also give Lin Fan a gold coin if he let Limo down. The young man said that now the price had changed. The second man has to pay 20 gold coins. There is a great demand for his services. The man couldn't believe his ears. What does he want 20 gold coins for? That's enough for a small family to live their entire lives without worrying about poverty. Another man came to the young man and said that his family was willing to pay him 20 gold coins and offered a sack of money. The man wanted the young man to bring down the second genius of the Aochi family. The heads of the families began to work things out between them. The young man said he would be back soon and rushed back up the stairs. His business was booming. After a while, the young man brought down the second genius of the Aochi family. He said that everything was ready. The stakes were rising. The young man said that the next person should pay 100 gold coins if anyone else needed his services. The man realized that there were big stakes at stake, so he said he would give the young man 100 coins. Let's get Limo downstairs. Another man came up and said that he had another offer for the young man, 150 coins. The men were ready to fight among themselves. The auction continued. One shouted that he was giving 200 coins, another 250 coins. 300 coins, my opponent bid 350 coins. The man shouted to the young man to bring Limo downstairs and threw him a bag of money. Lin Fan grabbed the sack on the fly and said that the deed would be done. The young man was quickly improving his family's wealth. The opponent was waiting for the young man. He pulled out his sword and shouted that Lin Fan was about to be in trouble. Our hero grabbed his opponent's chest and said, "Does he really want to die?" His opponent received a left punch to the jaw. He could not understand what he had done. The elder shouted out, "A body cultivator. This boy is a real genius. He can do a lot of things for money." The young man put another victim down and said the job was finished. The young man always adheres to the terms of the contract. Lin Fan knew no bounds. He said that the next person should pay 400 gold coins. The men were upset and said they had no more money. They did not know that the prices for the young man's services could soar. The young man said he was very sorry. He thought the local bosses were quite rich. The young man said he would do things differently now. There are about 40 men on the mountain now. If the men want everyone to stay on the mountain, they must pay 10 coins each. If none of them pay, the young man will bring them all down. The men decided that this young man was just crazy. If the dean hadn't been here, they would have crushed the rascal. The young man said he was ready to start with the Ojia family. A representative of the Ojia family said he had a very valuable item and was willing to give it to the young man. Members of other families also began offering gifts to the young man. The young man collected the tribute and said he thanked everyone for their cooperation. Lin Fan did some simple arithmetic calculations and realized that one person still hadn't paid. The young man's gaze stopped on the stranger, and he realized that she was the one who hadn't paid. The young man thought, what kind of family would this girl be from? Why not pay her now? He thought she was doing an injustice. It's a threat to his business. The men thought the guy would be in serious trouble this time. He doesn't know who he's messing with. The sister shouted to Lin Fan to stop. The desire for easy gain will not lead to good. The young man stopped in front of the girl and asked what family she was from. Why didn't she pay now? The girl said indignantly, how dare he disrespect her like that? The young man didn't like the way the girl was talking to him. He said that he was the one asking the questions. The stranger asked, did the young man really want to be hurt now? The girl decided to use martial arts and strike the young man. Lin Fan blocked the punch and she realized how strong he was. The stranger said she didn't expect this young man to be so strong. He has an excessive amount of energy. The young man said that an old woman like her at the 7th level would never be able to touch him. The stranger objected. What kind of old woman is she? Can't he see how smart and beautiful she is? She and the boy were almost the same age. Lin Fan said that in that case, his opponent was just a little chicken. The girl got angry once more. She said she was going to break something with the young man, and she tried to stab him. In the exact same spot, the young man blocked her blow and deactivated her instantly. The young man put the girl on his shoulder and told her to calm down. She's not his equal. The elder cried out in horror. Lin Fan is trying to go against the sky. How could he humiliate Bing Ming? The young man punched the girl in the soft spot and told her not to move. The stranger was outraged and humiliated. She shouted and cursed the young man and said that he would be finished. The men laughed and said they couldn't imagine what would happen to Lin Fan if he took the girl down. They really wanted to see this picture. The young man took the girl downstairs and said he expects the family to come for her. The girl realized that she was now humiliated. The young man didn't even consider her status. The elder shouted, how could this foolish boy be proud of treating one of their teachers like that? The young man was shocked by the information he received. How could a person at the 7th level become a teacher? The old man said that Madame Bing Ming is their new alchemist. Although she is only 21 years old, her strength is extraordinary. Her level of development in martial arts is average. She is a student and has climbed the mountain to learn her talent. But this Lin Fan messed it all up. His sister intervened for the young man and explained to the dean that her brother didn't know much about the academy and asked him to feel sorry for him. The girl told her brother to immediately apologize to Madame Bing Ming and said that he wouldn't do it again. The young man scratched the back of his head, lowered his head and said hello to the teacher. He said that it was awkward. The young man was not much of a talker. The next moment, he said goodbye to the girl. He turned around and quickly ran away. The teacher was furious. She couldn't believe that this young man had run away. Lin Fan thought, after insulting the teacher, he definitely won't be accepted into the academy. Somewhere he had miscalculated. That's why he must climb the mountain to show them his skills. The young man didn't want the academy to exclude him from the trial candidates. It was time for the young man to conquer this mountain. The elder thought, if it wasn't for this young man's great talent, he would have disqualified him long ago. The young man's sister went up to the teacher and tearfully apologized for her brother. Bing Ming said it was okay. She forgives him anyway. The elder thought since Miss Bing Ming had forgiven the young man, then he would leave him too. Miss Bing Ming is not someone who should be offended. The young man should be grateful to her for forgiving him. The girl thanked everyone for their kindness. Goldie was grateful to everyone too. The teacher smiled at the girl and said that it was fine. Bing Ming thought that she had let the young man into the academy only to take cruel revenge later. The young man walked to the foot of the mountain and said, he wanted to see the scenery from the top, whatever it takes. The young man accelerated and caught up with his rivals. He said they were still on the 10th step. He suggested that they hurry up a little. Along the way, the young man told his rivals that they were geniuses, and so they should pay more attention to their reputation. The young man's foot stepped on the 29th step. Now he could become an inner disciple if he took one more step. The guy made a small effort and found himself on the 30th step. He is now an internal student. The girl downstairs shouted that her little brother was great. The lion cub decided that on this occasion he would get more meat today. The men watching from below were furious. The 30th step was climbed for the first time this year. He was the first to become an inner disciple this year. There was no such genius in their families. Bing Ming saw that Lin Fan had easily climbed 30 steps. How high could he still climb? The elder assumed that judging from his strength, he thought that he could climb 60 steps. It's incomprehensible. Bing Ming thought that the dean thought very highly of this young man. Does he really deserve it? The young man knew that in the history of the academy, only a few people had reached the 60 steps, and the first dean of the academy had only reached the 65th step. The guy felt the pressure now at about 90 pounds. That's not enough to stop him. The young man climbed the 40th step. The boy kept up his pace and ended up on the 50th step. Sweat was pouring off him. The pressure was building. The stakes were rising. The young man noticed that on the 60th step, the pressure increased dramatically. It became much more difficult to move. The sister shouted, "Wonderful," and at the young man, "Well done." The lion cub growled approvingly. The young man felt that it had become very difficult for him to resist the pressure. But he decided that he would do it. The pressure was 1,100 kilograms. That's the limit of his physical body. The young man had to climb to the top. The elder stated that from now on, the academy would only focus on Lin Fan's development. He is a brilliant genius. The young man noted to himself that he had managed to break the record of the first dean of the academy. It was his personal achievement. The young man shouted that he would definitely conquer this mountain. He has no other way out. It was getting harder and harder to move forward. There was less strength left. The pressure was getting heavier. Sister shouted from downstairs that Lin Fan was simply marvelous. He had already entered the history of the academy. His descendants would be proud of him. The girl hugged the lion cub and they were madly happy. Today is the happiest day ever. The elders shouted that Lin Fan had set a new academy record. His name would forever go down in history. The men regretfully thought that this scoundrel was lucky today. The representatives of their families were not worthy of even a young man's finger. Bing Ming thought that this child had certain abilities, and it should definitely be developed. The young man struggled to climb the 67th step. He acted with his last strength. The boy decided that he had to do it. His hand grasped the 68th step. The pressure was infinitely tremendous. The young man thought that as long as he had strength, he would by no means stop. The young man decided that he would surpass his limit today with the help of this mountain. It was not for nothing that he had been hauling rocks for so long. The girl folded her hands in front of her and prayed that her brother would survive. Tears were in her eyes. A young man was climbing the last few steps. He left a trail of blood behind him. Finally, he reached the 98th step. This is where he had already crawled. The elder found this astonishing. The mountain was truly meant for young people to train their tenacity and martial Tao. Lin Fan turned out to be an even greater genius than they thought. The pressure had already reached 2,000 kilograms. The young man no longer felt pain. His bloody fingers clung to the rocks. Where did he get his strength from? The sister shouted that Lin Fan should do it. She was very worried about her brother. Those watching from below could not understand why he had stopped. Why didn't he go any further? The young man climbed almost to the top. Will he have the strength? The bloody hand had reached the 99th step. Now all that was left to do was pull up. On the 99th stage, the pressure reaches 2,500 kilograms. That's beyond human capacity. It's inconceivable. Lin Fan thought that even if there was twice the pressure, he would still climb this peak. The young man pulled himself up and climbed to the peak. His strength was failing him. His eyes were ready to burst out of their orbits. The young man screamed. There was a release of energy at the top of the mountain. From below, it seemed like there was an explosion. The young man had conquered this mountain. Everyone realized that he had done it. Lin Fan was standing on top of a mountain. He was above the clouds. The guy was the only one who did this. The young man thought, has this boy really conquered this peak? The young man's sister was crying with happiness. She thought she was in a dream. Even Goldie was crying. The emotion was transmitted to him as well. Lin Fan climbed to the top. Everyone was just talking about it. The teacher said that this year they had no luck with inner disciples, but they got the first spiritual disciple ever. That's just amazing. Elder rejoiced and said he was an exceptional genius. They should train him as hard as they can. The young man was infinitely happy. This peak had been conquered by him. He had done what was beyond the reach of others. The young man retrieved a book from the mountaintop. Now he had the technique of the ancient Lin Wushan family. The young man familiarized himself with this book. It was just a basic skill of the first level. The techniques ranged from strong to weak. There is a heavenly level of the fourth order. At this fourth level, there are even smaller levels: spiritual, honorable, holy, and divine techniques. The young man knew that in his previous life he was a saint. He had seen peerless skills, so this book was useless to him. But for the people here, it was a good source of information. It looked like he had another opportunity to make money. When the young man came downstairs, his sister rushed to his neck. She asked how her brother was feeling. Goldie, too, was glad to see his master. The young man said her little brother is doing just fine, which is what she wishes for everyone. The elder said that Lin Fan is very good and qualified to be a spiritual disciple. Does he agree to become one? The young man said that he certainly agrees. However, he wants to study alchemy. He has had a love for alchemy since childhood. The elder wondered, was the young man sure of this? His talent, the best in this academy. If he focuses on self-improvement, his achievements will be limitless. The elder added that alchemy was different from cultivation. He had a good talent, but if he took up alchemy, it was unlikely that anything good would happen. Sister asked, didn't her brother like to fight? Why did he choose alchemy? The guy thought that the academy's technique had no value to him. All he needed was resources. Alchemy is the fastest way to get resources. Bing Ming said that she supports the young man. She sees nothing wrong with alchemy. Alchemists are more promising and respected. The teacher winked at the young man and asked, wasn't she right? The young man confirmed that he was firmly determined to become an alchemist. The guy pointed out that Bing Ming doesn't care about what others think. She seems like a good person. 41. The elder told Lin Fan not to be so reckless. This decision could determine his future fate. The young man confirmed that he is sure, and it is his conscious choice. The old man sighed and said that it was really sad. Such talent goes to waste. He regretted it. Lin Fan asked Bing Ming, what does she teach? The young man decided to get to know the teacher better. The girl laughed and said that she was welcoming a new student to their academy. Bing Ming said that she was the only alchemist professor in this big academy, and they will still meet in class. She asked why the young man wanted to become an alchemist so badly. The elder grabbed his head. He realized that Lin Fan had fallen into Bing Ming's hands. He was finished. Sister didn't like it either. The young man couldn't believe that the girl was the only alchemist professor. He is the youngest saint on the holy mountain to be trained by her. He believed it was due to his bad luck. Bing Ming turned around and left. She told the student that she was waiting for him to attend class tomorrow at the academy. The young man thought that this teacher was just a demon. It looked like his life would become much more complicated from tomorrow. The elder said that if the young man got bored with alchemy, he could come to him at any time. The young man said he was grateful for the concern and told the dean he found the skill at the top of the mountain he needs help understanding. The old man said it was very simple. This spiritual skill can be understood even by an obtuse person. The young man asked if that was really the case, would he be able to sell it to someone else? The young man was a businessman, not an alchemist. The elder said, absolutely. It is a rarity that has been on the mountain for many years. It is a valuable specimen. A man came up to the young man and asked to borrow the book. The boy refused. He did not see any benefit for himself. Another man came over and said, the Lee family is willing to give their friend 1,000 coins for this book. The young man said that the book was not for sale. Master Lee asked to at least take one look at this specimen. The young man agreed and said he would let him look at the book for 100 gold coins and warned him that it was a bargain. The elder came to his senses and said that this skill was very rare even for their academy. He didn't expect this guy to use a rare skill like this. He was very angry. The man gave the young man 100 gold coins. He too was pleased with the bargain. The boy opened the book and showed it to Mr. Lee. The man familiarized himself with the skills with interest. After a while, the young man closed the book and said everything. The man didn't have time to study the whole book. He didn't understand the flying sword attack and the defense of the flying sword. Moreover, it was only the first level. The young man said, if one wanted to take another look, it would cost 1,000 gold coins. For 1,000 coins, Mr. Lee can look at this specimen for a time equivalent to the duration of drinking a cup of tea. The young man received 1,000 gold coins for allowing Ayun to learn these techniques. The young man also showed the book, holding it in his hands. Ayun studied it carefully. After closing the book, Ayun became angry. He had only read 2 sentences and couldn't even memorize them. There are dozens of pages in this book. Lin Fan proudly thought that he was getting richer before his eyes. The guy decided that he would be able to extract all the money from his opponents. The man sent his children home to bring him all the gold coins. Lin Fan's plan was working. The man shouted once more for his children to hurry up. He wanted to get a lot of new information quickly. The young man said there was no need to rush. All those who want can line up, and he who pays can be sure that he will be able to look in the book. After a while, the young man said it was getting late. It was time for him to go home. The young man said goodbye, turned around and left. This day turned out to be very profitable for him. The man asked his son if he had written everything down. The boy replied that he had not written down anything and had not even memorized half of it. The man was angry. An unfinished method wouldn't give any benefit, and one could also damage the meridians when practicing. He felt that they had been deceived. The man shouted that they had spent a lot of money, but were left with nothing in the end. He promised to find and destroy that rascal boy. The elder thought that this guy had found himself in serious trouble. All we can do is wish him luck. Lin Fan and his sister were only checking the profits for today. They had never seen so much money before. The girl said it was the truest of riches, and now she and her brother are rich. The lion cub thought that now he would get even more meat. The young man said that as long as he was with his sister, he would not let her live a life of poverty. Now he will study alchemy at the academy, but he is afraid that the professor will make him go through the flames of hell. The young man decided to get himself some gear so that he wouldn't have to suffer in pain. The young man took some money with him and told his sister that he needed to go to town and buy some things. He would be back soon. The young man reached the city. There were gawkers walking at the city gates. Someone shouted when they saw something unusual and told everyone to look over there and pointed to where. Everyone saw that Lin Fan had a golden armor. Where did he get it from? A young man did appear in golden armor. His sister was walking beside him, and in her arms was a golden lion. A young man was strolling around the outer section of the academy. Everyone who knew him was paying attention to him. Passers-by said that Lin Fang had gotten a lot of money yesterday and bought himself this armor, and he also offended the alchemy teacher yesterday. Today is going to be a very hard day for the young man. Professor Ming is determined to teach him a lesson. The girl thought her brother was acting very strange lately. The young man told Goldie that he was going to the alchemy department. The lion will have to protect his sister. The lion roared loudly, and the three youths said that they too would protect Lin Fan's sister, and no one would be able to harm her. In the alchemy department, Professor Min was preparing to teach a class. The young man looked into the room and said hello to the teacher. Madam Ming showed the young man the whip and said that it was made especially for him. The young man smiled. The girl asked what he was wearing. The guy said it's his new armor. It helps him during training. The girl screamed for the young man to take it off now. She was upset that in that case, she wouldn't be able to torture him. The young man was frightened and asked, "What is Miss Ming doing?" Min said, "The young man wears this armor to protect himself from her. That's fine, he can keep it up." The young man warned that he wasn't wearing anything under his armor. Professor Min blushed with embarrassment. The girl said that in alchemy, the first thing you need to know is how to operate the cauldron. Today he would carry the cauldron and also familiarize himself with its structure. The young man said he agreed, and he asked where to find this cauldron. Min said the young man looked optimistic and showed him where he could find the cauldron. The young man saw the cauldron and could not believe his eyes. There is no such thing as a cauldron, he thought. The boy thought it was an alchemical furnace bigger than his house. The young man rejoiced. This alchemical furnace weighs about 2,000 kilograms. He could use it for his training. The alchemy professor couldn't believe it. Is this young man even human? Where does he get so much strength from? The young man hefted this alchemical furnace and moved from place to place with it. The people around him were running around and shouting. Someone had pulled him away from his cultivation. Someone had trampled his garden. Could it be that there was an earthquake in the neighborhood? Madam Ming covered her face with her hands. At one point, the professor stopped the young man. Does he really want to destroy everything here? The young man says it's not his fault, but he is carrying out the professor's assignment. The professor decided that this young man was insane and gave the young man an instruction manual. It told him how to use the alchemical furnace. The young man threw down the stove, grabbed the manual, and said he wanted to read the whole thing right now. The young man noticed that Professor Ming's handwriting was very illegible. The woman screamed at the bastard not to dare make fun of her handwriting. The young man familiarized himself with the manual. He concluded that the professor writes very badly, but the explanation of it is very good. The young man thought that in his past life he had read some books on alchemy, but he did not get any experience. The guy thought that people who study alchemy are divided into several groups. There are also different types of spirits, awakened, earthly, and heavenly. The young man thought that the master had a heavenly spirit. No wonder the dean was so kind to her. Miss Min asked the young man if he had finished reading yet. The young man replied that he had studied all the instructions, and even the safety precautions. The professor immediately asked the young man a question. What is the difference between purifying and melting pills based on fire control? The young man said it was very easy. These two types of pills give off heat. Fire must be combined with hot air and medicine. The young man said he had a good memory. If the lady wants to humiliate him, not in this life. He can remember all the 3,000 books he read on the holy mountain. The teacher praised the young man for his quick answer. He answered better than she expected. The professor said that tomorrow they would start making pills. Lin Fan stated that he had a natural gift for it, and he could still surprise. The young man saw his sister calling him. She waves to him and asks him if he is finished. The three envious people said the young man didn't give the teacher a single chance to teach him a lesson. The kid doesn't even have any injuries. His golden armor is awesome. The young man meditated. Learning alchemy requires pure chi, but he still couldn't use it. Climbing the mountain had helped him a lot. Tonight, he expected to reach the 5th level. Morning came. The 5th level had been reached. Now the young man needed to try out his new power. The young man shattered the rock in front of him with a single blow. It shattered into smaller rocks. The young man thought that everything was fine. Even though he was a level 5 cultivator, he was no weaker than a level 6 cultivator. The young man expected to become stronger than he had been in his previous life. Linu Academy. The liquid fire and animal blood needed to create a nourishing spiritual pill, in addition to the day cloud, must be immersed in the alchemical furnace and everything will be ready. The professor, yawning, asked when the young man was ready to begin. The professor noticed that the young man was already at level 5. She turned red with envy. The girl thought that Lin Fan was a very interesting person who had gotten a talent for alchemy and martial arts at the same time. Something went wrong with the young man. Something flared up in the cauldron and the young man was scorched by the fire. He said that it was very difficult for him to control the chi in this case. The young man did not give up and decided to try again. The young man tried again and again. This was his 8th attempt. This time he must succeed. Finally, Lin Fan had succeeded. The professor thought that he had created a pill in a short period of time. He seemed to have gotten himself a great treasure. The boy knew that the process of creating a pill had 4 steps. He had now withdrawn the core base and it was fusing. In the end, the fusion was successful. After all the necessary procedures, the young man declared that he had succeeded. He raised the pill high above his head. The alchemy professor was amazed. In just 3 hours, the young man had created a pill. The young man is truly a genius. Madame Ming said that the young man did a good job, but he could have done much better. However, the young man regretted that it took him a full 3 hours to finish. The young man asked the professor how long it would take her to reproduce such a pill. The girl coughed before answering. The young man caught him off guard with this question. Miss Ming said that it would take her 3 days. The girl grabbed the young man's cheek and told him not to dare to deceive himself. The young man found himself in an uncomfortable position, and he said, okay. The girl said she was giving the young man 3 months to create 7 basic pills. Lin Fan smugly said that 2 weeks was enough for him to do so, and in 2 weeks, he would be ready to hand in his homework. It had been 2 weeks. The professor wondered, how did he do it? There were plates of pills in front of her. The girl didn't believe it and rubbed her eyes. The young man said that rubbing her eyes was useless. She didn't think it was. Professor Ming couldn't believe it. The young man had actually created 7 kinds of pills. Lin Fan said that in addition to this, he had made 5 other pills, but they hadn't been tested yet. Madame Ming joyfully said that the young man would become a legend of this continent. The boy rejoiced and thanked the teacher for the praise. Her warm words were better than any reward for him. The girl thought that she had spent 6 months to become a qualified alchemist. Lin Fan is much better than her. The girl came to the conclusion that this young man was the genius of Linu Academy. The young men looked around. They thought they heard a sound outside. The young man was startled. He thought it was Goldie's voice. What had happened to his sister? The young man ran outside and the following picture appeared before him. His sister was sitting on the ground. Next to her was little Goldie. Opposite her stood a girl with a whip in her hand. Around them were many people watching. The stranger called the girl trash. She demanded that she give her the little lion cub. It could be exchanged for 2 spirit pills. The girl said Goldie was part of her family, and she doesn't give up her family. The stranger said she was giving the girl one last chance. Otherwise, she's not leaving here today. The girl pumped loudly that she would not part with her lion cub. People on the street thought that this girl was unhappy. After all, her rival, Mojan, is ranked 2nd in the world altogether. Although she is bad, and they all suffered because of her, they were afraid that she would hear them and destroy them. Mojan swung her whip, and the lion cub roared. The girl yelled for Goldie not to go to the rival, because she might hurt him. Mojan continued to swing the whip. She couldn't believe that an entry-level monster dared to growl at her. Mojai said if the little monster didn't follow her, she would destroy it. The lion cub didn't move. He continued to growl. The girl hugged her lion cub and cried. She did not want to part with him. Mojan stated that it was an insult to them to have an ugly girl in the academy. Today she will tell her grandfather to expel her from the academy, Lena. The girl was crying and begging for Mojan to stop this abuse. She and her brother were having trouble getting in. Mojan yelled for her to shut up. How could it even say her name? Mojan wanted her rival to suffer her wrath. The people in the neighborhood thought that Mojan was ruthless. This yellow-level technique, she is very strong. Even Lin Fan wouldn't dare to stand in front of her. The girl told Lin Fan to forgive her. The tears did not stop for a moment. Suddenly her brother appeared in front of the girl. He grabbed the rival's whip, yanked and tore it. Mojan shouted, "Who was that guy in the strange clothes? How dare he stand in front of her?" The young man coldly looked into Mojan's eyes and said his name. The young man pointed his finger threateningly at the girl. Mojan shouted that the young man dare not speak her name. She felt that this right had to be earned. The young man turned blue with anger. He told Mojan that today would be the end of it for her. Muchuan screamed that she was about to massacre the young man. The young man thought that he was a level 5 warrior with a bronze body. He would easily defeat a level 2 warrior like this girl. Lin Fan easily dodged the whip and struck back at his opponent. The girl flew off and fell to the ground. She screamed. How could he repel her lash? Lin Fan claimed that she had offended his sister. Therefore, he would destroy her now, and raised his foot to deliver a crushing blow to the unarmed girl lying there. The girl cried and begged for mercy. She said that she was the granddaughter of the greatest teacher, Mo Jian, and he can't destroy her. The sister pleaded and shouted for Lin Fan not to kill her. It might have irreversible consequences. At the last moment, the young man stopped. He thought about what his sister was telling him. In front of the young man lay a defenseless girl. She was terribly frightened. There was fear in her eyes. Lin Fan thought that he must protect his sister, but he can't kill his rival right now. The sister said the young man really scared her, but fortunately he didn't destroy, and she asked him how he was feeling. Lin Fan said he was fine, but his sister was seriously injured, and immediately offered her a restorative pill. The young man said that Goldie was also badly hurt protecting his sister, so he should take the restorative pills too. People thought that the golden armor must have been very heavy for the young man. He simply crushed a second-level warrior with his power. Lin Fan dared to fight with Mo Jian. He was unlucky. The teacher asked, how dare the young man hit Mo Jian? It's unacceptable. The man added that in any case, the young man was expelled from the academy, and he should not come to classes tomorrow. Lin Fan asked, what would happen if he still came to class tomorrow? The man said that Lin Fan dared to hit the granddaughter of the greatest teacher and intends to return to class afterwards. The young man must be looking for death? The young man became very angry. He told the man not to make him angry. Even if the greatest teacher comes, the young man can destroy this man. The man was scared. What's going on? This child's aura is very strong. Madame Ming asked Bai Bao what he wanted to do with her disciple. What does he have to do with him? Bai Bao was confused. He wondered what Bing Ming was doing here. Everyone around them said that this teacher wouldn't be able to do anything to Madame Ming. It's going to be a great show now. The professor is sticking up for his student. Madame Ming asked Bai Bao if he was being fair to the young man. What are his arguments? Bing Ming added, how dare he blame her disciple for no particular reason, without getting to the bottom of the problem. Bai Bao began to apologize. He was sweating from the exertion. The man said that he was apologizing, and he was deeply mistaken. Madame Ming said that she would now reveal to the man what happened here. Mo Jian is arrogant and oppressive. She dared to hit her apprentice's sister and his lion. This is unacceptable. Bing Ming added that her student just had to defend herself and wanted to defend his sister's honor. Everyone around him was surprised that the young man now appeared innocent. It was clear to everyone that Bing Ming had placed all the blame on Mo Jian. The brother and sister were whispering. They realized that they were the injured party in this conflict, and they were forced to defend themselves. Mrs. Ming added, Mo Jian deserved to be beaten by Lin Fan's hands. Justice had been served. Bai Bao was at a loss. He didn't know how to explain everything to Elder Mo Shan. The girl said, if Mo Shan wants to fight, let him come to her. She'll deal with him herself, and Bai Bao shouldn't come to the academy from tomorrow. The man cried and said that Bing Ming was very cruel. He just wanted to protect her student from the elder. A man appeared and asked if Bing Ming wanted to protect this trash, meaning Lin Fan. The man went to the dean and said that Lin Fan was cruel and injured Mo Jian. He demanded that justice be restored. Mrs. Ming turned to the dean and said that her student had recently become an inner academy student. The professor added that Lin Fan had become a Dan Shi rank novice alchemist. This was the first time in their academy. The dean wondered, is the professor really telling the truth now? This comes as news to him. Professor Min said she always tells the truth and wouldn't dare mislead the esteemed dean. The dean stated that he considered the conflict to be over for the day, and everyone can go about their business. The dean advised the elder not to get involved in figuring out the relationship between the children. The elder asked what the dean meant by that. The dean said that Mo Jian had a hard time these days and advised Master Mo to teach her well. The dean of the academy thought that in just 2 weeks, Lin Fan had become a Dan Shi rank alchemist. Right now, Lin Fan's figure was more important than Mo Jian. Master Mo bowed his head and said that he would do as the dean ordered. Master Mo thought that if the dean let the youth solve his own problems, he could force his disciple to act. Mrs. Ming said that Lin Fan always finds problems. He could at least thank her for her help. Lin Fan and his sister bowed and thanked Bing Ming for giving them support and invaluable help. Madam Ming warned Ling Shan to better not go to a place like the Outer Ward. She told the girl to come to the alchemy department. She would find a teacher for her. Ling Shan was very happy about this. She hadn't expected such a twist of fate. Lin Fan took off his armor, thanked Madam Ming for helping his sister, and said that he wouldn't wear the armor anymore. Everyone was surprised by the young man's behavior. Mrs. Ming, the young man's sister, and Goldie had to close their eyes out of politeness. Professor Min calmed down and said, although today's problem is solved, she cannot guarantee it in the future. She believes that she should not interfere with the problems of the younger generation. The young man asked the teacher if she would leave it up to him. He is a level 5 warrior and must train regularly. Everyone gathered in the battle arena. The young man asked, how could Lin Fan defeat a second-ranked warrior? The young man replied that it was all because of his armor. If he was without it, he would be defeated quickly. The young man shouted that he could see Lin Fan ahead, and he was going to fight again. Everyone saw Lin Fan's opponent and was surprised. Did he really want to fight Brother Ocean? It's unthinkable. Brother Ocean is one of the top 5 students. He has a lot of combat experience. Ocean is a second-ranked warrior. Ocean told his opponent that not only had he hit Mrs. Mojan, but he had also insulted the elder. He decided to teach his opponent a lesson. Lin Fan was a level 5 warrior. He said that he had met many people similar to his opponent, and they had all been defeated by him. He was ready to test Ocean's onslaught. Ocean said that Lin Fan is very vain. He intends to destroy him today. The youth shouted for Ocean to get rid of Lin Fan quickly and avenge them. They would root for him passionately. The girl told her brother to be extremely careful. Goldie was also worried about his master. Lin Fan waved his opponent with his finger and told him to talk less and come fight him. The time had come. Ocean declared that his rival must die for insulting his teacher. The young man drew his sharp sword and jumped up to deliver a crushing blow to the young man. The warriors stood against each other and assessed their opponent. Each of them was ready to offer resistance at any moment. Lin Fan had a sky-level skill. He decided to use the path of wind and found himself at full strength. The young man dodged Ocean's attack with lightning speed. Ocean wondered how Lin Fan could be so fast. Had he really mastered the speed skill? Ocean swung his sword and said that his opponent was not worthy to fight him. Lin Fan realized that he had a more difficult task. After all, he was unarmed against an armed opponent. Ocean said that by taking off his golden armor, his opponent had done the worst thing he could. If it wasn't for his armor, he wouldn't have been able to defeat even Lady Mojan. Ocean activated a yellow-level skill, Heaven Blast, and lunged at his opponent with his sword. Lin Fan smiled. He couldn't be intimidated by a yellow-level skill. He prepared to repel his opponent's attack. Lin Fan said for the opponent to try to endure the Heaven-level Ice Moon skill. The young man was ready to give Ocean this blow. The people watching were terribly surprised. Did Lin Fan really dare to engage in a fight with Brother Ocean? Ocean was furious. How was his opponent able to block his sword attack? It's incomprehensible. Lin Fan made a fierce attack and broke his opponent's sword. Ocean also found himself unarmed. This immediately changed the balance of power. After disarming his opponent, Lin Fan sent Ocean into a deep knockout with a powerful punch. The young man flew far away and landed head down. The young man's sister realized that this time too, Lin Fan had held on to an unconditional victory. The young man said that he was done with that arrogant Ocean. He had not yet had time to lay all his cards before his opponent was already down. Everyone around him thought that Lin Fan wasn't even hurt. It was simply terrifying. Brother Ocean, a second-ranked warrior, was defeated in just 3 strikes. Lin Fan thought that he had only warmed up and said that everyone who was against him should come out and fight right now. The young man's friends were frightened and said he was a monster and immediately ran away from the sin. They thought this guy was very strong and they didn't want to provoke him to cause trouble. Lin Fan shouted in pursuit that he wasn't going to kill anyone. 3 days have passed. The entrance to the alchemy department. Lin's brother and sister appeared on the doorstep. Mrs. Ming said that it was very noisy outside. The young man stated that he was just playing with the children. He did not want to hurt anyone. Prof Min stated that from today, the young man would begin to make a mid-level pill. The young man stated without hesitation that he only needed 3 days to do so, and the pill would be ready. 3 days had passed. Mrs. Min reprimanded the young man and his sister. She stated that the cure had still not been made, but the young man had set off several explosions in the alchemical furnace. Is he an alchemist or a pyrotechnician? Lin Fan asked Madame Ming to give him the opportunity to rest. The girl stated that this is unacceptable. The pill isn't ready yet and he wants to take a vacation. She demands an explanation. The young man explained to Mrs. Min that there are a few days like this every month. She should know from them. The professor was furious. She was ready to tear everything down. The girl ordered that the young man did not torment her head and told the truth. Such an explanation she would not accept. The young man tried to calm down and reassure his instructor. He said that he was actually going to reach the 5th level of martial arts. He needed to be alone for a few days. The nurse asked the young man how he was feeling. The young man said that he was feeling much better now. The day he climbed the mountain, his healing was accelerated by the influence of the mountain. The young man added that he continued practicing after that. He is now at the 4th level of martial arts. Miss Min stated that the young man is very unscrupulous. He tells untruths. At the same time, he doesn't even blush. However, chi energy is very important for making pills, so she gives him a few days of rest. The nurse rejoiced and told the young man that it was wonderful. Now he would have a chance to regain his strength. The girl said that actually, thanks to the pill and her brother, she too had reached level 4. But she didn't think that the young man would catch up to her so quickly. The young man declared to his sister that he could become much better. He would make a top-level pill to cure her icy soul. The young man stated that the first pill, which he designed and made himself, is ready. He will use it himself to test it. A young man has traveled far into the wilderness. The road of emptiness moves to the next level very quickly. It's only been 3 days since he's been here, and he had already reached the 9th level of martial arts. Lin Fan looked at his pill. He wanted to reach the martial arts frontier. He needed to surpass his 9th level. The pill should be able to help with that. The young man knew that the elixir contained in this pill alone was not enough. The main factor was his own ability. He had not achieved this goal in his past life. There are several people in the history of the Holy Mountain. He needs to break through all 9 levels. His body is capable of enduring the true agony of destruction. The young man realized that once he reached the borders, his power would be much higher than that of an ordinary warrior. The pill began to take effect. A change comparable to an explosion took place inside the young man. He made the necessary breakthrough. The young man was glad that he had done so. The young man felt a powerful force within him. The guy realized that he was one of the few who had reached the upper limits of martial arts. The young man's attention was drawn to the growling of a wild beast. The source of this sound was in the immediate vicinity. Lin Fan looked around. What could it be? The young man had noticed that there were many wild predators in the wilderness, and they are coming towards him now. Lin Fan prepared himself and saw that there was a pack of 3rd-level one-eyed wolves in front of him. This was a good occasion to practice. The guy couldn't miss such an opportunity. One of the wolves growled and decided to attack the young man. The young man was a stranger in the area. The boy didn't have time to regroup, and the wolf was in close proximity to him. The young man only had time to put out his arm, which the wolf immediately grabbed. Its powerful fangs sank into the young man's arm. The boy thought that this wolf was very fast. The young man had no time to think, so he used a moonstrike. The young man struck the body of the wild predator with all his might. The beast let go of his arm, squealed, and flew away. After a brief battle, a few bodies of one-eyed wolves were left lying around. The rest had shamefully retreated. The young man realized that the confrontation was not over. The wild beasts had decided to do something clever. They wanted to attack the young man all at once. This would increase their chances of victory. The young man decided that was great. He's got one more unused trick, and he's ready to show it off now. The man activated a heavenly power, the dragon claw. It was like a whirlwind and a hurricane. The beast could not approach the man. The young man was surprised at the abilities that appeared. He realized that reaching the limit of the arts was very cool. Lin Fan turned his attention to his arm, which had bloody marks from the bloodthirsty wolf's fangs. The young man realized that his body strength was a bit insufficient. He needed to continue exercising. The young man hefted his prey on his back. He noticed that these wolves were quite heavy, just the right size for him to practice on. The young man had already carried many wolf bodies on his back. He had been in this wilderness for 9 days. He decided not to stay any longer. because his sister must be getting worried. The young man determined that all of these beasts weighed about 3 tons. This would allow him and his sister to eat for a long time. Now it can not only carry 3 tons on its back, but it can also travel at wind speed. Suddenly, a two-eyed wolf pounced on the young man. He growled menacingly. The young man threw his weight and dodged the attack of this beast. The boy realized it was the king of the one-eyed wolves. He is here to avenge his brothers. The young man struck a strong blow to the jaw of this predator. The wolf lost several teeth. The young man landed another series of crushing blows. He wanted to show his opponent how strong he was. The result of this attack was the death of the one-eyed wolf king. The force of the young man's punch was equal to 1.5 tons. Even the one-eyed wolf king couldn't resist such blows. The young man thought that now, even if he faced a level 5 or 6 warrior, he would have nothing to fear. Late at night, the young man reached his home. He announced to his sister that he had returned. The young man had brought with him a great deal of booty from the bloody battles he had fought. Her sister opened the door and announced from the doorstep her brother was finally back. These few days while he was away from home had made her very anxious. Goldie was also glad to have his master back. The young man threw off his prey and said that his sister needn't have worried. He was just going to a quiet place for a few days and no more. Goldie imagined how much of those wolf bodies he would be able to eat. The girl was surprised. After all, these were all level 2 beasts. Her brother shouldn't have taken such a risk. It was too dangerous. The young man said it was under control, and the risk was moderate. He's not going to mess with his own life. His body is strong enough to deal with any beasts that come his way. Sister said that the academy was also worried. Madam Ming was very angry because the young man had been gone for so long. The girl often heard the professor sharpening knives. This information upset the young man. He knew that Madam Min was very tough and principled. He might not be able to survive tomorrow. The academy's sports field. A lot of students are around. Lin's brother and sister were also here. The young man thought that there was some kind of event going on. Why is it so noisy here? The girl remembered that her brother didn't have full information. It was because he had been away for a while. She told her brother that there would be an open competition between Linu Academy and Mo Yunsun today. The guy said he'd heard of this school. What's the occasion of this competition? Why was the school interrupted? Every 3 years, the school and academy organize a competition between the students. This is called Molindabi. Pupils from both schools compete here. The young man noticed that this is a low-level competition because the level of the participants from the school was much lower than the level of the academy students. The young man decided to watch from the sidelines in order not to meet Madam Min. The girl saw some familiar students. It was Molan and Aoshan. The young man looked at these disciples and thought that they had recovered quickly. Mojan looked quite recovered as well. The spectators were talking among themselves and said that the academy would give the winner a yellow-grade weapon. Even the most talented students would be envious. The girl said she hadn't seen any yellow-class weapons. That must be fascinating. Lin Fan decided that it was useless to him, but it seemed to him that his sister had an interest in yellow-grade weapons. One student at the academy said that in the last 4 years of open competition, they've only won once. The school seems to have long believed that first place was in their pocket. The opponent stated that this year could be different because there are 3 great talents in the academy's lineup. Mojan added that the academy should win this year. They will roughly have yellow-class weapons. The young man said that the 3 geniuses of their academy would definitely defend the honor of the institution this year, and the opponent would be defeated. Master said that the students of the school were about to arrive, and they need to prepare to meet their opponents. They'll have to demonstrate the power of the academy to Lin. The young man said that the elder might not be worried. All the students of the academy had already made good preparations. Someone shouted that the opponents had already arrived. Master Mo said, Elder Lee is personally leading the team he was waiting to greet. Elder Lee said that they were late, so the elder had to wait for them. They apologized. Mojan said that the students looked mediocre. The girl felt her superiority. The young man said that their 4 disciples need to take up the challenge. He was able to defeat all the opponents without any problem. Wang Shan hugged his colleague and said that he always speaks the truth, and today he is ready to defeat everyone. The top 4 students in the school decided that their rivals could put up anyone they wanted. They'd have someone to mock anyway. One of the masters of the academy was outraged. He wanted to destroy the students of a rival school who were very arrogant. His colleague told him not to be so aggressive. After lunch, the competition would begin, and Mo Lan would undoubtedly defeat them. Elder Mo announced that it was time to consider the competition open. All the participants prepared to perform. A representative from Mo Yun Kong School entered the arena and asked, who would dare to challenge him? Linu Academy spokesman Ao Shan said he is here to defeat his rival. The spectators gave a friendly shout for Ao Shan to finish off his opponent. The opponent said that nothing will work out for the opponents. He is determined to win today. Ao Shan rushed to the attack and said that his opponent had asked to be destroyed himself. The school officials said that it was only a 7th level student who was opposing the Niho. He should leave the arena in silence and don't embarrass himself. Ao Shan was defeated and was overthrown. He could not stand up to his rival. The school representative Mo Yun Song said that all the students in the academy looked very weak, and there's no one to fight with. It seems like he is really willing to deal with everyone present. The audience said it was outrageous. Just a level 8 apprentice. Why so arrogant? He'll be torn apart in the next battle. The next fighter came out, a representative of the academy. He said if Ao Shan couldn't, he could. Li Liang arrived for the fight. His opponent said whoever goes up against him, the final is obvious. Li Liang offered to take a look at his level 8 weapon. Li Liang executed a powerful slashing strike with his level 8 weapon. The opponent executed his hidden sneak attack. Li Liang could not withstand such a sneak attack. The spectators shouted in horror that Li Liang had also ingloriously lost. The representative of Yunsong High School beat 4 opponents one after another and said that they were all too weak for him. The score was 4-0 and the academy was losing. After a while, the audience said that the academy was a disgrace. This was the 8th time they had failed. Didn't they have a person capable of defeating Ao Shan? Ling Shan was lamenting that they were losing. She didn't know what to do. Her brother said that Ao Shan had no disciple-level opponents. Onlookers noticed that this girl came to get beaten up. Why would she do that? A representative of the academy, Mo Zhan, entered the arena. The girl said she had come to destroy her opponent. The schoolmaster Mo Yun Kong told his opponent that this girl had the level of a martial arts expert. Thus, it could be assumed that Ao Shan was stronger than all the students at the academy. Elder Mo said that most of his disciples had overcome the expert level. Therefore, the opponents could not win any more victories. The man said he wanted to see what would come out of future confrontations. The spectators shouted for the girl to straighten out all her opponents. They will be rooting for her. The girl waved her finger at her opponent and said, "Let him only try to get closer." The young man said that a victory against this girl would be his 9th in this tournament, so he is now ready to destroy her. The girl swung her whip aggressively. She wasn't going to let her opponent get close to her. The representative of Mo Yun Kong School realized that the martial arts expert in front of him now, and it wouldn't be easy for him. The young man tried to put a block against the opponent's whip. The young man shouted, even if the girl is a martial arts expert, he still intends to defeat her. He has a deadly sword in his hands. The girl said that her opponent was not up to par. He was no match for her. She swung her whip once more. The whip reached its target and the opponent was stunned. He fell into the arena and screamed that he was in great pain. The girl declared that in the future, when he saw her, he had better avoid her. The audience shouted that they believed this girl would win and confessed their love to her. Elder Mo was very excited. He declared that the top 4 disciples of Mo Yun Kong School would not be able to defeat his ward. The school elder sent the next disciple to show off his abilities in a fight with this girl. The young man said that Lundu will definitely win. There is no match for him. Lundu threw off his cloak and entered the arena. The guy said that he came out to destroy all his opponents. Ling Shan said that it turned out that these 4 students of the school were 2nd-level martial arts experts. Looks like the girl is going to have a hard time now. The girl said to make her rival remember her name forever. Her name is Mo Lan, and she's from Linu Academy. The young man said he could remember that she would be his defeated opponent. The girl called her rival naive and promised to destroy him. Mo Lan applied her whip. The opponent tried to put up a block. The girl said he was disgusting, and he wouldn't succeed. Mo Lan used a dissecting strike. The opponent used a ferocious tiger punch. The girl thought that her punch was suppressed. Her opponent's style was very similar to Lin Fan's, just as fast and ruthless. The young man said that the girl used 2 techniques and defeated Ao Shan. He would now use 2 techniques and straighten her out. The girl thought that it was not good. She had lost this competition. Mo Lan came to her senses in the hospital bed. She inquired about the competition. Her co-worker was also lying there moaning in pain. He too was in pain. The girl looked back and saw that another fighter of the academy was defeated. Mo Yun Kong School had won the tournament today without a doubt. The young man wondered, are these really the top talents of Linu Academy? They didn't represent anything special. Mo Lan became frustrated. This Lundu turned out to be a level 4 martial arts expert. He had easily defeated all the second-level martial arts experts in their academy. The onlookers regretfully thought that their men had been defeated by the Mo Yun Kong School. It turns out that this school is superior to them in martial arts skill. Lundu asked, who else would dare to come out to fight against him? Is everyone really afraid? School elder Mo Yunsun asked Mo Shan, if Linu Academy didn't have any more people capable of taking the fight, then this year's competition could be ended. Mo Shan thought, are they really losing? This will be terribly frustrating. Suddenly, Lin Feng raised his hand and said that he hadn't performed yet. We can't finish this competition. Sister told her brother to stop making noise. This is a serious tournament. The young man told the girl to believe her brother. The young man said that they were weak players from their academy so far, so the representatives of Mo Yun Song School just beat them up. The academy representatives who were defeated silently lowered their heads. They had nothing to object to. The young man said that those three were disgraced. Because of them, all the better students of the academy were also disgraced. The girl realized that the young man was right, but she was offended. She pointed her finger at him, but had nothing to say. The young man pointed at Mo Shan and said that he was fielding weak academy representatives. This was unforgivable. Mo Shan thought that this young man was just showing off. After all, this is just an ordinary competition. Mo Shan called the young man a petty scoundrel. He said he dare not talk to him like that. Lin Fan stated that he was willing to perform, and Mo Shan should grant this fight to him. Elder Mo agreed with the young man's arguments and said that in that case, the opponent should put up a contestant. Mo Shan thought that after the young man lost, he would destroy him. Lin Fan said that he was very grateful to the elder for his support. The audience thought Lin Fan was crazy. He is too naive to think that he can defeat Mo Yun Kong, a student of Mo Yun Kong School, with his bare hands. Lin Fan said that an ordinary stick would be enough for him to deal with a few weaklings from Mo Yun Kong School. Lundu asked, was the young man sure that he was some kind of extraordinary talent? Right now, he could still leave the arena. But if he stays and enters the competition, he will immediately suffer a crushing defeat. Lin Fan pushed off from his seat and jumped high, rushing straight into the arena. He said that he was ready to compete against the opponents from Mo Yunsun School. Lundu said with fury, if the young man dared to come, then there was no need to accuse him of being ruthless, and he will now show how strong he is. Lin Fan said that his opponent's status was not enough to beat the academy representative in this fight. The young man pointed his finger at one of the opponents and said that he was the only one who could fight him with dignity. The young man pointed at one of the academy's top students, Mo Yunsun. The girl was upset. She thought that Lin Fan would challenge Lundu. In the end, the young man backed down. In the end, he chose an unknown disciple as his opponent. The elder thought it was their trump card, but it was a big secret. The young man asked, Lin Fan wants to challenge him? We should first see how he would fight the first 4 disciples of their school. The girl wondered, is this young man really the strongest representative of the Mo Yunsun School? Elder Mo couldn't understand. How could Lin Fan realize that this young man was the best? However, seeing was one thing, but being able to win was another. Lin Fan said that he was willing to defeat these 4 rookies. It won't be too difficult for him. Let them all come out together. Mo Lan shouted that the young man was too arrogant. She would see what would happen to him later. The young man said that Lin Fan is very brave. If he defeats the 4, he will be ready to fight Lin Fan right away. The opponent told Lin Fan that he was a level 4 expert. He was ready to destroy this upstart immediately. Lin Fan said that he agreed to deal with him first and would consider it a warm-up. The young man said that Lin Fan was looking for death. He would now receive a yellow-level technique attack. The young man put his fist forward and moved towards his opponent. The young man realized that the blow of a ferocious tiger had been used against him. But this did not frighten him. He prepared his stick for defense in subsequent attack. The opponent couldn't figure out where Lin Fan was, He swiveled his head, but the young man was constantly moving around him. Lin Fan said that his opponent is too slow, and his sluggishness will eventually let him down. The young man couldn't understand how Lin Fan was behind him. He only noticed his shadow. Lin Fan was incredibly agile. The opponent said he's about to perform his strongest hold. It will be a yellow level move. The young man coolly deflected the opponent's punch. The colleague realized that he was about to perform a Mahamudra strike. Lin Fan would be amazed. Lin Fan's sister was frightened. His opponent is now using the destruction technique. Brother is in trouble, Lun Du is strong enough. Lun Du was furious. His strongest punch didn't even hit his opponent. Where did he go again? Lin Fan decided that it was time to end this fight. He jumped up and struck his opponent with a single punch. The injured man fell to the arena and blood flowed out of his mouth. The young man said that the first one was ready. The representatives of Mo Yun Song School were astonished. How could this young man manage with just a single stick? Not only was this young man incredibly fast, but he also possessed crushing strength. The spectators outside the arena were happy that Lin Fan had come forward. They were now cheering for him. The sister thought her brother was awesome today. He's really not the loser he used to be. Lin Fan said that the school had 3 more weak disciples that he wanted to pit against him. Have all 3 of them enter the arena at the same time. A 4th level expert, Dong Feng, entered the arena. He said if Lin Fan is so cocky, he won't be ceremonious. The young man used a yellow level technique. Rain of blades. He jumped high up and sent a sea of deadly blades at the young man. Lin Fan said, if 3 opponents came out against him now, then the chances would be equal. But one opponent would not be able to do anything against him. Lin Fan declared that it was impossible to defeat him. He started spinning the stick above his head with such speed that not a single sword reached its target. Dong Feng was disappointed. His opponent appeared to be able to break the deadly technique. Lin Fan was able to deal with his opponent as well, without much difficulty. The young man stood calmly in the arena. He was absolutely sure of his superiority. Mo Yun Seong School was shocked. That boy had defeated 2 of their representatives. How is that possible? The spectators were shouting that Lin Fan would win this tournament. They said that he was the best. Mo Yunsun School will retreat in shame. The Sun brothers came into the arena. They told the young man to stop fooling around. They will reform him now. Lin Fan stated that these 2 were merely 4th level experts. They had come to face their defeat together. One of the brothers stated that the young man was about to be defeated by his yellow level technique. It was called the Golden Hammer Strike. The young man swung the huge hammer and was about to strike Lin Fan. Lin Fan blocked this blow with his stick and asked, "Is this really all the energy?" He was very disappointed. The young man began to press down on his opponent's hammer with a stick. Brother Sun was failing. He asked his companion to come to his aid. 2 aggressive opponents were already standing against the young man. They were saying that the young man needed to improve himself to fight 2 opponents at the same time. Lin Feng used his martial arts skills and his stick as a cold weapon to deftly deal with the 2 enemies. The enemy was defeated and lay on the arena. The opponents thought Lin Fan was unstoppable. He beat 4 fighters with 1 stick. They're already disgraced. The spectators shouted that they're Lin Fan, a very indomitable fighter. They cheer for him with all their hearts. Lin Fan is the best master. The girl was surprised. Was this really Lin Fan's true strength? Before, he was easily subjected to her attacks. Now she was afraid that she would be the end of her. But she is not going to give up. The young man asked if there were anyone at the opponent's side who hadn't surrendered yet. They must get into the arena immediately. No need to waste his time. None of the opponents wanted to accept the young man's challenge. The fighters refused and came up with good reasons not to enter the arena. And only the strongest fighter from the rival school said that he was willing to fight Lin Fan. The students of Mo Yunsan School shouted for Dong Shui to destroy the unscrupulous boy and avenge the school's honor. The onlookers thought that this Dong Shui looked very confident. He must be a dangerous opponent. But Lin Fan is much stronger than he seems. The academy must win. The young man said that he wanted to know how strong the school's top student, Mo Yunsun, was. The opponent told Lin Fan to show his full power. Otherwise, he would have no chance in the battle. Lin Fan said that when the need arises, he will definitely show his full might and indestructible strength. Dong Shui said that in such a case, he would not be ceremonious. The opponent would not be spared today. Dong Shui also used a yellow level technique. It was a Mahamudra strike, the one and only. The young man thought that this Dong Shui is not simple at all. He is the same level 4 expert, but the Mahamudra strike is much more serious than his counterpart. It cost the young man a lot of effort to repel his opponent's attack. Dong Shui stated that it was only a warm-up, and he was about to show the real fight. Dong Shui's next strike was a slashing leaf strike. Lin Fan said that it wasn't bad. It was a surprise to him that the opponent was able to strike 2 blows at the same time. The next punch was a ferocious tiger punch. It was a double strike with both hands. Lin Fan parried this attack as well. The young man thought that his opponent had very good speed. He almost took him by surprise. The audience thought that Dong Shui was able to use several yellow level techniques. So he's a huge talent. He is much cooler than all 4 of the previous fighters performing. The opponents were surprised that Lin Fan was able to resist Dong Shui. Dong Shui couldn't imagine that Linu Academy had such disciples who could resist him for so long. Dong Shui decided to use the black level technique, a chaotic rock strike. The spectators were terribly frightened. Black level, it's terrifying. Dong Shui is very strong. He's using such black level techniques. Lin Fan was a bit puzzled. He hadn't seen such techniques yet. He had to try his best to dodge this rock. Lin Fan thought that his opponent was forcing him to surprise him. He would now apply a heaven-level power. The young man prepared to apply a royal strike. The spectators thought that there was a very strong wind. It was impossible to open your eyes. That's the effect of such a blow. These 2 in the arena are very intimidating. Because of the strong wind, the dust rose. It was unclear who won in the end. When the dust cleared, Dong Shui saw that his black level technique not only failed to break his opponent, but left him at a disadvantage. Lin Fan calmly asked, would his opponent have any more tricks? Dong Shui lost his temper. He was nervous and shouted. Dong Shui declared that he is very strong. In fact, he is a level 5 expert and an invincible martial artist. The companions thought that their Dong Shui would defeat this Lin Fan without a doubt. The spectators were frightened. If Dong Shui is a 5th level expert using black level techniques, Lin Fan has no chance to resist. Lin Fan asked, had his opponent finally decided to show off his skill? A 5th level expert in black level techniques? This matches the abilities of a 6th level expert. This is a good training for him. Dong Shui grabbed a rock and jumped over the young man. Lin Fan, he said, was very lucky. But that was the end of his luck. Now he would use the chaotic rock strike. This is a black level technique. The sister shouted loudly for her brother to be extra careful. Lin Fan swung around and said that it would be his 1.5-ton power sword strike. The young man used a crushing blow that struck his opponent. It was a heaven-level technique. Fire Dragon Sword. Dong Shui was startled. He didn't expect his opponent to possess such techniques. This was a very high-level technique. In Lin Fan's hands, his cold weapon looked very deadly. The young man said that he had finally gotten to his opponent. He struck Dong Shui, and the latter was defeated. The representatives of Mo Yunsun's school scattered in fear. The young man's sister couldn't believe that her brother had such incredible strength. Dong Shui lay motionless. He had been deactivated permanently. This was a fight he had lost to a worthy opponent. Lin Fan stood in front of his defeated opponent. He said that Dong Shui was very resilient today, and it was an honor to fight against such an opponent. Dong Shui was very active and combative today. But unfortunately, he lost. The spectators shouted that the academy team won today. They proved to be indestructible. Mo Yunsun's school was very sorry. Who would have thought that even Dong Shui could fail today? The girl thought that this boy, Lin Fan, would sooner or later become their most dangerous enemy. Elder Mo announced that the competition was over. The students of Mo Yunsong's school, although they had lost, were much stronger than before. School elder Mo Yunsun said that Linu Academy still has real talents with great potential. The sister threw herself on her brother's chest and shouted that Lin Fan is awesome, and she was very proud of him. The young man told his sister that he would always be okay. He was born under a lucky star. The school elder said that this technique is a black level technique of the Mo Yunsun school. It must be handled with care. Elder Mo handed the young man a yellow level weapon of the Lin Academy. He said that it was a reward for victory. The young man was overjoyed. He thanked the 2 elders for the trust they had placed in him. They were valuable rewards. The young man told his sister that his body was much more powerful. He's not used to using weapons. and this precious sword he gives to her. The girl rejoiced and said that she would cherish the sword as she should. After all, it was what her brother had fought for and risked his life for. Lin Fan familiarized himself with the contents of the donated literature. It turned out to be the chaotic rock-striking technique used by Dong Shui. The technique seemed very cool to him. The young man decided to do things the old-fashioned way. He decided to use a method that had already proved itself, so he announced an auction. The auction was for a precious black-level technique from the Mo Yunsan school. The starting price? 10 entry-level pills. The elder thought, "Is this boy so stupid? He has acquired a black-level technique and doesn't see it as something valuable. How could he think of selling it?" The elder stated that he was willing to buy this book for 10 entry-level pills. He saw this as an opportunity to bring back this technique. After all, it was better than letting the people in Linu Academy practice it. Elder Mo stated that he was willing to give 15 pills. He felt that Lin Fan was not thinking straight, and he will take this opportunity to buy their family a chaotic rock strike, which is an excellent technique. The elders began to bargain among themselves. The price came to 35 pills. The young man shook the book in front of the customers. He thought that the more they argued, the more money he would earn. The elegant Miss Ming appeared in the arena and said that she was giving 100 entry-level pills for this technique. Elder Mo thought that Bing Ming was very tough, immediately offered such a big price. The school elder offered 20 mid-level pills and said for Lin Fan to have a conscience. Bing Ming offered 40 mid-level pills. School elder Mo Yunsan offered 50 mid-level pills and said that they didn't have any more. Lin Fan said as he closed the deal, "The book sold for 50 mid-level pills. The buyer can be congratulated on his valuable acquisition." School elder Mo Yunsan received the valuable technique and said they were leaving. The young man said that he was grateful to the gracious elder. At the next such opportunity, he is willing to participate in such an auction. Dong Shui told the young man that today's competition was over. The next time there is a competition, he will definitely destroy the young man. Lin Fan said, all in anticipation of his challenge. The young man thought that this Dong Shui was not simple at all, even though he had defeated him this time. But in the end, he still felt internally uncomfortable. Madam Ming appeared beside the young man. She pointed her sword at the young man's neck and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The young man agreed and said that he really hadn't seen his teacher in a while. The girl said that the young man had gained useful experience on the outside. But would his body be able to withstand a few cuts from this black-level blade? The young man replied that he did not understand what was being talked about. His plan now was to go and make the pills. Ming Bing said that the young man already had a lot of very valuable pills now. He had completed the auction well. The young man said that he had purchased all these pills for Mrs. Ming and respectfully asked to accept them. The young man thought that this mistress was much more cunning than him, and he is completely ruined. The girl said the pills wouldn't be enough. She had hoped for more, and now the boy can go and make the pills. She gives him 10 days to do so. If he can't make the pills in a solid state, she will come to help. The young man thought that 10 days to manufacture, that's unrealistic. Professor Min wants to get rid of him. The girl said that the young man now had only two choices. Go and prepare the pills or die now. The young man was frightened and said that he would certainly only prepare the pills in the required amount. Lin Fan thought that this woman was very cruel. He hoped that he would complete the task and not get killed. The dean of the academy approached the young man and congratulated him. He said that he didn't make a mistake about the young man. The young man helped save the face of the academy to Lin. The old man said that Lin Feng was now able to defeat the best at the expert stage. This was absolutely an outstanding achievement. The elders said that the young man should leave the alchemy department and join the cohort of his disciples. Madam Ming said that the abbot can't just come and take away her valuable students. Lin Fan pondered. The elder's words were not without common sense. He decided to think about it. Elder said Bin Min is mean today. They only know how to keep the disciples in fear. Lin Feng is a real talent. The best way to develop his talents is through martial arts. The young man, after thinking about it, said that he liked making pills better after all. The elder was once again surprised by the young man's choice. It seemed illogical to him. Madam Ming said that the young man's choice was influenced by her charisma. She left the young man no chance. 10 days passes, Mrs. Min showed up. She couldn't understand what was going on. The girl asked how Lin Fan was feeling. The whole room was filled with smoke. A young man stood in front of her in burnt clothes. He was coughing violently. The professor was surprised. She said that these 10 days the young man was alone and would not allow her to check on him. And what does she see as a result? Lin Fan said he would like Miss Ming to look at this, and pointed his finger in the direction of the gaze. In 10 days, he had created 6 mid-level pills. He considers this to be a successful concoction. The sister thought her brother was on top of his game, as always. He's very cool. Madame Ming stated that Lin Fan is gifted in pill making. He had advanced to a mid-level master. The girl carefully assessed the quality of the pill making. The young man said he would like to ask for a day off. He has been working here for a very long time. Professor Min said no problem. Ming Bing interrogated the young man. Did he really need to rest again? Lin Fan said that he had discovered his own limitation. He needs to calm down and meditate a bit at his leisure. Otherwise, something like a furnace exploding might happen. The girl thought that a master at making pills was different from a martial arts expert. It's more about talent and intelligence than hard work. Madame Ming said that she would give the young man 10 days vacation. If he didn't come back in 10 days, she wouldn't be too hasty. The young man gave his word of honor that he promised he would definitely return, whatever it cost him. My sister told my brother to come back early and not to make her worry. The young man said everything would be fine, and the girl had nothing to worry about. A young man somewhere in the wilderness, sitting in a tree, wept bitterly. He, Lin Fan, a talent in martial arts, who had reached the limit of the disciple level in his rebirth, could die here so unexpectedly today. The young man thought that a herd of wild animals had shamelessly driven him into a tree, and he didn't know what to do now. The herd of wild boars possessed level 5 martial arts skills. The young man thought that he hadn't fully recovered from the battle with Dong Shui yet, and he didn't have enough strength right now. He was very careless. The skin of these boars is tough. The meat is rough. Why did he decide to attack them? The young man looked down and he felt dizzy. The wild beast continued to wait for him. The young man realized that he couldn't handle the boars, and he couldn't run away from them. It seemed he had only one choice left. The young man decided to use his pills. He must raise his level of martial arts proficiency. The young man felt the pills begin to take effect. He had reached the edge and felt the upward surge. The young man decided that now the boars would be in trouble. The boy prepared to engage in hand-to-hand combat with an opponent outnumbering him and defeat them with dignity. The young man jumped down from the tree to the ground and put his plan into action. The boars didn't say hello, thanks to the pills. The boy thought that at the apprentice level he wouldn't have been able to overpower the boars. But now he only needs one strike. This is the power of a martial arts expert. The young man was pleased with himself. He had managed to break through to the level of an expert. This was undoubtedly an outstanding achievement. The young man noticed that none of these boars applied any pressure. He wasn't sure he could progress so quickly. The young man's hunt was a success. The wild boar was roasting on the fire. It was a victory. Lin Fang said that this boar was very tasty, and this method of cooking with a special recipe gave him many new sensations. Suddenly, 2 strangers appeared in front of the young man. They were asking for help. They were glad to see someone. The young man asked, "Who are they, and what are they doing here in this remote wilderness?" The young man stated that they are Mo Yun Song's disciples. They are not criminals. While getting practice, they came across a waterfall. It's a very turbulent current. You can get killed. The young man said that the force of the current in the waterfalls is very huge, but not to the point where they would be so frightened. The young man noted that the local waterfall would be good for his tempering. The traveler said that the problem was in the pool into which the waterfall flows. He found a spot there that had a golden sheen to it. Initially, they thought it was some kind of healing agent or some powerful weapon. Maybe this light has the power to absorb people's consciousness. He took one look and a prickling pain swept over his eyes. They ran away as fast as they could, but about 10 of their brothers and mentors might die there. The young man thought, a golden luster that could absorb a person's soul. Is that possible? Lin Fan reached the waterfall and concluded that it was quite powerful. It was a great place to temper his body. The young man remembered that last night 2 travelers had talked about a golden sheen that should be here. Lin Fan saw this glint in the water and immediately dived in. Perhaps there really was something there. The deeper the young man sank, the more his eyes hurt. It was just as the travelers had told him yesterday. The young man plunged almost to the bottom, with many skeletons scattered around the unimaginable glow. The young man saw a huge yellow glowing flower at the bottom of the lake. It was the flower of the dead. In addition to martial arts and body techniques, another kind of technique exists in the land of Shenwu. They can kill people with telekinesis. They're masters of spiritual techniques. However, one who wishes to become a master of spiritual practice must first master telekinesis. The golden flower is a kind of carrier of the souls of the dead. The young man felt himself being pulled in. He began to panic. He's trapped by this flower. He can't move. The young man felt that he should just stay conscious. He doesn't want to die that way. The young man noticed that something had happened to him. What was it? It seemed that the mysterious golden seal had suppressed the effects of the flower and also penetrated his soul. What was it that happened? A young man sits on dry land in front of a shining sword emitting light. He is meditating. That flower of the dead turned into a small golden sword. The young man acquired the skill of telekinesis. He became a practitioner of spiritual power. The young man tried to lift the sword with his mind and thrust it into a tree not far away. He succeeded. He decided it was very powerful. The power of telekinesis is a threat to all life on Earth. The guy thought that the power of telekinesis was not a quick thing. There was no hurry. The most important thing now was to temper him in the waterfall. He needed to increase his ability to withstand 3 tons of force. The young man mentally apologized to his sister. He wouldn't be able to return in time. He hoped that Miss Ming wouldn't do anything bad to his sister. Madame Min continued to wait for the young man. 10 days had passed. Lin Fan still hadn't returned. He had not kept his word. Min Bin was furious. This rascal boy really believes that she would let herself be deceived like this. Her sister couldn't believe it. Her brother had promised to return in 10 days. Maybe something had happened to him. The girl hoped he was all right. On the 10th day, Lin Fan was in the middle of nowhere practicing on the waterfall. After he learned to withstand a load of 4 tons, he started to lose consciousness. An expedition led by an elder traveled into the wilderness during the winter. The elder said that according to Lin Fan's capabilities, he would not be threatened by an expert-level werewolf. So he must have reached this mountain range. Madame Min noticed that this boy has been missing for a month. Maybe the dogs ate him. The girl thought that deep down, Madame Ming was worried about her brother. This time, she specifically asked the head of the search team to join the search. The elder told everyone to stop. He thought he saw a huge werewolf blocking their way. A young man was moving towards the expedition. He was carrying a huge number of exotic animals. The sister recognized her brother and said it was Lin Fang. Madame Ming recognized him too. The young man was surprised and asked how they all ended up here. It was an unexpected meeting for him. The elder said that Lin Fan's power is getting bigger and bigger. He really is an unimaginable talent. The sister said she was glad her brother was all right. They finally tracked him down. The young man said he was sorry for making his sister worry, and they all had to work hard to find him. Mrs. Ming pulled out her sword and said, if the young man was fine now, he would soon get into trouble. The girl was furious. She had given Lin Fan 10 days of rest, but he had extended the rest to 1 month on his own. He must have had enough of living. The young man hid behind his sister and said it was his fault. Next time, he would never break his promise. Her sister asked how her brother's skin got so white. He used to be much darker. The young man explained that his skin had gotten lighter because he was now frozen and covered in frost. The 12th day, Lin Fan is in the middle of nowhere. It was hard for the young man. He recalled how he lost consciousness at that time. The young man noticed that his body was even better. It seemed that while he was in a coma, the load his body could withstand had increased to 4 tons. Lin Fan assumed that tempering at the waterfall would actually have a positive result. He was interested in continuing. It has been 20 days since Lin Fan has been in the wilderness. The young man felt that the current had become stronger in the last few days. The load had reached a force of 5 tons. This hardening was hard on the young man. 5 tons, that's the threshold. He had to make a breakthrough to the next level. The young man decided that enough was enough. Now he could continue to just swim. The restless Mrs. Ming stated that the young man was indeed enjoying the beauty of nature here. The elder said that Madame Min is too aggressive. If she constantly treats the young man like this, she definitely won't get results. The elder wanted to suggest that the young man consider leaving the alchemy department, and he would personally train him in martial arts. The young man would absolutely become a new martial arts genius of the next generation. Min Bing said that she needed to remind the elder of some obligations. In 2 months' time, there will be an alchemist competition between Linu Academy and Mo Yunsan Academy. Lin Fan is a special student in the alchemy department. The elder agreed that this competition was very important to their academy. We'll have to try to lure the young man next time. The young man said that 2 months is not that long. He asked how many participants would there be. The girl replied that there would be 9 people from Mo Yunsan High School. There would only be a young man from the academy. The young man said that it would be very difficult for him to become the best of the 10. Madam Ming said that the young man would be able to make the pill better than anyone else and be the absolute first. Otherwise, she would cut him with this sword. The young man stated that when the sword is near his neck, he can promise anything. Lin Fang will win. Bing Ming will win. Linu Academy will win. There will be an unconditional victory. Bing Ming said that the young man must concentrate. The opponents are very strong. There will be more than one top-level master opposing him. Therefore, he must immediately prepare a top-level pill. The young man said he would do his best and will not disgrace his native academy. The young man thought for a bit that he would first make a top-level pill and use it to heal his sister's cold soul. The young man spent many days and many experiments in order to obtain the necessary pill. He failed miserably. The top-level pill is very difficult. 10 days have passed, but only they failures are behind him. Madam Ming looked into the lab and realized everything. The experiment had failed again. The young man made excuses. He thought he was close to victory. But unfortunately, he failed again. Miss Ming said that the young man had picked up a good pace. There's no need to worry. Let's keep going one step at a time. The young man will succeed. The young man thanked the teacher and said she was extremely kind to him. The girl told the young man to do a good job. There's still time. The main thing was to keep his hands up and keep working. Lin Fan said that he would definitely try his best and will definitely succeed. The young man thought that he had managed to hide it well, and Min Bin didn't discover anything. The young man once more took out and looked at his pill. If the mistress noticed, she would take it away. The young man realized that the level of his pillory was growing. The demands were also growing. If perfection was to be achieved, one had to train hard every day for several years. The young man showed talent and found a new method of preparing top-level pills. The guy believed that in this method he needed to apply telekinesis and focus his consciousness on the process of making the pill. The probability of success would immediately increase. The power of spiritual mastery can materialize with great precision. Control and materialization in alchemy are in no way comparable to the abilities of an alchemist. The young man was pleased with the result. The probability of success was almost 100%. He knew that he had no equal. The young man decided to count how many top-level pills he had made behind Bing Ming's back these days. Madam Ming thought that even though Lin Fang constantly fails at making pills, he respects the teacher, so it can be considered that there is progress. Even if he doesn't make a single pill, he is still her best student. The young man believed that all the pills he had prepared were his property. He wasn't going to give Bing Ming a single pill. The girl thought that despite the 10-day string of failures, the young man was improving all the time. The girl was surprised. It had been a month already and the boy had tried tirelessly every day. But there was not a single successful day. Something must be said to cheer him up. Another 20 days passed. The young man decided that the teacher was not in today. The girl was discreetly peeking at her student. Upon returning to the lab, the young man saw that Miss Ming was present there. The girl stated that today she will be personally present during the entire process of making the pill. She wants to check its progress. The young man said that if he was being watched, it would not be to his liking. The woman was angry. Did the young man not want to do it in front of her? The young man was frightened and said he was about to start doing everything. Madam Ming bared her sword again. More than a month had been wasted, she said. What could he show her now? The young man was terribly frightened. He said that he would do his best now. A young man was making preparations near the alchemy furnace. His teacher, with sword in hand, was watching from afar. The young man took out one pill and said that today was victory. He managed to make a pill. It's still warm. The girl, after examining the pill, concluded that it was a top-quality product. Ming Bing praised the young man and said that she didn't believe in him for nothing. He should continue to do well. The young man was upset. This time he'd been figured out. Now he wouldn't be able to get away with it. The guy showed another pill. It too turned out to be a top-quality pill. The girl was amazed. Madam Ming said he was a rascal. In fact, he was able to make top-quality pills before that. She wants him to confess how many pills he made secretly from her in the end. The young man said he had only these 2 pills in his possession. The young man knew that he had secretly made about 100 pills. If Bing Ming found out about them, then he's a real dead man. Bim Min discovered the vials of top-level pills. She wondered why he hadn't told her. The young man said that except for these pills, he had no more. The girl said she trusted him. He's terrible, so she will keep everything. The young man was upset. Madam Ming had completely purified him and eliminated the entire stock of top-quality pills. The girl said she was patient and genuinely encouraged him. He ended up playing with her. Apparently, you should always be hard and strict with him. Previously, the girl had assumed that if he improved his alchemy skills in this month, it would already be an achievement. There was no way she would have thought that he was able to make top-level pills. Madam Ming thought that this boy was very gifted in alchemy. The pills were unparalleled. Another month has passed. The day of the competition came. Sister asked if her brother was ready for the alchemy competition. Mo Yunsun has quite a few top-level alchemy masters. Madam Ming said that Lin Fan had created top-level pills. The best teachers have better students. Under her guidance, the young man became a high-level alchemy master. The girl said that her brother was a very cool alchemist. The young man asked his sister to calm down. He was angry at Mrs. Ming. He didn't think she was the best teacher. After all, she had completely ripped him off. The young man believed that he would definitely win the alchemy competition. He already had a few trump cards ready for this competition. The elder asked if the young man was confident. They say that the opponents are not weak at all. The young man said he is absolutely sure that he will be the best among all the participants of the tournament. Madam Ming said that there would be 10 people in total. The young man must be the first. If he can't take the first place, he can't expect to rest in the future. The young man said that alchemy is not very important. More important, a vacation. 9 opponents are no threat to him. The elder thought that this Lin Fan had managed to change a lot. The onlooker said that Mo Yunsun's 9 disciples were extremely talented. There are already some truly amazing top-level alchemy masters. The fans said that the academy will have a hard time. Lin Fang is a tough fighter. But as for alchemy, can he beat the masters? Everyone's attention was drawn to the fact that representatives from Mo Yunsun's school had come. The incomparable alchemists. Unexpectedly, the alchemist master himself in Mo Yunsun's schools arrived at the tournament. The elders said that this year will be the first alchemist competition of the 2 academies. It is of great significance all the participants must put in their best efforts. Han Xiao asked Lin Fan, is he really an alchemist? After all, he is a martial artist. How could he possess alchemy skills? The opponents thought that this Lin Fan was still very young. He only knows how to fight. He doesn't know anything about alchemy. The young man said they can laugh for now. When they lose, they will start crying, and he will be the one laughing. The elder declared the alchemy competition open. The elder announced that the competition consists of 3 parts. Make a quality pill of any level. Those whose pills are of the highest quality will move on. The time limit is 4 hours. 5 contenders will advance. Lin Fan was told by his opponent that he had no chance of making it to the second round. He shouldn't be upset about it. Lin Shangtian, a student of alchemy at Mo Yunsun School, one of the hopefuls. The young man stated that he wasn't worried about handling his opponents at all. The young man prepared a chaise lounge. The young man said he had to rest for a while. He's sleepy. Madam Ming was furious. What is that rascal boy doing? During the first part of the tournament, he suddenly decided to sleep. Principal Xia said that the disciple of Linu Academy is very peculiar. Using such methods would definitely result in a loss. The elder stated that this student has a special way of thinking. The onlookers were horrified. Why is Lin Fan sleeping? Who would be competing? The opponent thought the young man was a complete non-entity. Who said he was talented? Mo Yunsun's school considered the young man to be completely unprepared. He is incompetent and has no real power in him. Madam Ming said if the young man won, she would give him 2 weeks of rest. The young man turned on his other side and said he agreed to 1 month's vacation. The girl said solemnly that she would promise the young man 1 month's vacation if he won. Madam Ming warned, if the young man didn't win, she would make him remember the meaning of the word inhumanity. Opponents said their opponent was overly arrogant. This Lin Fan is very smug and talks a lot. It's obvious that he doesn't put them down for anything. One of the students told his colleagues to focus on alchemy and not get distracted by this loser. The young man said he'd probably have to show what he could do after all. He's ready to surprise everyone. Madam Ming thought that this boy was surprising her more and more with his skills. The elder thought that Lin Fan was incredibly amazing. He couldn't imagine that the young man was not only in good condition now, but had also reached the level of a martial arts expert. The sister thought that her brother was growing up very fast. He had already become an expert in martial arts. The audience shouted that Lin Fan turned out to be a martial arts expert. He also has incredible strength. So Lin Fan had grown to become a martial arts expert, so he didn't have time to study alchemy. The young man began to prepare the pill. He lit the furnace. The power of the fire was enough for now. The young man used his secret option, the power of telekinesis. A disciple of Mo Yunsun's school said that he has a healing pill ready. It's of good quality. The young man congratulated Sister Diane. At a glance, it was obvious that her healing pill was of the highest quality. One of the students prepared a pill of average level but perfect quality. The master said that his wards were engaging in self-glorification again. Even though the pills are only entry-level and mid-level, the quality is really good. The elder said that Mo Yunsun's school really knows how to create talents. 9 disciples from the school had already completed the task. Why hasn't Lin Fan finished yet? The young man was on edge. There were only 15 minutes left until completion. The young man noticed that firepower required more control power than telekinesis. Why hadn't anyone told him that before? The girl noticed that the 4th hour was about to end, and their opponent still hadn't cooked anything. That would be the end of the competition. Madam Ming thought that given Lin Fan's skills, he should have finished first. Why was he stalling for so long? Did he have some unforeseen difficulties? The opponents shouted. They knew so well that the young man could do nothing. A young man took a fry out of the oven and said, "Fries, it's complicated." The audience thought, what does fried potatoes have to do with it? Where are the promised pills? Madam Ming was ready to explode with anger. She turned blue with hatred. Did this young man really want to die? He might as well not even think about vacation. The young man said that his teacher need not worry. He made the pills before anyone else. Just resting was very boring for him. So he fried some potatoes. The young man presented his pill to everyone. It was magnificent. The opponents were surprised. Is this really a top-level pill? How is that possible? Master Xia said that the young man had an amazing talent. Not only did he make a higher-level pill, but it was also of perfect quality. The audience said that Lin Fan was very cool. He made a top-level pill. 5 students from Mo Yunsun's school dropped out of the competition. The losing students left the tournament venue. Lin Fan said that this was the end of their paths. He wished the young people good luck. The opponents said it's only the first round. When it's round 2, they'll tear him up. He won't be able to cook anything worthy. The young man said that when the time came, he would show all 4 opponents what a true alchemist was. The opponent thought that Lin Fan was terribly talented. Making him lose would be very difficult. A special plan must be devised. Master Xia said that Linu Academy has a really talented disciple. The elder thanked them for recognizing their talent. He said that later there would be a second part of the competition. Now we can rest. The elder announced the second part of the contest. It will be quantitative. Pill levels are not important. Whoever makes the most pills wins. The time limit is 8 hours. 2 contestants will advance to the 3rd round. The girl said that Lin Fan is very daring. Will he have the courage to make top-level pills? She will see who will make more. The young man said that's what he needed. Making only the highest quality pills is very interesting. When time runs out, and if she loses, he will give her a kick. The girl said she agreed, and if Lin Fan loses, she will punch him in the face. The elder thought to himself, whatever Lin Fan had done wouldn't let himself be fooled. Low-level pills could be made in this round. The most important thing was to make more of them. Madam Ming said to the elder not to worry. Li Feng is very talented. If he decides to accept the challenge, one can be sure that he will do well. The girl decided that Lin Fan was caught. She wouldn't let him go any further. The contestant thought that only she and Lin Fan make top-level pills. Since they are of high quality, they will be scarce. He and she, both of them will be out of this tour. The young man laughed. Why are the students of Mo Yunsun's school so naive? Do they really believe that he doesn't see it as a trick? Lin Fan decided that it was time to demonstrate his first trump card. 8 hours have passed. The contestants are discussing the results of the contest. One says that he only made 7 pills. Another admits that he made 6 pills in total. The most talented student said he made 10 out of 10 entry-level pills. The elder thought that this Lin Shangtian had made 10 pills. Surely he must have won. Madam Ming thought that the current situation was too dangerous. If Lin Fan wanted to be among the first, then at the very least, he would need to make 8 pills. However, he chose to make the top-level pills. The girl said she didn't do very well. She only made 4 top-level pills. The girl thought that she had hurt Lin Fan anyway. It looks like this is his defeat. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The girl was frightened. She asked, "Who did it?" Lin Fan apologized and said that he hadn't kept track of the time. His cauldron exploded. The girl said if the young man's cauldron exploded, therefore he lost. The girl said he blew it up on purpose. It was too much. Li Fan told her not to get angry. He gave her another top-level pill as compensation for the damage. The girl said it looked like the young man had managed to do something. However, if he only managed to make 1 pill, it was clearly not enough. The rival was surprised to see something else from the young man. She asked, "What is it?" The young man said if 1 wasn't enough, he still had 9 pieces. Madam Ming was pleased with her disciple. In one go, he made 10 top-level pills. This young man had unexpectedly and discreetly prepared everything. Even she didn't notice it. The elder had said that Lin Fan was terrifyingly talented in martial arts, but he couldn't imagine that his talent in alchemy was even more terrifying. Master Xia said that they had previously made the academy look like a laughingstock. Who would have thought that now they themselves had become so worthless? The audience said that Lin Fan is number 1. He is the best alchemist and there is no equal to him. This young man tore Mo Yunsan's disciples apart again. The opponents said it was all disgusting. 3 of their students were eliminated from the tournament. This young man won them all. Lin Fan told her not to leave. Did she forget about their bet? After all, he should give her a kick. The girl was very angry with the young man. She did not expect that such a shame was ahead of her. The audience laughed and said that this Lin Fan wouldn't let anyone down. Master Xia said that this was a simple alchemy competition and nothing more. There is no need to use martial arts in the execution of the bet. The young man said he would. He would leave martial arts aside this time. The onlookers said that Lin Fan rarely exceeded his body strength before, but even then he had destroyed Mo Yunsan's disciples. The girl said that she was warning Lin Fan. He shouldn't get excited so early. Brother Lin, a true alchemical genius. The girl wanted to say something about the 3rd round, but didn't have time. She got the promised kick, and after gaining acceleration, she flew aside. Lin Fan decided that this would be the case with anyone who tried to measure strength or knowledge with him. Master Xia was discouraged. Even though the young man didn't use the strength of a martial arts expert, he was still very strong. The audience said that it was just a small consequence of this loss. After all, Lin Fan is the best. Mrs. Min said that tomorrow is the 3rd round. The young man must be ready. The opponent is very capable and dangerous. He became a top-level alchemy master a few years ago. The young man said that he has absolutely no interest in opponents. Right now, he is worried about getting a month of vacation, and he hopes that Miss Min's promise will still stand. Elder and Madam Ming remained silent. They were shocked by the arrogance and self-confidence of their academy's disciple. The 2nd day of the tournament had arrived. Lin Fan asked Dian Meng if she was still alive. Did she like the kick she took yesterday? The young man told Lin Fan to cut loose from his little sister. Today, he intends to completely destroy his rival. Lin Fan said that his opponent is very confident, and he is ready to fight for real. Elder said that the 3rd round of the competition between the 2 academies has begun. Right now, Lin Fan versus Lin Shangtian was speaking. The young men stared intently into each other's eyes. The elder said the one who makes the best pill will be the winner. The duration of the round is 12 hours. Lin Shangtian chose the ingredients for his pill. He had medicinal herbs. The young man looked at the materials his opponent had chosen. He decided that he was going to make a top-level warming pill. The young man decided that in that case, he had won, because he would make a mystery-level pill. The young man was pleased with himself. He had made a pill of a mysterious level. Sometimes the talents of an alchemy master could surpass any boundaries. The pill he made was much better than just a top-level pill. This pill is only half a step short of reaching the heavenly level. Master Xia said that the disciple of Linu Academy is enthusiastic. This young man guessed that he was in trouble. Madam Ming said that his colleague was underestimating the young man. Master is extremely confident today, and she has a bad feeling about it. The opponent stood by his stove. He thought there was no way he was going to lose. Lin Fan thought that his opponent would do well. The liquid pill had already been made. The young man felt that there was a catch somewhere. His opponent clearly understands that Lin Fan is capable of making a top-level pill. Why then is the opponent so confident? Does he really have a method to win this tournament? Li Fan thought that his opponent could also make a mysterious level pill, and even a higher level. The young man decided that there was no point in making a mysterious level pill now. Even though he had never done it before, he would have to take the risk now. And he had already decided that he wanted a pill that was as unadulterated as possible. He will use the essence of a martial arts expert, and he will infuse it into the pill. The onlookers wondered what Lin Fan was doing now. The young man raised his alchemy furnace high. Everyone thought he had lost his mind. Master Xia thought that the young man was a petty dreamer. He might be about to make the furnace explode. The elder thought, why did the young man raise the pill furnace into the air? Is there such a method? Madam Ming didn't understand what this boy was up to. She had never seen pills being made this way before. The young man was very tense. He needed to introduce the essence of a martial arts expert when forming the pill. This was his secret method. After a while, the young man noticed that the pill was ready and it was already frozen. His opponent noticed that his secret method worked, and it worked. Master Xia jumped up from his seat. He saw that his disciple had succeeded. Mrs. Ming decided that it didn't seem like a top-level pill. Master Xia stated, although it is a warming pill, it has reached a mysterious level. On top of that, the quality is top grade. Master Xia was confident that victory was in their pocket. The night before, Master is explaining to his disciple, based on Lin Fan's methods that he has seen, he doesn't know how to make a heavenly level pill yet. Rather, he probably only knows how to make mysterious level pills. Therefore, Lin Shangtian can produce a mysterious level pill, but it will have superior quality. Master Xia and his disciple looked at each other. Their scheme had succeeded. The girl laughed. Brother Lin had avenged them all. The opponents didn't understand what Lin Fan was counting on this time. The outcome of this tournament is known. Madam Ming thought that the young man's victory yesterday was too easy. It made him underestimate his opponent. The elder said for Mrs. Ming to be patient. He can see that Lin Fan is not giving up yet. The young man knew that he had prepared a much better pill than the mystery level pill. Madam Ming didn't understand what Lin Fan was doing. In the third part of the tournament, finishing last as always. Why is he taking his time? The onlookers were upset. Lin Shan had made a mysterious level pill so early. It looked like Lin Fan would no longer win. The young man finally retrieved his pill from the alchemical furnace. He thought it was ready. He just didn't realize what the result would be yet. The opponent wondered, did he really do it too? The girl said to Brother Lin not to worry. The quality of what Lin Fan did was nowhere good. Madam Ming asked, what kind of pill did the young man eventually make? The young man said he had made such a pill and showed it to his teacher. The opponents were surprised. Is there such a thing as a black-colored pill? It's a failure. The audience was disappointed. If he really put something in there, their academy was dishonored. Mrs. Ming gazed at this pill carefully. It seemed to her that this pill looked like a pill that wasn't quite right. The opponents said that Lin Fan was just wasting their time. His teacher can't recognize this pill either. The disciples of Linu Academy are only able to use third-party supplements to prepare pills. They are unable to follow the rules. The sister had faith in her brother. He wouldn't intentionally mess something up. Master Xia asked his colleague for this pill to take a closer look at it. Miss Min said that she would probably have to admit defeat. Lin Fan was terribly upset. He didn't want to admit defeat. He was hoping for his victory. The elder said to Mrs. Min not to argue and showed this pill. The girl said there was nothing wrong with it. After all, it's just a competition. If their student made a bad pill, why not let them watch it? The disciple said, if Brother Lin lost, they would immediately admit defeat. Master Xia scrutinized this pill carefully and declared that this pill must be a heaven-level pill. The elder was terribly surprised. Heavenly level, it's one level above the mysterious level. It's incomprehensible. Mrs. Ming said that the quality of this pill is very poor, causing it to be completely ugly, but it is a true pill of heavenly level. Lin Fan realized that this time he had one as well. Madame Ming knew that this young man was a rare talent. At this age, he had already made a heaven-level pill. The sister couldn't believe that her brother had won this time too. The opponent realized that Lin Fan's talent was far ahead of him, so he lost this tournament. The elders came to the opinion that Yunsan's school had lost. It was announced that the winner of this tournament was a disciple of Linu Academy. Everyone present realized that the young man was the king of the position today. Lin Fan is the winner. Everyone was shouting that Lin Fan had won today. They really hoped for it and believed the young man. Master Xia said that he was very upset about this situation. They came here to defeat Linu Academy. As a result, they lost it all by themselves. The girl said that Linu Academy had only won once. There's nothing supernatural about it. The opponent said that Lin Fan had broken the boundary of his ability right during the competition. He has made a heavenly level pill. His talent level is extremely high. The girl thought that at the next competition between their academies, they would try to settle the score with Lin Fan. The young man said that in that case we would have to wait for months. We'll have to gather all the siblings and take them to the middle of nowhere and give hell to the students of Linu Academy, torture them to death. Master Xia said that Lin Fan is very young and very talented. He has an enviable ability. The elder wished his colleague well. He didn't understand why Madame Ming didn't want to hand over the pill. The rivals decided to conspire. They thought that Lin Fan's talent was outstanding, but perhaps it would bring him a lot of trouble. The elder suggested that the disciples of Yunsan's school didn't want Lin Fan to develop further. He said that Lin Fan's abilities were already known to everyone. The opponents will treat them very badly. Linu Academy should not be deprived of such a talent. Therefore, it is necessary to train Lin Fan in martial arts. Madame Ming said that the elder was certainly right, but if one were to be distracted by this training, no matter how talented he was, neither in martial arts nor alchemy would the young man excel. The elder once again asked Lin Fan, what choice would he make? The young man said that he had already made his choice. He would really like to go on vacation. Madame Ming and the elder realized that the young man should be granted a leave of absence. He deserved it. The teacher said that as soon as a month has passed, one must return immediately. Late arrivals will not be accepted and excuses will not be allowed. The elder stated that if Lin Fan had any questions regarding martial arts, he could always contact him. The young man thanked the elder. The young man thought that his ancestors were great martial artists. Compared to him, this was a higher level. The young man said that this top-level pill was a well-deserved reward for Goldie. The young man handed the pill to Goldie and he happily swallowed it. The young man said that his Goldie had turned into a ferocious beast, a second-level martial arts expert. Now he must guard his sister even more closely. Sister said that she had reached the first level of martial arts expert these days. It was all thanks to the pill her brother gave her. The young man said he was congratulating his sister. Now all the martial arts experts in the house. Good pills, fast progress. The young man said that the pill is very good. But teacher Bing Ming remains at the 7th level of martial arts beginner. The young man's sister thought, the area of the body where life energy is stored is called Dantian. Bing Ming has a problem with it. Therefore, there is no growth beyond the 7th level. The young man spread his hands. Now he realized what the problem was. In this case, pills of any level would not help her. The girl said that the subject was not worth discussing any further. She was going to make her brother a nice dinner. Goldie would get some too. The young man made a promise to himself that he would try to cure Madame Min. She had always been kind to him. Lin Fan practiced meditation. He knew that with telekinesis, he could create an arrow that pierced through metals and rocks. It would kill any enemy. Lin Fan created this black-level ancestral arrow and used telekinesis to send it at the target. The target was hit. The nurse looked out from behind the door. She heard the sound of an explosion. Where did that come from? What was her brother doing? The young man said he had been making pills all night, and he was tired. Now he decided to relax a little and make some noise. The next day came. The young man went to rest. His sister told him to be careful this time. Goldie stayed behind to guard the house and the mistress. The young man thought that this time had passed. The nurse didn't ask many questions about the explosions. The ancestral arrow is indeed dangerous, until he learned how to use it sustainably. Although the power is not enormous, it is possible that the man will not even notice the arrow. Lin Fang moved towards the mountain descent. On the way, they met some travelers who were moving towards them. The young man asked the travelers, were they also students of Linu Academy? What happened to them? The travelers were in a bad state. The young men said that Mo Yunsun's disciples were bullying others. They sent disciples into the wilderness to harass those who go out. They said that they lost the competition. Therefore, they have now decided to let out their anger. Lin Fang has realized everything. Mo Yunxiang's disciples are asking for conflict with him. They're taking their anger out on others. He'll deal with them. The young man thought that all he had been doing in the past few days was practicing alchemy. It was a good thing that he had broken through to the 4th level last night. Now he would be able to teach the weaklings from Mo Yunsun a decent lesson. It's been 3 days. People said that Mo Yunsang's men are very brazen. They're bullying people. There's no control over them. The top 10 students of Linu Academy were beaten one after another. Why aren't the teachers and elders of Linu Academy saying anything? It's a disagreement between the students. The elders should not interfere. One of the students said that she had good news. Di Xuan is heading into the wilderness to fight back. The disciples said that he had given up hope early. Now Di Xuan will take revenge on Lin Academy. He is very strong. After a while, the young man stated that things were not good. Just now, Di Xuan had fought with Mo Yunxiang's disciple. He was defeated in that fight. His bones were broken, and now he has to be treated. The disciples of Linu Academy were upset. Even Di Xuan was defeated. No one can straighten out Yunsun's disciples. The young men decided there was no one else to rely on. They were completely defeated and banished. Now they are not allowed to go into the wilderness and practice. The young man from Linu Academy said that he had some good news. There is a student from this academy. He's hiding his face under a mask. The young man added that this secret savior alone beat up 3 small groups of Mo Yunsong. Then in another place in the wilderness, he beat up the 6th of Mo Yunsun's top disciples. The young men were perplexed. What is the name of this brave man? No one knows his name now, but the masked man will soon tell his name. The name of this vigilante, Lin Fan. Lin Fan turns to the 6th best student of Mo Yunsun's school and says that he drew the young man a big, beautiful turtle. The 6th of the best is crying and begging for mercy. He's covered in blood. He has a funny-looking turtle on his cheek. Somewhere in the middle of nowhere, in the Dragon Gorge, Lin Fan is massacring the offenders of Linu Academy. The young man heard himself being called out. The young man looked around and said that 2 more people had come in, looking for death. The boy tossed the paintbrushes aside. In front of the young man stood the 4th of Mo Yunsun's top disciples. He said that Lin Fan dared to beat up his brother. He would have to answer for it. The 5th of the top students claimed that they had beaten up all the top students of Linu Academy. How dare a young man come here? He is definitely looking for doom. Lin Fan said as he asked the school's top student Mo Yunsun to find him. The rest of them can go rest. The opponents shouted that they were about to destroy this upstart. They went for Lin Fan. After a short time, the 4th and 5th of the top students were deactivated and lay on the ground in a bad state. Another of their colleagues approached them. The victim said that now they too had met Lin Fan. This young man had beaten them very badly. The 2nd of Mo Yunsun's top disciples said that the opponent's power could not be underestimated. He had defeated most of their top masters. The 3rd of the top disciples said that Lin Fan wouldn't be able to beat them all. The entire wilderness was already within their grasp. There was nothing Linu Academy could do about it. The top student of Mo Yunsun School said that if Lin Fan was the hope of Linu Academy, then they were about to destroy all their hopes. The rivals decided to split up to deal with Lin Fan as quickly as possible. The young men believed that they were well versed in the terrain and would be able to inflict maximum damage on the Academy's representative, Lin. One of our hero's rivals was moving in a direction he didn't understand. He thought he had lost his way. It seemed to the young man that there was someone hiding up ahead. He asked, "Who's there?" Not far away, his colleague Chen Yun was lying in the bushes. The young man was in a bad condition. The young man looked around. Who could have done this to his colleague? Not far away, Lin Fan was hiding in a tree. He decided that he had drawn a cute turtle on the cheek of his defeated opponent. The opponent shouted to Lin Fan to come down to him immediately. He intends to deal with him. A disciple of Mo Yunsun's school decided to use a black level technique against the young man. Heavenly Net. Lin Fan said he was frightened and starts to descend from the tree. Lin Fan used the fire dragon sword on his opponent. The opponent could barely stay on his feet. The young man attacked him from the start. The enemy thought that this boy was very strong. Who would have thought that he would beat him with one punch, since he was a 7th level martial arts expert? Lin Feng defeated his opponent and left another turtle on his cheek. The one said that his colleagues should be very cautious. A noticeable decrease in warriors could be felt in their ranks. Another opponent was approaching the battlefield and called for his colleagues to join him. A young man saw that his co-workers are deactivated under a tree. On the tree hangs a message with a turtle at the bottom. The young man shouted that he would destroy Lin Fan. Several of Mo Yunsan's top disciples lost to Lin Fan. Only Lun Yu was left. Lin Fan is extremely dangerous. He was still a dark horse to his opponents. The strongest disciple of Mo Yunsan Academy couldn't understand why in Linu Academy everyone was so happy. Once Lun Yu destroyed Lin Fan, they would immediately have to leave this wilderness. The young men reasoned that Lin Fan was a level 5 expert. Lun Yu has long been a 9th level expert, and he will break through to the master level soon. Lun Yu can't lose. Lun Yu asked, where could Lin Fan be found now? A colleague said that Lin Fan is too cowardly to come here. Lin Fan suddenly appeared and said that he was not a coward at all. Whoever wants to accuse him of being a coward can pay the price. Everyone shouted that Lin Fan was finally here, and now a real confrontation could happen. The rivals found an arena in the middle of nowhere and converged on it. They stood against each other and got to know each other. The young man said that his full name was Lin Fang Tian, but that's how he is rarely called. Lin Fan asked, how does the opponent want him to beat him up? The opponent said that he was about to rip Lin Fan into small pieces. The young man used a yellow level 5 element technique against our hero. Lin Fan was surprised that his opponent had decided to compete with him in battle techniques. Lin Fan dodged his opponent's attack very easily. He stated that his opponent was acting too slow in the martial arts arena. Lin Fan thought that Lun Yu was incredibly cocky. It would be impractical to hit at full strength. The opponent asked, is this really his level? He doesn't have enough strength to resist. The enemy used a heaven-level technique, a 9-stage disc strike. The attacks came in waves. The young man told his opponent to appreciate his overlord's more powerful punch. The young man clenched his fists and moved aggressively at his opponent. The young man said that unfortunately, he can't use the dragon strike with the fire sword. There are a lot of people here and he's conspicuous and would attract a lot of attention. Fortunately, his precious body is quite flexible and strong. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured by now. The opponent shouted that Lin Fan was provoking him himself. Lin Fan thought that his opponent's power had increased manifold. He had reached the level of a martial arts master. Lun Yu used a heaven-level technique, the 9-step disc strike. This technique was the most optimal for him. The young man decided that he had to combine the discs together. The opponent said that brother Lun Yu was incredibly dangerous. This battle can be considered over. Lin Fan knew that Lun Yu already had 1 foot at the martial arts master level. Lin Fan was in real danger. Lun Yu declared that he would destroy Lin Fan right now. His red sword would strike down any opponent. Lin Fan said that this leaves him with no options. He must take up the fight and deal with the offender. Lin Fan suggested that it would be a very violent clash. There should be no compromise. Lun Yu threw a punch at the young man. He probed the opponent's defense. Lun Yu wondered how the young man rated his combat training. He probably didn't expect such a powerful blow. Young suggested that he had made a mistake. We need to look at this fight from a different angle and rethink your defense. Lun Yu said that he was about to have a heaven-level technique, a devil sword strike. The opponent won't be able to resist. Lin Fan missed this punch and received a small injury. It was his mistake. He must be prudent. The opponent is very cunning. Lun Yu let the house veil go, and Lin Fan lost sight of his opponent. This did not bode well. The young man coughed. The mask helped him to avoid smoke entering his respiratory tract. His eyes had to be squinted. Lun Yu said that he had a tough opponent. We'll have to use other methods of fighting. Lun Yu decided to make a stab with the devil sword again. It had worked for him last time. The young man thought that in addition to his body being able to endure heavy loads, he also had good movement speed. This helps him to evade the attack of an armed opponent. The opponent said that he didn't need to be too complacent. Being 1 foot on the step of a martial arts master wasn't much of a danger. Lun Yu proceeded to implement the next strike, which is called the 9-step disc strike. It's an all-encompassing strike. Few people were able to dodge it. Lin Fan thuds a body kick into his opponent's body. It had no effect. Lun Yu said that these punches were absolutely no good. The opponent swung his sword and Lin Fan flew far back with a scream. Lin Fan noticed that his opponent had a very sturdy defense. He had only relied on the Overlord's strike, but it was not enough. To break through his armor, he would need to use other methods. The young man declared that his defenses could not be broken. If his opponent can do nothing more, he must resign himself to accepting his doom. Lin Fan said, "This all looks very funny. Does the opponent really think that it won't penetrate his armor? His backlash will be his trump card. He originally didn't want to use it, but Lun Yu had provoked him, and now he'll see how it turns out." Lun Yu said that this boy's self-confidence is kicking into overdrive. It is beginning to destroy him. The young man executed a powerful fist punch at his opponent. Lin Fan used the ancestral spirit technique. It was a secret energy absorption technique. Lun Yu asked, where did his opponent get such strength from? Lin Fan concentrated all his internal energy into his fists and delivered a series of crushing blows to his opponent, and asked, what was he ready to respond with now? The opponent was not prepared for such a counterattack. He was screaming to be left alone. The students of Mo Yunsun School were shocked. The newly matured martial artist Lun Yu lost to a 5th-level expert. It doesn't make any sense. Lun Yu was defeated. The spectators shouted that Lun Yu was defeated. Lin Fan was once again the strongest. The Mo Yunsun School felt defeated. There's a stigma attached. The young man announced on behalf of the victors, from now on, Mo Yunsun's followers are not allowed to enter the wilderness region. Otherwise, anyone he sees in the region will be beaten and forcibly removed. The young men regretted that they could not properly see the face of the winner. The vanquished thought that now they would only have to visit dangerous places in the wilderness for their studies. Lin Fan left the battle zone. He moved to the foot of the mountain. The young man thought he saw high-level people. It was good that no one was following him. The absorption technique was incredible, but even with such a strong body, he had suffered some damage. By the time he defeated Lun Yu, he had already used up a large portion of his energy. His entire body was now feeling sick. The young man felt a stranger behind him. He said that the young man was caught. Lin Fan asked, who was he? This person suddenly appeared behind him. He didn't even suspect anything. The stranger said that the young man did not need to know who he was. The stranger was wearing a mask. He took that mask off, but he was still a stranger. The young man didn't know him. The young man thought he was in trouble. It was urgent to run away. The stranger asked if he really wanted to run away. He quickly realized what he had to do, but he could not escape his fate. The young man thought that his opponent was very fast. His level is higher than the expert. It turns out to be 2 levels higher than his. Even with a full set of strength, the young man wouldn't be able to put up a decent resistance, especially now that he had some injuries. Lin Fan realized that there was nowhere to retreat to. A river stretched out in front of the young man. This huge river is full of evil spirits. If an evil spirit enters the body, death will come. A young man stopped on the bank of a river. The enemy caught up with him and asked him why he had stopped. The stranger said the young man could keep going and try to cross the river. Lin Fan thought that Mo Yunxiang seriously considered him if he sent a martial arts expert after him. The stranger said the young man appeared to be smart. He really wants to destroy him. However, he is now giving him a chance to escape. But unfortunately, Lin Fan couldn't escape from him. Lin Fan beat up the students of Yunsun Academy and forced them to endure the shame at the competition. This time it was Lin Fan who would be tortured. He was also thinking of deceiving everyone by hiding his face under a mask. It looked really funny. The young man took off his mask and said that Yunsun had been plotting something against him for a long time. The stranger said that the Yunsun Academy was very seriously interested in Lin Fan. Therefore, he was waiting for the young man at a time when he would be at his most vulnerable. It's just to be safe. The young man stated, to cut a chicken with a bull knife? You have to be very cowardly. Mo Yunsun's followers are very vile and shameless people. The stranger raised his hands up and said that Lin Fan's deadline had arrived. Nothing would save him. The young man turned around to face his opponent and said that the river was flowing behind him and that he would be killed in the river, so he had only one way out: to fight to the end. The young man rushed to the attack. The opponent said that the strength of his body was enormous, more than he thought. He has real skill. The stranger said that Lin Fan was a worthy opponent, and so it was all the more unfortunate that he would die today. Lin Fan blocked the strikes of the attacking opponent, but they were so powerful that the young man couldn't resist. He fell off the cliff and fell into the river. The young man thought that the evil spirits would eat his heart and bones. This time, he could not escape. The stranger continued to chase Lin Fan. He shouted at him not to run away from him through the water. The opponent thought that this river was incredibly dangerous. If a lot of time passes, it will be difficult for the expert to avoid being killed as well. It is necessary to act quickly and not recklessly. The stranger overtook the young man and shouted that this was the last attack. The young man couldn't take much more. The young man mentally said goodbye to his sister. He did not think that death would come to him in such a place. The sister felt a spiritual connection with her brother. She assumed that he was going through a difficult time. Mrs. Ming took her eyes off her book and asked what was wrong. The girl stated she seemed to hear Lin Fan calling for help. Miss Min said no one knows where her brother is right now. They can't help him. The girl thought that her brother should return on time. Lin Fan had promised her. The young man saw a vortex in front of him. He thought it was a very strong vortex. Once in it, there would be no way to die. The young man thought if there was no turning back, he would take the fight right here. The young man saw his opponent approaching him rapidly. The stranger kept saying that he was bringing doom to the young man. Lin Fan was angry and said that he was about to send the villain to certain death. The stranger replied that the young man didn't have enough strength. The striker said that the young man was more dangerous than he thought. Therefore, he will not delay any longer. The villain decided to use a heavenly level technique, 10 arrows of the bow of death. Lin Fan continued to shout that he would destroy the enemy and swiftly approached him. A furious fist was thrust forward to strike the enemy. A bloody battle ensued. No one had a clear advantage. The stranger was stumped. He didn't expect such resistance. He decided to use the heaven-level 100 arrows of death bow technique. It was 10 times more powerful, and the density of the arrows was much greater. The young man thought that the enemy's attacks were very many. There's no way to hide. We'll have to fight to the last man. Lin Fan remembered that he still had a trump card up his sleeve. This trump card was telekinesis. The young man activated the heavenly level of telekinesis, stopping all arrows. The young man felt his strength leaving him. Blood was oozing from his mouth. He wondered if he was too late. The opponent stated that the young man was very gifted. However, he is still only a martial arts expert. He can't cope with a specialist. In the next moment, something incredible happened. Under the influence of telekinesis, the arrows turned and flew at the stranger. He couldn't understand how it could happen. The stranger clutched his head, but he was too late. This was an irreversible situation. He was the loser. Plummeting to the bottom, the opponent didn't even imagine that the young man would turn out to be a spiritual master. His talent was incredibly intimidating. The opponent thought that, unfortunately, they would both die here. Lin Fan exhaustedly thought that he had won after all. Telekinesis had helped him. The young man thought that the martial arts expert had defeated the expert. It's a real miracle. The young man thought that this was the end of his life. The young man apologized to his sister. Lin Fan didn't know how much time had passed. At some point, he woke up. Lin Fan realized that he wasn't dead yet. But where did he find himself now? The young man tried to look around to see what was going on. The young man wondered if he'd been sucked in by the hydrogen. What is this place? What happened to his rival? Lin Fan felt very exhausted. The wounds were making themselves known. These wounds were too heavy. Evil spirits had gotten into his body. There was no cure for this. The young man saw a golden glint ahead. What is it? The young man was very interested in it. The boy realized that there was gold in front of him. There was a lot of it. Lin Fan realized that this wasn't a dream. Everything was happening in reality. There was no limit to his astonishment. The young man counted 15 gold bars. It was a treasure, gold of the highest grade. These golden stones were amazing. Their brilliance reflected the incredible powers of the earth and sky. One such stone, that's a rare stroke of luck. And to discover 15 bars, that's a jackpot. The young man thought that with this, he could not only cure himself of evil spirits, but also illuminate his body. so he could break through to the next level of his abilities. It would be the most worthy use of gold. Lin Fan was immensely happy. He felt that this was the reward for all his hard work and years of hardship. The young man gathered his thoughts and decided that there was not a second to lose. It was time to drive the evil spirits away where they belonged. The young man took one bar of gold in his fist. He felt the very powerful energy of the sun. You could read the steadfastness and self-confidence in his eyes. After the meditation session, our hero felt he was healed. It was glorious. The boy decided that justice had been served. Thanks to this gold, he not only regained his strength, but also became more powerful and dangerous than before. Lin Fan decided that these golden stones were of rare value. He should take them away. With their help, the young man hoped to help his sister. The young man remembered that teacher Bing Ming had problems in the Dantian area, and there was a chance that these stones would have a miraculous healing effect on her. There isn't a person who can't be helped by gold. Even a small bar has a huge healing effect. The young man thought that under certain conditions, he could seize the opportunity, and Miss Ming would be extremely grateful to him. Lin Fan decided that it was time to leave this place. There was nothing else of interest here. The young man, remembering his mountaineering skills, started climbing up to reach the exit to the outside. He wondered what the place looked like from the outside. The young man thought of his sister and Mrs. Min and thought of waiting for them. He would return with gifts. The young man continued to traverse the rocky obstacle. After a while, the young man climbed out. A matchless view opened before him. The air was very fresh. The boy was on the edge of a cliff. Before the young man appeared a huge waterfall, around which frolicking pack of wild monkeys. The young man thought that this waterfall, a great place where he could cultivate. Lin Fan noticed a second-level golden monkey. It was a martial artist, but that monkey felt a stare on her back. It looked back and saw the stranger. The animal gave a belligerent cry. The young man thought that this monkey was very vigilant. He hadn't encountered them before. However, the gold bars strengthened his abilities. Right now, this pack of monkeys would not be too bad. The young man jumped down from the waterfall and thought that he was lucky to have another 20+ days of vacation. He would be able to practice well at the level of a martial arts master. The golden monkey would be a great sparring partner. The vacation was over. Goldie and her sister went out to the doorstep. The girl saw her brother coming back. The young man told his sister that he had returned. The young man was carrying a golden monkey. He was not used to returning home after a vacation without hunting trophies. The sister told Lin Fan that all this loot seems much heavier compared to the past. The young man is becoming more and more insatiable. The young man said that he had practiced hard for a month in the wilderness. Now his beautiful young body can bear a load of 20 tons. His impact force is now 10 tons. While the young man was playing with his baby Goldie, his sister said she would make him some delicious homemade meat soup. She was glad to have her brother back. Lin Fan loved homemade meat soup. Judging by the appearance of the young man and his pet, the meat soup was to their liking. The young man remembered the individual gifts, took out a piece of gold and said it was for his sister. In the wilderness, he used up 4 gold bars that helped him break through 2 levels. He was now a 7th level expert. The girl looked at the gold and said it had an extraordinary luster. But she said she did not need this wonderful thing, and she told her brother to keep it for himself. The guy said it was just for his sister. He still has 10 more of these. This gold will not only help the girl progress, but can also cure her ailment. The girl said that thanks to her brother's pill, the ailment hadn't bothered her all these days. Lin Fan said that he would not rest until the disease had completely left his sister. The young lady said her brother talked her into it. She took the stone back to herself and began to enjoy its beauty. Lin Fan told his sister that using this stone could be painful. She must be patient. Just have to be patient and the problems will disappear. The girl said she understood everything. The young man was tired for this month, so he can go to bed in peace, and she will continue the healing process. The girl placed the gold bar in front of her and began to meditate. She had to be patient. She couldn't be a burden to her brother. She wanted to become strong too. The next morning came. The young man woke up and called out to his sister. There was no answer. The young man thought this was strange. Where could she have gone? The young man went out of the house. His sister was gone. The boy took Goldie with him and went to look for the girl. A beautiful stranger sat on the bank of the river. She could not understand how it had happened. Ling Shan looked at her reflection in the water and wondered, is it really her? The girl even cried with surprise. She really had changed a lot. The girl decided that because of her new face, Lin Fan would be shocked. Lin Fan and Goldie finally found the girl sitting on the bank of the reservoir. The guy examined the girl from all sides and said that she had become very beautiful. The young lady stopped crying, looked her brother in the eye and asked, is he not cheating? The young man took his sister's hand and said that now they must go up the mountain and show everyone how delightful it had become. The young man ran uphill holding his sister's hand. The girl could barely keep up with him. A satisfied Goldie tried to keep up with them. The girl shouted that she was happy to be his sister. The boy also liked being the brother of such a pretty girl. Lin Fan thought that thanks to the gold, his sister was cured of her ailment and became incredibly beautiful. This is inherent in all girls. Gold always has such a beneficial effect on them. Lin Fan could now be completely at ease. The young people came to Linu Academy. Everyone couldn't figure out who that beautiful girl next to Lin Fan was. It must be the new girl. No one had seen her before. Mojan was furious. She didn't understand why no one was looking at her. The girl saw everyone's gazes turn to the beautiful stranger who was beside Lin Fan. Ling Shan was surprised. Why is everyone looking at her? She was a little shy. Everyone said that this girl was very cute. Mojan thought it was nothing special. Her brother Mo Kong will come and teach everyone a lesson. They'll know who to look up to. Madame Ming saw Lin Fan and thought that her disciple had returned. He had been away for a month. He came back stronger. The young man said hello and said that he hadn't seen his teacher for a month. She's changed. She's put on a little weight. Madame Ming traditionally drew her sword and put it to her disciple's neck. She said that she had seen his sister. She was suddenly an incredible beauty. Madame Ming said for the young man to confess immediately what was so useful that he had brought his sister. The young man said it's actually very simple. Last night a star fell directly on his sister from the sky. After that, his sister immediately changed, and this is the result. Madame Ming didn't particularly believe the young man. She even became furious and said that she didn't believe in any starfall. The young man should immediately take the useful thing that helped his sister and carry it here urgently. Lin Fan said that he did not know how to take the star and bring it here. Madame Ming decided to try a different approach. She brought another sword up to the young man's head and asked, now could she find out what that thing was? He had to come clean. He realized that there was no point in trying to get out of it. The guy said it's actually one of the golden stones. When you take it in your hand, it immediately creates an unusual atmosphere. Madame Ming was delighted. The girl tossed her swords aside and said that she had always dreamed of goldstones. The young man asked, does Miss Ming really need the goldstones? The girl touchingly tapped her fists on the young man's chest and said that she really needed those goldstones. Madame Ming didn't stop. She asked if the young man still had the stones. She would give him 10 sacred pills in return. She would only need one stone. The young man remembered his commercial acumen. He said that in the alchemy competition, he had already made a heaven-level pill, so 10 pills wouldn't be enough for him. He is willing to make an exchange of the golden stone for 30 sacred pills. The offer is only valid today. Mrs. Ming began to take out her pills. She said that her disciple was very cavalier, and she's ready to strike a blow. Lin Fang scrutinized these pills and stated that they were of poor quality. Miss Ming needs to keep working hard. Ming Bing said that the young man cheated her out of 30 pills, and now he's making fun of her. Lin Fan held out a golden stone to the teacher and said that it now belonged to her. Madame Ming scrutinized this treasure carefully. The girl knew that her Dantian life energy was impaired, and this prevented her from surpassing the 7th level of a martial arts disciple. And because of that, she can't develop in alchemy. Now finally, her problem will be cured, and she will be able to progress. Madame Ming said she had a promising student. She offered him the job of making pills. The girl said she was going to heal her own ailments. The boy thought that from another he would have asked for several hundred pills, or even no change. He wished the teacher a speedy recovery. Lin Fan understood that he should practice pill making after all. The young man had heard that Mrs. Ming had spent years to make 100 kinds of heaven-level pills. He wondered how much time he would spend on it. 10 days passes. The young man worked tirelessly at the alchemical furnace. He had the 3rd kind of heaven-level pills ready. This is simply an unbelievable speed. The young man heard someone call out to him. It was Mo Lan. The young man asked, was this the girl he had recently defeated? Mo Lan said, she came here to warn Lin Fan that his days were numbered. Mo Kan also appeared on the doorstep. It was Mo Lan's older brother. He was calm but hostile. The young man said he's the famous Lin Fang, but he doesn't know who he's dealing with. It would be nice if his interlocutor introduced himself. Everyone present told the young man that it was Mo Lan's older brother. How could he not know that? Mo Kan is a legendary disciple of Linu Academy. He has been a great talent since he was a child. Mo Kong said that Lin Fan had once injured his sister. Today he intends to repay the young man's debt, double the amount. Lin Fan said that back then, Mo Lan used to hurt his sister. He had to react accordingly. The young man was ready to fight. He showed his fierce fist. Everyone noticed that Mo Kan was preparing his punch. It will be a power punch of a level 1 martial arts master. Lin Fan is a level 7 expert. There's a difference of 4 levels. Lin Fan can't win. Mo Kong stated that he doesn't pay attention to the color of gold. The usual showmanship won't be able to withstand a single strike from the master. Lin Fan stated he didn't care who was in front of him. He didn't care where he came from. If he dared to challenge him, he would get the full measure of it now. Lin Fan threw a devastating punch, and his opponent flew far into the wall. The girl asked how Mo Kan was feeling. The brother replied that his opponent's golden energy was not simple. The ability doesn't match the 7th level of a martial arts expert, but he is fine and continues to act. Mo Kan was furious and said that he was going to tear his opponent to shreds. There was a surge of excessive energy around the young man. Everyone around them was scared. They were scared because Mo Kong's brother was really angry. Lin Fan would definitely die now. Lin Fan thought that his actual abilities matched a 3rd level martial artist. It would be difficult for him to win a convincing victory. The opponent looks very threatening. The young man decided to use his spiritual abilities to defeat the enemy. It was his only hope. The young man heard someone yell for them to stop immediately. When he looked around, he saw that Madame Ming appeared nearby. Ming Bing said that Mo Kan was acting in an unconscionable manner. He came here to fight with her disciple from the alchemy department. Madame Ming decided to clarify things. Originally, Mo Lan bullied Ling Shan, then she was punished. Doesn't Mo Kong feel that this is fair? Min Bin said there won't be a fight, and Mo Kong can go in any direction from here, so she wouldn't see him here again. Mo Kong thought that he couldn't argue with the alchemy teacher. Her status at Linu Academy is very high. Mrs. Ming added that Lin Fan defeated Mo Yunsun's students in the martial arts and alchemy competition. This is a great merit for Linu Academy. He can get the status of an untouchable. Mo Kan asked if Lin Fan was willing to fight him in an official competition. Everyone around them thought that the competition was an official battle between students of 2 academies. It turned out that 2 students from the same academy would be fighting now. Lin Fan said that in that case, he would beat Mo Kong in front of the entire Linu Academy during the competition. Mo Kong said that the next time they would meet would be at the competition. The young man thought that in 4 months, he would deal with Lin Fa fairly. No one would be able to stop them. The sister told Lin Fan that he was too reckless. Mo Kong was provoking him on purpose. You shouldn't have agreed. Mrs. Ming said she was furious. Lin Fang is a master of chemistry. There's no reason for him to get into martial arts and hand-to-hand combat. Lin Fan stated, with the Mo family, he must come to some kind of decision sooner or later. There's no way to avoid it. Besides, he still has 4 more months to train. The young man asked how the lady was feeling. Did the golden stone help her? The girl said that the Dantian energy had been successfully restored. She had already reached the 1st level of martial arts expert. Brother and sister Lin said that they were very happy for the teacher. Now all 3 of them are now martial arts experts and all possess this golden energy. Mrs. Ming said that Lin Fan has a very high opinion of himself. The young man said he was trying to live up to his teacher. 20 days had passed. Lin Fan blew up the alchemy furnace again. The young man realized that it was very difficult to make 10 pills at a time. He could only successfully make 5. In any case, the young man already had 20 heaven-level pills. He could develop well in the skill of concocting heaven-level pills. Lin Fan looked around and saw that Madame Ming was also present in the room. He flinched in surprise. The young man said he's been practicing tirelessly and perfecting his skills, but he doesn't always succeed. Madame Ming held out her hand and told the young man to give everything to her. Lin Fan asked, "What are we talking about?" In the same second, Madame Ming's sword was at the young man's neck, and she said she wondered to what extent the young man would pretend. The guy called her a ruthless beauty. She was extremely terrifying when she drew her blade on any occasion. Lin Fan tearfully held out a pill to his teacher and said, "He has one thing. He had just prepared it." Mrs. Ming scrutinized the pill and declared that it was a pill of the highest quality. The girl did not relent and continued to hold the sword on the young man's shoulder, ordered him to show the rest. The young man continued to resist stubbornly and claimed that there was no more. Min Bin stated that she had just seen all 5 pieces. There was no point in being deceived. The young man thought that he was dealing with a very cruel teacher. He had to hand over the rest of the pills. Madame Ming said that time flew very fast. Half a year had already passed since the young man had passed his certification at Linu Academy in the alchemy department. Ming Bing said that she was ready to give the young man one piece of news. Tomorrow is another evaluation of Linu Academy. The young man is the best student of the alchemy faculty. On behalf of the alchemy faculty, he will be accepting new students. The next day came. Mount Linu Academy, certification day. The girl, the new candidate, looking at the mountain, decided she was pretty cool. It was not for nothing that she had traveled so far to participate in this assessment. Another candidate said that the girl had made the right decision in coming here. In the past 6 months, Linu Academy had become the most honored academy. Linu Academy had become incredibly prestigious in these half a year. One of her students, Lin Fan, had made his academy very famous. Mo Yunsun's school had now fallen to the bottom of the rankings. The girl said that in the past, everyone in her family used to go to Mo Yunsun's school. Now she had specifically come to Linu Academy to study alchemy. The elder warned that everyone who wanted to enter the alchemy department must be tested by Mount Linu. Lin Fan would conduct a strict selection process. Lin Fan and his sister appeared side by side. The girl declared that he is handsome. His sister is also very cute. The heads of families thought that at the certification 6 months ago, Lin Fan had beaten their children on the test. The men remembered that they had lost their money on that test. The resentment did not go away. The Li family's elder, Li Ji, was surprised that Lin Fan was now a genius in alchemy. It seems that it is most beneficial to be friends with him now. The elder announced the rules. They weren't complicated. You have to climb as high as possible. Whoever was ready could begin. All the participants of this competition rushed forward with shouts. To conquer the heights. 2 hours passed. The men have noticed that their children are already approaching the 30th step. They are in the front, then they will be accepted. They don't have to reach the 99th step. The important thing is that they don't have any accidents. The elder thought, although the results of these 2 families are good, the few youngsters who came from afar are also doing well. At this rate, within a few years, Linu Academy will be the leader in every way. A young man said that 2 hours had already passed and 50 steps had yet to be passed. Did Linu Academy really accept such students every year? The young man who appeared was with a wild beast. He said that these were not budding talents. It was immediately clear that they were losers. The elder looked back and saw Wu Yue standing beside him. During Linu Academy's certification a few years ago, he had climbed to the 55th step, became a disciple of the academy, and received their recognition. The elder remembered that this young man has an arrogant character. He had a lot of ill intentions, envy, and malice towards his mentors. As a result, he was kicked out of the academy. The old man asked why the young man came to the academy. The guy said that he is now a follower of Insong, Linu Academy, and he doesn't care about it at all. The elder thought that Insong Academy was the strongest academy. Linu Academy is no match for them. Did that young man really get in? Wu Yue said that he is in the mood to watch. He is surprised that there are no talents here. The man stated that the young man was too brazen. He had once seriously injured his brother, and he'll have to pay him back. Wu Yue said, the lowly loser can't communicate with him equally. The young man pointed his wild beast at his opponent and told him to straighten him out. The beast roared wildly. The man thought that he was only a level 3 martial arts expert. Is this leopard really a level 4 expert? It's incredibly ferocious, just like its bloodthirsty master. It's fiercer than Lin Fan's golden lion. The elder shouted for Wu Yue to stop immediately. Just because he is Ying Kong's disciple, it doesn't mean that he is allowed to run amok here. The young man said that he came here to share his experience and has good intentions. He is surprised that Linu Academy has no successors. The elder has to organize everything himself. The elder thought that this young man had a lot of nerve, but unfortunately, he can't stand up to him because they're of different generations, and it wouldn't be fair. The young man told his leopard that if anyone dared to approach him, that the beast would tear that person apart. Wu Yue rushed towards the top of the mountain. The leopard moved after him. The young man said that he came to this mountain to compete with everyone. The young man was pushing everyone in his way, clearing a path for himself. Wu Yue was pushing away everyone who was near him. In this way, he was getting rid of his competitors. The young man shouted that the students of Linu Academy are very weak. They are making him more and more disappointed with this academy. The elder thought that this brash young man was going to disrupt the certification by throwing all the candidates down. The men, the heads of the families, were terrified. Their children were being thrown down again. The situation of 6 months ago was repeated. Lin Fan, looking at the situation, thought that this upstart was copying him. It looked too trivial. The young man showed his Goldie where his goal was. He must tear that leopard to shreds. Goldie turned into a huge golden lion in the same instant. He roared loudly. The golden lion instantly bonded with this leopard and actively began to oppress it. The leopard was as depressed as possible. The lion jumped on the upstart and mauled him as best he could. The leopard was ready to give up. The audience thought that this golden lion is very cool. Beating a level 4 martial arts expert beast, it's as cool as its master. The elder thought that when taking an example from such a master, it was hard not to be strong. The men thought this lion was a terribly fearsome beast. He just tore the leopard to shreds. Wu Yue saw that it was a level 6 martial arts expert lion. For beating his leopard, he wants the lion to belong to him. Goldie growled fiercely when he heard those words. Mistress told him to calm down and not to get angry. Wu Yue saw the beautiful wildcat mistress and said that they both interested him. The men thought that this young man was very brave. He flirts with Ling Shan right in front of her brother. Now Wu Yue will be the end of Wu Yue. Lin Fan said with a menacing expression that this rascal dared to disrespect his sister. The guy stated that now he would have to finish the creep off. Wu Yue coldly said to the young man not to get cocky. He still had milk on his lips. Wu Yue said that he is waiting for his opponent upstairs. If he wants to compete, let him catch up. Lin Fan coldly said that he wondered what step this braggart would be able to reach. Wu Yue, sweating and exhausted, reached the 66th step. He could barely stand on his feet. The young man announced that he stood at the 66th step. In the history of Linu Academy, this was the biggest record. Lin Fan said that his opponent doesn't follow history. He must be illiterate. The best record for this mountain was set 6 months ago, and it has not been broken now. Wu Yue was surprised. Could it be possible that someone could climb higher than he was now? This couldn't be possible. The young man shouted that there was nothing to exaggerate. Here is the top of the mountain. He pointed his finger. He couldn't climb up. Let Lin Fan show what he can do. The men said that this Wu Yue is really shallow, and he is also very bold. After all, Lin Fan had already climbed to the top of the mountain. What can he do there now? The elder said that Lin Fan could now rub that braggart's nose in it and put him in his place. Lin Fan said he will now show this upstart what it means to climb a mountain. The young man, rapidly jumping from step to step, began to rapidly approach the top of the mountain. After a while, the young men leveled up. Wu Yue couldn't believe that this was real. Lin Fan told his opponent that he was at the 99th step 6 months ago. The opponent was mentally depressed. Lin Fan said that he would now help his opponent to rise higher. After all, the latter said that he was unable to do so himself. Lin Fan lifted his opponent up by his leg. Tut cried out in fear. Lin Fan threw Wu Yue upwards with force, and he flew straight to the top of the mountain. He shouted that he would still come back. The young man was bleeding. He must have hurt himself badly when he landed. The upstart was scared and afraid to go down. He said the mountain was too high. Wu Yue asked the young man, "Who is he, if he is able to climb to the top of the mountain like this easily?" Lin Fan shouted that he didn't need to know who he was. He should remember that he was the one who beat him up. And the young man threw himself at his opponent with his fists. Wu Yue said that he would definitely remember this young man. After all, he dared to fight. Lin Fan, while continuing to beat up his rival, said that the latter had treated his sister badly. It's impossible to turn a blind eye. He must defend his family's honor. The unfortunate man screamed to not be beaten anymore. After all, he is In Song's disciple. If he hit him again, In Song would not let it go unheeded. Lin Fan said that out of respect for Yingkong Academy, he would now be forced to put his best foot forward. Wu Yue experienced the full power and hatred of Linu Academy's disciple, Lin Fan. The men said that Wu Yue had asked for it himself. His face must look very wrinkled right now. The elder was satisfied. Lin Fan turned out to be very good. He showed his full power and defended the honor of his family and the Linu Academy. One of the candidates decided that this Lin Fan was really cool, and the alchemy department is incredibly cool. She should definitely go there. The sister thought her brother was incredible. She's proud of him. Lin Fan descended to the foot of the mountain. He was dragging Wu Yue behind him and was saying that Ying Song's disciples were worthless. Lin Fan sent his opponent on an unplanned journey, giving him a significant acceleration. Wu Yue said that he wouldn't leave it like that. He'll come back again, and they'll all regret that they weren't friendly to him. Lin Fan said, if he continues to be impertinent, Goldie will deal with him quickly. Goldie growled at the young man and chased him away. The men said he didn't belong here. The elders said they got rid of the problem. Linu Academy's certification begins anew. 4 hours had passed. Lin Fan was screaming for Madame Ming to come and save him. He doesn't know where to go. The young man didn't know what he should do. A huge number of young girls wanted to enter the alchemy department. He had to think of something right away. Madame Ming coldly continued to study the literature. She told the young man to continue with the selection. The authority to recruit newcomers was given to him. Lin Fan didn't know what he should do. How could he choose the right number from such a huge number of applicants? The young man said that everyone should rewrite what they need from the alchemy notebook. There will be an evaluation in 3 days. Whoever answers all the questions will be enrolled. After the certification, Mrs. Ming said she didn't know there would be such a huge demand for the young man. The boy replied that he didn't need it. It's really hard to cope with so many girls. One of the candidates said that she would like to ask Lin Fan one question. The girl asked the young man one question on alchemy related to the use of plants. The young man gave the girl a detailed answer. The girl was satisfied with the answer, but asked the young man to show her how to do it. Lin Fan said that it was not difficult for him and he could show everything. The girl thought that this young man was very cool. The young man soon regretted very much that he had agreed to show. The number of questions increased exponentially. Everyone wanted an explanation and a demonstration. The young man shouted loudly. He wanted to stop this outrage immediately. Lin Fan turned around and ran away. He announced that he needed to rest for about 2 weeks. Madame Ming looked at this and smiled. She thought that Lin Fan couldn't handle the fervor of young girls. And after all, he is still very inexperienced himself. In the end, based on the results of the grading, Bing Ming had only chosen one girl for the alchemy department. The young man had once again gotten into the wilderness. In these few days, he went from a 7th level expert to a martial arts master. He had also beaten a few of Mo Yunsen's disciples. He had spent his time productively. The young man felt an attack being prepared for him. The attack was coming from above. He dodged at the last moment. The young man thought, where did he come from? A huge feathered raptor circled overhead. It had deadly talons and a huge beak. The guy realized it was a very rare creature, the Jin Peng bird. This bird was a 3rd level martial arts master, but it dared to attack the young man. The young man pounced on the predator, jumped above it, and was about to use a dragon strike to maximize the damage. The young man shouts that he can't fly. If the bird wants to figure it out, he invites it to the ground. The young man activated the mist and said that he would now be able to tame this bird of prey. The young man used spiritual energy. Lin Fan appeared in front of the bird, and a huge projection of him was reflected in the mist. The young man said if the bird didn't fix itself, he would destroy it. The raptor was frightened, turned into a small bird, and started hopping at Lin Fan's feet. The young man thought that beasts had a well-developed talent of pretending to be small creatures. He decided that he would call the bird Xiaoqing in the future. The abilities of this bird are very immense. If they are well cared for, who knows where the limits of these abilities will be. If he meets an enemy he cannot defeat, he can always fly away on this bird. Lin Fan asked his bird if there were any special places in this wilderness. He was interested in places to train. He wanted to organize an expedition. The bird indicated the young man's direction of travel with its wing. Lin Fan thought that a martial artist-level bird was so submissive, but at the same time it looked incredibly dangerous. A young man with a bird on his shoulder approached a huge cave. Darkness awaited him inside. The young man felt the atmosphere of the afterlife. It wasn't just a forbidden zone, but he had to get there. The young man said that the bird should wait for him at the entrance. He would go into the dangerous cave himself. The bird must wait for him. Suddenly, a girl approached the young man. She asked if this young man was also a student of Linu Academy. There is a forbidden area ahead of him. It's incredibly dangerous, and it's not a place to go. Lin Fan thanked the girl for the timely warning. He remembered that he had once seen her on the academy grounds. The girl stated that inside the cave there is a warrior spirit whose weapons are incredibly murderous. It is also home to an incredibly dangerous beast that has killed countless brave men. The girl added that the young man is very young and should not do anything foolish. Lin Fan said that if it wasn't for her, he would probably be a corpse by now. The young man bowed to his savior. Lin Fan waved his hand at the girl and said that he was leaving, and said goodbye. The girl thought, good thing she was passing by and was able to warn this young man. Otherwise, the guy would have been in trouble. The girl turned around and walked away. She decided that there was nothing more for her to do near the cave. The young man hid around the corner and waited for the girl to disappear from sight. Lin Fan not unreasonably assumed that there was something valuable inside this cave, and he can't pass it by. The young man looked inside the cave. He was immediately greeted by a skeleton. The boy decided that it was very unusual to be inside here. Lin Fan thought that the girl wasn't lying. It was true that many people had died here. The lad felt that the farther he went, the more he sensed the atmosphere of death. He assumed that a terrible beast was roaming somewhere nearby. Lin Fan sensed something had happened. He couldn't understand what it was yet. The boy thought he had crossed someone's border. There must be an animal, a dragon-lion mix roaming around somewhere. The young man saw this monster. It was of incredible size. It was a dangerous beast, capable of terrifying all living things. The guy realized that this beast had no intelligence, but he was incredibly ruthless and vicious. It would be hard for him to escape. The young man decided to fight the monsters and see which one was more dangerous. The young man used the fire-breathing dragon blade. This is the best option in this case. The monster behaved as if the young man's attacks had no effect on it. The young man realized that this beast had a unique technique. The monster opened its maw and executed a fire attack. The young man had a hard time. He almost burned to death. The boy had heard that the power of fire is incredibly immense. Once it starts, it's almost unstoppable. The young man felt that his whole body was on fire. It was unbearable. Lin Fan realized that his opponent's body was invulnerable. It was necessary to change tactics. It was useless to attack the beast with the fire-breathing dragon sword. It was unbearably hot. The young man's body was already burning completely. We should try another powerful blow. The young man, approaching at arm's length to the monster, applied the Lord's fist. It proved to be a crushing blow to the animal. The beast was overthrown. One right blow was enough to defeat the beast. The young man felt that his arm continued to burn after that blow. The fire seemed to have penetrated his body. The guy noticed that dealing with fire is much harder than dealing with a beast. It takes an incredibly long time to get rid of that fire. Lin Fan had to make a decision. This cave was very dangerous. The deeper one went, the more dangerous beasts could be encountered along the way. The young man decided that he could not stay here for long. He must find the treasure, take it, and leave. The young man walking up the steps along the wall sensed something. The treasure that this dragon lion was guarding must be somewhere nearby. The young man shouted that he had found it all. In front of the young man was a very old sword. It had divine properties. Lin Fan was upset. He only touched this sword and it immediately fell apart. The appearance didn't match the reality. The young man noticed that he had cut his finger in the process. He was puzzled. The young man's blood dripped onto the skull near the ball, and something incredible began to happen. The shards of the scattered sword were completely embedded in the young man's arm, and he could not move it. The young man felt it spreading through all his veins, and it was about to be all over his body. Lin Fan thought that his strength and body had no chance at all to deal with these shards. His body was completely poisoned. The young man felt a heaviness in his entire body. He could withstand a load of 10 tons, but he could barely cope with the load inside his body. Lin Fan decided that he was at a dead end. The process of the young man's body breaking down was underway. Suzy said after his sister unexpectedly left Yao Tsung without even saying goodbye, it made him miss her well. The young man said he didn't know for a long time that she was at Linu Academy. When he found out, he came here right away. The girl said she didn't think she had been remembered at all. Min Bin said that she was waiting for Suzy to reply. The young man declared that there was no girl in the whole world as beautiful as her. Min Bin told him to behave himself. This place is not Yao Tsung's territory. The young man said, "Is it really possible to compare the small academy of Linu with the great and numerous academy of Yao Tsung?" The young man said, "He must take her away from here. No one would dare to stop him." The girl screamed. She was furious. She said that this young man had no idea what he was doing. At Madame Ming's shout, girls ran over and asked what was going on here. Ling Shan asked, was he really the one who had offended Madame Ming? The girl pointed her finger at Suzy. The young man introduced himself and said his name and asked who he was socializing with. The young man thought that the girls in front of him were pretty girls. He had never seen them before. Min Bin stood in front of the girls and told him not to talk to them. He must deal with her. The young man said that Min Bin had become very bold. She didn't talk to him like that before. The young man said that he would teach her a lesson and slapped her. Min Bin fell to the floor. The student asked, how dare he hit the teacher? The young man said that he studied with her. He could hit any girl from Yao Tsung's academy. The student told him not to touch her again, and he's a real rascal. The young man said that these youngsters dare not talk about him like that. Suzy issued slaps to both female students. It was hard and the girls fell to the ground. The young man stood and laughed as the beaten girls lay before him. An elder appeared, and he asked who was standing in front of him. Why is he beating the students and the academy teacher Lena? The young man said that he was Suzy, the grandson of an influential elder of the Yangsong Academy. Just now those girls had spoken disrespectfully about him, so he taught them a little lesson. Everyone thought that this unscrupulous young man had purposely come here while Lin Fan was not in place. The elder was surprised to learn that the young man was a representative of the Yao Tsung Academy. The elder thought that the influence of Yao Tsung was very huge, maybe further more than the influence of Yingsong. The situation was very unpleasant. Ling Shan said that the young man was cheating. First, he hit on teacher Bing Ming. After he refused, he got angry and raised his hand against her. The young man said that the girl was telling lies, and he could punish her now. He raised his hand and swung it at the girl. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan appeared and said, let the young man talk to him. How dare he dare to come here and talk to his sister and teacher like this? Lin Fan told the elder that he had come to deal with it himself. The elder warned the young man that he was a representative from Yao Tsung. The young man said that he would take this into account. Everyone shouted that Lin Fan had finally come. Now this impudent man is finished. He won't get out of here alive. Suzy said that he had never seen this young man before, and he doesn't know who is standing in front of him now. The young man replied that he was a monk of the holy mountain named Lin Fan. Suzy didn't believe it. He asked, are there really such monks? The young man said he needed solid proof. Holy Mountain, it is one of the oldest and strongest academies. Each elder is not below the level of a great martial artist, and their level of wisdom is boundless. Lin Fan said, how could a worthless follower of Yao Tsung dare to doubt him? Suzy would be at a loss. He usually glares at other people, but here this boy is glaring at him with his gaze. The young man's self-confidence comes from within. It's very possible that he really is a monk of the Holy Mountain. Lin Fan said that he was a highly respected monk of the Holy Mountain, and the rival dared to touch the people dear to him. The young man said that first of all, he hit his sister. The girl continued to cry. Second, Suzy hit his student. The girl asked her mentor to protect her. Third, the rascal hit his elder brother's fiancée. Lin Fan pointed his finger at Madame Ming. Madame Ming was slightly confused. Everyone laughed when they heard this joke from Lin Fan's mouth. Suzy was startled. It turns out that Bing Ming is his elder brother's fiancée. His elder brother must be a monk of the Holy Mountain as well. Now those two will kill him in no time. Not even Grandpa can help. Suzy started to apologize. He said it was an unfortunate misunderstanding. He admits he made a grave mistake. Lin Fan was very angry. This is not a simple mistake. He didn't think it was an ordinary misunderstanding. Suzy said that he wanted to sincerely apologize and make it up to these three girls by handing them a heavenly level pill. Suzy thought that the monk in front of him is definitely a monk of the Holy Mountain. He is behaving very steadfastly. Lin Fan said that they didn't need those pills. No pills could cover the fact that he had raised his hand on his loved ones. Suzy believed even more. A monk of the Holy Mountain was standing in front of him. To him, even pills meant nothing. Lin Fan announced his decision. The young man would have to take 3 punches from him, and today's event will be a thing of the past. Suzy said he agreed, and he thought how good it was that she would only get off with 3 strokes. And in front of him is a very kind-hearted monk and a wise man. Lin Fan said that, in that case, he apologized in advance. Suzy stated that the young man could begin. After all, it was his mistake. He decided that he didn't want to have any trouble with the monks. Lin Fan adopted a fighting stance and said that the first strike was about to happen. His opponent took a defensive stance and decided he could take it. The young man gave a crushing blow to his opponent. Suzy flew backwards with a scream. On the way, thinking that the monk in front of him was definitely a monk of the Holy Mountain. This is just horrible. Lin Fan said that there was about to be a second strike. Suzy didn't even have time to cry out. The second strike threw him high up, and the young man did a somersault before landing on the ground. The monk of the Holy Mountain announced the third strike. Suzy didn't wait for him and jumped to his feet. As a third blow, a kick in the ass was carried out, which informed the villain of a considerable acceleration. Everyone thought that from now on, they shouldn't offend Miss Ming and the Holy Mountain monk's sister. Suzy tearfully asked that the young man not to touch him anymore. Lin Fan said that Suzy is free and more to keep out of his sight. Suzy bowed in front of everyone and said that he was guilty of absolutely everyone. He said goodbye once more and left the battlefield. Angry Suzy thought that he and Linu Academy weren't done yet. Lin Fan thought that there was something alarming in his opponent's gaze. Most likely he was harboring a grudge. The young man thought that if that was the case, he couldn't let that person leave. The elder said that Lin Fan had already solved the problem. Sister said that her brother was as peerless as ever. The girls declared that the young man was really tough. He dealt with the rogue Suzy very bravely. The young man said that it was not difficult at all. Mrs. Ming walked up to the young man and thanked him for what he had done for her today. Lin Fan said that he was always willing to help dear Bing Ming. After saying that, Miss Ming grabbed the young man's ear and asked him who his older brother was. It was said that she had become his bride. Lin Fan shouted loudly. The young man said that his older brother's name was Lin Feng, and he would introduce her if he had the chance. Mrs. Ming asked Ling Shan if such a person even existed. The girl said that she had never called her brother Lin Feng. She always called him Lin Fan. Mrs. Ming shouted at the young man that his tricks were very cheap. The young man decided to get the hell out of here quickly. Madam Ming thought that this difficult boy was getting better and better, daring to impersonate a monk of the Holy Mountain to help her. Suzy waddled over, thinking that it was all because of Bing Ming. If she wasn't familiar with the Holy Mountain monk, she wouldn't have resisted. He decided to just keep up with her like this. He needs to recover a bit, then trick her out of Lina Academy, and finally, he'd have to kill her. Suzy thought that he had devised the perfect plan. No one will even notice after all. No one knows what's in his head. However, right now, he should return to his permanent location to heal his wounds. From behind, the young man was being chased by someone. He said he had finally caught up with him. The masked man decided to kill Suu Ki right in the middle of nowhere, so that there would be no witnesses. The man decided it was the perfect plan. There's no one around and no one will notice. The young man noticed that there were 3 more people ahead. The plan had to be adjusted. The 3 men were armed and were moving swiftly in a given direction. The masked man recognized one of them. It was Wu Yue. How did he end up here? Wu Yue wanted to break into Linu Academy and destroy Lin Fan and his pet. The companions said that the young man could not worry. They would definitely help him. The villain said that there was another beautiful girl. She must be taken away with him. The villain was referring to Lin Fan's sister. Lin Fan walked to the middle of the road and said, "Here he is." And he wasn't going to hide. Wu Yue suddenly discovered him. Wu Yue stated that the young man fell out of the sky. That's good for him. He drew his sharp sword. The villain said this boy is finished. He doesn't look so good. Probably not much of a fighter. Lin Feng said that there was a sneaky scoundrel standing in front of him. He took 2 assistants with him to attack him unexpectedly. Lin Fan said ironically, he was very scared, and one must immediately start escaping. Otherwise, he is afraid that he will not survive. Wu Yue shouted that the young man wouldn't run away, because they had already caught him. The scoundrels thought they had the victory in their hands. Wu Yue announced that it was better for the young man to surrender. He had no chance of winning the fight, and he wouldn't be able to escape them. Lin Fan thought with a smile as all three of them ran towards him with all their legs. They don't know that he is up to something. The young man declared that he had finally reached Su Zi. Time was running out, and it was necessary to act. Lin Fan stated, if Wu Yue brought along his associates, then he also has associates. Lin Fang, as a holy mountain monk, walked up to Su Zi and hugged him. The young man was terribly surprised. Lin Fan said that he really missed his little brother and was happy to meet him. The young man continued that he hadn't seen his brother in a long time, and when he saw that, he even felt sick, out of joy. Lin Fang said that it was already getting evening, and it was getting chilly, so he offered his brother a cape to keep him warm. Su Zi thanked the monk and said that it really got cold, but he was already feeling good because the brother had given him a warming cloak. Lin Fan stated that he had some business came up, he had to run away urgently, and promised that they could meet in the future. Su Zi wished him a happy journey and decided that it was hard to understand him, but if he didn't offend him now, that was already good. Su Zi didn't see the three intruders approaching him from behind. Wu Yue regretted that he didn't have time to catch up with Lin Fan. Su Zi asked, "Who are they? And what are they even doing here?" Wu Yue pulled out his sword and said that Lin Fan's brother was in front of him. After all, he had heard everything. Su Zi was frightened and shouted that he was not his brother. There was a misunderstanding. The young man thought that these intruders had mistaken him for Lin Fan's brother. He might be in trouble now, after all, they are armed. Wu Yue swung his sword and shouted, "They can't be wrong. After all, he is wearing Lin Fan's cape." Su Zi understood everything. Lin Fan gave him the cape on purpose to lure him in. He can't get away with it now. Wu Yue asked, "Isn't the young man's name Su?" He heard everything. Wu Yue struck his opponent with his sword. The last thing Su Zi thought was that Lin Fan was a cheat. Wu Yue shouted that he had first destroyed his brother and was now going to deal with him. The young man felt a strong wind starting to blow. Where did it come from? The villains looked up and wondered, where did this creature come from? There was a huge big bird circling above the villains. Wu Yue thought, what level is this bird? He hadn't seen such a thing before. Lin Fan's eyes were fierce and cunning. The young man realized what he had planned. The next morning came. Linu Academy. Everyone was discussing the latest news. Su Zi and Wu Yue were dead. The elder had personally confirmed it. The elder said that Su Zi was killed by Wu Yue. He was killed by some huge bird of prey. Everyone was discussing that the two bad guys had been eliminated. Anyone who dared to rampage in Linu Academy should realize that they would face such an end. Mrs. Ming asked Lin Fan if he had heard about the tragic news. The young man replied that he had heard about the rumors, but he doesn't know the details. Lin Fan said that he didn't really believe these rumors. How could the details be known? Although this place is far from here, so encountering some bird of prey is quite possible. Miss Ming said that most likely Lin Fan had nothing to do with it. That's good. Let those academies deal with each other. Lin Fan said that he had nothing to do with it. The young man was pleased that no one could figure him out. No one knows of the existence of this bird of prey, and he will keep it a secret. The young man thought that now all the bad people had been destroyed. No one would hurt Mrs. Min and his sister now. The young man remembered that the martial arts competition with the Mo Yunsun school was approaching. But he still had a lot of work to do because he had just broken through to the level of a martial arts expert. He needs to go out and practice. He needs to become much stronger. 3 months had passed. Madame Ming was indignant. Why hasn't that obnoxious boy returned yet? Her sister had noticed that in the past 3 months, her brother had often gone into the wilderness to practice. But now he has not returned for over a month. The competition is already starting today, and Lin Fan is still missing. He must have forgotten, right? Madame Ming said it was better if he forgot, and practiced alchemy with her. He still had a long way to go to get to 100 different kinds of heaven-level pills. The girls thought that Madame Min was very worried about the young man so that he wouldn't fight with others. Bing Ming was furious. She shouted loudly that she wasn't worried in the slightest. The young man remained in the wilderness. He remembered the contest. Mo Kong, the second strongest student in Linhu Academy, asked why the draw still hasn't started. Li Xiang, the third strongest female student in Linhu Academy, said that all the teachers and students from both schools had come. About 200 people. There would be a lot of passion around the competition, which was held once every 3 years. The young man said that the strongest students from Mo Yunsan's school are present. We'll have to work hard. The students of the opposing schools stood against each other and exchanged glances. Li Xiang said that their academy has lost to Mo Yunsan's school for 10 years in a row. No wonder those ones are very arrogant. A colleague said that they had won 2 other competitions in the past 6 months, all thanks to Lin Fan. Mo Kong said that weaklings like Lin Fan could only participate in such competitions for all comers. A competition between academies, it's not his business. The girl said that Mo Yunsan's followers have a very threatening attitude this time. The strongest student of Linhu Academy, Doug Yue, said that the opponents are strong, but they are not weak either. The elder announced that everyone was looking forward to tomorrow, when the competition between the academies would begin. The elder said that Master Mo would now talk about the rules that would be in the competition. Master Mo stated that the competition consists of 2 parts. Each part consists of 4 rounds. The entire competition will last for 7 days. 200 disciples will participate. The one who wins all the battles will be the winner. The referee said to come up and draw lots. The guests draw first. The young man announced that it was finally safe to begin. Everyone had been waiting for this for a long time. Each contestant drew lots. The judge announced on which court he would perform. One of the top 3 students at Mo Yunsan High School said he is a contender for the top spot. Mo Khan said that this insolent boy just mocked them. The girl said that he shouldn't be underestimated. Lon Hao pulled the lot next. He was also one of the top students of the Mo Yunsan school. The girl noticed that this was a very large and sturdy man. That would have to be taken into account. Song Tian pulled the lot next. He was also one of the strongest students of the Yunsan school. The girl said, although he looks ordinary, he must be very talented. He shouldn't be underestimated either. It is said that the 3 strongest disciples of the Mo Yunsan school had long since reached the 8th level of martial artists. Maybe some of them have reached the 9th level as well. The girl calmly said that they had strong opponents, but they weren't weak either. The judge said that someone hadn't drawn the last lot, and he noticed some sounds coming from above. The man looked up and saw Lin Fan dive straight into the arena from above. Students at Mo Yunsan's school wondered why he was bragging like that. All the locals shouted, Lin Fan had finally shown up. Everyone had been waiting for him for a long time. Young stated that the protagonist should always show up at the last minute. The judge said that the protagonist should draw his lot. There weren't many options, though. There was only one. The judge announced the last contestant's place and said that that was the end of the draw. Lin Fan greeted the dear teacher. The girl pretended that she didn't know him. The next moment, Madam Ming shouted at the young man and said that he was very nasty. Doesn't he remember when to come back here? It would have been better if he had died there in the middle of nowhere in the first place. The young man begged for mercy. Sister asked as Mrs. Ming once again forgave his brother. He was probably just too engrossed in cultivation, so he came back late. Lin Fan said, at least his sister understands him. She must be progressing fast. In this month, while he hadn't seen her, she had become much cooler. Ling Shan was already officially among the top students of the academy, and of the 7th level martial arts experts, she is among the top 10 in swordsmanship. Lin Fan said that he was proud of his sister, and she had a great chance of winning a prize in the next competition. The girl said that Lin Fan's abilities were now much stronger. The young man confirmed and said he was much cooler and more powerful now. He had never been like this before. One of the rivals called out to the young man. The young man turned around. Dong Shui stood in front of Lin Fan. The young men said hello. Dong Shui said that he had come again. He really wants to fight Lin Fan again. The young man thought that the opponent looked much more powerful now. The young men decided that this time they would put up a good fight. Lin Fan met another gifted student of the Yunsan school. He had recently beaten him in the middle of nowhere, but he had fought under an alias back then. The young man thought that this time there would be many students participating, and this competition would be very serious. Lin Fan said, he doesn't know who he will be competing against this time. Everything will be determined by lot and the luck of the contestants in this competition. The young men from Mo Yunsan school decided they had to stick together and support each other fiercely. Fans are always welcome. The young man said that Lin Fan would definitely prove himself in these competitions. He should not be underestimated. Lin Fan thought that there were a great many people staring at him intently. It was likely that the Mo Yunsun school was up to something. There are too many unusual students right now. The young man knew that there were 4 disciples of Linu Academy present. They are high-level masters. A meeting of old enemies was to be expected. Mo Kan gazed intently into Lin Fan's eyes and waved his finger at him. The young man thought he was ready to deliberately deal with all his opponents if the occasion arose. The spectators excitedly supported the participants of their teams and chanted the names of the athletes. The elder said that everyone is very agitated, but we must keep our cool. Elder stated that he was ready to call the contest. A silence arose among the participants, and everyone stared intently at the elder. The elder said that he was declaring the martial arts competition between the academies open. Lin Fan said that he was going according to the law to the 16th court, and everyone can have no doubt that he will win. Her sister said that with the sword the young man won and gave her, she was not afraid of anything at all. Everyone understood that Lin Fan would definitely win. There was no warrior worthy of him among the opponents. The referee announced that the opponents should go to the court. The young man stated that this was a fight he was sure to win. The girl, his rival, said she'd finish him off. There's no ceremony. The opponent told the little girl not to take offense if she was hurt. He's a level 5 martial arts expert after all. The young man used a yellow level technique, a penetrating sword strike. The girl held back this attack. The boy wondered, did she just take it and deflect his blow? That must be some unusual way of wielding a sword. The girl said that now it was her turn, and she executed a lunar level strike, Sword of the Overlord. The opponent thought he too could defend against such a blow. The opponent was unable to strike a decent blow. The girl knocked the sword out of his hands and knocked him to the ground with a powerful blow. The referee announced that the young man was out of the fight. The girl said beautifully. The judge announced that Ling Shan was the winner. The young man was proud of his sister. The girl said her friend was using moon-level techniques, and she was able to pull it off, so he's no match for her. Dugyue also put up a decent resistance and defeated her enemy. She said that he was very weak. Mo Kan won on his home court. His opponent suffered a significant head injury. The fight was short-lived. The young man said that he fought for a long time with a rival from the Yunsun school, but he ran out of strength and gave in. Another Linyu Academy student admitted that he lost to a girl from a rival faction. The youngsters noticed that the top 4 students of Linyu Academy are going without losses so far. The top 3 from Mo Yunsun are also winning. The young men cheered for Lin Fan and shouted that he should show what he could do, defend the honor of his academy. Lin Fang said that people like him don't lose in competitions. In fact, he came here to have fun. Madam Ming asked the young man to dedicate this victory to her, and made it to the next round. Lin Fan said that reaching the next round did not interest him. In the end, he came to get the first place. Everyone thought that the alchemy student had decided to win the martial art competition. It's a challenge for the other students. Lin Fan entered the arena and said that his opponent's name was Wu Ming. He is ready to fight. Lin Fang said he's ready. He wants to start sooner and finish sooner, and is waiting for this little guy, his opponent. The opponent was behind the young man. He didn't look like a toddler. The rival leaned over to the young man and told him he was here, and ready to kick the young man's ass. Lin Fan saw the size of his opponent and thought that it was unfair. Wu Ming said that Lin Fang is too arrogant. The young man should be put in his place. The young man remembered that the rivals were planning something against him. The referee has announced that the fight can begin. The opponent said that out of respect for the young man, he would bat at full strength. Lin Fan swung around and said that his opponent would have to eat the stick, and delivered a devastating blow. That was the only strike that was thrown in this fight. Wu Ming is out of the fight. Lin Fang is the winner. The young man said he was puzzled. What was that all about anyway? The opponent didn't move. The opponent turned out to be a level 3 rookie. He had a significant bump on his head after coming into contact with Lin Fan's stick. The young man's next opponent refused to compete. He ran in shame and shouted that he would admit defeat. Lin Fan shouted for his opponent not to leave. After all, they hadn't started yet. The referee declared the young man the winner. Another competitor bowed to the young man and said that he admits his defeat. He dared not challenge such an opponent. Lin Fan shouted that there was no need to give up. He wants to compete and win the fight in a private match. Madam Ming thought that the young man was progressing well. He had already passed the fourth round. Why isn't he excited? The young man said that the third day of the competition, he didn't even break a sweat. He was angry. The young man shouted that he was waiting for a dangerous opponent, so he could have a good time. The competition between the academies, the third day in the afternoon, fourth stage, final duel on the first court. Participants are invited to the court. Ling Shan has been invited to the set. She thinks that luck is on her side, since there hasn't been an opponent who has defeated her so far. A cheerleader shouts that Lin's sister will be in the finals. Lin Shan thought this cheerleader shouting too loudly. The other participant is a student from Linu Academy, Mo Lan. The referee announces that the girls can start fighting. Ling Shan said as she saluted her rival. Mo Lan said that she was not going to spare her rival. The girl thought that this Ling Shan not only became more beautiful, but also developed her abilities. In the academy, she was now a household name. Mo Lan has been preparing a lot and taking pills. She can't lose. Mo Lan used a heaven-level technique, Death Cyclone. The girl started the fight rather aggressively. Ling Shan thought that it would be easy to defend against such a technique. Ling Shan performed the defense and said that it was easy, and she did everything neatly. Mo Lan was amazed. Could her opponent's technique be so easily deflected? The girl decided to see how tough her opponent would be next. Mo Lan applied a lunar-level strike. It was a vortex of death. The friend thought that a lunar-level strike was very dangerous. Ling Shan should behave very carefully. Mo Lan thought, although she hadn't mastered this technique enough, it would be enough to overwhelm her opponent. Ling Shan used the Lord Sword. It was executed very gracefully. The girl couldn't believe what her punch had produced. Mo Lan missed that punch and didn't stay on her feet. Ling Shan said that her opponent should admit defeat, because you can't perform with such an injury. Mo Lan realized that she had lost. Before, her opponent was worthless and weak. Now she is strong and beautiful. The referee announced that Mo Lan had knocked out of the competition. Lin Shan was declared the winner. The girl thought that she was really progressing. The referee announced the fourth round and urged the contestants to come out to fight. Lin Fang said he was bored. Will the next opponent be able to cheer him up? The opponent told Lin Fang not to be too frivolous, because he will finish him off now. Rivals said that he is one of the best disciples. He is ranked fourth among the best. Lin Fang said that in such a case, the opponent could start first. The young man said that his stick had been bored for a long time and was eager for a fight. Madam Ming thought that this young man wanted to piss off his opponent. The opponent said that Lin Fang was too cocky. He'll have to pay for his words. The referee announced that Lin Fang was opposing Len Chengchu. The opponent said that he was a level 9 martial arts expert and warned that he was starting to attack. He put his sword forward and attacked. The opponent executed a 5-step yellow-level strike. The young man didn't even stagger. He parried the blow with his stick. The opponent moved around the arena, but he was unable to perform a full-fledged strike. The contestant performed a heaven-level slashing strike. The strike was again ineffective. Lin Fang dodged this lunge as well. His opponent didn't notice the young man running around him and standing behind him. He twisted his head and did not understand where to expect an attack from. The young man said he was already behind him. The young man struck with his edged weapon. The opponent couldn't understand how the young man had the ability to develop such speed. The young man was striking with his stick from all sides. The boy kept asking if it hurt him. His opponent, limping and holding his back, said he would continue the fight after all. The young man decided to use the yellow-level ferocious tiger strike first. The tiger turned out to be fiery and terrifying. After that, a dissecting blow would be applied. All of this was ineffective. The opponent said that he was now ready to use the most dangerous third technique. It would be a heaven-level slashing strike. Lin Fang withstood all of his opponent's attacks. Everything was inconclusive. The strikes were deactivated. Lin Fang asked, "Why is the opponent doing all this? Does he really want to still get hit with sticks?" After another attack by the young man, his opponent plopped down in the arena and said he was shocked to see such a backlash. The young man said that his opponent's triple attack didn't pose any threat to him. Besides, he is also able to attack several times in a row. The young man called his attack Lin Fang's exclusive technique, a ferocious flogging. The opponent received an objectively large number of blows. It was impossible for a mere human to endure such a thing. The opponent shouted that there was nothing exclusive about the hold. The young man is just beating him up. The young man struck the last most crushing blow. The enemy was stunned. He didn't even fight back. Lin Fan inquired, was his opponent really the number 4 rival among the disciples of the Yunsan school? The opponent barely mumbled that it was his personal opinion. Not everyone agrees with him. The referee announced that this young man had been eliminated from the competition. In the final fight on the 16th court, Lin Fan wins. Lin Fan said that the fights were very easy for him. Madam Ming said that the young man is performing well. As long as he doesn't dishonor the alchemy faculty, the young man said that he is trying his best. The spectators shouted that Lin Fan always defeats his opponents using just one stick. He's really cool. The fans shouted that Lin Fan is a stick-fighting genius, and they are in awe of him. The young man thought that stick-fighting genius wasn't very cool. We should come up with a different title. The young man broke his stick and said that he would not use it again in the future. The audience was shocked. On the 15th set, one of the contestants lies defeated and says that his opponent was incredibly talented if he could beat him. The opponent says one of them had to win. He didn't want to give in. They were graduates of the same high school. The young man said he did not give in. His opponent had surpassed him, so he could keep it up. The youths decided to watch as their main opponent, Lin Fan, continued to perform. The referee raised his hand and announced the winner in the 15th round. It was Dong Shui. The actual list of fighters who made it to the next stage has been released. This stage will begin tomorrow. The spectators said that before this, the difference in the level of the participants was very huge. Some reached the stage very easily. The spectators commented on the participants of the following fights and thought that some fights may be unfair because the fighters are of different levels. Fans speculated that Lin's brother and sister might be seriously tired and stressed after another round. Brother and sister Lin were relaxing and having dinner at their home in the evening. The brother said, "It doesn't matter what kind of opponent there is tomorrow. They shouldn't be afraid. They should have a good meal and a good night's sleep." Sister said they had a delicious meal for dinner. Goldie ate dinner with them. The 4th day of the competition, the fans shout for Mo Yunsan students to perform without defeat. Linu Academy only needs a win, the other fans chanted. Lin Fan told his teacher that the atmosphere at the tournament was better than the alchemy department. Miss Ming stated, when a young man starts making pills, there are always explosions. Lin Shan said that the audience produces a lot of pressure. Why are there so many of them around? The colleague told Ling Shan not to be afraid. She should do her best, then she will win. The referee announced the first bout of the playoffs. Lin Shan got into the bout. Her opponent was from the same academy. Ling Shan said that she was honored to fight with Sister Doug. The rival said that Sis Lin Shan could get ready. The girl stated that Ling Shan dare not start before the senior female disciple. She would wait for the attack. The girl put out her sword to repel the attack. Sister Doug delicately said that in that case she would start first. The girls were very polite. The audience has announced that a very interesting duel is about to begin. Here's Sister Doug pulling out her weapon. Madam Ming, who was watching this fight, saw that Ling Shan's sword couldn't withstand such a load. The forces are very unequal. Lin Fan is rooting for his sister. He felt that she had a very powerful opponent. Even while on the sidelines, he could sense it. Her opponent, without using any techniques, was able to land very powerful blows. Ling Shan said that she was giving up. The judge announced the winner of this competition. The girl thanked her little sister for this duel. The opponents were quite delicate. Mrs. Ming says she will take Ling Shan with her, and they go to rest together. The others stay and form a support group. Lin Fan said that his sister had gotten into the top 16 contestants. This is a great result. The referee has announced the bout to be held next. Linu Academy versus Mo Yunsan School. The young man with the 2 knives said that it was time to show Lin Academy the true level of martial arts. The opponent said not to be so sure, because he's going to trample one of the best students of Mo Yunsan High School. The girl said that the fight promises to be intense. Lin Fan said that it was a matter of seconds. Everyone had an opinion. We just have to wait for the performance. After the first strike, one of the contestants was eliminated from the game. The referee gave the victory to the participant from Mo Yunsan School. The onlookers said that the students of Linu Academy, the weaklings. The girl asked how Lin Fan knew that the fight would end so quickly. Young said this fighter is one of the first Mo Yunsan students to make it to the playoffs. He wants to instill fear in his opponents. The referee announced the third playoff battle. Linyu Academy versus Mo Yunsun High School. The girl said, "She feels like there is going to be a massacre now." Lin Fan said that this fight will end quickly. The girl from Linyu Academy said that she shoots with her bow. The first shot proved fatal. The opponent was hit. The young man said it worked out just as he had envisioned. The archer won. No one can resist a truly strong opponent. The girl stated that the next fight will be between the students of Mo Yunsun School. This fight would probably end quickly. The fight ended even faster than the girl thought. One of the participants simply gave up. The young student became hysterical. Not once could she even guess the duration of the fight. Lin Fan decided that it was a ruse. The Mo Yunsun School didn't want to show the true strength of one of its strongest members. The fifth day of the competition had arrived. The next fight was unequal. No matter how hard the opponent tried, he could not win. Lin Fan said his fight would most likely be his last. He decided to take a little nap. That's why he came late now. Ling Shan said that already the fifth fight has come to an end. Her friends said that the sixth fight was about to start. The young man declared that his strength had run out. He is ready to admit his defeat and not to be beaten anymore. Young said in that case, he thanks his opponent for the fight. The referee declared victory. One of the contestants surrendered. The young woman said that this was an unexpected outcome of this fight. The young man announced that the outcome was expected. One of the contestants was much stronger. He was just stalling for time. The young man exchanged glances with one of his rivals. He said he had some questions. That young man is very mysterious. Lin Fan saw Mo Kong. The young men remembered their agreement. Mo Kong said he'll come back for the young man. He has to win one fight beforehand. Lin Fan said that he was interested in seeing how he performed in his next fight first, and then they would talk. Mo Kong said he's about to show what a true master's performance means. The referee announced the seventh playoff battle. The girl said that strong opponents have finally gathered, and it would be a good fight now. She didn't even dare to guess who might come out victorious. Ling Shan said she doesn't know who to consider the winner either. They are equal opponents. Miss Ming said, if the opponents are equal, then they have the same chances. Lin Fang said that he didn't know who the winner might be this time either, because he hadn't seen the performance of one of the contestants. The girl thought that this would be a mysterious fight. Even Lin Fan doesn't have any guesses. The rivals, before starting the fight, traditionally began to exchange threatening remarks about each other. Mo Khan said that he would not provoke the opponent and waits for his attack. The opponent said he anticipates a good fight. After all, they are not going to hide their abilities. Mo Khan changed his mind and said that now the opponent would get to know him better. The audience shouted that the incredible Mo Khan was about to finish off his opponent. The opponent decided to use a moon-level strike. After a series of aggressive strikes, Mo Khan was defeated and eliminated from the game. The opponent said that the top four in Linu's academy, the weaklings. The girls didn't understand how such a thing was possible. To finish off such a strong opponent with only 3 blows. Lin Fan said that Mo Kong wanted to show him what a true master was. Now he won't have such an opportunity. The audience shouted that Lun Hao was invincible. Mo Yunsun School is invincible. Miss Min said she was wrong. Originally, the odds were not the same. The young man said that the atmosphere was heating up. The fighting spirit of the Yunsun followers rose. The girl said that Lin Fan is being summoned for the next fight. The young man said that he was going to destroy his opponent. The girl stated that this pair is considered the weakest in this part of the competition. The spectators do not expect to see anything interesting. Min Bin said that the young man is an alchemist and his opponent is not skilled enough. Therefore, no one is interested in this fight. Lin Fan has always only used one stick. Therefore, everyone clearly understands his maximum. The young man decided it was too much, and he's going to show what it means to have a spectacular fight. The opponent said that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and he wants Lin Fan not to disappoint him. Lin Fan said he was determined, trampling his opponent's hopes. The opponent said that the stick-fighting genius isn't using the stick right now. He must be in trouble? The young man said not to be called a stick-fighting genius. The spectators shouted for the genius of stick-fighting not to let them down. The referee announced the 8th playoff bout and waved his hand. The opponent announced to Lin Fan that he was going to attack and swung his cold weapon. The balance of power looked as follows. You could see who was eliminated, who went further. Lin Fan blocked his opponent's punch and said that he was ready to do it again. The opponent executed another offense. Lin Fan made the next strike and said that the young man would get a decent fight back. The young man delivered a powerful fist punch to the body. The opponent flew far back. The opponent said it hurt a little. Turns out the young man is that powerful. Lin Fan said that being able to withstand this blow showed that his opponent had also become stronger. The opponent warned the young man that he was about to deliver another blow. Everything was very correct and delicate. Lin Fan said that no one does that. You can't give advance warning. The enemy said that he should not be distracted by various moralizing. He almost gathered all his strength into a fist. Lin Fan apologized and said that he wouldn't do it again. The young man spread his hands and said that the techniques of the Mo Yunsun school have no creativity at all. What are these? Tiger punches, slashing punches. He's seen it all. We need something more interesting. The opponent says he understands the criticism and offers the young man a glimpse of something cool. It's going to be a sky-high technique, chaotic rockfall. Lin Fan looked up and saw many falling stones and said, "This is a beauty. Before there was only one rock, but now there are so many rocks." Lin Fan dodged the falling rocks very professionally. A pillar of dust rose up all around. Almost nothing could be seen. At one point, the opponent said that he had found the young man. The chaotic rockfall continued. Lin Fan continued to dodge. The audience shouted that Lin Fan was now suffering for lack of a stick. Onlookers doubted that his opponent's chaotic rockfall could set the stage for this fight. Dong Shui was frustrated. He tried his best, but he still couldn't hurt his opponent. Lin Fan stated that it was a very strong hold. He had to struggle a little bit. The audience shouted that it was very cool. There was almost nothing wrong with Lin Fan. He's a stick-fighting genius. It was Lin Fan's turn. He jumped up and said that he would now deliver his striking blow. The young man swung with all his might. Dong Shui said he wants to see what his opponent can do. The young man knocked his opponent's weapon out of his hands with a blow of his fist. He was completely disarmed. He said that without a weapon, he could not continue the fight, and he was now completely defeated. Dong Shui said that it was pretty good for a genius stick fight. Lin Fan became very angry. He didn't want to be called that. The young man swung and delivered his victorious striking blow. His opponent's mouth gushed blood. Dong Shui thought that history was repeating itself again. The young man didn't have the strength to continue fighting. The young man lay defeated and thought that he had lost again. Lin Fan was victorious. Lin Fan announced that Dong Shui was very good, but unfortunately, he had lost today. The young man stood with his stick again. The referee announced that Dong Shui was eliminated. Lin Fan passed on. Everyone was shouting that Lin Fan, the genius of stick fighting. The girls shouted that Lin Fan was very cool and had made it into the top 8. Madam Ming thought the boy was saying, "I won't," but his body is more honest. Didn't he grab his stick like a little kid? Dong Shui stated that he wasn't actually upset. The young man is getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fan said that Dong Shui's progress is also noticeable. He is one of the top talents of Mo Yunsun School. Lin Fan gave his opponent his stick. The opponent asked, "Could a stick-fighting genius be without a stick?" and told him to keep it for the next battle. This is what the results of the fights looked like. You could see who made it to the next round and who would face who. The young men say the academy did a good job this year. The top 8 were made up of its students. Gramilla said that it would be much easier for him now. After all, his opponent will be an alchemist. He seems to be a 3rd or 4th level martial artist, but that's okay. The young man said that Lin Fan is incredibly young. In addition to his gift, he's also an alchemist. Plus, he has a high level of martial arts. This shows that he has a great talent. The young people decided that this Lin Fan should by no means be underestimated. The 6th day of the academy competition has been announced. The first battle of the quarterfinals. The opponents have entered the arena. The young man said he wanted to see who was more dangerous today, his opponents or his knives. The opponent said that he was about to fire a level 9 fire strike. The girl effectively repelled that blow and said it was no good. Her opponent only ruined the knives. All the young man's blows failed to reach their target. He saw that everything he was doing was useless. The young man decided to apply a moon-level strike. This was followed by a destructive strike of the first gravity. The young man spun in a whirlwind, spinning his knives in all directions. The girl had to use a lot of tricks in defense. The opponent thought he'd finally gotten her to defend herself, and he said he wanted her to fight at full strength. The girl pulled out her tool and said she was about to use full force. She decided to use a sky-level technique, supersonic attack. The young man applied a devastating blow of second gravity with his knives. The heaven-level technique is simply terrifying, but his two blades aren't that hopeless. He hasn't given up yet, and now he will show his most powerful strike. The most powerful strike, it was a third gravity-shattering strike. His eyes glittered with hatred. The girl repelled her opponent's attack and used her supersonic second gravity attack. The opponent was astonished. He lay in the arena and thought that the girl was stronger than him. The referee announced that Du Yue was through to the semifinals. The girl took it for granted. She had done her job flawlessly. Lin Fan thought that this victory was well-deserved. There was a reason why this girl was first in her academy. The opponents thought that Du Yue was very strong. We should treat her with the proper attention. Do not underestimate her. The young man confidently declared that at least the second place in the competition was reserved for him. The referee has announced the second bout of the quarterfinals, Ling Xiang versus Leng Shui. The girl stated that she came here to smash her opponent. The young man said he hoped his opponent would be at least a little dangerous and won't lose like Mo Khan. The combatant used a swarm of level 2 arrows. The girl was actively attacking. Lin Fan noticed that this was a very cool strike. The area is big enough, Ling Shui will need to defend himself. The young man retaliated with a moon-level strike, an unpredictable blade. He needed to get as close to his opponent as possible. The girl thought that this young man wanted to die. He's not even dodging at all. One blade won't help him. The girl fired an endless number of arrows at her opponent. They came out of her bow with incredible speed. The opponent said the little girl couldn't catch him. If she could do it, she would have won by now. Lin Fan thought that the girl was excellent at long range, but close combat, that was her weak point. The girl thought her rival was crazy. He's definitely crazy. If he is not defensive, then he is seeking his doom. The girl screamed. Her opponent got quite close and wounded her. A scratch appeared on her cheek. It was bleeding. The girl yelled. She wants to see what her opponent can do. Now he would have to take her arrow. The girl used the fire-killing arrow technique. Lin Fan thought that it was a very cool punch. Even a bright light appeared. The girl is a master of her craft. At one point, the young man was in close proximity to the girl. He said the sissy was caught. His sword was near his rival's neck. The girl said she just couldn't believe it. He didn't even defend himself and she lost. The referee announced the next winner. Leng Shui advances to the semifinals. The young man told his rival that they were both level 9 martial artists. He still can't understand why he defeated her so quickly. Lin Fan thought that this method of combat was doomed to failure. He seemed to be willing to give up an excellent benefit for the sake of his academy. A colleague asked the winner if he was badly injured. The young man said that compared to the girl's injuries, it was still nothing. He would fight Du Yue to the death in the next round. A colleague said what he did is already worthy of praise. Now it's worth seeing him fight. The opponent applied a moon-level strike, the Big Bear. It was one of the intimidating blows in his collection. It is said that this technique is one of the most popular among the members of Linu Academy. You could say it's one of the best. Fortunately, his punches are just as good. The young man also used a lunar-level strike. It was a piercing spear. The opponent thought that a level 9 martial artist would use such strikes. It's kind of unusual. The young man said that he shouldn't praise him. He only made it to this stage because of luck. His opponent said he would still not take him lightly and would fight to the best of his ability. If he broke through to the 9th level of martial arts, he should be the strongest in Linu Academy. The warrior confirmed that he was indeed the strongest in Linu Academy, but he is not a level 9 martial artist. He is already a budding martial arts expert. The audience said that Li Du's brother is the strongest. The expert is invincible. They salute him. The young man said he was offering his opponent a taste of the power of a martial arts expert and threw another punch. The opponent ironically said that the martial arts expert was very dangerous. It takes a lot of strength to overpower him. The expert said his opponent was finished, so he used the Big Bear technique. The Big Bear's reception did not have the expected effect. It was successfully parried. The expert did not understand how it happened. The young man said that now he would have to show all his abilities. His opponent has been resisting for a very long time. The young man assumed that his opponent was also an expert and is probably the strongest disciple of Mo Yunsun. The young man said that now his opponent himself understood everything without words. It was enough to show his considerable abilities. The audience shouted that there are two experts involved in this fight. They are both very gifted. They are true martial arts experts. Lin Fan thought that these participants' abilities surpassed his own. This was not very comforting. The fight was truly spectacular. The opponents were worthy of each other. Their blades were in action all the time. Sparks were flying in all directions. One of the participants thought that this was his last opportunity. He must take the pill, so he did. Assumed the pill must give him strength. The young man became more intimidating, and he got stronger. The opponent thought, is he really planning to break through to another level of martial arts right here and now? That had never happened before. The young man shouted that he had been waiting for this moment to shock the Mo Yunsun Academy. The onlookers were shocked. Could it be that he was now stronger than just a novice expert? How was that possible? Directly during the fight, the opponent suggested that his techniques now looked inadequate. Something must be done. After taking the pill, this expert became stronger and more robust. His movements were much faster. The young man shouted that now a serious counterattack awaited his opponent, and the pill wouldn't help him. The young man used a heaven-level technique. His sword was red-hot to the extreme. The other participant used the heaven-level death spear. It was an equal attack. Everyone decided to go all in. The guy decided he wasn't going to lose. He needed even more power. The young man was terrified. He had run out of the pill's energy. It was now very difficult for him to fight his opponent. He needed just a little more. Just a little more. The miracle did not happen, and the young man lost this battle. The pill didn't help. Not even a doping control was required. The opponent said that due to his lack of experience and knowledge, he could not control a high-level force. Therefore, he would have lost the fight anyway. The audience shouted that Shui Lin was the champion. Mo Yunsun's academy defeats Lin's academy. Shui Lin is terribly dangerous. Lin Fan said that he was still not afraid of anything or anyone. The girl tells her co-worker that out of the top 4, only she made it through. Now we can only hope for Lin Fan. He must defeat Lun Hao. The interviewee says she had a hard time winning the last fight and doesn't know who she might get in the next one. Mo Kong says Lun Hao must win. If she loses to Lin Fan, it will mean that he has lost to him as well. All the girls are rooting for Lin Fan. They are shouting that he mustn't let them down. He is the best player in this tournament. The young man asked his rival how he wanted to be beaten. The opponent told Lin Fan not to be so talkative. After all, he is a simple alchemist, and he wouldn't be able to withstand his triple victory punch. Lin Fan beckoned his opponent with his hand and said he was ready to see who would be stronger. The referee announced the final battle of the quarterfinals. Lin Fan versus Lun Hao. Lun Hao immediately rushed at his opponent, shouting that he would destroy the petty alchemist. He struck him with a hail of devastating blows. Lin Fan immediately activated his Overlord Fist. No one defended themselves, only attacked. The opponent's fist collided in a powerful punch. A huge amount of energy was released. After a series of mutual strikes, Lun Hao declared that his opponent was capable of withstanding the destructive hail of blows. Then he would move on to the heaven-level techniques. Lin Fan stated that he didn't care what techniques his opponent used. Lun Hao said that it was time to take out the weapon. He would make the young man see the intimidating power of a 9th-level martial arts master. Lin Fan said that he would make his opponent see the intimidating power of a stick-fighting genius. The opponent had used a heaven-level axe strike. Lin Hao said that this was the first heavy blow. It was usually the punch he used to end a fight. Lin Fan blocked all of his opponent's punches. Lin Hao wondered if this was the limit of his opponent's ability. Lin Fan said, "It seems like the martial arts master also has something he can't easily defend against." The young man stated that he was actually a level 5 martial artist. Baldy declared that he was as much as 4 steps above his opponent. He used a second heavy axe strike. Lin Fan thought that he had already broken through the level of a martial arts expert, so his foundation was better than ordinary people. In addition, his tempered body could cover a difference of 4 steps. The young man used the dragon blade. Lin Hao found himself lying on the ground. He thought that his opponent wanted to advance to the semifinals, and so far, he was succeeding. The young man told his opponent to get up. After all, their battles were not yet over. The bald man was furious. His eyes were glowing with hatred. He announced that Lin Fan had to lose today. Lin Hao explained that he was almost a martial arts expert, and there is no equal for him in this tournament. The young man wondered, and what's the big deal? Did he really think he was cool? The young man used his dragon blade once more and swung his stick. Ling Hao made a strike with his second heaviness axe. He had no doubts about his success. Lin Fan thought that he urgently needed to change his attack. His technique was not enough. He needed to be more creative. Lin Hao said that he would now use his most powerful strike. It would be a strike with a third gravity axe. The axe was red hot to the extreme. Lin Fan said that if this is his opponent's trump card, he is very disappointed. The young man said that he would now introduce his opponent to one of his techniques of spiritual practice. It would be spirit absorption. The bald man had a hard time. The young man gave his opponent a devastating blow with such force that even his axe couldn't help him defend himself. Lin Fan said that his opponent was almost an expert, but not that tough. Ling Hao said the spiritual practice technique very dangerous. The axe appeared to be damaged. A hole had been scorched in it. The hole was also pronounced on the bald man's chest. He stated that he had lost. Tears were in the young man's eyes. Lin Fan raised his hand up and said that it was not difficult. The defeated opponent kneeled in front of him. The referee announced another semi-finalist. The young man shouted that he had seen such a technique used against him in the wilderness. So Lin Fan was the person he was looking for. The young man said that he was indeed the same Lin Fan, in person. The onlookers shouted that it turns out to be the mysterious disciple who is the genius of stick fighting. He's the one who caused a sensation in the middle of nowhere. He made it to the semifinals. The rivals, discussing Lin Fan among themselves, came to the conclusion that he is very strong. He is their common enemy, but unfortunately, he is getting stronger and more dangerous. Madame Ming thought that Lin Fan is very brave, and this boy is imperceptibly becoming incredibly strong. Her sister shouted that she didn't even think about her brother being a level 5 martial arts master. He's awesome. The girls thought that brother Lin was very strong. He could very well fight Shuiling Lun. Mo Kan stated that Lun Hao was a weakling. The young man was quite upset and disappointed. The young man said finally everyone has finally started to show their power. But he hopes this is not all that Lin Fan is capable of. Otherwise, he would be disappointed. The 7th day of the competition had arrived. Elder Mo said that today was the last day of the competition between the academies. There would be 2 semi-final battles on the first few days. Du Yue versus Leng Shui. It's one fight. Shui Lin versus Lin Fan. It's a different fight. Sierra has said the 2 winners will have a final battle in the afternoon. That's when the undisputed winner will be revealed. The semifinals are declared open. The opponent told the girl that he would be waiting for her in the arena. The young man thought that his opponent was good at ranged attacks. He should use close combat and try to get closer to her as quickly as possible. The young man used a sword of destruction, a moon-level strike. He thrust his sword forward and swiftly went on the attack. He also shouted loudly. The opponent applied a wave of chaos of the first gravity. It was urgent to disorient the attacker. The young man decided that if his opponent stopped there, she would definitely lose. The girl immediately applied a wave of second gravity chaos. The young man had a hard time. The guy decided to use a new attack and wondered if she could stop his blow. The young man activated a deadly hail of swords. It was a powerful and terrifying weapon, the likes of which this tournament had never seen before. The density of these swords was at its maximum. The girl was not frightened and coldly applied a third gravity chaos wave, blood claws. The young man realized that this was much tougher than his gimmick. He had clearly underestimated his opponent's abilities. The young man thought the little sister was dangerous after all, so he uses one of his most dangerous tricks too. The guy said that the girl had better defend herself well, otherwise she won't avoid defeat. The young man used a destructive sword. His eyes were determined. The girl continued in an escalating manner. She applied a chaos wave of fourth gravity. Now the opponent was demoralized and his attack was repulsed. In the next step, the girl activated the Skull of Death. The young man was very surprised. This incredible power was destroying his body. After the last battle, he had not fully recovered. Now it was much harder for him to maintain the fight. The guy knew he couldn't lose, so he had to win. He has to put his sword into his opponent. The young man almost came close to the girl. The sword was in close proximity to the young woman's head. The young man realized that he only had to take one step, and victory was in his pocket. The opponent knew she had to win. She was in control of the situation. The skull of death was still relevant. The young man couldn't take that step forward. He felt the incredible power of his opponent. The young man was defeated. After all, he was one step short. In fact, that one step was incredibly difficult. The young man admitted that he had lost this fight. The young man was lying face down in the arena. The judge announced the first winner of the semifinals. It was Du Yue. The girl was as cool and calm as ever. The audience shouted that this girl was simply incredible. She didn't take a single step and defeated her opponent. The first finalist, a student of Linu Academy. The girl looked at her bloody hands. Her opponent was dangerous too, and she had sustained some damage. The semifinal winner wasn't feeling well. Lin Fan walked over to the girl and offered her a restorative pill. Du Yue accepted it gratefully and looked into the young man's eyes. Baldy told his companion that the girl was injured, and she wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. The young man made his case. The young man stated that they have one last hope left. We have to keep an eye on the next fight. The opponent told Lin Fan that he wanted to see the technique that the young man used to defeat Lun Hao. Lin Fan said that he would fulfill any wish of his opponent. The referee has announced the second bout of the semifinals. Shui Lin versus Lin Fan. The start of the battle was announced, and both participants went on the attack. The Overlord's fist and a caving barrage of punches were applied. The young men came face to face. They decided to try to attack each other once more. The forces were roughly equal, and everyone received the same blows to the jaw. It was all happening in sync. The spectators said that the rivals have exchanged blows more than 10 times already. They don't even have time to follow this battle. The opponent said that Lin Fan's strikes are strong, but they are the strikes of a level 5 martial artist. They are far from the level of an almost expert. Lin Fan said that his opponent was using a caving barrage of punches. It was indeed much stronger than what Lun Hao used. The guy thought that in this series of strikes, he was less successful. A strong body alone is not enough. He needs to demonstrate everything he has learned. Lin Fan decided to strike with all his might. His punch is 7.5 tons heavy. Would the opponent be able to continue fighting after that? The opponent said he appreciated the young man's abilities. And now his warm-up is over. The girls were surprised. Do they really call this a warm-up? Lin Fan is only a level 5 master, yet he is able to fight someone who is about to become a martial arts expert. Madame Ming thought that this young man was showing off again. The opponent said that he was waiting for Lin Fan's offense. Lin Fan said that he was ready to execute an attack on the opponent. The young man executed a heaven-level Fire Dragon sword strike. Lin Fan noticed that something had gone wrong. While repelling the opponent's next attack, his stick breaks. It was like a catastrophe. The spectators saw that the stick of genius was breaking. How will he be able to continue the fight? The opponent wondered how Lin Fan would be able to continue the fight without his stick. Shui Ling said that now his chances of winning had increased significantly. Lin Fan used his spiritual energy to damage the opponent's weapon with a beam. Lin Fan stated that this might be a way out. Now both of them will be unarmed. The opponent said that he would not be unarmed. A magic spear appeared in his hands. Shui Lin said that now was definitely his opponent's last moment, and he wouldn't be able to repel the attack. Lin Fan said that in that case, he would be forced to use new techniques. The young man stated that he had the piercing blade technique to his advantage. The young man released a piercing beam of energy at his opponent. Shui Lin was injured, but he didn't recognize that he had lost the bout. He said that he was moving on to the next stage and henceforth was no good for the youth as an opponent. Shui Ling said that Lin Fan could be proud from now on. He would use all his power to destroy the young man. Shui Lin stated that he was now a martial arts expert. The audience shouted that now brother Shui Lin would not be defeated by anyone. Now he's a martial arts expert. The genius of stick fighting is now in trouble. Can an alchemy apprentice defeat a martial arts expert? Lin Fan said that there were a lot of martial arts experts nowadays. Shui Ling shouted that his opponent had truly come to an end. Lin Fan asked, how did his opponent have such confidence? And performed the piercing blade technique once more. Shui Lin activated the Spear of Death. Their blows collided with incredible force. Lin Fan jumped up and said that his opponent should take a 7.5 tons heavy punch. The young man pounced on his opponent with all his might. He put forward an indestructible fist. His opponent tried to block. The clash was not a bad one. Lin Fan had to retreat. He thought it was a good thing his body was strong enough, otherwise he would have lost. Lin Fan stated that his opponent's skills were very dangerous. He was even able to repel all of his attacks. The young man stated that he had mastered another spiritual technique. If the opponent were to resist after this, he would definitely lose. The young man activated a spiritual technique, a tongue of flame, his hand ignited. Lin Fan said as he attacked, and it was his most powerful technique. Shuilin replied, he was ready to receive the attack and would check who was stronger. Shuilin was able to extinguish his opponent's attack and counterattack successfully. Lin Fan received a sword touch on his opponent's chest and a serious injury to his shoulder. The shoulder was bleeding. The young man holding his shoulder realized that all was not yet lost. He had something to answer his opponent. Lin Fan said, too bad, but in the end, Shuilin lost. Shuilin stood, pointing his weapon towards his opponent. He was completely confident of his victory. Lin Fan said as he made one of his punches hidden. It turned out to be a surprise to his opponent. Shuilin ended up being hit in the bridge of his nose. The young man didn't even immediately feel his injury. Lin Fan asked if his opponent would continue fighting. Shuilin was surprised. How could his opponent hit his head with such ease? Lin Fan could destroy him at any moment. He had nothing to reply to such a technique. Shuilin says he has lost. He accepts his defeat. Lin Fan stated, it seems like he is a bit stronger after all. The spectators shouted that Lin Fan had won and passed the finals. They already know who will be the champion. The audience tossed the champion around and said he was a stick-fighting genius. Baldy said his friend tried, but that boy was invincible. A representative of the Yunsun school said he did not expect the best of them to lose. A colleague said that one should not be equal to Lin Fan. One should think of oneself and improve oneself. Elder Mo told his colleague that a good team had gathered at Linu Academy. That's why their school lost this time. Elder Mo said that finals no longer have anything to do with Mo Yunsun School. Therefore, they are leaving. They need to do error work and work hard. The elder thought that in the past 3 competitions between their academies, Mo Yunsun's disciples had lost to Lin Fan. This boy had become their nemesis. The elders of the spiritual practice faculty said that Lin Fan's martial talent was incredible. He can't waste any more time in the alchemy department. We should take him as an apprentice to the spiritual practice department. They would do a good job on him there. Lin Fan said that all the students were congratulating and tossing him around. Now he feels dizzy. He needs to hide urgently. Mrs. Lin said that there was no way that the elders from the spiritual practice faculty could poach the young man to join them. Min Bin was yelling that she'll deal with everyone and take the young man away from here. The audience wondered what Mrs. Ming wanted to do to the young man. Lin Fan fought back as best he could. He said that it was all over now. There was no need to save him from anyone. Madam Ming stuffed the young man into a bag so that no one would discover him and moved him to the alchemy department, hoping that he would be safe there. Madam Ming told the elders that Lin Fan couldn't hear anything. He couldn't react to anything right now. Miss Ming said that the young man refuses the offer to transfer to another faculty, and it was not worth discussing it with him anymore. Lin Fan, sitting in the bag, cried out for help. Madam Ming said that they needed to return to the alchemy department urgently. An elder stated it seemed to him that Lin Fan had refused their offer. Another elder claimed Lin Fan said he didn't need it at all. The girls thought that Brother Lin Fan was about to leave. They didn't understand the motive behind it. The elder declared the competition over. Lin Fan left and Duyue became the champion. Lin Fan, sitting in the sack, was sad and stated that he wanted to have some more fun. Madam Ming told him to just be quiet. Madam Ming didn't want to listen to anything. She was not satisfied with any arguments. The elders said that talents like Lin Fan were born once every 100 years. If Min Bin listens, he will definitely hold a good position in the academy in the future. The girl yelled that she was not interested at all, and she didn't agree. She hadn't heard a single convincing argument. And Lin Fan will be an alchemist. The elders were upset. They asked why, if her legs were so long, was she right at once? The elders said for Mrs. Ming not to do that. It's better to ask Lin Fan about everything. The girl said the young man was very badly injured and needed rest. The doctor prescribed. The elders were concerned about the young man's well-being. They wondered how dangerous his wounds were. They wanted to see the young man. Madam Min sent them away. The young man was recuperating and healing his wounds while lying on a chaise lounge. He said he didn't care about the championship. The young man was very frightened when he saw that the elders had broken through to him. The young man asked what were they up to. Did they want to steal him and carry him away in a sack? At the same moment, Madame Ming appeared and asked, who dared to take Lin Fan away from her? Lin Fan was already in the bag and shouted out. Finally, his favorite teacher had come to save him. Mrs. Ming lit a torch and said that she had been driven to despair. She's going to set the bag on fire. It would burn to the ground and no one would have Lin Fan. The elders asked, is she really that hostile? The elders said we should do the wise thing. We should let the young man go, and we can talk it over in peace. Lin Fan listened to the elders' suggestion and said that becoming a disciple of the spiritual practice faculty was not in his plans for now. The elders said that becoming a disciple of the spiritual practice faculty would give him many more opportunities and resources for his development. Miss Ming said that the alchemy department has enough necessary resources. The struggle for Lin Fan continued. The elders said that they could help the young man discover and get rid of his weaknesses. Madame Ming said that she could make every day of his remarkable. The young man watched this battle in silence. After finishing his watermelon, the young man said that he was absolutely staying in the alchemy department. He would also not give up martial arts, always willing to help and answer any questions the elders had. The elder said that in that case, there was no need for anyone else to argue. Miss Min stated that she is a good person. Therefore, she was willing to give half of her students to the spiritual practice department. It was agreed. The elder asked the young man how he knew the techniques of the heavenly and spirit level. Lin Fan said that it was a very long story. He needed time to come up with this story. Lin Fan said that in a forbidden area in the mountains, he defeated a dangerous beast and found a magic stone. This stone held the secrets of some techniques, but after he mastered these techniques, the stone shattered into pieces. And now he does not have that stone. During this story, the young man's nose grew rapidly. The elder said, if they had these techniques, they would never fear Mo Yunsun again. Lin Fan said to the elder to calm down. In the future, he would show Lin Academy how to learn the 5 techniques. Linu Academy's alchemy department. The young man had just finished writing a book. The ink hadn't dried yet. He didn't understand why everyone was acting like children. The elder announced that the Fire Sages meeting would begin in 2 weeks. Linu Academy could now attend. The young man exclaimed that this meeting takes place once every few years. Compared to the wilderness, you can learn a lot in a shorter period of time. The elder told the young man, since he did not want to be a student of the Faculty of Spiritual Practices, he might not go there. However, the number of places is limited. Only the disciples of the Faculty of Spiritual Practices are allowed to enter. Lin Fan said that he had just handed over 5 techniques to the academy. Couldn't he be given a seat for that? The old man said they don't give out gifts. It's only appropriate for the Department of Spiritual Practices. Lin Fan said, in that case, he asked to be admitted to this faculty. Mrs. Ming shouted that she did not agree with this decision. The girl grabbed the young man by the cheek and told him that such gatherings are very dangerous. He is only a master craftsman. Does he really want to have fun there? Does he intend to pursue alchemy further? The young man made a promise that he would stay in the alchemy department. Not only would he not forget about alchemy, but during the meeting, for the sake of his excellent teacher, he would look for useful materials and information to make pills. Madame Ming said that the young man's current level, these are heavenly level pills. Once he learns how to make sacred level pills, she would immediately let him leave. The elder said that this would have to wait for a few years. By then, the Fire Sages meeting would have already passed. Lin Fan said that he had already made a sacred level breakthrough and was ready to present her. The elder checked this pill and said that Ming Bing could now allow the young man to go to the meeting. The old man confirmed that this is indeed a sacred level pill, and it is very good. Madame Ming leaned her sword against the young man's neck as usual and said that he was shameless. Did he really make a pill? Lin Fan confessed that this pill had actually been recently given to him by Madame Ming. The young man stated that in the Forbidden Zone, he had found not only rare techniques, but also the elixir of immortality. The young man's nose grew again. The young man suggested that such elixirs and techniques could be found on the Holy Mountain, at an altitude of about 1,500 meters. Madame Ming wondered, could the young man really make an immortality elixir? And had he memorized the method completely? Lin Fan said that the restricted area is very dangerous. and he's a little worried. The girl wondered, what did the elixir of immortality have to do with it? If she were in his shoes, she would have taken notes to create the elixir. Lin Fan said that he had a very good memory. Even though he didn't have much time, he had memorized quite a bit. Madam Ming wanted to hear everything. The young man said that he had to endure a lot of beatings lately, and the pain in his back is really bothering him. His thoughts are not very clear, and his head is not thinking clearly enough. Miss Min asked where the young man was hurting. She is ready to warm him up a bit. The young man showed all the places on his back that make him uncomfortable, and where he felt pain. Madam Min gave her student a good beating. She decided that she had had a good day. She already had 10 kinds of immortal elixir on her hands. The young man promised to describe 100 more. Madam Ming said that the young man was a miracle. The young man, with his face disfigured from the beatings, didn't know where to hide. Mrs. Ming said that the young man should definitely go to the meeting of the fire sages. Find something useful there in return. The Firewise Men's meeting is in 2 weeks. My sister wants to go too. The girl said, since she had performed well in the competition, she had become a disciple of the Faculty of Spiritual Practices. Therefore, she could now participate in the gathering of the fire sages. But the martial art also requires constant development. She must constantly train. The girl was frightened. Some scary, huge bird appeared in the sky. The bird flapped its wings and turned into a small bird. It perched on the young man's shoulder. Lin Fan said to his sister not to worry. This is his tame bird named Zhao Qing. The sister cried out, how could a young man tame such an animal? Lin Fan stated, if his sister also participated in the meeting, then he and this fledgling would be sure that everything was fine. The girl looked at this beautiful bird. She said she forgave it, even though it had frightened her. Lin Fan said that it could be very dangerous at the upcoming event. The young man gave his sister 3 golden stones and said that they would help her develop her abilities quickly. The young man gave 1 stone each to the bird and the lion, and he told them to keep good watch over his sister. The bird and the lion found common ground. The nurse stated that the animals had found an approach to each other. The young man said that there are 2 more weeks ahead. One must develop one's skills. One cannot rely only on golden stones. The young man said that he had to teach everyone the heaven-level techniques. It's been 2 weeks. The gathering of the wise men of the fire is very unusual. The elder said that everyone will be moved to a very unusual place. There will be a lot of difficulties. By joining forces, everyone must ensure the safety of the people. The elder sent all the disciples on a responsible task to create security. The girl told her brother and sister to be more careful. Ling Shan told her friend to help Bing Ming's teacher. Madam Ming said that the young man is still her student, and she doesn't accept any handouts. The young man asked Min Bin to calm down. This is a gift for his favorite teacher. The girl was very touched by the young man's attention. There were golden stones in the bag. Lin Fan went to the meeting and asked his favorite teacher not to look for a fiancé while he was away. Mrs. Ming said that she would wait for the young man's return anyway. The young people moved in the given direction. Lin Fan said that he would have to split up with his sister. Later, he would definitely find her. The young man jumped off the bird and fell straight into the lake. This way of traveling did not seem very safe to him. He almost crashed. The young man thought someone wanted to talk to him. He told him to come out immediately. The young man said this is the emperor's bathing pond, and he takes and drinks the sacred water from here. This water has miraculous properties and has always been highly valued, but it's all spoiled now because someone is washing here. A small red chick appeared and said that the young man was wasting sacred water. He could be beaten for that. The young man thought that the bird in front of him was a little chick. The bird said it was not a little chick. He has insulted the emperor, and for that he can be destroyed. The young man slapped the talkative bird. The bird said that the young man would surely die now. He dared to attack an imperial servant. The young man said that the little bird in front of him was just a little bird who was making a phoenix of herself. How could she not be ashamed? The bird said she's not a phoenix. She's just an imperial bird that will kill anyone who comes here. If she met a phoenix, she would immediately tear him apart. The young man didn't disagree. The bird said if the young man despised her, she would now behead him instantly. Lin Fan caught the bird and hit it several times, but not a single scratch appeared on it. It turned out that the bird was wearing armor. The young man noticed that this armor was of the level of a great master. Everything is put together: spirit, earth, sky, gold. Celestial level items are rare in Linu Academy. This armor is 3 levels higher. Lin Fan said that he wanted to discuss something with this little bird. The bird begged the young man not to undress her. Lin Fan said that the bird was wrong about him. He is not like that. The young man let go of the bird. It flew upward. The young man invited the bird to come down and talk to him. The young man said he wasn't sure if the bird was on the level of a great martial arts master. Just a few punches from him and she would have been picking her teeth across the floor. The bird said she was furious and ready to finish this outlaw off. The bird performed a fire attack on the young man. The level of this fire strike is higher than that of the young man. This is the 4th of the 9 levels of fire. Lin Fan caught the fire directed at him and said that it belonged to him now. The young man was in a lot of pain. He thought he was in trouble. But one way or another, he has to endure a level 4 fire. The bird rushed toward the young man and said that now he couldn't move his arms. How was he going to defend himself? The bird decided to perform a fireball attack. The young man used the art of the stealthy strike. His blow hit the target. The bird staggered. Luckily, the bird had holy armor. Otherwise, it would have finished it off. The bird shouted that you couldn't use the power of telekinesis. The young man tried to master the power of fire. The bird was outraged. Does he really want to take away her firepower? He should get out of here immediately. The young man thought he could do it. If the bird couldn't use the power of fire to its full potential, he would take it for himself. The bird said it can't go any further. The only thing left to do is to take advantage of the opportunities that are already there. The bird said the young man would never make it anyway. She will watch him die. The young man could not master the power of fire. He kept getting burned. The bird said he would just roast himself. Now he smelled roast and his stomach rumbled. The young man wouldn't stop. He said that as soon as he could control the energy of the fire, he would roast the bird first. The young man thought that fire is very strong. He cannot talk to the bird and master fire at the same time. The young man said he didn't want to wait. He would take advantage of the bird's vulnerability and destroy it. The young man thought to attack again. It needs to hit harder than the previous one. Spirit absorption, or incomplete absorption. The young man struck the bird and it fell down immobilized. The young man thought that this bird is not going to die. It is just unconscious. And he told it not to bother him anymore. The young man couldn't fight the fire. It was already burning. How much longer would he have to wait? He couldn't take it anymore. The bird opened one eye and inquired, "Is the meat ready yet?" Bird stood up and thought, "This boy isn't done yet." The bird tried to get closer. The young man thought he was going to fry it. The young man stated that the bird slept for 4 whole hours and finally woke up. The bird wondered, had the flame disappeared? Had he really done it? Lin Fan stated that not only had he mastered the 4th level of the fire art, but he had also broken through to a master of the 8th level. Birds resented, what kind of martial artist can't match a level 4 fire energy? He's just bluffing. The young man asked, didn't the bird want to roast him? He wanted to remind him that he could now easily defeat a person at the 3rd step of a great martial arts master. The bird announces that in that case, the final decisive battle will now be fought. Bird will also use fire. She will be forced to use the most dangerous technique, the phoenix blade. The young man said, for the bird despises phoenixes. The phoenix blade is a phoenix technique, and the bird has no right to use it. The bird said she was using it by doing the phoenixes a favor. They should be proud of that. The young man was about to die. The bird sent a stream of fire towards the young man. The young man used a technique that incinerated the blade and deactivated the stream of fire flame that was directed at him. The young man retaliated by sending the bird straight into the water and said that now it could approach him in peace. He'd just spank her, or she would give him the sacred armor and he would forget all differences. The bird said the young man was insolent. He drank her water, mastered her level 4 fire technique. Now he's making conditions on her. The guy said that the fire technique now belonged to him. The sacred armor was about to become his as well. The bird said there's nothing to threaten her. She won't make any deals. She'd rather die. The young man stepped closer to the bird and applied a blow of maximum gravity. His hand didn't shake. The bird, coming to his senses after fighting with the young man, asked what his name was. The young man introduced himself. He said he was a guru, Lin Fan. The bird said, he's not a guru, he's an outlaw, but he's not ashamed to call himself a guru. She was furious. The bird said that Lin Fan was about to see all of her power. The young man thought, even though this chick isn't a great martial artist, he has some dangerous skills. Since he possesses sacred armor, he shouldn't be underestimated. The bird flapped its wings and used the transformation of the sacred armor. Then it flew fast, fast. The young man thought that the bird could fly using its full power. It was unattainable for him. The bird screamed, even though it had retreated today. Sooner or later, it would destroy the young man. The young man said no sooner or later. We should just do it today. The bird turned around and saw the young man in front of him. How did he do that? A martial arts master can't go up in the air. The young man said he didn't fly. He merely stood on a leaf. Nothing more. The bird thought that the young man had used a sacred level technique. Flying petals. The bird decided that it needed to escape immediately. The young man, unfortunately, has not yet caught the bird. The flying petals are too depleted. All that's left is to catch up with the bird and follow the bloody trail. The young man realized that, in the end, the bird would not be able to escape him. It was the young man's first time here. This place is unusual. If it wasn't for the traces of blood left by the bird, he wouldn't have found it. The wounded bird told the young man not to hit her. She has a big garden at home. It's full of magical plants she can share. The young man said it was a wild garden. Why would it suddenly belong to a bird? And given that she's a bird, why would she need magical herbs? The bird said she had many magical plants. So many that the young man couldn't carry them. So he can only take half of them. The guy said he couldn't take all the plants, but he could take the bird with him. Suddenly, a stranger pounced on the bird. The bird managed to dodge. The young man told the bird to hold him back, and he would go around the other side. The bird said that the young man was cheating. He just wants to escape. The stranger with the huge hammer said there was no need to run away. You just have to accept your doom. The young man asked the stranger who they were. The stranger said the garden was their territory. Whoever gets in here must die. Lin Fang said that there was a misunderstanding. They just lost their way, and they would leave this place right away. The young man thought that these two are fourth-level martial arts experts. They are very dangerous. The experts said it was too late to retreat, and they swung their weapons at the young man. Lin Fang told the chick that they couldn't avoid it. The chick agreed, and they struck hands. The young man immediately used a blade of fire. The opponent was deactivated by the firepower. Both enemies lay motionless. A third man appeared, and he was outraged that the two were already motionless. The stranger shouted that he was about to finish off his enemies. There would be no ceremony. The man shouted that he was about to avenge the Lao brothers. The man used a heaven-level weapon, a purple bowl. So far, that was all he had in his arsenal. Lin Fang told his opponent that he was about to smash that bowl with one punch. The young man applied a counter-punch of 10 tons of force. The bird leaned against a rock and said they could fight on their own for now and ignore her. The stranger asked, how did the young man get such strength? Was his body so prepared? Lin Fang said he was surprised. The opponent's bowl was not easy, and with a canopy of at least 5 tons. Suddenly, one of the villains who was originally deactivated rose up. He grabbed his hammer and shouted that he was about to show the young man. The young man was distracted and received these hammer blows to the shoulder. The shoulder was deactivated for a while. The blow was severe and the arm was swollen. The villain shouted that one of the young man's arms was no longer functioning. Now he would destroy him completely. Lin Fang stated that it was now time for a stealthy attack. The young man used a heaven-level spiritual technique. The opponent was struck directly in the forehead. He shouted loudly. The young man activated the soul absorption, and the villain was finished. The stranger's soul was being consumed by the young man. The villain collapsed dead to the ground. His hammer fell beside him. The bird shouted that the young man had finished off the martial arts expert in no time. How could that be? It's a good thing she has sacred armor. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived either. The surviving villain screamed, "How dare this young man massacre his brother?" The villain grabbed the bowl again and said, he doesn't care who is in front of him. Tonight, his opponent will die. The young man stated that in order to defeat a level 4 martial arts expert, something more dangerous must be used. The young man used a series of 5 slashing punches. The young man thought, counting on just one whole arm, he wouldn't last. Lin Fang shouted to the bird to do something faster. If he died, the bird wouldn't escape either. The bird said she'd help now. After all, they're in this together. The bird said she would now show her powerful weapon. A golden net. The bird unraveled the net, and this bull fell into it. The villain saw what this little guy could do. The bird cried out pity that the opponent was so weak and worthless. The young man grabbed this net and said that now it was his turn. The young man captured his opponent's bowl in the net. He said if they were only measuring physical strength, he would defeat his opponent with one hand. The villain shouted for the young man to return his bowl immediately. Lin Fan said he will return it if the opponent catches him. Lin Fan rose high up and threw the bowl at its master with tremendous force. The bowl hit him directly in the chest. His opponent lay sprawled on the ground. To take such a blow of incredible gravity was simply an imminent death. The guy thought, even though he had finished off 2 martial arts experts, he had also suffered a severe injury. His arm had completely failed. The guy thought to himself, though, getting hurt had paid off. This bowl belongs to him now. The young man thought that the properties of a heaven-level weapon could be used through the body. It was very convenient. The bird thought there was no time to lose. We have to hide the golden net right away. This guy will take everything in sight. The young man wondered what interesting thing was in the pocket of the deactivated enemy. The young man retrieved the keeper's ring. It was an incredible find. The young man said that the keeper's ring opens up a new space. The magical herbs are just stored here. This space is huge. Apparently, this ring is not below the black level. The young man was delighted. The bird shouted that it too had found the keeper's ring, and flapping its wings. The young man used the ring to find healing herbs. He knew that they would be useful for his alchemy. If this chick ate such plants, the plants would simply disappear. Chick pounced on the young man. He reminded him that they were splitting everything in half. A guy shouldn't take everything. If the young man wasn't going to cooperate, he could get the hell out of here. The young man said there was another option. He takes all the magic herbs he finds and then divides everything in half. The bird thought that this young man is quite insatiable. He could then refuse to share everything. The bird said that Lin Fan is insatiable and ruthless. The young man had picked all the grasses clean. There was bare ground left. He said they were finally finished. The young man told the bird to give him his ring. The bird told him not to even think about it. He'd already robbed her. Does he want to take the ring too? The young man declared that he had fought with those brothers. Therefore, the rings must belong to him. The bird said she wasn't going to argue, and they would never see each other again. Lin Fang told the chick not to leave. After all, he hadn't given up his sacred armor yet. At this time, the young man held the bird tightly in his hands. The bird called him a robber and told him to let her go quickly. Suddenly, the allies heard some kind of sound. It seemed like an animal roar to them, and there seemed to be a lot of beasts. The bird assumed that the beasts wanted to attack them. Lin Fan noticed a great number of wild, terrifying animals appeared from behind the hillside. They were looming menacingly. The young man shouted out that there were several dozen beasts in front of them. All martial arts masters. There are even some experts among them. In the valley, there's no point in running away. The beast almost came close. The young man said then they would take the fight and fight here to the end. The young man threw his new toy at the beasts. It was a purple bowl weighing 5 tons. The beasts were scattered in different directions. The young man was constantly engaging in combat with various animals, methodically destroying one after another. He said the bird shouldn't just stand there. It must be of some use too. The bird has to destroy someone. The bird said she'd do it all now. Her middle name, Mass Murderer. Most of the beasts were destroyed by the young man. The battle bowl was in his hands. The young man said if any of the beasts wanted to die, they could approach. The bird glared intimidatingly with its eyes. All the beasts were amazed. The young man was exhausted. The chick lay beside him and could hardly move. The chick said that he was tired and let the beast not come back again, because it is not easy to fight with the beasts. The boy and the bird moved into the forest. The young man thought that 2 serious battles in a row would be very hard. Fortunately, he had a lot of pills with him. The bird thought if she let this insolent man recover, she would have to endure the bullying again. Bird decided that now was the right opportunity for a surprise attack. The bird thought once she finishes him off, everything that belongs to him will belong to the bird. The bird knocked the pill bottle out of the young man's hands and called him a robber. It told him to accept death. The young man asked what the insolent bird was up to. The young man said that if it were not for him, this bird would have been destroyed by the wild beasts. The bird said that it was to its credit that it had defeated them, and if the young man had not been there, she would have hidden herself in a safe place altogether. The young man called his interlocutor an ungrateful and unscrupulous bird. Here he would cure his left hand and immediately roast the bird. The bird said that in that case she would finish the young man off right away. The young man didn't hesitate long and used the trophy bowl against the bird. The bird was immediately deactivated. She thought the young man was ready for her sabotage. The guy called the bird very unintelligent and said he was always on the lookout. After a prolonged shaking, he realized that this armor was not removable. When she opened her eyes, she thought, does he really want the bird to be burned alive? The young man, taking the bird off the fire, said, don't get so hot, and he smiled. Lin Fan said that he was inviting the bird to a barbecue. The bird asked if the young man was going to eat it. The bird called Mr. Lin a vile scoundrel, told him to let her go immediately, and they'd have one more fight. The young man declared that he was very fond of fried wings and proceeded to spin the bird over the fire. Lin Fan told the bird to take off the sacred armor and then he would not let it die. The bird explained that the armor and she are one. They cannot be removed. If she died, the armor would go with her. The young man said that when the bird was unconscious, he found another interesting thing from it. Like the ring the bird had found, he had already taken the magic herb stored in it. The young man asked, what's wrong with this guardian ring? He can't open it. Apparently this ring holds some kind of secret. The bird told the young man to give the ring back immediately. He had stolen her family ring, which she had inherited. The young man continued his fiery work and said that he loved fried wings after all. The bird was hot again. The bird told him not to fry it, and she confessed to everything. This ring holds the secret practices of her ancestors. Stranger families cannot see what's inside. The young man thought that the ancestor of this bird was one of the 4 sacred birds. The techniques of that sacred bird are said to be incredibly effective. He's willing to see some techniques. Chick said the young man is beating and robbing him, spilling blood. He will never show the young man anything. Chick can't break the covenants of the ring and the young man will get nothing. The young man said it turns out there's no way they can make a deal. He really loves fried wings. The young man salted the chick. The bird asked if Lin Fan might want to tame it. He might be able to do that. The bird said that she is now tamed. The young man is the master. She is his chick. Lin Fan said that only a fool would fall for it, and continued salting. The bird told the young man to stop. There is a temple nearby. There are many interesting things in it. The bird will show you the way and help you find treasures in the temple. The young man says he's in for a new adventure. He agrees. The young man said they were moving out. The chick on the spit followed him. The young man got to the secret valley. The young man said though they were wounded, they had finally gotten to that drink. The drink was incredibly wonderful. One could not only heal their wounds, but also become stronger. With this drink, they would be able to rise several levels at once. Suddenly, a purple bull flew in and deactivated several young men. They thought they were being attacked by enemies. The enemies turned out to be Lin Fan and the chick. They quickly dealt with those youngsters. The wounded young man asked, who were they anyway, and where did they come from? The young man and the chick said they were a fearsome team of robbers. No one will be spared. They'll rob everyone. Lin Fan took the vials away from the young men and said, this is indeed a very rare drink. Compared to the pills, the drink is much cooler. The chick was checking to see what else he could get. Maybe there was something else besides a good drink. The young man divided the entire drink into 2 unequal portions and said that this portion belonged to the bird. The bird said that there was even less than a third. The young man had deceived her again. She trusted him. The bird said she had to go out for a wee and not to be disturbed by the young man. The young man said he wasn't going to peep, and the bird could take its time. The bird thought that with this drink, one could become a martial arts expert, even a real predator, and then kill that Lin Fan. After taking the drink, the bird was reborn. It has finally become a dangerous predator. Now you can try using new techniques. Its muscles of steel began to emerge. The bird thought that little Lin Fan had come to an end. The imperial chick was about to make him find out who the elder was. The bird crept stealthily up to the young man and said that he was now trying her fist. The bird swung. At the last moment, the young man noticed a healthy chick, dodged and kicked the bird in the head. The bird shook and fell. It said it was defeated. The young man said it was nothing personal. He too had managed to drink the entire drink and successfully reached the boundary of the martial arts master level. Lin Fan said, if the bird has something against it, then they can fight. The chick begged Lin Fan's brother not to touch him. The sacred temple was already close. They should quickly continue on their way. The man and the bird approached a mountain temple. This temple has been silent for very many years. Now suddenly there is a light burning there. One must definitely go there. It seemed to the young man that there were many people there. The bird said whoever touches its treasure will be destroyed immediately. In response to these words, the young man showed the bird a stick. The bird said that the robbery team must be one. The man and the bird noticed that there were people in front of the temple. The doors to the temple opened. All the people present went inside the temple. Lin Fan walked to the technique hall. All the shelves were filled with sacred level techniques. The young man found a technique of the level of a great martial arts expert. With this technique, his family would become much stronger. Another young man said to give this technique to him. The secret of these techniques must belong to his family. The young people started to get into an argument and got violent. They promised to kill each other. The young man didn't calm down and pulled out his cold weapon. His opponent also pulled out a cold weapon and said he was able to finish everyone here. The man and the bird thought what lay before them were weaklings. Because of one tiny technique, they are willing to kill each other. Lin Fan said that there were a lot of these techniques here. If he was a level lower, he would have taken to practicing these techniques long ago. The man and the bird disguised themselves and decided to pass unnoticed into the main hall of the temple. In such a way, they would definitely not be recognized. There were huge steps in front of the entrance to the main hall of the temple. The young man said that these steps were like sacred steps. The higher they are, the harder it is to climb. Mount Linu also has such steps. A person who does not have talent will not be able to climb up. The bird accelerated and jumped a few steps up, said it was no hindrance to her. What happened next was more difficult. Bird said the pressure of the last two stages was the greatest. Probably about 15 tons. It was getting much harder to jump. The bird climbed to the very top and said it was very tired. The bird stated if the young man asked her nicely, she would help him up. Lin Fan said that he didn't need any help, and he had already gotten up. The young man happened to be next to him. The young man said it wasn't difficult, just 15 tons. The man and the bird made their way into the armory. The young man said he had plenty of tech, but not enough weapons. The young man looked around and said, I think someone has been here before. But he met some obstacles. The young man saw two strangers sitting opposite each other in the room. One of the young men asked the young man to finish off his opponent. For this he would be grateful. Another man asked for the same favor. He said he would give a sacred pill as a token of his gratitude. Both young men had bruises on their faces. The young man said that it would not do him enough good to fulfill their requests. The bird declared that the young men should get all their treasures, and then both of them would not perish. The young men said that the bird was taking the opportunity to try to insult them. They are both level 8 martial arts experts. One palm strike and the bird will die. Lin Fan took out his club and said, a level 8 expert is certainly scary, but a wounded level 8 expert wasn't so scary anymore. The bird added that it was ready to start looting. The young men cried and said they would try to negotiate. Lin Fan said that it would no longer be possible to make a deal. The bird stated that it had had enough of this chatter. It's time to get down to business. One of the young men decided to resist and used a spiritual level technique, the palm of darkness. The young man said its master was afraid to fight him, and this bird is shameless and insolent. Lin Fan said that he wasn't afraid to fight and sent his newly acquired bowl at his opponent. The young man asked, is the young man really looking for death? He wouldn't be able to grapple with the members of the Xia 2 family. The stranger executed a double strike with the palm of darkness. The bowl sent to the opponent reached the target. The adversary said that Lin Fan was strong, and he didn't expect his opponent to be stronger. The chick called the stranger a weakling and said that he was about to get what he deserved because he had underestimated him. The other stranger thanked the bird and the young man for helping to get rid of his enemy. The Lan family would be sure to thank them. Lin Fan dealt with the other stranger as well. He took the healing liquid from him too and said, it's good to come from a big family. It has many advantages. The bird used the magic ring to find the treasure and said that the battle in the first temple could stop at any moment. They need to hurry now. Lin Fan said that they found a lot of weapons. It's true that the quality is ordinary. Lin Fan said, although he didn't need this weapon, it could be sold to someone. Suddenly, the young man discovered something incomprehensible. He suggested that the strange thing might be valuable. The young man tried to lift his find, but he couldn't even move it. He guessed that it weighed 15 tons, maybe more. The young man made a logical conclusion. If he couldn't lift it, then it was a sacred-level weapon, and he considered this find to be very valuable. The young man, using his magical abilities and inner energy, decided that this find would definitely belong to him. The bird was indignant, she said. The young man had spent half a day around this find. He's not looking for anything else. What's he doing here anyway? The young man said he had found a valuable treasure. It can be very light or very heavy. It could be small and it could be very big. Lin Fan shrunk this treasure and was able to lift it. The chick was shocked. Compared to what he found, this is a very cool find. The young man said that he was now going to go to the third temple. He invited the bird to follow him. At the temple, the people calmed down and realized that they had been tricked. Some villain had taken advantage of their mess to get all the weapons out of the second hall. There's no time to waste. We must proceed to the third temple. We have to protect it. At the entrance to the third hall, young men stood at the entrance and said that it was forbidden to enter. The eldest son of their family had already entered this temple. The others are not allowed. The young man figured that if they weren't allowed in there, it wasn't a good thing. The young people thought that the Lin family's position compared to theirs was much higher, and there's nothing they can do about it now. Their eldest son is incredibly dangerous. He's no match for them. Lin Fan shouted, would the Lan family really dictate the rules to them? The young man added that it was not social status that was valued in the temple, but only personal qualities, and he said that no one could dare to block his way. The strangers said that they were about to show the brazen young man. They attacked Lin Fan. The young man thought that 2 practices had hit him, and he didn't even feel a thing. He also jumped to such a great height. After Lin Fan landed and stood up, he said, why are his brothers waiting? Just a little more, and the Lan family will take all the jewelry and they will have nothing left. Then he fell down and said he was dying. The people who are dissatisfied with the state of affairs said that this young man is right. The eldest son of the Lan family wants to take everything for himself. That way he can finish them off too. There's no need to wait for death. It's better to start a confrontation and attack them all together. The 2 young men, realizing that they might not be able to hold back the invading crowd, shouted for no one to listen to these fools. If they offended the Lan family, they would be in trouble. The disgruntled people said that in that case they would deal with the 2 standing guard first. Lin Fan watched as the crowd beat 2 members of the Lan family to a bloody pulp. The young men said that now they could enter the temple in peace. No one is blocking their way. Suddenly something strange appeared in front of the crowd. They saw a release of energy. The young man was wounded and began to bleed. He realized that there was a magical barrier in front of him. The young man said it seems that not everyone will be able to get through this barrier, so he decided to give it a try. The young man half-crossed that barrier and said he had succeeded. The young man said if one of them passed, they could try the others. Lin Fan searched for treasures of the youngsters he had defeated who had managed to break the protective barrier. He told the bird that they should hurry up, because martial arts experts might be here now. The bird said that it could deal with any expert. The young man was indignant. He said that not everyone was able to overcome this protective barrier. What happened to those who made it to the other side? The young man saw that his companions were attacked by someone, and they were unconscious. He told the person who attacked them to come out immediately. Lin Fan and the bird decided to play dead so as not to get into an unnecessary fight. A young man jumped out from the other side of the protective barrier. He was all battered and bloody. The young man said to quickly get out of there. The one who is there has mastered a powerful technique. The unknown person on the other side of the barrier said that no one would be leaving here today. The young man said that there was an intimidating aura emanating from the unknown person. It must be the eldest son of the Lan family. Lan Rui Khan appeared in front of everyone. The young man looked at what had happened here and asked, who had done this to his brothers? The bravest of the crowd shouted that the responsibility for the death of these 2 was on all of them. Joining forces and finishing off the Lan family was the only way to survive. The Lan family's eldest son said that in that case, they would all die now. The disgruntled men said they were going on the attack and were about to fight this young man. The eldest son of the Lan family said that the opponents could now familiarize themselves with his newly mastered new techniques. the strongest spiritual techniques in the world, and applied the silver moon technique. The young man was very intimidating and scattered the entire crowd. One of the crowd said that their opponent was incredibly dangerous. The Lan family's eldest son said in response that his opponents were incredibly weak. Bird thought that this guy had finished off many martial arts experts. He's at least a martial arts emperor. We should keep pretending to be dead. Lin Fan thought that he should find a way to hide. There was no way to carry all these pills away without being seen. He would have to eat as many pills as possible. The Lan family's eldest son said that these two could get up and not pretend to be dead. He figured them out. Lin Fan realized that his plan wasn't working. He stood up and said hello to Mr. Lan, apologized for disturbing him, and said that he wouldn't interfere, and was ready to leave this room. The next moment, the young man was running away from that temple, and he was glad that he had managed to get his legs away. A bird was sitting on his shoulder. Suddenly, Mr. Lan was beside the young man. He caught up with him and asked him where the young man was going. Lin Fan immediately turned around and unleashed a 10-ton punch at the ill-wisher. The eldest son of the Lan family was shocked. Could it be that a worthless martial artist was capable of such a powerful strike? Lin Fan continued to beat up his opponent. The blows came one after another. Len got to his feet and said that his opponent's punch was very powerful. He could not imagine that the young man was so prepared. Len stated that if the young man shared his cultivation techniques with him, he would spare him. Lin Fang said that he is now ready to fight and is ready to defend his independence. Lin Fan thought that his opponent was very strong. After such a powerful punch, he calmly got to his feet. Len says he accepts the challenge, but in that case, his opponent would have to die. So he used a sacred level palm. Lin Fang retaliated with a sacred level fire blade. This was the strongest confrontation between the two martial arts schools. The young man realized that the opponent was very strong. He shouted to the bird to come to his aid quickly. Only the two of them could defeat the rival. The bird circled in a circle and said it would not fly. Only a fool would agree to go to certain death. Lin Fang said in that case, he would tell the rival that he had a rare Zhu Qiue bird in front of him. The rival said that such a bird was something he really needed. The bird screamed that Lin Fang was a cheat. He had shamelessly betrayed her. The bird shouted that Len could go up to her, if he had the courage, and then she would destroy him without straining. Len said he was hearing a very bold statement from this fledgling. The bird saw Len's purple wings appear. It was an emperor-level technique. The bird was frightened. The bird decided that it needed to escape immediately. The bird decided to activate the sacred armor mode, fast flight. Len was glad the bird had the sacred armor. He said it was about to belong to him. A satisfied Lin Fan said that their paths had parted, but he thought that he would definitely meet his bird. The bird shouted that Lin Fan was leaving too soon. They still have a lot in common. The young man rushed to run away from the bird. The bird shouted that they were together until the end. The young man shouted that they were not together and the bird was not with him. The bird caught up with the young man and perched on his shoulder. It said that in that case, they would die together. Lin Fan shouted for the bird to get away from him. Len kept up with the fleeing men. He wondered if they were trying to get away from him. Lin Fan stopped and said that he was ready to show what he could do. Bird reminded that the enemy was ready to break through to the level of a martial arts emperor, and they might die. Len saw that the opponents used a combination of phoenix techniques with the fireblade, but he said that it was weak. Len used a heaven-level technique in response, silver disc. This was a new, unexpected technique for Lin Fan. He had never seen this before. The young man thought that this strike had destroyed so many martial arts experts. It was impossible to resist such a strike, but Lin Fan managed to do so. The young man responded with a heaven-level technique as well, the purple bowl. Len was able to resist this technique. The opponent repeated once more. If the young man showed him his cultivation techniques, he would let the young man survive. The bird cried out that death, not shame. They were willing to die, but not surrender. Lin Fan shouted for the bird to shut up now. He was willing to compromise. Len stated that he would beat his opponents until they decided to give up. Lin Fang said that there was no way he would give up now because the opponent was hit by his deadly attack. Lin Fan performed a technique, soul absorption. A powerful beam was directed from the young man towards the opponent. Len was very frightened. Was he really a master spiritual practitioner? Len managed to put up a defense in front of him. Lin Fan was very surprised. He had thought that this was impossible. How was the opponent able to repel his deadly technique? Len shouted he had changed his mind after all. He had decided to finish off both his rivals. Lina swung around and executed a silver disc, a double strike. His fist was incredibly tense. Lin Fan received a very strong blow to his chest. Blood rushed out of his mouth. It was unexpected and strong. Len stood in front of his defeated opponent. Lin Fan was lying on the ground in front of him with a damaged chest. The bird tensed up and said she was coming to help. Her eyes were determined. Len pounced on the bird and said he was going to show it, and he gave it a staggering blow. The bird fell to the ground with a stone. Len said it was very easy for him to deal with his opponents. When the smoke cleared, Len saw that the bird was gone. In its place was a huge hole in the ground. He was surprised that the bird had dug the hole so quickly. Len, with the help of his inner energy, decided to direct the flow into this hole and retrieve the bird from there. The young man shouted, had the bird decided to run away from him? The bird jumped out of the burrow and shouted that this land crazy. Had he really decided to fry her? The bird was taking her feet off the battlefield and screamed for Len to get off her back. Len, catching up to her, was yelling for her to not even think of getting away from him. Lin Fan came to his senses and thought, if it wasn't for his ability to withstand heavy loads, he would have died a long time ago. The fledgling should let him buy some time. The young man thought he had eaten a lot of pills before he pretended to be dead. Now he plans to break through and become a martial arts expert. The young man was all tense. He felt that he was about to reach a new level. The bird returned and circled over the young man. She shouted to Len not to concentrate on her and to deal with Lin Fan first. After all, the young man turned out not to be dead. Lin Fan stated that he now truly wished the bird was dead. Lan said that the young man was incredibly resilient. Now he would definitely settle the matter with both opponents. Lin Fan jumped to his feet and shouted that he had broken through. His eyes sparkled with hatred. He was exuding a huge amount of energy. The young man stood in front of his opponent and said that he was now a martial arts expert. The bird perched solemnly on his shoulder. Len from above moved at his opponent with all his speed. He shouted that a first-level martial arts expert was no danger to him. The young man thought that he might not be able to overpower his opponent, but his speed had gotten much faster, and now he would definitely be able to escape from Len. Lin Fan stopped. An energy wall had formed in front of him. The young man thought that his opponent could create walls out of nothing. If one touched this wall, there would be imminent death. The bird stated that there was nowhere for them to run to now. Len said as he applied the silver disc, a closed dome. Now his opponents are locked in. Do they have any backup plan now? Len said he didn't want any presents. There are no gifts in the face of death. Lin Fan told him to take his time, because he had a very big gift. The young man tossed up the stone treasure he found in the temple. The young man tossed the stone, and the higher it rose, the more it increased in size. Len realized that it was a stone of the first gravity. Len tried to move out of the way. He figured his body wasn't that trained. This rock might crush him. The miracle didn't happen. The stone came down directly on Len. The enemy could not avoid this collision. Lin Fan said, having to give his opponent a good feel for the weight of 25 tons. When the smoke cleared, the young man and the bird saw a huge rock in the place where their adversary had been not long ago. The bird stated that the Lan family's eldest son had died. A level 1 martial arts expert had finished off a level 9 expert who was about to reach the level of martial arts emperor. The young man said they won thanks to the sacred level weapons. The young man said that a lot of effort had been expended. He is now exhausted and feels very sick. The young man sank to the ground. The chick said that Lin Fan is his friend until the day he dies, and he wants to be his little brother. Lin Fan grabbed this chick in his fist and said that he was too lazy to mess around with it. The chick says he's in a lot of pain. He also said he had run out of strength. The young man replied, it is not his fault that he is stronger than the bird. The young man took the purple imperial wings of his defeated opponent and said that it was now his weapon. Said despite the breakage of the purple bowl, he has the stone and purple wings. This time, going to the temple proved to be very rewarding. The bird said that there were many more treasures in the temple waiting for their master. Lin Fan agreed. These good things shouldn't be lost without a master. The young man clipped on the purple wings and activated them. The young man announced that the band of robbers was on the road again. The boy and the birds soared into the sky. The young men came to the opinion that they should immediately go in search of the stolen treasure and everything else. The young men got into the temple and were at a loss. They saw many defeated companions, and they could not understand whose hands it was. The young man asked his wounded comrade in arms whose work it was. He replied that it was Lan who had gotten to the temple treasure. Everyone realized that this Len not only beat everyone up, but also stole from them. The Lan family is so rich, but they still do such heinous things. This Len is very unscrupulous. The young man and the bird crept up and overheard this conversation. They realized that everyone present now wanted to avenge Len for his wickedness. Lin Fan said that the eldest son of the Lan family died and was slandered afterward. This is very sad. Chick stated that now no one will know who took all the treasures. A huge monster bird loomed over the bird and the man. The chick asked, "Who is it?" He was so hungry that he was ready to eat that monster. Lin Fan said that the chick should not touch that huge bird, because it is his bird. The bird landed, the young man said hello and stroked it. He asked why it was covered in wounds. The young man asked another question. Why did he fly alone? Where is his sister? Big Bird began his story with the moment the young man parted from his sister. The bird went to land, and the girl and the lion cub found themselves in the forest. After landing, Ling Shan asked how the lion and the bird were feeling. They were fine. The girl realized that she was in the secret valley of the holy flame. She thought it was very beautiful. A young man was walking towards the girl. He said that the girl was very beautiful and invited her to join him. Ling Shan stated she didn't expect that she would meet a rogue right after appearing here. The young man drew his sword and began to lick himself, and continued to make lewd suggestions to the girl. Suddenly, the stranger received a serious slap and flew into the bushes. The young man looked at who he was getting a kick out of. It was another student of Linu Academy. She told this one to get the hell out of here. The guy with the black eye declared that she had wronged him for nothing. Now the Cao family will take revenge on her. Ling Shan thanked her mentor for her help. She said that the Cao family was very powerful, and they might be in trouble. The girls had to resist the members of the Cao family. It has been 10 days since the girls escaped from the pursuers who want to destroy them. The mentor said that the Cao family is one of the top 8 biggest sects. They have many masters. It will be hard to escape from here. Ling Shan said that the supply of pills has already run out. They have nothing to recover with. The girls decided that they wouldn't split up because it was easier for the two of them to keep their defenses up. The bird and the lion also decided that they should stick together and face the enemy shoulder to shoulder. The girl thought of her brother. She regretted that she would not be able to see him again. Ling Shan told the bird that she needs to get out of here. She needed her brother's help. She asked the bird to find the young man. The bird has to tell Lin Fan that his sister misses him very much and can no longer be with him in the future, because they might be separated. The mentor thought that Lin Fan would train hard and would be able to avenge her in the future. Ling Shan let the bird go. It flew off to find the young man, and here it is. The bird said that spiritual telepathy is great. You can directly transmit information to the pets. Lin Fan shouted with anger that he would exterminate the entire Cao family. No one would be spared. Chick said to the young man not to be foolish. There are dozens of masters of spiritual practices in this family. If he sneaks up from behind, he might be able to take out a few people. But face to face, he won't be able to take anyone down. The young man agreed and said that's why he needed much more strength. He should use the Nikung technique. The chick said that the young man must wise up. The Nikung technique can manifest hidden abilities and increase his power. But the price is death. Lin Fan said that he didn't have time. He can't risk his sister. If he couldn't save even those closest to him, what was the point of training further? The young man needed Nikung technique. The fledgling was terribly shocked. This Lin Fan had jumped up to the 9th level from the 1st level. The young man was burning with hatred. His eyes were filled with rage. He shouted that his sister should wait for him. He's going to her. The girls were moving through the secret valley of the Holy Flame. They were heading towards the Tiandan Ridge. A formidable unicorn lion was moving the girls on its own. The mentor said that there was a dead end ahead. There was no further road. The girls stopped, dismounted, and decided that it looked like they were going to have to fight to the death right there. The Cao family members said that they had finally found these girls. and now they will understand why it is better to die than to live in the agony that awaits them. The unicorn lion was ready to put up a decent resistance. Ling Shan said that her opponents would finish badly. Mentor said she would kill anyone who tried to touch her. The villain said that these feral cats are not able to deal with them, and the Cao family is about to show what they can do. The girl said even if she died, she wouldn't let those scum's plans come true. She activated the fourth tune of Chaotic Morning, Blood Skull. A terrifying skull of enormous size appeared. The villain said it was nothing. Arrogant girls can't be intimidated by them. One of them came within striking distance, and the girl gave him a decent fight back. The villain said the girl was very pleasant to the touch and had supple skin. The mentor told the Cao family that they were ready to surrender, but they must leave this place. The young man said that the girls might not hope for a school of spiritual prowess. Their family had always despised such squalor. The young man added, even if their colleagues find out where the girls are, the Cao family will destroy them all. The girls said that when the students of Linu Academy grow up, the Cao family would not be happy. The girl told Sister Lin that she would leave first. She had a sharp object in her hand. Suddenly there was a noise in the sky above and a bright trail of fire appeared. Ling Shan said that her eyes must be blurry. The girl saw Lin Fan with some purple wings. He was already on his way to land. Ling Shan thought she was hallucinating. The co-worker said that it was definitely not a hallucination. The young man shouted to his sister that he was on his way to help. His eyes burned with hatred. The villains wondered, where did this young man come from? He should get the hell out of here immediately. Lin Fan didn't stop and activated the fire sword. The young man began to strike his opponents with hatred. The opponents were frightened. They saw the young man's 9th holy level. Who is he after all? Lin Fan shouted, since they dared to offend his sister, then they should all die. The villains shouted that there was only one enemy, but there are many and they must defeat him. The young man continued to destroy his opponents and shouted that in general, the entire Cao family deserved to die. The young man didn't stop for a second. He was smashing all the opponents with incredible strength. They thought that the Cao family would not leave this impudent man alone. Lin Fan got close to the eldest of them and said that there were some people who should never be angered. The young man destroyed his last opponent. No one survived. Her sister said she no longer hoped to see her brother in one piece. Lin Fan gave his sister a healing elixir and told her to recover. Lin Fang walked over to the other girl, gave her the potion too, and thanked his sister for saving Lin Shan. After all, they should help each other. The chick asked, did Lin Fan really turn out to be so fast? He had already managed to take out all the members of the Cao family. Lin Fang said that it's not over yet. He must exterminate this family completely, and he's counting on the chick to help him. The chick proudly declared that he would bravely guard the girls until the young man returned. The young man spread his purple wings and took to the sky. Great things awaited him. The sister thought her brother was progressing very quickly. He's as full of mystery as ever. The chick thought he saw 2 pretty girls in front of him. It would be nice to meet them. The members of the Cao family are discussing an incident. 15 of their associates have been brutally slaughtered. Who could it be? The others said they are in the main building of the Cao family. There are 40 other brothers here. The enemies can't get in here. The young men noticed some huge thing flying overhead. The huge thing turned out to be the magic stone that Lin Fan had launched. He flew beside it and thought that today he would make the Cao family disappear from this valley. A huge rock destroyed the Cao family settlement. This stone left no stone unturned. In the secret valley, the hour of retribution had come for the 58 members of the Cao family. All of them died. The young people on the lawn are discussing the incidents. Recently, the entire Cao family was exterminated. All their masters were killed, and the small mountain where they lived has become a big pit. The young man said that behind the temple too, there was now a huge hole. Did one man do it all? It's said that the son of the Lan family died in that pit. He was crushed to a pulp. What kind of monster could destroy everyone? The young man assumed that there were only 2 powerful factions that could reckon with the Cao family and the Ling family. Could it really be the disciples from the Yin family or the Yao family? In reality, the situation was becoming more and more complicated and confusing. The young man said he can't go alone anytime soon. Last time, he was robbed of all his hard-earned treasures. The girl stated that she wasn't planned to be robbed last time, because her artifacts were too bad for the robbers. Valley of the Holy Flame. The young man went back to his sister and said he was already here. The young man said that he had dealt with all the masters of the Cao family. Now we should find a shelter and wait for a while, until things calm down. Shan rushed over to her brother and asked, "Why is Lin Fan covered in blood? He must have been injured." The young man said that it was no big deal. The young man was losing his strength. The boy fell into his sister's arms and closed his eyes. The girl tearfully shouted for Lin Fan to wake up. The chick stated that it was useless. The girl inquired what happened to Lin Fan. The chick said in order to save the girls, this guy used the Nikung technique from the first holy level, jumping up to the 9th level. The Nikung technique is forbidden. The young man was punished for using it. All of his meridians have now been destroyed. Ling Shan tearfully held her brother's head and asked, "Is it impossible to save him?" Chick said that no one would be able to affect his recovery. Although Lin Fan is both physically and spiritually very strong, it won't make a difference. The young man woke up, held his hand up, and coughing up blood, pronounced that he wouldn't last long. The girls said they will never forget the fact that the young man saved their lives. My sister cried and said that my brother would get better and nothing would happen to him. The young man said that he didn't want to die. He could feel the flames inside his body. There was a strong, burning sensation. The young man put his head down on the grass and closed his eyes. The girls told him to wake up and cried. The young man didn't move. The two girls spent the night over his body. They never stopped sobbing. The young man came to his senses. He opened his eyes and looked around. Lin Fan thought that he had died. I guess this must be the afterlife? The young man thought that there was a sea of souls all around him. It's all primordial spiritual energy. Is he still alive? The original spiritual energy usually manifests supernatural properties. Maybe he'll still survive. The girls continued to mourn. Suddenly, Lin Fan began to glow and emitted a glowing energy. The young man assumed the lotus posture and began to rise above the ground. The girls saw the young man start to move, so he wasn't dead. Lin Shan wanted to touch him. The mentor told her not to do so. There was a very strong flow of energy coming from the young man. The chick put on his sunglasses and looked at the young man. Lin Fan's meridians were destroyed. The soul fire was fading, and now it suddenly came to life. The young man had changed his fate by going against the will of the sky. This guy is going to rise from the dead. In the treatises of the Holy Mountains, it was said that one who used the Nikung technique would either die or be left disabled. But with the help of the original spiritual energy, the young man restored the meridians in the place where the life force is centered. It seems that the Nikung technique is not forbidden at all. It helps restore all the energy channels. Now his Nikung channels can't be stopped. The chick thought that the young man needed to absorb more chi energy. The bird watching Lin Fan noticed that the young man not only survived, but also broke through. His chi energy had changed. The young man had attracted a very large amount of chi energy. It would be enough for several lifetimes. The girls thought that they too wanted to become stronger to protect Lin Fan. After the meditation session, Ling Shan declared that she had broken through to the 8th level. The mentor said that thanks to Lin Fan's help, she had broken through to the 4th holy level. The huge green bird broke through to the 3rd sacred level. Goldie has broken through to the 1st sacred level. The serious red bird had broken through to the 3rd sacred level and felt that Lin Fan should now call her boss. The red-faced boss looked and did not see the young man. He looked around for the young man. The girls called out for Lin Fan. Where did he go? An updated version of Lin Fan stood in front of everyone. The young man said hello. The sister hugged her brother and said she was very glad he had survived. The girl could not contain her excitement. There was no limit to her joy. The young man patted his sister's shoulder and said she was crying like a little kitten, and there was no need to do that. Ling Shan stated that in that case, she would go wash the makeup off her face. The girl said she was very happy that the mentor brother was perfectly fine, and she said she wanted to be with her sister now. The young man felt in full health. Lin Fan felt like he had been born again. His head was clear, his body was full of vigor. The young man hugged his animals and said that they were to their credit. Thanks to them, his sister was safe. The bird thought that Lin Fan had broken through to the 4th soul level in one day. The bird is the companion of such a gifted person. After a brief meeting, everyone decided to stay put for the time being. Because after the destruction of the Cao clan, there is chaos all around. The young man sent the girls to the mountains. He said they needed to practice to consolidate their results. The girls agreed and asked what the young man would be doing. The guy said he needed to practice alchemy. He'll practice alchemy first, then some soul technique. The bird wondered, was the young man also an alchemist? The young man said that he was a bit of an alchemist. He could make high-quality pills. The bird listed, warrior, practitioner, spiritual master, alchemist. He is so talented. The bird asked, could Lin Fan also be a blacksmith? The young man stated that he never became a blacksmith. The bird had run out of questions at that point. Lin Fan paid attention to the alchemy furnace. The first thing he decided to do was to flame it. After a short time, the bird held a pill in her hands. She wondered, could it be a stone? Who makes pills so quickly? The bird determined that she was holding a purple cloud pill of the highest quality. The bird asked if the young man had often created purple cloud pills. The boy replied that this was the first time. He had become much stronger, and alchemy was easier for him now. The chick said that what is needed now is a soul concentration pill. The young man said that such a pill can temporarily increase strength, and it has no side effects. But it's very difficult to make. He needs more soul herb. The chick told the young man to keep practicing alchemy, and he and his new friend would go looking for ingredients. 1 month of intense training had passed. The young man produced a lot of soul concentration pills. The bird thought that if it met a strong opponent, thanks to these pills, it would be able to resist him. The girls, after examining the assortment, concluded that the young man had made 15 different pills. The quality of these pills is top-notch. At such a young age, the young man had already become a master alchemist. The bird said it would be a good idea to go to the City of Fire now. There's an auction there and you can sell the extra pills. Lin Fan was overjoyed. An auction to him, it was always a way to get rich. The young man's eyes rounded. The secret valley, City of Fire. The young men entered the City of Fire. Lin Fan said that he was going to the auction now. The girls told him that they were going to look for a place to stay for the night. The boy looked around and said that this city is very big and crowded. For a kid who hasn't been to many places, this place should broaden his horizons. At the entrance, the young man was stopped by a girl. The stranger said that the auction had already ended today. The young man assured the girl that he wanted to auction high-quality soul pills. The girl said it wasn't a funny joke. High-quality soul pills are not even available from local pharmacists. Lin Fan said that he didn't look like a joker at all and showed the girl one of the pills. The young lady bowed and said she apologized for her ignorance. The girl opened the door and told the young man to come this way. She promised she'd be back soon. The young man drank a cup of tea while waiting for the girl. He had a clear plan of action. A stranger entered the room and said why she was being disturbed for some pills. The auction manager said that if the young man had only one pill, he was of no interest to her. The guy said, I guess young men are always underestimated in this town. He has more than one pill. Miss Su Xiao stated, if a young man has 5 pieces, she will buy all of them. The guy said that's another matter. He wants to hear a good offer. The young man emptied the contents of his pockets onto the table. The auction hostess was agitated. The girl saw that there were several hundred high-quality soul pills in front of her. She scrutinized them carefully. The girl assumed that the young man had dug up an alchemist's grave. Lin Fan didn't appreciate the joke and asked, what did the lady mean? Had she mistaken their great gang for grave marauders? The girl told the young man not to leave. She didn't want to offend him. It's all just very surprising, though. Miss Su said she can afford to buy so many pills. She wants to hear the price. The young man named his price. If we divide all the pills into 12 groups, the minimum price of a group would be 10,000 stalks of healing herb. The girl agreed and said she would charge the young man another commission. That's the rules at the auction house. Guy stated that he agreed to those terms. Miss Su asked the young man if he was afraid that she would completely clean him out. The young man said he wasn't afraid of anything like that. Just let her try. The girl replied that it was just a harmless joke. The girl thought, although she is a level 8 martial artist, but she was scared of the young man so much that she couldn't move. His strength scares her. The guy said, stop looking at him. No need to study him. His patience is not infinite. The girl said that in 2 days they would put the soul pills up for auction and gave the young man a plaque of identification. The young man took the plaque and said the deal was done. He was already counting the profit in his mind. 2 days passed. At the end of the auction, high-quality shower pills were auctioned off. The girl announced that 480 high-quality shower pills were presented to the attention of the customers. The customers bulged their eyes. Is this kind of merchandise really being sold today? The young man thought that their merchandise had stirred up the entire auction. Just soul pills. These buyers haven't seen the world. It was as if they were from the countryside. One of the buyers stated that he was willing to buy all the pills. The girl announced that the first stage of the auction had begun. The starting price is 15,000 stalks of the healing herb. Many raised hands appeared in the hall. The price was constantly being increased. Another buyer announced that he was willing to pay 20,000. The young man rubbed his hands together. He thought that he had become considerably rich. The bird agreed that the locals were very generous. The girl closed this lot and said who won the first stage of the deal. She announced the beginning of the second stage. The second phase of the transaction was closed at the sum of 22,000 stems. The third stage of the deal, 25,000 stalks. The young man couldn't believe his happiness. The bird had the same condition. The girl announced the last stage, 40,000 stems. The price jumped to 300,000 stalks. The young man felt that he was about to lose his mind. The young man shouted that he would use for later alchemy classes. The good pills he uses himself and the bad ones he will sell. The bird said she likes this town. There is a lot of money in it. The girl said that now the final stage begins, the final artifact. This, the bone of the sacred beast. The quintessence of this like bone could raise anyone's level by several notches. Customers began to clamor for this bone. The bird said it needed this bone. The young man decided that the bone of the sacred beast was a material for alchemy. It's worth buying. The girl opened the auction and said the starting price was 50,000 stems. The bidding continued, and the price rose rapidly. It had already reached 120,000. The bird shouted that the young man should not miss the chance and should definitely buy this bone. The man decided to add a little price and take the bone. The guy said he'd be willing to take that bone for 300 grand. The bird pounced on the young man. Why did he offer 300,000? The young man said he was confused. He meant to say 130,000. The girl stated that under the rules of the auction, you can't retract what you said. The young man and the bird cried. They had no other choice. After the auction, the girls met with Li Feng and said that there was a spender in town who spent 300,000 stems to buy some bone. The girls realized that this bone had been bought by Len Fan. The young man tried to justify himself and said that it was a small mistake. The bird was surprised. It was a small mistake. The bird was resentful. 300,000 in earnings had been spent on some bone. He had to pay the 30,000 commission. The young man told the bird to be quiet. It can take and devour this bone. The bird said then this bone belonged to her. The bird squawked that she would be right back and ran back into the auction building. The young man thought that the quintessence of the sacred beast was wasted by this bird. The bird declared that it had done everything right, and it already had the 4th level. Lin Fan beckoned the little bird to come over to him. The bird stated that it was not afraid of the young man and used the phoenix blade, moving towards him. In close proximity to the young man, the bird felt his fist. The contact was painful. The bird flew away from her fist and hit the wall. She called the young man insane. The young man had no choice but to start producing pills again. He was almost there. Lin Fan said that you only need to add the powder and everything will be ready. A little time passed and the pill was ready. The bird said that the young man was a real talent. This pill far surpassed the soul pill. It was almost like an earth pill. It's a pill just a little short of the pill of the earth. It's a work of art. The sister thought her brother was about ground level. It was unbelievable. The mentor stated that the young man's teacher never thought he could surpass her. The bird said that it would give the young man 10,000 stalks for this pill. The young man said that he would not sell the pill to anyone. The chick soared into the sky with a pill in his beak and said he was going to buy it anyway. The guy yelped. Did the bird really want to escape? Now he would teach it a lesson with his new technique. The young man stared at the bird and activated the destructive soul seal. A powerful energy beam shot towards the bird. The chick got what he deserved. He's toasted to perfection. The bird plopped down on the ground. It said that the young man was not normal. The bird continued to hold the pill in its beak. The girls said that the young man should spare the bird. The young man offered the arrogant bird to be his training partner. Now he could practice his new techniques on this feathered creature. The bird refused. It's been 3 days. At the auction house, Miss Sue said that the young man had caused quite a sensation. The The girl inquired, "What did the young man bring to the auction this time?" The young man said he only brought 3 pills this time. The girl was upset by the quantity, but said she would buy all 3 pills anyway, and offered 3,000 stems for them. She thought it was a good offer. The young man rejected the offer and said he would accept for 20,000. Madame Sue said that the young man had gone crazy. 3 pills can't be worth 20,000 stalks of medicinal herbs. The young man remarked that such a sum he wanted for only 1 pill. The girl said she understood. She wouldn't sell these pills at her auction, but she asked me to take a look at them. The young man showed Miss Sue his pills. Beforehand, he lit them with a magic ring. The girl was shocked. These pills are almost like earth pills. Their quality is excellent. The young man asked if Miss Sue might want to buy them. The girl said that she would purchase 1 pill. Lin Fan asked Mrs. Sue to sell the rest of the pills. The girl said she would try to do it. She will pledge her interest. 3 days passes. Another item was announced at the auction. Shower pills of superior quality. There were a lot of shoppers today, many more than last time. The pills were very popular. Mrs. Sue personally came out to sell the pills. Mrs. Sue announced a superior quality pill, almost ground level. The starting price is 10 stalks of healing herb. Customers were amazed. The pills are almost ground level. This is an irreplaceable treasure, a very useful item, can't miss it. The bidding has begun. Prices were skyrocketing. The young man noticed that all 8 influential families started haggling, even the guys from the Yao and Yin families. The bird noticed that the price should soar to millions of stalks. Miss Sue has closed the auction. The last price was 1.5 million stalks of medicinal herbs. The man and the bird were happy. They were finally rich. That only happens once in a lifetime, and not for everyone. Madame Sue said that the young man could take his stalks of the healing herb. The auction only became so popular because of him. The girl thanked the young man. The young man said he sold the first pill for only 200,000. Miss Sue said she enjoyed dealing with the young man. The girl added if the young man still had any good suggestions for him to come over. The guy remembered and said that he just needed to sell some valuable books. There was nothing special about the books he found in the sacred palace. If he sold them, it would be very good. Miss Sue said that these are sacred level technique books. They are very valuable. Lin Fan said that he just needs ground level herbs. The young man set the girl's books aside and they parted. Mrs. Sue wished her brother a good journey. Lin Fan thought that once he had ground level herbs, he would be able to create ground level pills and would continue to get richer. The young man thought something is wrong. Someone's following him. Probably wants him dead. The young man caught up with the stranger and said that he had been following him the whole way. Now he doesn't have to hide. The stranger called the young man a buddy and said he was very considerate. The man introduced himself. He said his name was Su Yun, and he had a conversation with a young man. It was the auction manager. Madame Su found out that Uncle Yun wanted to talk to the young man. She decided that it wouldn't hurt her. If Uncle Yun suddenly hurt that boy, the whole Su family would be in trouble. The man said they were a powerful family. Why would they be afraid of some teenager? The girl gave the books to Uncle Chun and said that it was that young man who had auctioned those items. The man was surprised. These were sacred treatises. Does the young man really want to auction them off? Artifacts like these sacred treatises would allow any family to rise up. The girl said that to this young man, these treatises didn't mean anything at all. Therefore, she concluded that he was extremely strong. The girl thought that if the uncle was rude to the young man, there might be trouble. Su Yun said, he knows that the young man can get the pills. The man invited the young man to the auction of the Blazing City and said that he would earn more money there. He would wait for the young man there. The young man said he wasn't interested. He doesn't know, no flaming city. The man said he was giving the young man a very good opportunity. He should not refuse. He must come to his auction. The young man asked if the man was threatening him. Maybe he was tired of living? Mr. Sun got angry and wanted to attack the young man. He used a spiritual technique, the secret of lightning. He said he was going to destroy the boy. The young man retaliated with a scorching blade. It was not a weak move either. Mr. Sun fought off the young man's attack and said that the young man's technique was physical. From now on, all of the young man's techniques would belong to him. Lin Fan spread his purple wings and said, once upon a time, a guy with the surname Lan also said that. The young man took a fighting stance and said that that man died very tragically. The man shouted that the young man should not be impertinent. He was no match for him at all. Mr. Sun didn't even notice the chick with a stick in its wings sneaking up behind him. The enraged bird perched on the young man's shoulder, pointed its stick in the direction of its opponent, and said that it was about to destroy him. Mr. Sun said those two got it all mixed up. He's the one who's going to destroy them. The man was all worked up. Mr. Sun applied the secret of lightning. After that, the sickle of life deprivation. Both attacks failed to reach the target. The bird said he's a dangerous opponent, and one should be careful with him. Lin Fan remarked that they should not waste time and quickly deal with him, as long as no one noticed them. The young man activated the seal of the shattered soul. It was already a proven technique. Mr. Sun shouted that it was impossible. How could a young man know this technique? Mr. Sun's body was to be examined. The man said it was just horrible. Their relative's soul had just been removed from the body. The man assumed that guy was just a spiritual master. Mrs. Su said that he shouldn't be angry. She hopes he won't be angry with them. The girl sighed and said that otherwise they would be finished, and no one would survive. The bird showed her badge and said, "Now I guess it's clear who she came from." Miss Su stated that she now understands everything. The sacred treatises have already been sold. 3,000 stalks of ground-level healing herbs came out, and she has provided them. The young lady hoped that the young man would be satisfied. The bird took the medicinal herbs and warned the Su family not to mess with Mr. Lin Fan. The bird said that otherwise the auctions of the Blazing City and the City of Fire would be destroyed. Bird realized that the young man had said nothing of the sort. It was something he had made up himself. Miss Su stated that she understood everything. They will be good and honest people, and they hope for understanding from the young man. The bird flew away. The girl wished her a good journey. The feathered one thought, "It turns out that teaching people to be kind is very cool." Half a day passed. The young man tried to concentrate. These days, he had been diligently practicing alchemy. He finally succeeded in making the first ground-level pill. The girls decided that Lin Fan's alchemy teacher at the academy would be very happy. Now even she wouldn't be able to match a Lin Fan. The young man thought that the City of Fire had been too quiet lately. It was time to give them the big news. Mrs. Su was sad. She had less and less money. That young man had not come for a long time. An assistant entered the room and said that the young man had finally arrived. Mrs. Su was very happy. The young man said hello and said that he hadn't seen Mrs. Su in a long time. The girl hugged the young man and said that she had been waiting for him for a very long time. At last he came. The girl continued to hug the young man and asked where he had been for so long. The boy, panting, asked her to let him go. The girl let the young man go and said there was no need for secrecy. She had already seen everything possible in her life. The boy said that this time he would put up for sale a very expensive item, but it must be kept in the strictest secrecy. The girl wanted to take a look at it now. Lin Fan opened the box. The contents of the box shone with sunlight. The entire room was illuminated. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. Mrs. Su said in a trembling voice that it was too strong and unexpected, and asked the young man to close the box. She couldn't look at it for long. The girl was in shock. She was staring at one point. She said she'd never seen anything like it before in her life. "It's a rare artifact. Does the young man really want to sell it?" The young man stated that he wanted to get rid of it. It is considered garbage in his home. Mrs. Su came to her senses and said, "She finally has a great new product." The girl hugged the young man once more and said that he was just her happiness, and he was her savior. The boy once again asked her to let him go. Auction attendees were intrigued. What lots would be presented today? There weren't even rumors of this item. Mr. Su told the guards that people below the level of martial arts king were strictly forbidden to enter. The intrigue continued. No one could figure out what Mrs. Su would be selling today. Everything was very carefully concealed. The auction manager of the Blazing City, Seung Soo Yun, decided that he would definitely find his father's killer today. The man said that after he found him, he would immediately destroy the murderer. The young man passed by and pretended it was none of his business. Madame Su announced that there would be an artifact for sale right now, the starting price of which, 20,000 stalks of ground-level healing herbs. Buyers were surprised. Why such a high price? What kind of artifact is this? The mistress has lost her mind. The girl opened the box and showed it. The ground-level pill was presented. The pill of the King of War. The audience was once again shocked. The War King pill. It can be used to break through from the 9th spiritual level to the War King level. It's a 6-star War King pill. It's not available anywhere else. An intense bidding began, which ended with the price, 100,000 stalks of ground-level medicinal herb. The girl announced that the Yin clan had won. The bird was thrilled. 100,000, that's cool. Using alchemy, one can get rich. The young man said the bird has no talent for alchemy, so it can't get rich. The unlucky buyers regretted that they couldn't buy such a good item and decided that they had nothing to do at this auction. It was time to go home. Miss Sue announced that there would now be a break. The next artifact would be much more valuable. The audience was once again surprised. It turns out that the War King's 6-star pills weren't the most valuable. We should quickly run home and grab all the healing herb supplies. The men rushed home to get their medicinal herbs. They were determined to buy the next item. Birds thought she caused a huge stir. The young man said it was utter chaos. It was as if the whole town had turned to mush. Mrs. Sue said that everyone had already rested and they could continue the auction. The starting price of this artifact, 40,000 stalks of healing earth grass. 2 7-star War King pills are presented. The audience was amazed. 7-star pills are much cooler than 6-star pills. Who is the rich man who was able to exhibit them? The bidding continued. The next bid was 60,000. Someone shouted 80,000. Madame Sue announced that the final price, 150,000 stalks of ground-level medicinal herb. The winner, the Lan family. Lin Fan said that now they were very rich, but they had lost the simplest thing. The bidders who were left without a purchase were again bitter. They thought it was all unfair. Miss Sue said that's not all. She has another item. She retrieved a valuable treasure from a hidden place. The girl announced that 2 8-star King of War pills were presented to the participants. The bird was surprised. She didn't know that the young man had made an 8-star War King pill. Even the Yao clan wouldn't be able to make one. The young man said that it didn't cause him any difficulty. The bidders wondered if their country had produced such a skilled alchemist. Miss Sue said that the starting price is 100,000 stalks of ground-level medicinal grass. The men sadly said they could not afford it, and each man had a stingy male tear on his cheek. After bidding, the girl said that the final price, 120,000 stalks of healing herb ground levels. The Chen family is buying. Madame Sue said that they had earned 450,000 stalks of ground-level medicinal grass. This auction in the city had gained quite a reputation. The young man said that today's auction has come to an end, and he's leaving the City of Fire. There's nothing to do here yet. The young man said that the girls had set traps in advance. Now there was no need to be afraid of being hunted. The bird offered to celebrate the success and have a drink. The young man told it to shut up. He had never met a bird that talked out of turn. The stalker saw the young man and said at last he had found him. Lin Fan and the bird hurried over to the girls. The young man said if the girls are in trouble, they will defeat all the villains. The man stopped the young man and said that he destroyed his father, Su Yun. He also works with Mrs. Su. Lin Fan said, it seems that he is not tough enough on his interlocutor, and that person is going to be in trouble now. The man said the young man has one last chance to survive. He must confess where he gets all these pills from. The young man grinned and said that he was getting all the pills from the grave of the scoundrel's family. The man got angry and said that in that case he would destroy the young man now. He activated the lightning strike technique. Lin Fan replied that he was at the 7th level, but not weaker than his opponent, and activated the hot blade. The man said he didn't expect a scoundrel like this young man to be so strong. The opponent said with a smirk on his face that the young man would definitely die today. The man said they were level 9 and suggested that all 3 of them activate the technique at the same time. The men activated a joint technique, the roar of a fiery tiger. The tiger proved to be intimidating. The young man realized that this technique would automatically be directed at the target. It would be hard for him to dodge. The bird said that there was no need to fight face to face. It would be better to run away. Lin Fan said that he could throw the bird away in that case. The adversary caught up with the young man and asked why he was running away. The young man activated a technique, the Ghost Shadow Strike. He realized that the opponents were almost martial arts kings. The bird screamed for someone to get it out of here. The young man had a hard time and received several painful blows. The bird shouted that it would save the young man. The guy was surprised that the bird could talk. He said he would destroy it now. Hundreds of arrows were aimed at the bird. The bird screamed for the boy to save it immediately. Lin Fan said that they urgently have to run away. The opponents were no longer 3, but 5, and all of them are almost martial arts kings. The man did not relent and shouted that his opponents were about to be introduced to the Su family's martial techniques, and fired a lightning strike. The youngster continued to experience the combined holds of their opponents. The young man suffered greatly from these lightning bolts and had not yet decided how to get out of the situation. His clothes and hair were burned. The young man decided to hide in the mountains. The pursuers decided to keep up and rushed in pursuit. Lin Fan managed to break away, and he hid high up in the mountains. Guy explained to the bird he would have fought one-on-one, but his opponents had secretly surrounded him on all sides. Lin Fan stated that he was not going to give up. They attacked the wrong person. The 5 pursuers came close. The man said that the young man had no escape route. The young man said, "What makes them think he has no escape route?" The boy shouted that he could take off whenever he wanted. The young man activated his purple wings. The opponent was discouraged. The enemy told the young man not to even think about flying away. He was about to clip all the purple wings. The young man said he had tricked him. He wasn't even going to run away, and suggested that his opponent look under his feet. The pursuers looked under their feet and saw a golden net. They realized they had been ambushed. The bird said she knew they would be attacked, so she prepared a trap in advance. The bird gave the command for the golden chain to catch them. The villains were caught in a net. They said don't panic. They wanted to try again to strike the young man with lightning. The young man said the villains were too late, and now they would see his trump card, and will feel it on themselves. Lin Fang picked up the magic stone and tossed it upwards. The villains thought it was a heavy stone. It weighs 5 tons. The villains saw a whole mountain coming at them, and they were finished. The man and the bird were recuperating. The young man said it had been a dangerous adventure. 5 more lightning bolts and he would not survive. The bird said it was time to gather riches. Feathered announced that he had gotten the treasure map from the criminals. The young man said, "That's great. It's a good excuse to travel for new adventures." Mrs. Su is discussing the state of affairs with her uncle. There's been a disaster. 5 people have died, among them almost martial arts kings. The girl assumed that Su Hao attacked that guy, and the guy won. The man said that Su Hao died because of the heavy stone that fell on him. There was even a dent in the ground. The situation of the dead young men of the Lang and Cao families was repeated. Mrs. Su said that this guy hurt the Lang Su Cao families. Now he's in great danger. A young man and his whole company flew on a big green bird on their way for new adventures. The young man shouted that he had found the entrance from the front and showed the bird the direction of travel. Everyone saw that a mysterious portal had opened in front of them. Then they were moving in the right direction. Without slowing down, they entered through this portal, and the whole company found themselves in a new dimension. They realized that they had successfully entered. The bird set out to explore. She wondered what treasures there were. She wanted to be the first to see them. The chick saw the protective field and realized it was bad. There's a monster up ahead. This is a serious danger. The monster roared loudly. The bird's feathers began to ruffle. The bird returned to the young man with a report and said that there was a yin-yang beast. It has a very rare chi. Lin Fan told the big bird to take the sisters to safety. He had an important matter to attend to. The young man told the red bird that they were going on the attack and jumped down from the green bird. As the young man walked to the landing, he told the bird not to play dead this time. He would need her help in fighting the monster. The young man grabbed the bird and gave it acceleration and threw it down with force. The bird shouted that it was about to destroy the young man. The bird's task was to distract the monster. The young man said that the bird's sacrifice would not be in vain. The young man grabbed the mountain and pulled it out of the ground along with the root. An angry and dangerous beast rushed at the young man. It opened its mouth and showed its sharp, huge fangs. Its roar was heard all around. The young man, unwinding the mountain above him, shouted for the monster to come closer to him. The young man hit the monster with a swing of this mount and swatted it. The young man said he just put the mountain in place. The bird with the bump on its head was very angry with the young man. He threw her forward like a ball. The bird said that if it had been even a little stronger, it would have beaten the young man to death. The guy got close to the bird and asked it what it had against him. The bird said nothing. The adventure continues. Lin Fan was climbing up the mountain. A bird was climbing the mountain while sitting on the young man's shoulder. The red bird said it was very hard to climb the mountain. There are still many difficulties ahead. The young man said that this bird is not straining at all. After all, it is sitting on his shoulder. The bird pointed forward with its wing and said that it saw something good ahead. The young man looked there with interest. Ahead of the young man and the bird was a body of water. The young man said that it was a chi pond. Its yin-yang power would help them cultivate. The bird declared that it was time to bathe. The young man sent the chick on a small but swift journey with his foot. He told the nasty bird not to even think of devouring all the chi alone. The bird said resentfully that the young man took her for the wrong person. She just wanted to bathe. The girls showed up and asked what happened here. Lin Fan pointed at the bird and said, "It wants the girls to bathe in this pond." The girls were terribly embarrassed. The bird said, "Let the girls bathe first. The bird will wait." The young man said that the effect of swimming in the pool might be pain, but swimming there would be very helpful. The girls said they would tolerate it. The bird said the girls allowed the young man to bathe, but they did not allow the bird. The young man replied, "If the bird is against it, it can go away." The girls appeared near the pond. They were wearing towels. The young man blushed with embarrassment. The bird said that the boy would have to be patient. Only then would it do any good. The young man couldn't take his eyes off the young ladies, no matter how hard he tried. The bird said that the young man must pull himself together and pull himself together. There are no other options. The girls were exhausted from the heat. They said it was very hot and hard to bear. The bird stated that it was hot too. It was also hard to bear. The young man held on with all his might. The young ladies grinned and said they would be getting out of the water. The young man heaved a sigh of relief and said that he would now be able to focus on absorbing chi. The bird asked why the young man had placed a heavy stone on his head. The sister said, "It looks like her brother needs more training and practice," and she suggested that the sister look around. The bird flew after the girls and said that now it would protect them. The young man got out on dry land and said he would make an announcement. He practiced for a very long time and finally broke through. The golden substance turned into an Indian substance. Now he could bear 5,000 kilograms. The sister suggested that now the young man's body couldn't even be pierced with a sword. The girl said that the brother was very cool. In such a small body, he has such great strength. Lin Fan said that he was tired. The bird might take the chance to beat him up. The bird said that the young man would not catch her. The girls tell the young man that they have discovered some mysterious ship, and they want to get his attention. The boy said that new adventures await them, and he's always excited about it. The young man noticed some unidentified mysterious ship flying across the sky. The whole expedition moved to the ship. The young man told the bird to be careful. There might be something wrong ahead of them. The bird was the first to see something wrong. It was a suspicious dragon. The bird brought it to the young man's attention. The golden dragon circled around a mysterious table. On that table was a glowing object. The dragon saw the strangers and approached them. Everyone was being cautious. The golden dragon opened its huge maw and roared. He was very frightening and terrible. The girls hid behind the young man's back. The birds shrieked in fear that they were in trouble now. The young man engaged in a battle confrontation with this golden dragon and helped everyone escape death. Sister said, "It's good that they have Lin Fan along with them. Otherwise, they would all be in great danger." The young man said that he was a spiritual master and immediately realized that the illusion in front of them was an illusion. The guy announced that he had the strength of 5,000 kilograms in his hands. Even if it was a real dragon, he would defeat it. The bird said that already everyone knew the young man was tough. Lin Fan pointed his finger at the glowing ball that was on the table. He said that a ghost monster would appear from there. A thick fog formed around the ball. The shape of a ghost began to emerge from the fog. The ghost turned into a man who asked, "Where did these people come from? Why did they break into his peace?" The young man said that this person's skill must be of an honored level. The bird said that it was once a fighting spirit, but because of the pressure, it was no longer one. The girls thought they were just martial artists and martial souls, and in front of them stands an honored warrior. The man clarified. He said he is not an honored warrior. He is a sacred warrior. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise. Sacred warrior, that's much cooler and worthy of deep respect. The ship continued its airborne voyage. It was traveling downwind. The man said he has noticed that there are talents among the young people. He was ready to give them his sacred rank. The girls were very happy. The bird said that there is a good man in front of her, and she agrees to this condition. Lin Fan said that he strongly disagrees. He has a special reason for it. The man asked, does the young man despise him? He is willing to pass on his sacred level techniques, and the young man will have no equal. Lin Fan asked, what kind of techniques are we talking about exactly? Secret space, spiritual absorption, dragon slayer, wind palm, soul blade, blue sun sword technique? The man said his interlocutor knows quite a bit. It's hard to surprise him. The man said he was actually an alchemist as well. He could teach the young man the art of alchemy. The man asked if the young man had seen the highest quality pill. Lin Fan took out a few pills from his pocket and asked, are these the kind of pills we're talking about? The interlocutor's eyes lit up. The man said that he did not expect to see top quality pills in the young man's possession. However, the boy definitely did not see ground level pills. Lin Fan said that he had recently gotten a lot of different pills. The girls thought he was doing that on purpose. The man said these young people have rich families. If they can afford to buy earth-level pills. Lin Fan said that he made these pills himself. The man laughed. What a generation. Young people can now make their own 8-star level pills. The man didn't stop. He said that alchemy was a small part of what he was going to pass on to the younger generation. The stranger said he could use spiritual reading techniques, could kill enemies with invisible powers, and he's willing to teach it. Lin Fang asked, are we talking about the Dead Soul Seal? And left a mark on the forehead of his interlocutor. The man didn't expect that the young man was also a spiritual reader. He really is a great talent. The man said that in their world, there was another rarest direction, the corporeal. Corporealists can move mountains with their hands and with their feet, kick the sky. He can do that, and there is no equal in strength. The young man said that bodily prowess is very cool. So he asked the man to teach him. The man thought he had a chance, and he said that of course he could teach the young man, but such a transfer of information would have great costs. He'd have to take some pills from the boy, but then he promised to give them back. Lin Fan agreed and offered to shake hands in honor of the deal. The man thought that today's youth were easily deceived. Lin Fan squeezed the man's arm very hard. He cried out in pain. The girls thought that Lin Fan had done it on purpose. The man shouted, it turns out the young man is also a bodybuilder. It turns out that he can do everything from what he offered them. Lin Fan stated he immediately realized that the man wasn't of sacred level, a king-level wounded warrior at most. In addition, in all the directions the man spoke of, he had no knowledge at all. The girls and the bird cried out that the man was a deceiver. He had almost deceived them. The man got upset and told them not to be mad at him. The stranger said that he was actually of king level. If the young man beat him, it would be disrespectful to the king's rank. The young man got tired of hearing these tales and took a right hook to the stranger's jaw. He said that royal rank had nothing to do with it. He was ready to beat him anyway. Lin Feng noticed that after such a blow, the stranger was lying still. The guy said this man passed out, and you can do whatever you want with him now. The bird said she had never hit a fighter of royal rank before. The man opened his eyes and said he was conscious, and his interlocutors really can't be fooled. Lin Fan asked, why is he going to trick them? Sacred level masters have a very bad temper. Bird added that the man had experience pretending to be unconscious while lying on the floor. Lin Fan added that bodybuilders like to have huge muscles. This man is as thin as a chicken. The man wrote down all the mistakes in his notebook. He said he'd try to do better next time. The young man threatened the stranger with a stick and told him that it was his turn to tell stories, and he asked where the treasure was on the ship. The man said he was ready for his story to begin with the pearl. The man quickly disappeared in that big balloon and thought his opponents were too young. He'll beat them all, including the bird, when he gets back here again. Lin Fan grabbed this ball and told the man to go back. They promised not to touch him. The bird said with hatred that that cheater was too arrogant, and she couldn't stand him any longer. The bird started hitting this ball and used a technique, the phoenix blade, trying to cut it open. The bird realized it was in trouble, that this is no ordinary pearl, it's a soul eater. This pearl had consumed her chi, and it became food for the deceiver. The man in the pearl said it wasn't bad, but it was at most an appetizer for him. The young man said that if there was a badass soul eater sitting in the pearl, he would try to fight him now. The young man began to squeeze this pearl and pronounced that he had 25,000 kilograms of strength in his hands. No one would be able to resist. The man of pearl began to beg for mercy and told the young man to stop. The boy said to get out of the pearl quickly. The man said he'd rather die. He would not come out of there until the young man broke the soul eater. Lin Fan said that the soul eater, it was a very valuable item and he wouldn't break it. The young man said he'd rather have this soul eater sold at auction for a lot of money. The man said that's not the way to do it. After all, he lives there. The guy stated that he would be selling a soul eater and a king-level fighter as a gift. The bird said that such an item could be offered for a high price. A man pokes his head out of this pearl and says he admits defeat, and his interlocutors are terribly shameless. The young man said to the deceiver to lay it all out quickly. The young man was interested in the secret of this suspicious ship. The man confessed and revealed that his name was Zi Feng. He is a king-level fighter from Tianshan Island. Many years ago, he had improperly crafted a soul eater and got stuck in it. Since then, he had become the guard of a lone ship. The man said he could now tell the secret of the lonely ship. There's a terrible fire burning beneath the ship and it's hard to get rid of. Lin Fan asked, "What kind of flame is this? Is it more terrifying than the Four Suns flame he had produced?" The man said that the young man was very young and naive. The level of that flame is much higher. It is the flame of the 9 suns. The man laughed insidiously. The young man and the bird were very excited. The flame of the 9 suns, that's a very cool thing. The bird said that last time the young man had taken away the flame of 4 suns from him. This time, it was his turn to receive the flame of the 9 suns. Lin Fan said that he needed this flame more. The chick didn't argue. The girls told the young man to be careful. The flame of the 9 suns, it is always very dangerous. The young man told the girls not to worry. He's very good at it. The soul eater the young man took with him. The bird told that trickster to show the way, where that flame is. The man screamed that he didn't want to die, and begged those 2 lunatics to let him go. The ship was near the glowing mountains. In one of the mountains, there was a cave where the flames were. The young man went into the cave and saw that the fire of 9 suns was burning in the middle. It was very hot. The young man was amazed. It wasn't just the flames of 9 suns. It was something much bigger. The young man saw that the flame seed of the 9 suns was in front of him. The bird said it was bad. Fire seed, the purest flame, it's very dangerous. Now I see why you need a ship to store it. The man of pearl said we must run away immediately. We can't stay here much longer. The bird shouted that she would not allow anyone to escape and threw a golden net over this pearl. The man said if you do anything wrong, the lava will explode and everyone will be finished. Lin Fan spread his purple wings. Yi said that he wanted to look at how terrifying the 9 dream flames were. The young man flew straight towards the center. The guy felt how hot it was. His clothes burned completely because of the wave of hot air. The young man wanted to grab that seed. The young man grabbed the burning object in his hand and said that it was indeed a fire seed. The young man felt the horror that was happening to him. The fire seed triggered the flames of the 4 suns to come out of his body. The little fiery seed wants to swallow him. He will not allow it to do so. The young man realized that one must not panic. One must summon true water to suppress this flame. The young man waited for the true water to appear. The fire seed was very strong. True water would not be able to suppress it. Lin Fan shouted for the bird to help him immediately. The young man said that they shared the flame absorption power with the bird for 2. The flame-burned birds shouted for the deceiver to help them. The deceiver was very hot, and he shouted that these 2, the real perverts, the young man, the bird, and the trickster all screamed loudly, burned by the flames. The young man said that now seriously, he needed to use true water to absorb the fire seed. The girls thought that Lin Fan might be in danger. They hadn't heard from him for a long time. Sis said that Lin Fan is like a cockroach. He's definitely not going to die. The girls didn't know what to do. Run to help the young man or wait for him to come back here. The door opened and everyone came back. It was all without loss of life. The young man told the girls that he had successfully obtained the flame seed of the 9 suns. Not only had he broken through to the 8th level, but he had also produced a true red flame chi substance. The girls rejoiced, waved their hands, and said that the young man was their savior. Now he has a new chi. The young man said it was a shared victory. Without the trickster and the bird, he couldn't have done it. The ship continued its airborne journey. The young man decided to negotiate with the deceiver. He has been here for a long time and must know about the secret valley of the sacred flame. The deceiver emerged from the pearl and said you don't need to ask him about it. He had completely lost his memory. The young man said that Dr. Lin Fan will cure the amnesia now. The deceiver said he felt sleepy. The guy put the pearl in front of him and said that he could give the fire of souls in return. A red flame flared up in his hand. The deceiver rejoiced and said that the young man must first let him consume the fire of souls. After that, he would tell all that he knew. Lin Fan said that he would not believe such a deceiver. He himself always keeps his word and has never deceived people. The trickster asked if the young man had ever heard of the flame rating. The young man asked what it was. The man explained, the fighters who entered the secret valley of the holy flame would be distributed according to a ranking. This ranking is the flame ranking. A big competition will start soon. The entrance is just in the flame city. The young man realized that this was the ultimate test of the secret valley of the holy flame. The man said that now the young man must let him consume the fire of souls. The girls closed their eyes in fear. The deceiver had believed Lin Fan's words. Now he will be in trouble. The young man handed the pearl the red flame that was in the palm of his hand and told it to consume the fire of souls. The man shouted that the young man's chi was too strong and he can't take it. The young man said there was no need to hurry. He would give another half of the fire of souls and wished a pleasant consummation. The cheater shouted that he didn't need that much. The young man says he promised, so he keeps his word. The pearl man said it was his mistake. He should have given the young man the information he needed free of charge. The young man said he was willing to honor the deceiver and take back what he said. The bird said that this deceiver wanted to benefit from dealing with Lin Fan. He must be bored with his life. The man from the pearl said that he didn't want to see such a liar anymore, meaning Lin Fan. Lin Fan said that won't do. They are friends. They still have a lot to go through together. The young man tossed the pearl and said they were headed to the City of Flames together. The man from the pearl screamed for the young man to let him go. He was already starting to lose consciousness. The secret valley of the Holy Flame, City of Flames. A young man is engaged in making a pill. The young man looks at his masterpiece and realizes that this is no ordinary ground-level pill. It is a high-quality ground-level Inyan pillory. The young man simultaneously utilized the opposing powers of true water and flame. In this way, he made a ground-level Inyan pill. Pearl asked, "Is this really the alchemist's terrifying power? Isn't he afraid that he might be struck by lightning?" The young man pushed the pearl and it flew off, hitting the wall. The boy said if he couldn't talk, he'd better keep quiet. The young man thought someone was watching him. He came up behind the fat man and asked him who he was looking for. The fat man said the young man was mistaken. He was just passing by. Lin Fan took the fatty in his arms and asked who sent him. Whose mission is he doing? The fat man denied it and said that he didn't understand anything. The bird said if the fat man didn't confess, she'd have to beat him up. That sounded threatening. The fat man wondered, could this pet really talk? That's something you don't see very often. What is this pet? Is it a parrot or some other bird? The bird was indignant. The bird couldn't take it anymore and took the fat man down, using its wings in the attack. The bird said she was very offended. How could you call her a parrot? The young man laughed uncontrollably. The bird said the fat man must surrender, otherwise it will continue its violent endeavor. The fat man said that this bird greatly underestimates him. He has the 9th spiritual level. He is very serious and scary. Lin Fan said that he didn't want to waste time on that person, and he must tell the truth. The fat man was frightened. This young man dispelled his chi with a single blow. The fat man introduced himself. He said that he was from the Chen family, the same family that works together with the Lan family. The young man asked why he was looking for him. The fatty assumed that the young man was a Purple Emperor. Everyone wondered who the Purple Emperor was. Fatty said that they had nicknamed the Purple Emperor a mysterious guy. According to their observations, he killed the first lord of the Leng family and the younger generation of the Cao family. The fatty continued and said that this emperor had recently annihilated the brave heroes from the Su family. The fatty also said that this emperor has purple wings growing on his back and flies through the sky at lightning speed. His combat power is comparable to the level of a martial arts king. In the secret sacred flame valley, everyone calls him the Purple Emperor. The bird thought the young man had been given a good nickname. The young man said it suited him. Pearl didn't say anything. She just looked indignant. The fat man said it was his job to warn the young man. These families had decided to deal with the young man in the valley ranking competition. Lin Fan knew that there was no way these 3 families would want to put up with him. The boy wondered why the young man was warning him. Fatty said because any family would want to be friends with such a talented alchemist. Lin Fan inquired, how did they scout out that he was a talented alchemist? The young man suspected they were plotting something against him. The fatty asked his question, how can one gain the Purple Emperor's trust? Lin Fan said, for example, in this way, and punched the fat man with his fist. The fatty shouted that it was a very powerful strike. He wanted to accomplish any task to gain the Purple Emperor's trust. The fat man went out into the city and began to hum songs. The people around him thought that this young man had been badly beaten and had turned into a sick man. The poor man was not so lucky. Fire City Auction. Mrs. Su is sad. She says that mysterious young man has disappeared and business has gone downhill. An assistant came in and told the girl that he had come. Mrs. Su raised her head and became animated. In front of the girl stood a stranger with his face covered and a wooden plaque in his hand. The girl said she had been waiting for this little brother for a very long time. Why didn't he come sooner? The stranger opened his face and said that they had not met before. The girl saw a fat man standing in front of her. Madame Su asked who he was. The fat man said he was the representative of the man she was waiting for. The young man gave the girl the ring and said he didn't know what was inside. Madame Su saw a magnificent pill glowing in front of her. The girl determined with a trained eye that it was an yin-yang pill, a valuable treasure. The girl said it's a real luxury, it's too incredible. This guy decided to auction it off, and he's not keeping it for himself. Mrs. Su asked the fat man if he was sure that the young man wanted to auction it all off. The fat man nodded affirmatively. The girl asked if there would be any other instructions. The fatty said, the flame ranking competition will start soon. The young man conveyed that you should be quiet and not take him as an enemy. Mrs. Su said that she understood everything and would definitely pass it on to the Su family's disciples. Lin Fan looked at the sky and decided that the flame ranking competition was about to begin. The sky turned red and lightning bolts appeared. The deceiver said that there are 4 ancient paths leading to the entrance of the venue. Each of them is very dangerous. Few fighters can pass this test. The flame ranking competition is very dangerous. The girls decided they needed to try harder and regretted that their training was not enough to get to this competition. Lin Fan said that the girls are very good anyway. No matter what kind of danger they face, he will always be able to protect them. The deceiver said that because of the suppression of the Valley of Sacred Fire, no one can rise to the battle level of a king. Usually those who reach the king level can obtain the title of champion. This is very frightening. The young man noticed that he had already handled some opponents who had reached almost the level of a king. Lin Fan said that it was time to go to the competition. There is nothing to wait for. The Pearl Cheat said that there was nothing to hurry. The competition won't start until tomorrow. Lin Fan wondered, where were they rushing to? This is kind of embarrassing. The bird shouted that the young man had embarrassed himself. She liked to always shame the young man. The young man clenched his fist and said, they dare not have the right to laugh at the Purple Emperor. The bird obediently quieted down. The next day came, the day of the competition. A fat man appeared in front of the young man and said that he had completed the secret mission given to him by the Purple Emperor. The fat man said the auction was over and handed the young man all the proceeds and the wooden token. The young man thanked the fat man for his labor and gave him 1 pill. The fatty was ecstatic. He bowed to the Purple Emperor. He had gotten a very rare 7th level Emperor pill. Lin Fan said that it would be a reward for his labors. The fatty was now a member of his team. The fatty agreed to follow all of the Purple Emperor's orders. The extent of his gratitude knew no bounds. The bird warned the young man that the flame ranking competition had already begun. The young man noticed that a great many people had gathered, but all of them were not worth his attention. One of the cheerleaders was very excited. She was hoping to see the 4 strongest who had promised to come here. The man saw the strongest fighter of the Yin clan. He came here too. Everyone noted that this fighter has a very masculine face, straight and slender figure. This warrior was very different from the rest of the crowd. He stood out with his appearance. Lin Fan thought that this warrior was like a crane among chickens. He might be strong, but he looks very funny. An onlooker said this warrior, terribly handsome. The strongest disciple of the Yao clan appeared in the competition. Not only did he almost reach the king's combat level, he also became an alchemist. This is a real pride for the family. The bird said that this warrior's appearance was so-so. Lin Fan remarked that if compared to the previous one, this one was incredibly handsome. Fans have noticed that there is a very talented girl named Chen Shi here. She's incredibly cute. At 9 years old, this girl was at the novice fighter level. At 12, she was already at the novice master level. Now she is already 16 years old, and she's already almost reached the level of a king. That's an incredible achievement and tremendous progress. Lin Fan told the fat man that it was his sister, and she is very talented. The fatty silently scratched the back of his head. The young man thought that this brother and sister didn't look alike at all. The onlookers saw another warrior. They screamed with happiness. They were ready to go crazy. It was the strongest master from the Lang clan. The girl's name was Lang Ru Shuang. The young man thought that this girl was sneakily peeking at him. And she's quite interesting. The bird said that the young man was imagining things. And in fact, all these participants are the young man's enemies. The audience shouted that these are the 4 strongest of the younger generation. How cool to see them. Lin Fan realized that everyone was calling these 4 the 4 heavenly emperors. The young man thought, if these 4 were the 4 heavenly emperors, what would he be called? Lin Fan decided that he would be called the 5th heavenly emperor, and he is stronger than all of them put together. The fans were surprised and said, who is he? Nobody knows him. The fans were upset that they didn't know the name of the purple emperor yet. If he is present here, they don't know what he looks like. The bird said, seeing the young man's fans. Lin Fan stated that they should keep a low profile for now. The bird finally asked a matter-of-fact question. The portal was about to open. Which of the paths should they choose? The young man said to be extremely careful and take the matter seriously. He should think hard beforehand. The young man paid attention to the direction the girl he had taken a fancy to went. The young man said that he had made his decision. The bird was surprised. Did Lin Fan really decide to go where this girl went? Fatty said if you follow this path, you'll come face to face with the chief master of the Lin family, and he admires her a lot. Lin Fan said that the decision does not change, and he is walking this ancient path. Lin Fan asked, what is this ancient path? The girl said it was an ordinary mountain road. And where is the danger that everyone is talking about here? A group of unknown men appeared in front of the young men on the mountain road. They said that it was a robbery and that everyone should stand still. Fatty said, here comes the danger. Lin Fan asked, who are they anyway? The gang of unknown men threw off their cloaks and said they were a gang of double robbers. And they're very scary. The young man and the bird clutched their bellies with laughter. They had never seen anything like this before. Lin Fan asked, since there are 6 robbers in front of him, why do they call themselves double? One of the villains said that they usually go to work 2 at a time. That's why they call themselves that. But today is a special day, so they went out as a team. Fatty said he didn't believe them. He'd just been robbed by a gang of 2 men, and they had huge clubs in their hands. The villain replied that they had clubs too. He is tired of talking too much and is waiting for the young people to give him all their treasures. Lin Fan said, he has reliable information that the real double robbery team consists of a human and 2 birds, and the ones in front of him are just cheap fakes. The villain said that this young man talks too much, and now he's going to get a severe blow on the head with a club. Lin Fan told his green bird to use the black fog technique. The bird did just that. It spread the black mist. The villain screamed that they couldn't see anything, and that's trouble. Would they now be robbed? They didn't know where to go. The young man did a good job with the baton. The birds were not lagging behind. The gang of double robbers, whose team included the birds, were counting the treasures gained in the unequal battle. The chick said that these robbers were bad at pretending. They were called double robbers for nothing. Lin Fan, collecting blood, said that he hadn't planned to do anything like this today at all. And here people came to give him their treasures themselves. The trickster from the Pearl asked, how did the young man have such a wealth of experience? Had he already been involved in robbery? The chick wanted to give a detailed reply to the trickster, but Lin Fan closed his beak. The young man said, this is just their generalized battle experience. Nothing more than that. Deceiver asked, did they also acquire the skill of searching pockets on the battlefield? Lin Fan delivered a straight left punch and pushed the deceiver back into the Pearl. Sister said that it was time for them to continue walking. Fatty was delighted. It turned out that the Purple Emperor could even handle double robbers. He admired this emperor more and more. A stranger met the young men and greeted Fatty Chen. The fat man was surprised. He didn't expect to see Su Wuheng in this place. Su Wuheng asked, why do young men have girls traveling with them? The young man told the girls that it was the fat man who had been constantly losing to him since he was a kid. The girls would have no prospects with him. It would be better if they went with him. The girls paid no attention to this impudent man. The young man shouted, "Don't they believe him?" He was now ready to show them and smack the fat man. The fatty was in indecision. Lin Fan told him to feel more confident. He would succeed. The young man said this guy despises fat people. They should teach him a lesson. Su Wuheng turned to Lin Fan and asked where did he come from. He doesn't dare talk to the Su family's master like that. Fatty became furious and said that Su Wuheng had no right to disrespect his idol. Fatty clenched his fists. Su Wuheng said that the fat man had had enough of living and pounced on him with the desire to beat him up. The fat man was not afraid and rushed towards his enemy. Everyone thought that the fat man was going to get hurt. Su Wuheng, this is Fatty Chen's main enemy. Those who watched the fight were surprised by the fatty's abilities. He was close to a battle royal level. Could it be that he had eaten a divine pill and increased his level so much? How could this be possible? The fatty launched a counterattack. Chen told the defeated opponent that he had lost. Su Wuheng was lying on the ground. He was bleeding. The young man said the fat man had really pissed him off, and there would be no mercy for him. Lin Fan said that the young man who lost should respect Fatty Chen. The bird said that this gentleman from the Su family is not that strong. The man and the bird heard a loud noise. They supposed that a crowd of beasts had gone wild. Everyone saw a great number of wild beasts moving on them. The beasts were terrible and frightening. The chick said his wings are very itchy, and he's ready to deal with everyone. The fat man said he would fight too. The pearl cheater said he would rest for now. The girls have declared that they are ready to take part in the battle, if this battle cannot be avoided. Lin Fan said that the time for warming up had come. He spread his purple wings and rushed out to meet the wild animals. Everyone saw the purple wings and thought that this was the Purple Emperor. After a difficult fight, the young man said that he had interrupted 4 beasts of almost royal battle level at one time. Therefore, he was a bit tired. The Pearl Trickster said that he absorbed a lot of chi at one time. Therefore, he was a little tired. The bird said he was a cheater because he did nothing at all during the battle. Fatty looked up at the sky and saw then the Flame Valley ranking appeared there. It appeared there once every 2 hours, and the top 16 warriors could be seen there at once. At the 16th place was Lin Fan. The bird said someone is only in 16th place. The girls thought it was unfair. The young man had just destroyed 4 almost king-level battle beasts, ranked only 16th. Local fighters should not be underestimated. The bird said that during the battle, some people discovered that Lin Fan was a Purple Emperor. Did the young man let himself be discovered on purpose? Lin Fan said that the enemies didn't know anything about him, so he gave them a hint to come to him and become prey themselves. Chick said it's a very risky thing to do. The young man is playing with fire. The young man said it is the bird's responsibility to guard the girls. He takes care of the rest. The young man had recovered from his battle with the wild beasts and said he was ready to continue the journey. The young man said that the situation had changed. They're not going anywhere now, because the first batch of people who want to fight him have already arrived. He'll deal with them on the spot. Bird stated that these young men do not realize what they are about to do. They clearly don't have everything at home. One of the new arrivals said that he wanted to take revenge on the Purple Emperor. The young men were all determined. The chick made a calculation and said that 20 people had arrived, and their head man, almost a king-level martial artist. Lin Fan said that the ones who were supposed to come had arrived, although they don't look very far away at all. The most important ones said they are determined. They want a Purple Emperor. To the bird, he said that she was very bold. Lin Fang said he's the main enemy of the Su, Leng, and Cao families. He's ready to kick the necks of everyone here. The main villain said that he was about to rip the head off this Purple Emperor and resolutely headed into battle. The attacker used a spiritual technique. Blue Dragon. Lin Fan fended off the enemy's attack with one hand without strain. The enemy said it was impossible. How could the young man stop his Blue Dragon with one hand? Lin Fan said, he's not the one who's strong, it's the villain who's weak. And now it was his turn to show what he could do. The young man clenched his fist and swung very well. The young man punched his opponent in the nose with all his might. He told him to try a 10,000-pound punch. The opponent flew far back and crashed into the nearby rocks. The other villains said that the Purple Emperor couldn't be defeated easily. They called on all the disciples of the Lan family to attack. The enemies decided to use a group technique, a 9-dragon formation. It was unthinkable. The young man said his enemies were too slow. He suggested that they look at his skill. The young man decided to make the first strike with the power of 9 stones and use his magic stone. The villains shouted that the Purple Emperor was able to summon such a huge mountain. It's too incredible. He's not human at all. The mountain from above was looming over all the villains. The attackers confessed that they were simple mercenary fighters of the Lan family and decided that they had better not mess with the young man. The Purple Emperor is too scary and powerful. The young man said that none of them would run away. He wouldn't let anyone go and used the power of the 9 stones, a repeated attack. The young man summoned the power of the 9 stones twice in a row. By doing so, he expended a large amount of energy. The young man shouted loudly. Someone behind him secretly attacked him. It was unexpected. The attackers cheered. This was a joint technique of the Su family. The blast of 5 lightning bolts was the strongest. After such an attack, there was no way for the Purple Emperor to survive. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the young man was unharmed. He even stood on his feet. The villains thought it couldn't be. They were afraid. Lin Fan said that he had experienced the opponent's lightning strike. Now he'll return the same strike to them in full. Everyone will get it. The stranger thought that the maximum this cannon fodder could do was scratch the Purple Emperor. Lin Fan noticed 3 unknown people approaching him from the other side. The girl continued and said that the young man had received the deserved fame of a Purple Emperor. The young man immediately determined that these 3 were his real rivals. They would not be easy. Lin Fan asked the fat man if he knew these 3 people. The fat man said that they are the best of the best masters. Everyone knows them. The girl said that her partners should do nothing. The Purple Emperor must die at her hands. This was the strongest disciple of the Su family, Su Yue. The strongest disciple of the Cao family, Shi Shui, said that he was the earliest to finish the unity practice. He too wants to avenge his brothers. The strongest disciple of the Lung family, Zhu Shuang, didn't say anything. She silently looked at the young man. The fatty explained that these 3 have long since reached the peak half of the Battle King level. They are unusually strong. The young man said that he thought it wouldn't be easy, but it should be fun. The bird said that the young man could be calm for his sisters. He will guard them fiercely and would not give offense, but therefore he won't be able to go out and fight to help Lin Fan. Su Yue said that the Purple Emperor has a very interesting bird. She would love to eat it. The young man said he would not let the girl eat his talking bird. The girl said that as a sign of respect, she would fight using the Su family's techniques. It would be enough to take down the opponent. The girl used a spiritual technique, Heavenly Phoenix. Su Yue adopted a fighting stance and told the Heavenly Phoenix to attack. The Phoenix went to attack. Lin Fan responded with a burning blade. It was a good counterattack technique. The burning blade did not produce the desired result. The young man noticed that his rival was wearing real armor. The girl said that all of the young man's attempts were doomed to failure. A technique of this level would not be able to break her armor. Su Yue asked, "Is this really the full power of the Purple Emperor? It's just a complete wretchedness." Lin Fan said that the girl was underestimating him too much. The young man had purple wings behind his back. The girl sent her sky phoenix flying, and it flew upward. In the air, the young men met again. The girl told the young man not to think that he alone could fly. The youngsters were doing aerobatics in the air. The young man laughed. Was this really the power of the strongest female disciple of the Su family? The girl activated the Heavenly Phoenix's fire attack. The attack was successful, and the young man, losing his balance, began to fall down. Su Yue said that the Purple Emperor was not very strong. Lin Fan said that he really wasn't very strong at the moment. But the girl shouldn't forget that he's also an alchemist. The young man took out a Yinian-level Imperial pill. The girl shouted, "Did the opponent really want to increase his level during the battle?" She couldn't let that happen. Su Yue activated the Heavenly Phoenix bombardment. This should prevent the young man from taking the pill. Lin Fan couldn't hold on and fell somewhere in the forest. The young man's support group became very alarmed. The bird told the girl not to go there. The young man would handle it on his own. The smoke cleared, and everyone saw the young man. He said it felt good. The bombardment was almost like a massage. It helped him to better absorb the effects of the pill. The young man stated that not only had he healed his wounds, but he had also risen to the 9th level of battle spirit. He thanked his opponent. The girl was at a loss. She had played into her opponent's hands. Now the power of the Purple Emperor could match her strength. Suyua's associate said if the girl is not doing well, he will help her. The girl said that she is the strongest in her family. She's not afraid of anyone and can handle this young man calmly. The girl once again applied the Heavenly Phoenix bombardment. The young man reminded him that this bombardment is like a massage for him. It wouldn't even hurt him. Lin Fan felt very confident. The young man counterattacked his opponent and gave her a very devastating blow. The girl couldn't do anything about it. The boy said, "So what if she wore armor? They wouldn't save her or her reputation." Another enemy entered the battle. Lin Fan said that he had a very powerful punch. Does he really have a mastery of bodily techniques? Xiao Shishui said that he is not a bodybuilder, but his blood technique transforms his blood into strength. Lin Feng said, "That's good. He will now test whose punch will be stronger." The young man stated that he is using the Cao family's technique. He wants to take revenge on the young man for the disciples of this family. He used a double bloody punch. Simultaneously, 2 fists struck Lin Fan's chest. It was very strong, and the young man flew backwards. Lin Fan withstood the blow and immediately retaliated with a left hook. The guy said he withstood his opponent's 2 fists and hit with his one, and he was much tougher than Cao. Cao told Su Yue that they should fight without sparing their lives. The girl suggested attacking the opponent together. Lin Fan said that it would be perfect. He would be able to solve several problems in one go. Sticks appeared in the young man's hands. The girl said that the steel legendary sticks raised the young man's level to gold. The opponents simultaneously moved towards Lin Fan. They activated the Heavenly Phoenix Fracture Phoenix, Blood Technique Deadly Soul Blade. Lin Fan thought that he would transfer all his strength into the sticks. It would be easier for him to face 2 opponents at once. The young man decided that he would try to use his strongest technique in this fight. The enemies were pushing at the same time and wanted to kill the young man right away. The young man had to fight off 2 strong enemies at the same time. Lin Fan skillfully wielded his sticks and applied a burning blade, a double blade fracture. The opponents scattered in different directions. Su and Cao realized that they had lost. Both of Lin Fan's opponents were defeated. The young man thought, although he had defeated those 2, it was too early for him to rejoice. The young man was already a bit tired, but his opponent, Leng Ru Shushuang, was now in perfect condition. The girl was preparing for the fight. Miss Lan said it was her turn now. The fatty said that this girl was several times stronger than the previous fighters combined. The bird realized that the main battle was about to take place. Lin Fan asked the girl, "Do we have to fight to the ground right now?" He doesn't want to touch her at all. Mrs. Lan said that to take revenge on the young man was to pay back her family. The guy said that in that case, he'd have to have a full-fledged fight. There'd be no halftones. The young man said he was attacking the beautiful sissy, and he went on the attack. The young man used the fire blade, the fire lamp. It was the first time he had ever practiced it. The girl used a spiritual technique, rain of swords. Dozens of swords flew at the young man. The young man knew that his opponent was very powerful, her power far surpassing half of the king level. Lin Fan shouted that he was not afraid of his rival, and she was about to taste his stick. The girl was cold-blooded. She used the reverse flow. The attack was repelled. The young man said if one wasn't enough, he would now use 2 sticks at the same time. Would she be able to take it? At once, 2 battle sticks came down on the girl's shoulders. She screamed in pain. The girl said that the young man's bodily strength was very great. Lin Fan said, "Her purple armor isn't simple either. It allows the mistress to withstand his attacks." The young man jumped up, swung his stick, and said he didn't believe he couldn't break through that armor. The girl, trying to avoid another blow, bounced back. The young man said if she was frightened, he would organize another stone strike for her, and threw a magic stone towards his opponent. The girl was having a hard time. She got down on her knee and had difficulty standing on her feet. The young man said that the girl's strength was running out. The strength of the bodybuilders cannot be withstood. Mrs. Lan wasn't going to give up. She told the young man that he was about to learn the true meaning of her sword. The girl activated the Dragon Guiyu. Lin Fan realized that his opponent had a level of martial spirit. This was her true power. The dragon was powerful. The fatty was shocked. In so many years, there was still no technique as strong as Dragon Guyu. The bird said that a martial spirit level person was using a king level technique. This is very frightening. The young man rushed forward and said that he wanted to tear that dragon apart with his own hands. The young man faced the dragon, but the forces were unequal. He flew off and fell to the ground. The young man thought that he had underestimated the golden dragon. The boy concluded that this dragon's power was far greater than that lone ship fake. The girl applied the golden dragon's wrathful flame. The young man decided to swap the fire blade for a dragon killing blade. The young man thought that his technique also contained king-level power. The guy activated the fire blade, a strong absorption. It was a confrontation between two fires. Miss Lan was having a hard time. The young man thought that her spiritual level wasn't that strong already. The fatty thought that the Purple Emperor had defeated Miss Lan. He is a real strong man. The bird said she was starting to feel proud. Mrs. Len held the sword in her hands. She was wounded and it was hard on her. The girl shouted that her sword art was invincible. Lin Fan said, in that case, he would agree to sword fight his opponent. The battle continued. In the second part, it was even bloodier. The opponents moved into hand-to-hand combat. The young man turned out to be the more prepared fighter. The girl said she didn't think she could lose. Lin Fan, peering at his fist of fury, told the girl that he was saying goodbye to her. Miss Lan recognized that the Purple Emperor was actually very strong. The fat man said that the Purple Emperor, out of respect for Leng Rushuang, would have to destroy her. The bird said that this girl is the most honest warrior. One of the 4 heavenly warriors, Len Ru Shushuang, died in battle. The sister asked the young man if he was badly hurt. The girl was very worried about her brother. The young man said that it was fine. He didn't want to use his mind power to destroy Leng Rushuang. Therefore, he received some injuries. Lin Fang said that the members of the 3 clans will be coming here soon. They can't stay here for long. They must follow the ancient path to the end. The fans were shouting that Shi Ying was very strong. He had single-handedly destroyed many half-king level monsters. The Shu Ying warrior was of enormous size. It was a true giant. Bai Yuntian had mistakenly walked into a dangerous area, but he was unspeakably lucky there. Chen Shi, with her own hands, had destroyed many half-king level monsters. The people watching thought that something was wrong. The time of passing the ancient trail of the Flame Valley was already over. Leng Rushuang had yet to appear. The viewers noticed that there was a new ranking for Flaming Valley in the sky. The first place is held by Lin Fan. Everyone was wondering, who is Lin Fan? Why are his results the best? Why did Leng Jushuang drop out? What happened to her? Viewers didn't understand. Why were only 8 places left in the ratings instead of 16? Where did the others go? Flaming Valley's ratings are too capricious. The fat man said that the next 8 men must fight one-on-one. This contest will decide who the champion is. The sister wished the young man good luck. He had already entered the ranking of the Flame Valley. The young man said that he would definitely win this tournament. The young man said he would take his time. He would drink his tea now and try to relax. The bird held out his cup and said the same to her. The first battle was announced. Lin Fan versus Wang Chu. The young man was surprised. Was he really the first? The warriors stood in the arena. The audience was full of spectators. The opponent told Lin Fan that he had a bold guess. The young man asked Lin Fan if he was definitely a Purple Emperor. Only a Purple Emperor could defeat a warrior like Leng Rushuang and then get the highest score. The young man said it wasn't him. The opponent got it all wrong. The opponent agreed that he was most likely mistaken because the young man didn't look strong at all. He only has the 9th spiritual level. Wang Shu got into a fighting stance and said that he would not relax and suggested his opponent to catch his technique. Wang Shu swung around and hit the young man directly in the head. Lin Fan deftly dodged and retaliated with a punch straight to his opponent's body. It was painful. The young man decided to use a ghost technique to stun his opponent and make it look like he had fallen. The young man performed as he had hoped. As his opponent lay face down on the ground, the young man looked around and realized that he had won the fight. The spectators thought that Lin Fan was not only the Purple Emperor, but also the King of Luck. The opponent had knocked himself out. He was the unlucky one. Lin Fan said that he was lucky today. This is his first victory. The referee said that in the next fight, Shi Ying defeated his opponent. Chen Shi also got the victory. The young man said that it was not for nothing that they were called the 4 Heavenly Kings. They easily defeated their opponents. The next warrior said he wanted to see his opponent and was ready to fight him quickly. The fans were chanting that the Yao clan should win today. They wished the young man good luck. Fatty said that his opponent is one of the 4 heavenly kings. He will definitely lose today. Fatty was very frightened and upset. Lin Fan said that being in the top 8 was not bad. He advised the Fatty to fight at full strength. It would be okay if he lost. The Fatty replied that he would try his best. Fatty came out and said he was ready to fight his opponent. The young man said he was giving the fat man a chance, and he could attack him first. The fat man put his hand forward, shouted that he was about to destroy, and rushed forward to attack. His opponent met Fatty's challenge with a powerful arm punches. The fat man flew backwards. The young man said he was very weak. The fat man was in a lot of pain. He lay on the ground and said that the difference in strength very huge. He admitted his defeat. The young man approached the fat man and said he was too disappointed. The guy screamed that he couldn't understand how such a weakling made the top 8. The man shouted that the fiery ranking competition was not for life, but to the death, and weaklings are not worthy to live. The young man shouted that he was about to destroy the fat man. The fat man was frightened and shouted not to be touched. Lin Fan, blazing with rage, shouted for the young man to immediately stop. The fatty's opponent stopped and looked towards Lin Fan with indignation. He hadn't expected such insolence. The bird soothed the fat man. She said that his rival was wicked and cruel, and there was no need to feel sorry for him. There was a new rating in the sky. It was also where the next performance was announced. Lin Fan was supposed to participate. The young man's opponent said that Lin Fan was acting like a fatty. He can only raise his level through dishonest shenanigans, and warned that this would be Lin Fan's last performance. The spectators shouted that Brother Bai would destroy his rival. The Yao clan must win. Lin Fan said that Fatty Chen has already lost, and he must not be destroyed. If Bai does, he will immediately regret it. Bai said that the young man had no right to talk to him like that. The young man only has a 9th martial spiritual level. That's worse than a fatty with a half-king level. Lin Feng said that in that case, Bai Yun will die today. He states this with all responsibility. Bai Yun said that Lin Fan alone wouldn't be able to deal with him, so he decided to use a spiritual level technique. Lin Fan beat the opponent's attack and said that he still had more heaven-level techniques to overcome, and used the Dragon Flame Tongue sword. The opponent said, would his spirit-level technique not be able to handle a heavenly-level technique? Bai Yun recognized that his opponent was not so simple, since he was unable to destroy the young man with his sword. Bai Yun said that he would now use all of his abilities and finish off his opponent at once. Lin Fan said that the opponents are only using the level of fighting spirit. He said that he was willing to give that one another chance, and waved his finger towards him. The onlookers thought that this young man was too bold. He dares to despise the power of the Yao clan. Bai Yun used a spiritual level technique, the Peng Golden Bird technique. His opponent shouted that he was about to teach the young man a lesson, that not all people succumb to his provocations. The young man took out his golden stick and smashed his opponent's golden bird. Bai Yun's mouth gushed blood. The onlookers regretfully stated that Brother Bai had been smashed with some kind of stick. How is that possible? It was impossible to believe it. How could such a powerful person be broken? Yue Yun asked Lin Fan, who was he? In the secret Sacred Flame Valley, there was only one person who possessed such bodily spirit power. Could it be him? The one? Lin Fan said that he was that Purple Emperor. The spectators shouted, long live the invincible Purple Emperor. Now they could finally see him in person. The bird thought that Lin Fan had given himself away again. The fatty said that he was the Purple Emperor's main fan. The audience was sad. They thought that everything was lost. Brother Bai would definitely not be able to defeat the Purple Emperor. Bai Yun said that he didn't believe that the opponent's power was as great as they said it was, so he was determined to win by any means necessary. The young man decided to use the forbidden technique of reincarnating into a golden pongbird. The guy had succeeded at this point and decided he was already invincible. He shouted loudly. Lin Feng thought that his opponent, at the cost of losing his mind, had decided not to spare his life. He said that he wouldn't succeed anyway. Lin Fan said that all his opponent's attempts are useless. He would be repulsed by the stick again. The young man decided to destroy his opponent. Lin Fan gave multiple blows with the golden stick to all parts of Bai Yun's body. The spectators were suppressed. Even using the forbidden technique, Brother Bai was still beaten. How strong is this Purple Emperor? Bird said that she feels very sorry for Bai Yun, but she has no idea how hard it is to be beaten up by Lin Fan. The young man swung around and said that now he would make the final blow, and they would never see each other again in this life. Bai Yun lay on the ground and begged to be spared. He shouted for the young man not to destroy him. Lin Fan, holding the shelf above his head, said that he couldn't hear anything and asked his opponent to speak louder. The opponent shouted that he was admitting defeat and surrendering. Lin Fan said that in a flame ranking competition, one cannot choose between life and death. A weakling has no right to continue living. The young man said that he was quoting his opponent. So why is he on his knees asking for mercy? Lin Fan added that he had never met such unscrupulous people as his rival in his life. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Bai Yun Tian, had fallen in battle. The warrior shouted that Lin Fan dared to destroy their mentor Bai. This is unacceptable. Their family will not let this go unpunished. Lin Fan asked, why didn't they, before he finished off Bai Yun, intervene? If they want to deal with it, then let them come out. Everyone immediately fell silent, and no one wanted to cross the young man. Ling Shan said that her brother is a great man, and she is proud of him as always. Fatty thanked the Purple Emperor for his help. He wouldn't forget that the Emperor had stood up for him. Lin Fan said that it wasn't a big deal. The battles in the tournament continued. The warrior used a spiritual technique, Heavenly Dragon Halberd. The opponent used a spiritual technique, Thunder Sword. Lin Fan, watching this fight, suggested that the fight would be long because the opponent's abilities were almost equal. One of the opponents used the 7th Heavenly Dragon Halberd. His rival admitted defeat. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Cheng Shi, was defeated. The audience shouted that Shi Ying was invincible. Zhen Ying is invincible. The referee has announced the next bout. This was the fight that everyone had been waiting for. Purple Emperor Lin Fang versus Shi Ying. Shi Ying expressed his hope that his opponent would not disappoint and show what he was capable of. Lin Fan said in that case, he was going to the starting position and prepare to fight. Lin Fan said that his opponent had just finished the duel. He must have gotten tired enough. The young man suggested that Shi Ying take some pills to recover his strength. He said that there was no doping control in this tournament. Shi Ying agreed and said that one could not be careless when facing the Purple Emperor. The young man added, only when both opponents are in good condition can the fight be enjoyable. The audience shouted that Shi Ying was the toughest. Shi Ying's brother must win this fight. Ling Shan was worried which of these two would turn out to be stronger in this fight. The bird said that Shi Ying only seems tough. He can't really beat Lin Fan. Shi Ying drank the pills and said that he was ready. Lin Fan said that he was ready to hold the final duel. Shi Ying immediately went on the attack and used a spiritual technique, Star Fingers. His attack energy came out of 5 fingers at once. Lin Fan used his fire sword and repelled his opponent's attack. Shi Ying didn't calm down and used the 6-finger attack. Shi Ying's attack stars transformed into a dragon. Lin Fan used the fire sword, a powerful absorption. Shi Ying decided that he couldn't experiment anymore. It was time to use his full power. The young man's opponent shouted loudly that he was now using a spiritual technique, the 9th halberd of the Heavenly Dragon. This is the most powerful weapon in his performance. Shi Ying continued his attack and used the 9 dragons floating in the air. The attack didn't stop for a second. Lin Fan thought that the secret Sacred Flame Valley had the power to exile warriors above the royal level. Therefore, being at the peak of the battle level boundary, Shi Ying had the most powerful strength of all. The young man knew that he was, in any case, the strongest. He used a force of 10,000 pounds, and he put all that power into one punch. Shi Ying said that his opponent's bodily strength was very great as expected. The Purple Emperor did not disappoint him, but still, it was not enough to win. Shi Ying applied the final form of the Heavenly Dragon Halberd. Such attacks usually ended up defeating the opponent, but not this time. Shi Ying used the Dragon-Human Fusion. The audience was subdued by Shi Ying's powerful performance. Their mentor had already mastered the final form of the Heavenly Dragon Halberd. The Violet Emperor would definitely lose, the audience thought. The bird said that her friend Lin Fan still has a lot of cards in his hand, and he still has a lot of powder in his belly. Shi Ying shouted that he was the Heavenly Dragon now, and the Purple Emperor should now take his crushing blow. The young man wondered, is this short halberd really a king-level weapon? The boy thought that only something more powerful would be able to hold him back. The young man used an ancient weapon, the transformation into a sword. Lin Fan thought that this sword definitely couldn't lose to a king-level weapon. The young man went on the attack and decided it was time to end this fight. Lin Fan used a whole-body, fiery blade. The young man was all flaming with anger and rage. His energy was overflowing. Lin Fan shouted as he finally shattered his opponent's deadly weapon. Xue Ying shouted that the young man was wrong. The heavenly dragon halberd was not a lethal weapon at all. Xue Ying decided to use spiritual telekinesis. The young man did not expect such a turn of events. Xue Ying declared that he had won this fight. The spectators shouted that the Purple Emperor had lost. They demanded that mentor Xue Ying destroy him with a single blow. Lin Fan stated that, however, he was perfectly fine. Xue Ying wondered, how was this possible? How was this young man able to reflect his spiritual telekinesis? Could it be that he was also a master of spiritual telekinesis? Lin Fan laughed and said that his opponent must be very angry right now. The fans were in shock. They thought it was the end. It turns out the Purple Emperor is not only a warrior, but he's also a corporealist and a master of spiritual telekinesis. That's 3 in 1. The Purple Emperor has decided to break all the laws of nature. Xue Ying recognized that he was not a worthy opponent for the Purple Emperor. Xue Ying added that his only way out was to break through the king level. Lin Fan said that in the secret Sacred Flame Valley, warriors are not allowed to reach the royal level. In that case, he would be banished very soon. Xue Ying agreed and said, therefore, he should defeat the young man before his exile, and said for the Purple Emperor to take his final blow, Royal Heavenly Dragon. The young man thought that against a king level of power, a fireblade wasn't enough. To show his respect, he would use a supreme technique and destroy his opponent. The young man used a king-level technique. Lin Fan said that his opponent's sword split from that strike. So he had won. Xue Ying was very surprised. Lin Fan said, his opponent is clueless. The hidden meaning of this technique is to break the sword. The name of this technique, countersword. The defeated opponent screamed with fear. He realized that he had finally lost. Lin Fan said as he just pushed his opponent closer to the gate, to make it easier to expel him. Xue Ying said that the Purple Emperor is cheating. The enemy shouted that this was an outcome he didn't want to accept, but he had no choice. This time, he has definitely lost. Xue Ying shouted that the next time they met, he would be stronger and would challenge the young man to battle again. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Xue Ying was defeated and banished. In the flame ranking, the first place was determined. Lin Fan was firmly entrenched in it. The girls said that Lin Fan is their pride for a reason. Ling Shan said that she had never heard of one of the Spiritual Academy's disciples winning the first place in the flame ranking before. Bird said with relief that it was finally over. Fatty said he had no doubt that the Purple Emperor would be the champion. The young man asked if there was any reward for the winner. The young man looked at something golden glowing and thought the reward was on the other side of the gate. The young man said he would go and see what gifts the flame rating was giving out. He promised to come back soon. Lin Fan saw the little golden man and asked who he was. The little man said that he is the spirit of the ranking tribe and expresses the will of the tribe. In other words, he is here to bestow benefits on the young man. The man said the flame rating award was right behind the young man's back. Lin Fan turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him was a pool of luck. If one were to bathe in it, one could immediately increase his skill. The young man decided to immediately do so. After undressing, he immediately jumped into this pool. The guy felt the unbelievability of what was happening. His level was one step closer to the royal level. The young man decided that he should suck in all that mental strength as much as he could. The man said the current record in this pool, 3 days. After a while, the golden man said that the young man was a villain. He had sucked in all the mental strength and didn't even leave a drop. The young man was able to last 20 days. The golden man was amazed. Lin Fan said that he would have swam some more, but the pool was empty for some reason. The guy said that thanks to this pool of luck, he had reached the peak of spiritual power. The bodily strength and telekinesis became even more powerful. The little golden man told that young man to leave. He doesn't want him here anymore. Lin Fan said, he can just pick up and leave. The little golden man said for that rascal to get out immediately, or he'll punish him. He won't even shake his golden hand. Lin Fan got angry and said that this little man wouldn't risk doing such a thing. The golden man was frightened and said that he really wouldn't dare to do such a thing. The young man received a precious ring. It was a true flame-ranking spirit, and it contained many riches. Lin Fan realized that he was finally rich. Lin Fan said that the Golden Man had taken good care of him. The young man said that he would not forget all that the Golden Man had done for him. The Golden Man called the young man a true demon and swore to the young man to take revenge. The young man went back to the arena. 20 days had passed. There was no one here anymore. The boy found a lonely red bird in the arena. There was no one else around. The young man asked why the bird was sleeping here, all alone. The bird woke up and said it was told to wait here for the young man, or some news about him. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky and lightning bolts appeared, striking directly at Lin Fan. The bird was hit as well. The bird asked, "What is it?" As soon as a young man shows up, trouble starts right away. It looks like someone ambushed them. The boy looked up and decided that the flame rating had decided to destroy him with lightning. The bird called the young man crazy. She said that the guy, even the flame ranking, was displeased. Lin Fan started to run away. He thought that the Golden Man had decided to settle accounts with him in this way. The bird screamed for him to let her go. It didn't want to die with the young man. Lin Fan shouted that he wouldn't leave his friend alone. The lightning did not stop for a second. The girls were walking in the forest. Suddenly, a young man's voice was heard. The sister thought that Lin Fan had finally returned, walked up to the girls and told them he was finally back. He didn't look so good after being struck by lightning. His sister asked if it was the flame rating that had rewarded him. Lin Fan said that it was the lightning that did this to him. It was because he had robbed the flame-ranking spirit. That Golden Man was really angry. The fatty was horrified. Did the Purple Emperor dare to rob the flame-ranking? The young man pointed to the treasure he had brought with him, and he said he had brought a small portion with him. The bird said that Lin Fan got it all for nothing. There's nothing to brag about. Guy said the real treasure bestowed by the flame rating is this little 9-colored spirit straw. The girls said this straw is really cute. The young man said that with this straw, he would help to reach the spiritual sea, and everyone could become a master of spiritual telekinesis. Sis said that a master of spiritual telekinesis is any fighter's nightmare, but at the same time, it was also the ultimate dream. Ling Shan thought that if she acquired the ability of spiritual telekinesis, she would be unrivaled in the entire Middle Kingdom. The fatty rejoiced that he would be able to, just like the Purple Emperor, stealthily destroy his enemies. The insatiable people told the straw spirit not to be afraid. They'll only pluck a leaf or two from him. It won't hurt very much. The straw spirit cried out. He was in pain. The young man said he would give him a medicine and showed him the pill. This medicine would not only cure his wounds, but also increase his skill. The spirit straw and the bird became friends. They decided to be friends together against the young man. Lin Fan performed incomprehensible manipulations that made everyone suffer. He said that the fatty should definitely endure. No one is going to bury him here. The young man said if everyone could last one night here, they could become spirit telekinesis masters. Mrs. Su, the owner of the auction, was walking alone on the rooftop at night. From behind, Lin Fan walked up to her. The girl said she did not expect that the true appearance of the Purple Emperor is a young and outstandingly handsome man. The young man said he didn't have much time, and he wants to give the girl the ring. The girl said that the Purple Emperor was very generous and thanked him. Mrs. Su told the young man in confidence that the Yao family had found the young man's spiritual academy. He should be careful. The girl added that the Len and Sao families were still displeased with the young man and could therefore do nasty things behind his back. Lin Fan said that he would be careful from now on. The young man said goodbye to the girl and told her it was time for him to leave. Miss Su stated that Lin Fan is very shy. It doesn't suit him. The girl was immensely pleased. She had an expensive item in her hands, and this young man had given it to her for nothing. Miss Su said she hopes to still meet the Purple Emperor. The girls thought that everything had been a success. Now they had become real masters of spiritual telekinesis. The fat man glowed with joy. He thought he was even too strong. Fatty said that he is now the Purple Emperor's younger brother. For his sake, he is ready to make any sacrifice and will stop at nothing. Lin Fan agreed and said that they would be called brothers from now on. They are not the only ones who have succeeded. The lion cub and the bird have done it too. Now they have the art of telekinesis. The deceiver of the pearl asked why he had been treated unfairly. Why doesn't he have any properties? Lin Fan reminded him that the first time they met, the man had talked about how he had the power of telekinesis. The deceiver shouted that he had deceived them then. Lin Fan said, "It turns out that this man is now a weakling who can't control telekinesis. Even the spirit straw itself won't help him." The man said, "He will try to awaken all his powers and the young man will regret it." The young man said he would take this pearl back to the spiritual academy, and there it could continue to improve. Lin Fan announced to everyone that they were returning home. Sis said the portal to the Fire City has opened. It was time for them to go home. Everyone said goodbye to the secret valley of the sacred flame. The elder announced that today is the day the disciples return from the secret valley of the sacred flame. They are all eagerly awaited. If they manage to return safely, it will be the greatest victory. Madam Ming thought that this rascal boy had been gaining experience for a whole year. I wonder how much he had changed. Everyone noticed that there was someone approaching and exiting the portal on the other side. Brother and Sister Mo had done quite well during this period of time. The elder said that M. Kong and Li Xuan had already reached the 5th level of martial spirit. Madam Ming thought sadly, why haven't Lin Fan and Duga returned yet? After all, they were better students of the academy. If only nothing happened to them. Everyone heard a loud rumble of thunder booming from the portal. Everyone saw a green bird fly out of the portal, and a golden lion unicorn jumped out. Min Bin got excited. "It's a lion cub and a bird," she said. Everyone said with admiration that Lin Fan's pets had comprehended the 6th level martial spirit. They had not wasted their time on the mission. Mrs. Ming saw the girls who had grown up. She was very happy. Mrs. Ming said, "The girls are back." "That's good. Where's that bastard, Lin Fang?" Everyone saw that the girls had reached the 7th level of battle spirit. The progress was obvious. They were not far away from the royal level. Everyone saw a strong glow coming from the portal. Lin Fan appeared in front of the greeters with purple wings behind him. Madam Ming was overjoyed when she saw the young man alive and well. Everyone shouted that the young man had reached the highest limit of martial spirit. It was more powerful than the level of all the other disciples. Mo Khan said, "There were rumors that Lin Fan is the Purple Emperor. It must be a rumor." Lin Fan said that he will dispel all the rumors right now. He is actually the Purple Emperor, and Mo Khan is still that weakling. The elders asked, "Who was the Purple Emperor?" The elder replied, "It was someone who had wiped out all the strongest masters in the secret valley of the sacred flame and ranked first in the flame ranking. This person is the Purple Emperor. The Purple Emperor is Lin Fang." The elder rejoiced. So the flame ranking battle was won by a disciple of Linu Academy. Dugu said that 4 heavenly kings had been destroyed by Lin Fan. There was no point in talking about the others. Sister said that her brother in the secret valley of the sacred flame was invincible. Everyone said that Lin Fan, the strongest person in the whole world. Lin Fang, a natural talent. Madam Ming said, "How dare this boy call himself an emperor? Did he really decide to play with the will of the heavens?" Lin Fan began to make excuses. He didn't choose this nickname for himself. He didn't spread it. And Madam Ming is being unfair to him. The young man was ready to cry because of the injustice. Madam Ming pressed him against her chest. The young man blushed with embarrassment, but he didn't resist. Min Bin said to the young man, "Welcome back." The next moment, the woman was shaking him and asking him where were the medicinal herbs they had agreed on. The young man began to justify himself and said that this journey had turned out to gather a little bit of medicinal herbs. The girl made an announcement for everyone. In order to buy the top-grade Purple Emperor pills, several thousand medicinal herbs would have to be obtained. Madam Ming was furious. "Is a few thousand a little bit?" The young man said that he had only sold 1 pill. The girl said that the Purple Emperor had still produced a high-grade Earth-level pill. This pill is estimated to be worth several million. Said he didn't have any millions. Ming Bing said that due to the lack of necessary medicinal herbs, she would only be able to make the simplest Earth pills. But the young man is already making the highest-grade pills. The young man shyly said that he didn't understand at all what Madam Min was talking about. Min Bin asked, how did the young man have so many rings on his hand? And what is stored inside those rings? The young man said that these rings are decorated with stones. Mrs. Ming shouted that she wanted the stones too. The young man said out of fear that he would give her 1 ring. The guy tearfully gave Mrs. Ming the smallest ring and said that it contained several tens of thousands of medicinal herbs. The girl smiled and said that she smelled that intoxicating aroma of medicinal herbs, and it was all high-quality herbs. Madam Ming kissed the young man on the cheek. The young man blushed. Ming Bing said that a good student is a reward for the teacher. The boy said that he obtained these medicinal herbs with great labor, and in the end, Madam Ming cheated him out of them. Ming Bing grabbed the young man's neck and made a strangulation hold. She asked that in that case, maybe she should supplement her bounty. The young man shouted that he was still a child and should be let go. Suddenly, everyone noticed that the elder was not feeling well. His colleagues asked him to cheer up, but he couldn't. Lin Fan asked Madam Ming, "What happened to the dean?" The elder was lying in bed. He was in a serious condition. The young man said that the dean was a king level 5. Who would do such a thing to him? Ming Bing said that while rescuing students in a remote valley, he was besieged by 3 warriors of the Moyun Temple. Then those warriors said that if they saw it, they would destroy every disciple of Linu Academy. Madam Ming said because they had too few top-grade pills, the dean suffered so much. Lin Fan said he had a life-extending medicine. The young man said that he also has an earth source. It can heal wounds and increase strength. It's an excellent tonic in general. It's a real energy booster. The young man gave the elder a spring of earth and told the dean to get well soon. The young man said that their situation was very dangerous. After his deployment, their academy has more enemies. Madam Ming said that the young man was antipathetic to too many people. The young man said that the dean needs peace and rest now. His recovery process has already begun. The boy thought that the enemy might attack at any minute. They should prepare diligently for war. Only before doing so, the young man decided to check the remote valley. Ming Bing urged the young man to use common sense. The enemies are too strong and dangerous, and suggested that after the dean recovered, he should think about it. The young man said it was just a couple of lowly warriors. He's got it all under control. Madam Ming asked, "Why can't the young man be an obedient disciple?" The young man turned around and said, because he should let them know not to underestimate the spiritual academy. At king-level Death Valley, Lin Fan stopped and thought that this was the place where the fight had happened. The young man barely had time to dodge. An arrow was stuck in the rock near him. The boy asked who shot him. If he has courage, he should go out to fight. The strangers said that the Purple Emperor was young, but he was also agile. Lin Fan asked the 2-second king-level warriors, were they the ones who had crippled the Academy's Dean Linu? Another stranger appeared and said that there were not 2, but 3 of them, and he was even a warrior of the 3rd royal level. The strangers said that the Spiritual Academy was only able to send 1 child to scout. Why is this academy so weak? Moyun Temple doesn't need to waste another month of preparation. It's already easy to defeat them now. The young man said, do they really want to destroy their academy in a month? He would destroy all of them here right now. The young man moved to attack. The strangers called the young man a reckless boy and told him to accept death, and moved to attack too. Ling Shan asked the bird where her brother was. Could he be in trouble? The bird broke out of her arms and told the girl to take pity on her. Ling Shan and Ming Bing saw that a young man had appeared in front of them. They were pleased and surprised at his appearance. The young man intercepted the bird and said he was back. The guy's whole face was red. Madam Ming grabbed the young man and asked, was he really hurt? The boy started to tell, in a remote valley, he came across 3 king-level warriors from Moyun Temple. Madam Ming said that the 3rd royal level is very serious. If the young man managed to escape, then he did well. Lin Fan said that he didn't escape from the 3rd king level. The young man said that he had to eliminate those 3 king-level warriors. Mrs. Ming was surprised, didn't believe it, and said that the young man was exaggerating too much. He had yet to make a breakthrough between the boundaries of the levels. Therefore, there was no need to boast. Bird said, don't underestimate her friend Lin Fan. No one knows how strong he is. The young man said that he had learned some terrible news. Moyun Temple is going to attack Linu Academy in a month's time. He will declare war. The young man said that all the students and teachers should be warned. Those who are strong, let them prepare for battle. Those who are weak, let them hide. Madam Ming said that many disciples might die in this war. Lin Fang said to hurry up and do their best. The young man determinedly said that he could protect the entire spiritual academy. The next day came. The recovered elders said that the people from Moyun Temple would arrive today. The lion bird had already left the temple, taking the young disciples with her. There were only 3 of them left who possessed the ability. Over the past month, all of them had practiced hard and succeeded greatly. Brother and sister Lin and student Dugu stayed at Linu Academy to fight back against the invaders. The young man said if they lost the battle, the girls would have to join Fatty Chen. The girls declared that they would be with Lin Fan Om until the very end. Lady Ming called the young man a lousy person and told him not to even hope to throw her off on another. The elders said that Mo Yun Temple was going to completely destroy them, but they weren't going to give up. Lin Fan said that altogether they would definitely win the battle. Invaders entered the academy and asked, "Where are the preceptors of the spiritual academy? Let them come out and accept their deaths. After all, they've already torn down the main gate. There's no point in hiding." The old man said, "How dare they tear down the main gate of the academy? They won't get away with it." An elder of the invaders came forward and said that Linu Academy was already nervous. They are becoming more and more fearful. The villain said he expected the old man to die in the remote valley, but he didn't expect the man to live to this day. Temple founder Mo Yun said that today, he would not let the elder escape his fate. The elder drew his sword and said that they had been fighting for years. It was time to end it. The villain said that today he will destroy the elder and his academy, and he will be ruthless. The elder stated, "Perhaps the invaders will all die themselves today." The elders of the 2 academies decided to fight each other. Everyone shouted that this was the greatest battle and they were witnesses to it. Madam Ming anxiously asked, could the dean overpower his opponent? The young man said that the opponent only possessed the 6th royal level. Using the pills, Lin Fan was able to raise the dean's level to the 7th level. Their dean wouldn't be able to lose. One of the invaders said that the Purple Emperor had destroyed his brothers in the remote valley and moved towards the young man. He shouted that he was about to destroy the Purple Emperor. The young man jumped high up with rage and said that his opponents only possessed the 3rd king level. How dare they threaten him? Now let them not be surprised by his aggressive brutality. The young man grabbed his battle stick and with one blow, he struck the opponent who had just threatened him and asked if anyone else from the Mo Yun Temple wanted to come out to fight against him. A lot of villains moved towards Lin Fan and shouted that they would all destroy the Purple Emperor now and would destroy the entire spiritual academy. The men of Linu Academy said that they were all opponents of the invaders, and the villains from Mo Yun Temple came here to meet their death. On this day, the beginning of the battle between the Spiritual Academy and Mo Yun Temple took place. The battle was not for life, but for death. The men of Linu Academy showed examples of courage and bravery. They were strong and fearless. The invaders thought that the tutors of the Spiritual Academy were too strong, so they decided that they had to get out of here quickly. One of the invaders saw Min Bin and said he desired her with all his heart. A man approached Mrs. Min and said that it was dangerous here, and he wanted to give her support. The girl told him to stay away from her, and what does he want anyway? The villain took a swing at the girl and said that no one would hurt her in Mo Yun Temple. Madam Ming had turned into a werewolf and was ready to destroy her enemy. The villain was startled when he saw that Ming Bing turned out to be a 2nd king-level werewolf. The girl used the phoenix sword and the villain was defeated. Ming Bing turned around and said that she needed to deal with someone else. The bird flew after the girl and said that she had saved Mistress Ming, and the latter would have to thank her in the future. Lin Fan, using his battle stick, deactivated a large number of enemies. They densely littered the arena underfoot. Ming Bing, seeing this, thought that Lin Fan's strength was scaring her more and more each time. All of the enemies were of king level, and this young man had already dealt with 4 or 5 warriors. The enemy elder thought that they were not doing well. Because of the strength of the young academy mentors and the Violet Emperor, Mo Yun Temple began to give up its position. The elder shouted for his opponent to admit defeat, and then maybe he would spare him. Ba Wu said there's no way he'll admit defeat. He will continue to fight. Suddenly, the invaders were reinforced. They were members of the Yao family. They were going to take revenge on the Purple Emperor. On the other side, 7 warriors of the Cao family joined them. They wanted to finish off the Purple Emperor and destroy the Spiritual Academy. Lin Fan said he was sure of it. The 2 families would not miss the chance to take revenge on him. Another warrior who was called Bai Yun Tian's brother appeared and said that he too had come to take revenge. The Purple Emperor should immediately come out to fight him. The young man said that this guy only possesses the 5th king level. It's not like he's a badass. Why did he come here? Lin Fan said, there is no one here who can fight him and win. The power of telekinesis is more powerful than a precious body. The young man activated the bronze soul. The young man's opponent activated a king-level technique, a golden sword in the wind. It looked too pompous. The young man said that the bronze body was very powerful. He would only use one strike, and his opponent would realize it now. The opponent was horrified. He realized that the young man had shattered his technique and sword with a single blow. He agreed that the young man had terrifying strength. Lin Fan said that his opponent was talking too much, so he threw another punch, applying a force of 100,000 tons. The villain didn't believe that death could be from a single blow. The attackers realized that the Purple Emperor's strength was indeed terrifying. Warriors possessing 5th and 6th king levels couldn't withstand such blows. They have decided that they will no longer fight one by one. They will all attack at the same time. The young man said, "Enough of the enemy's tongue twiddling. If they decided to attack and were not afraid, let them do it all at once." The attackers said the young man had asked for it, and let him not blame them for attacking one person together. The young man said that the pathetic followers of the Mo Yun Temple were only capable of this. The young man had already prepared his magic stone. The guy said that with the 3rd king level, they were good for nothing. The young man raised the stone high above his head and said that he was offering them a thing brought from a remote valley. All were frightened and asked what it was. The young man said the 2nd level of the 9 stones. The senior warrior of the Mo Yun Temple was destroyed in a second. The elder said that Lin Fan killed 6 warriors with 1 stone. He's very strong. The old man was terrified. His Cao family's mentors had been destroyed by this mountain. They were now buried under it. The villains, united, said it was time for the final revenge. They would be determined and unstoppable. Madame Ming thought that 2 of the villains possessed 8th king level, the rest 5th and 6th. The bird said for Lin Fan to run away from here quickly. Madame Ming said that no one should approach her. If the enemies approached, they would be killed instantly. Ling Shan and Dugu stood with their weapons exposed, back to back. The enemy had surrounded them. The girls didn't know what to do. The girls saw that they were surrounded, and they wouldn't be able to help Lin Fan right now. They believed that he would make it through. The young man was holding a magic stone in his hand. The enemy against him decided to use a unified king-level technique and attack at the same time. The villains used the 9 heavens rain of light, an invincible king-level technique. Their opponent is only at the edge of the levels. He clearly can't handle this attack. Lin Fan angrily said that he could very much handle this attack. The enemy was underestimating him too much. The young man repelled this powerful attack. The attackers were terrified. This guy had broken their rain beams, even while in a bronze body. Could it really be possible? The young man looked tireless. This guy's strength had already surpassed the spirit realm level. Does he have some kind of limit? In the Martial Spirit Academy, the young man was able to raise his level to king level in the past month. Bird said that Lin Fan's training is very intense. Therefore, his 2nd level was comparable to a 6th level. Ming Bing added that if he added his techniques to that, he could even reach the 8th level. Ling Shan said that it was long overdue to show everyone the real strength. Lin Fan likes to take risks. The attacker said the young man was a pest. They urgently need to set the seals. The villains set up a seal of the brightness of the 9 suns. The young man rushed towards the villains and said that he would see which of them would be killed. The young man activated the Imperial Gate. Void check. The villains didn't realize what was wrong. The young man disappeared from their sight. The boy activated 2 of the 9 stones and used a spinning kick. The young man noticed that the 2 stones hit exactly on target. One of the villains crept up from behind and told the Purple Emperor to catch his punch. The young man received a powerful blow to his back. It was very painful. The guy said that this opponent was able to avoid his attack. You can tell he's a king level 8. Another villain said he wanted to avenge his 5 dead brothers now, and the young man was just in time to catch him. The attacker said to destroy the others, while the Purple Emperor was confused. Lin Fan thought that all of his loved ones were now in danger, and he couldn't just let it all go unchecked. The villains called the young man a fool and wondered why he didn't see them from behind. The young man was stabbed in the back with 2 swords at once. Blood gushed from the wounds. The villains said that the end of the Purple Emperor had come. The old man walked closer to the young man and told him to keep his eyes open. They were about to destroy the Martial Spirit Academy right in front of him. One of the attackers used an ice-cold punch on Ling Shan. The girl couldn't stay on her feet. Lin Fan exploded with rage. He was blazing like a volcano. The young man shouted that you can't touch his sister. The young man flared up like a huge bonfire. Two swords were sticking out of his back. The villains didn't understand what this flame was and why it couldn't be extinguished. Lin Fan said that this flame couldn't be extinguished because of this technique of flaming the 9 suns. The young man added that he had raised this level recently. Therefore, it can be called the sacred flame of the sun. The young man pumped, sacred flame burn, earth shudder. Even if a sacred level warrior attacked him, he would be able to destroy him. The attackers were terrified. Sacred flame, it was a sacred level power. They refused to believe it. The attackers screamed in terror that the young man was a demon. The burning young man was heading toward his foes and shouted for them to stop immediately. The villain got scared and left the girls alone. The girls headed towards the young man. The elder told his opponent that he had already seen the power of the sacred flame and still didn't want to give up. What was he thinking? The villain shouted that he would not surrender. However, he realized that all the attackers were already running out of strength. One of the attackers tried to calm everyone down. He said that there was no need to panic. The sacred flame is strong, but it can be defeated. You only need to increase the distance, then the sacred flame will not be dangerous. The burning young man said he was about to destroy these talkers, and that would be the end of it. The attackers said that they had very high levels of morale and were now ready to resist Lin Fan. One of the villains said that now the young man would receive his hardest blow, and he executed it. Lin Fan used a king-level technique, reverse fracture. The young man reflected the attacks and counterattacked all the opponents. They realized that the young man had decided to use a long-range attack. His counterattacks had great speed and succeeded. The young man destroyed all the insolent men who were about to attack him. The young man said that he was ready to destroy all the enemies around him. One of the villains got what he deserved from Lin Fan and lit up and headed towards Miss Ming. He said that even if he died, he would take the girl with him to the other world. Mrs. Ming spoke out of fear to keep him away from her. Suddenly, a red bird flew up and with the words, "Die miserable," tossed this burning enemy aside. Bing Ming was saved. Madam said with relief she was finally saved. One of the leaders of the attackers, burning in the flames of hell, thought, why did this happen? He was originally supposed to win. He wasn't going to put up with this. The dean of the academy, Minu, said that there was no talent like Lin Fan in their family, and smirked. The villains were burning in the flames of the sun that Lin Fan had ignited. They screamed that they didn't want to die and begged to be rescued. The attackers couldn't understand how it happened. After all, they were so close to their goal. The young man said that all the strongest of the 3 clans had been defeated. Only one remained. The young man told the man to prepare for his defeat. The man wondered how Lin Fan wanted to kill him. He was just dreaming. The warrior took out an alchemical furnace from his pocket. Lin Fan shouted that the opponent would not be able to withstand his holy flame power. The opponent put the alchemical furnace forward in his outstretched hand, wanting to neutralize the young man's attack. The young man's attack was repulsed. The villain said that his immortality pill could defeat this sacred flame. Lin Fan shouted that his opponent would have to try out the next technique on him and applied the broken soul seal. The villain cried out in horror that he had forgotten that the Purple Emperor could use telekinesis. The villain was struck right in the forehead. Lin Fan, bleeding from the 2 swords that pierced through him, approached his opponent. The young man blocked the blow his opponent wanted to inflict with the alchemical furnace and said that he would use telekinesis to shake that rascal now. The villain said, he's about to see what's left of this defiant young man. Lin Fan decided to use physical force and struck the first blow at his opponent for defeating the spiritual academy. The young man struck a second blow, for the enemies had injured the elders and the dean of the academy. The third blow, the most crushing, was struck for the sister, sibling, and teacher. The young man knocked out this opponent, and he said it's done now. Dugu said that it was a very fierce battle. Ling Shan said to protect them, her brother gave all his strength. Madam Ming said that this guy was able to defeat several king-level fighters. He has terrifying strength. Bird said, it's finally over. Someone said in a quiet voice that it wasn't over yet. Another stranger appeared. The unfamiliar old man said that he seemed to be late. This man didn't inspire confidence. He seemed very suspicious. The young man asked the old man, "He must be from the Lan family?" The boy knew they wouldn't want to miss out on such interesting events. The old man said if the young man had already been destroyed, he wouldn't even think of coming here. The stranger was approaching Academy Elder Lin. There was a mysterious energy emanating around him. The elder said that he couldn't move for some reason. What had this old man done to him? The young man said, "A holy ray could be seen from behind this old man. No wonder he has such a powerful suppression power. It's all because he's a sacred spirit level warrior." The sister shouted for Lin Fan to quickly get out of there. Dugu noticed that the young man couldn't move. Mrs. Ming shouted for the young man to quickly run away from there. The bird announced that it was all over, and now they were all going to die. The young man shouted that he would not leave anyone behind and will continue to protect everyone. He's not going to give up. The stranger told the young man that he was about to take his life. He had a plan of action. The stranger's attack was interrupted by some mysterious beam. Someone had released it from his finger. The man wondered, who had interrupted his attack? The one who interrupted his attack while picking his nose with his finger said, "Is the fighter in front of him a Holy Spirit level fighter? He's just a weakling." The stranger was puzzled. He didn't understand what was going on. Did Linu Academy really have such people? The old man noticed a revered warrior standing before him. It was the trickster of the pearl. The deceiver asked the old man why he had disturbed his beautiful sleep. The old man was frightened and apologized. He told his opponent not to be angry and not to destroy him as easily as an ant. The revered warrior was indignant. How dare the old man ask him such a thing? Does he not know the rules at all? The warrior told the old man to confess immediately. Why did he come to this territory? The old man bowed and said that he didn't intend to offend the honorable lord at all. This emperor had destroyed his young disciples, and he wanted to take revenge on him. The revered warrior huffed and said that he was somewhat familiar with the Purple Emperor. The old man rejoiced and thought he could make a deal now. He bowed appreciatively several times. The revered warrior said that he and the Violet Emperor were merely a disciple and a teacher, and hugged Lin Fan tightly. The young man, squirming in pain, told him to move away from him. There were 2 swords sticking out of his back. The old man was upset and thought that the revered warrior had made it clear he would protect the Purple Emperor. The stranger made a decision to get away from here as quickly as possible. He realized that his plan would not work. The revered warrior, smiling, said he did not want the old man to leave them and invited him to stay for dinner. The old man sensed a trick and said he had to hurry home. He had some uncooked dumplings left at home. He asked not to be detained here. The revered warrior became like a demon and offered the riser a choice. If the old man could withstand his blow now, then he would let this old man go to his dumplings. The old man realized he had no choice, and he said he was in, but he could barely withstand the previous blow. The revered warrior said that the past punch didn't count. He hadn't hit the old man hard at all. If he didn't know that he couldn't destroy a fighter of the old man's level with one punch, he would be ashamed. The old man thought that his interlocutor was very unscrupulous. Does he really want to really destroy him? The revered warrior asked if the old man had prepared himself to hold a punch. The old man said he was ready. He thought that he should take the risk. He had holy level armor inside his body. He hoped it would hold up. His opponent told the old man that he looked pretty brave and prepared to strike him down. The revered warrior caused multiple energy swirls in the air, and it was unusual. Lin Fan noticed that even the sky had changed color. This was a terrifying power. The revered warrior used a spiritual technique, a destructive, heaven-destroying fist. The old man realized that it would be difficult for him to hold back this blow. The destructive heavenly fist came down on the old man, and he was destroyed. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the old man lying in a pool of blood. Birdie was relieved that it was finally over. Madame Ming noticed that it was done in just one blow. It was the work of a very strong master. Dugu said that the spiritual academy had won. Lin Shan pointed out, finally, everyone had finally waited for the victory. The elder told the revered warrior that the Linu Spiritual Academy was deeply grateful to him. The elder asked his interlocutor, why does he become transparent? Where does it disappear to? The man, looking at his disappearing hand, said it looked like he was coming to an end. The elder was startled and asked if his opponent had decided to sacrifice himself. The revered warrior shrank in size and disappeared into the pearl that was in Lin Fan's hand. He said to help the young man, he had to spend all his strength. He hoped that the young man would make it up to him in the future. The boy promised. The elder asked Lin Fan, what happened to that revered warrior? The young man said, although that warrior is of king level, but his shell is very weak. He can only make no more than 2 strikes. The young man added that that guy had no more strength left, so they had to let the pearls consume him. The young man said whatever it was, either way, they had won a convincing victory. The elder stated that the young man had worked very hard for the sake of the academy and had accomplished a feat. Bird remarked that she expected to be compensated for the effort. The elder added that the strong warriors of the Mo Yun clan had died in this battle. The other 3 clans had suffered huge losses. The old man said that when Linu's academy became stronger, she would be able to take revenge and trample the enemy temples. The girls said they support the idea that it would be necessary to avenge all the evil that had been done to them. Ling Shan swayed and fell down. She said that she was very cold. The young man rushed to his sister and asked what happened to her. Lin Fan touched his sister and shouted that she was on fire. The ice fever was starting to take effect. 3 days passed. A fat man knocked on the room and asked if the Purple Emperor was here. The young man inquired as to why Fatty Chen had come to see him. Fatty said he heard that Linu Academy was completely attacked. That was why he had come to help. The young man thanked and said that the crisis had already been overcome. Lin Fan added and said that his sister was sick. But this is a different crisis. The fat man's companion and elder said that these were symptoms of ice fever. Fatty said he brought his grandfather here. He's a famous doctor. The young man said that his sister had been sick with ice fever before, but then he cured her with a golden stone. On the battlefield, the girl took an icy blow. Therefore, she had developed these symptoms. The old man listened to the young man carefully. The old man listened to the girl's breathing and said that this is the highest level of spiritual fever. It is a severe ice fever. The young man understood. The gold stone only takes away the symptoms. The disease remains. That's why it's come back again. But a high fever is very difficult to cure. What should we do now? The old man gave the young man an ancient bloodstone. He said it would quell his fever for a while. Lin Fan received this red stone from the old man's hands and thanked him heartily. The young man looked intently at this red stone. He realized that this thing could help his sister. Lin Fan channeled the red bloodstone energy into his sister's body. The girl moved. The unhealthy complexion disappeared. A blush appeared on her cheeks. It was obvious that the girl was feeling much better. The old man said that the bloodstone could only alleviate the fever. If the young man wants to cure the fever completely, then he must get the fire fruit. The young man inquired where he could purchase this fiery fruit. He needed an address. Mrs. Min said she knows. This fruit grows on Shishin Island. It's on an ice ridge. It's not easy to get there, and it's very dangerous. The guy says he's going to be determined. He's going with his sister to Sishin Island. Ming Bing interjected. Was it true that the young man had decided to go to Sishin Island? Lin Fan replied that there was not much time left. Therefore, he would move out tomorrow. The teacher said that the young man had only recently returned from the sacred valley of the secret flame and was traveling again. Lin Fan told his teacher not to be sad and asked if the beautiful girl was free tonight. He wants to do something with her. Madame Ming covered herself with a blush and fantastic thoughts appeared in her mind. The girl thought it was late enough. What was that boy up to? The young man cryptically said he was too lazy to explain everything. He suggested that the teacher take off her clothes. He was already naked from the waist down. Madame Ming angrily asked the young man who he thought she was and grabbed the young man's ear. The boy shouted that he was in great pain. The young man shouted that he had a petal of the Jiwei plant in his hand, and he wants to help the teacher master telekinesis. At the same moment, the youngster's ear became free, and the teacher said excitedly, if she mastered telekinesis, her skills in alchemy would multiply many times over, and asked what she should do. The young man said his mentor's skills are too bad. She can't train alone, so she'll have to advance her level with his energy. She has to take off her clothes, then he can send energy into her body. Mrs. Ming said she would not allow the young man to touch her. Lin Fan replied for the teacher to take off her clothes and start practicing. The young man began the process of transferring energy. He told Min Bing to concentrate her spirit. If she relaxed even the slightest bit, her core energy would be damaged. The girl decided to be calm. She should be able to hold out anyway. The guy said that he had already absorbed the power of the spirit plant, and now he would send it to his teacher. The young man said, already injecting his energy, and tensed up. Madame Ming said that she was ready, and tensed up too. The girl said she was in pain. Lin Fan said that his mentor should hold on. The girl said that she could, and told the young man to act stronger. The guy said he was putting full force and screamed. Madame Ming felt the full force and screamed as well. Her eyes lit up from the excess energy. At some point, there was an explosion and pieces of the furnace went flying in different directions. Miss Ming said that she even destroyed the alchemy furnace. The young man said that he congratulated her. Ming Bing now possesses telekinesis. Madame Ming felt satisfied. She said that the young man was getting better and stronger. He was even able to teach her how to use telekinesis. Mrs. Ming stated that the young man had just transferred the power of telekinesis to her. He is the best. Lin Fan agreed that he was peerless. He asked if the mentor would be willing to be his girlfriend in gratitude. Min Bin thought that the young man was already old enough, and he had learned how to flirt with his mentor. Now he wouldn't be able to be treated as a mere student. The girl approached the young man and said that in that case, he should reach the level of martial spirit. The young man said that he would reach that level sooner or later. The young men drew even closer together. Their noses were almost touching. Mrs. Min said that she was very tired and wanted to sleep and closed her eyes. Lin Fan thought that his teacher had expended a lot of energy. Therefore, she needed to recover. The site of the spiritual academy, it shows damage from the previous battle. The elder said, if Lin Fan wants to go to Shishin Island, he should know that it is too dangerous there. The young man said that he couldn't procrastinate any longer with his sister's illness. They had already made a decision. The old doctor said that if the Purple Emperor needed, the Chen family could send their guards to help. The young man told Grandpa Chung that there was no need to bother. He would take the bird with him and that would be enough. Lin Fan asked, looking after the academy while he was away. The young man offered the earth-level pills to Grandpa Chung. The old man said that the pills made by the Violet Emperor were just a treasure. It's too good a gift. Elder Chen bowed to the dean of the academy and said that from today, the enemy of the spiritual academy is his enemy. Dugu was upset that her level wasn't high enough, and she wouldn't be able to keep the young man company. Ling Shan stated that everyone who stayed in the academy should exercise caution. The young man told everyone to remain calm and to wait for his return. He'll be back with gifts. The young man said that the green bird and the golden lion remained to guard the spiritual academy. The young man told his sister that for safety's sake, he would keep her safe with the ring. The ring has all the necessary medicines in it, and the sister will need them. The sister thanked the young man. Fatty Chen told the Purple Emperor that they had prepared a teleportation seal. It would send him to the Sishin Island area. Lin Fan thanked the fatty for helping him all these days. He said goodbye and said they would see each other soon, and moved into the teleportation portal. Everyone witnessed the young man through the portal soaring into the sky and disappearing. The girls said that they were very much looking forward to the young man's return. Sishin Island area. A young man announced that he was on the spot. Lin Fan said, "It is not for nothing that it is said that Shishin Island is bigger than some nations. There are a lot of people here." He decided to waste no time and go straight to the ice ridge. The stranger asked if the young man really wanted to go to the ice ridge. It is very cold there. He has the remains of the flame seeds and the red cloud fruit. The young man will definitely need these. The young man thought that these ingredients would give him resistance to cold, as well as increase his solar flame ability. To the young man, these goods seemed to be of good quality, so he asked the price. The merchant said that the red cloud fruit was worth 3 pills. Flame seeds, 2 master-level pills. Bird said that prices are very high here. The master pills are much more expensive than the land pills. This is not a seller, but a real robber. The merchant said if all these things interest the young man, he is willing to discuss the price. Someone said he was interested in these goods. The young men looked around and saw the girl, who repeated that she wanted the items. The peddler asked the girl if she had enough pills for everything. The girl said that she had 2 master-level star pills at her disposal. The merchant said that the girl was laughing at him. For these 2 pills, she can't buy the flame seeds and the red cloud fruit. The girl said that in that case, she was willing for the merchant to give her the red cloud fruit. The merchant shouted that it was a robbery. He can't give such a gift. The fruit of the red cloud is more expensive than the seeds. The girl said, then let him give her the flame seeds. Lin Fan thought, why is this girl so stubborn? The peddler stated that he was sick of this girl's jokes and waved her off. The girl became very indignant. Did this merchant think she was too small? The merchant asked if the young man could name his price. The young man offered 5 yin-yang pills of perfect quality. This quality is higher than master quality. The merchant said he agreed and made the exchange. The transaction was closed. The girl turned to Lin Fan and said that he ruined everything. She has a complaint against him. Asked why is this little girl so mean? The girl was outraged. The bird told the girl to go home. If she's not evil, the bird was just mistaken. The girl was furious. She said that this boy and chick had no right to despise a grown woman. The girl said she was about to cut them to pieces and swung her fist. The girl slapped the young man's shoulder with the palm of her hand. The girl stopped. She didn't understand how this was possible. She has the second royal level and she couldn't injure the young man. Lin Fan grabbed the young lady's arm and threw her away from him. The girl fell down. Parrot said it's the power of the body man. She can't handle it. She needs to raise her awareness. The stranger was furious. She told the young man to confess his name immediately. The boy, as he was leaving, said his name was Proud Bird. The red bird looked at him in surprise. The girl told the Proud Bird that it had better not perish in the icy ridge. Otherwise, she would not be able to take revenge on him. The young man was moving along a snow-covered icy ridge. He said it's pretty cold, and the atmosphere of this ridge is pressurizing. The farther he moves, the harder it gets. The guy felt the pressure of the ridge reach 15,000 pounds. The bird said that if she was apart from the young man, she would not be able to withstand such pressure. The bird added it was a good thing that the young man had a king level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stay here for long. The young man regretfully stated that he wouldn't be able to do a flame breath. Here the man noticed that he wasn't getting anywhere. The persistent coldness of the place suppresses his fiery energy. The guy thought that if they had to encounter a beast here, they wouldn't solve the problem. They had completely lost their fighting strength. Suddenly, the young man and the bird met a dangerous animal on the road. This ice turtle looked very cute, but in fact, it is a fierce beast. It must be defeated. The young man thought that in normal times he would be able to handle it, but now he couldn't guarantee it. The bird shouted that they must retreat and flew away. The young man tried to run away, but he found it difficult to do so. In this condition, he could not run fast. The snow was almost up to his waist. The turtle screamed loudly and tried to catch up with the retreating men. Lin Fan shouted that he didn't want to die. He still has to heal and protect his sister. The bird shouted that she didn't want to die either. She had yet to taste the roasted phoenix in her life. While retreating, the young man fell into a crevice and fell. When he came to his senses, he realized that he was in a cave. It was not cold at all. The young man saw something glowing not far from him. He went closer and realized that it was some kind of pleasant energy. The young man thought that they are drops, and they are eliminating the coldness in this cave. It was all very mysterious. The pearl trickster appeared and said they were unusual drops. The trickster said it could be an ice fire. Lava erupts here all the time, and the best clots of it keep gathering in one place. And over thousands of years, blobs of it form. The man said that ice fire combines the powers of ice and fire. It's a very valuable thing. If you work with it, you can raise your level quite a bit. Lin Fang said it was a very good thing, and he could use it. The pearl cheat said that it was a real robbery. He put these drops in the palm of his hand, and he was immediately warm. His cheeks turned pink. The man of pearl told the young man to watch his image. His face looks very strange now. Suddenly, a treacherous turtle jumped into the cave. Parrot deactivated it immediately with a stick, and said that if he didn't taste the phoenix, he would at least fry the turtle. The young man licked his lips with pleasure. The young man concluded that the turtle's meat was quite tasty. The bird was also well fed. The young man said that the ice fire was simply unfathomable. But these coldnesses wouldn't be able to suppress his energy now. Besides, he had already risen to the 5th king level. The boy continued to move forward. The pearl trickster drew the young man's attention to the area of intersection of cold and heat ahead. Lin Fan looked and determined that the ice flame in front of him was an ice flame. The boy noticed that his body was cold now, but his legs were not. The bird said it was a good thing he had absorbed the ice fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive in this aggressive environment. The bird noticed that there was a person ahead. She told Lin Fan about it. The young man said, "This is a monster with true chi. Only a revered warrior could do such a thing." The man turned around and told his monster to go outside. It was a huge green monster. The young man couldn't believe it. He had spent so much energy to turn the flame seed into a sacred solar fire. The sacred flame seed of the 9 suns appeared in front of the young man. Lin Fan said that the flame seed of the 9 suns was commensurate with the strength of a 9th holy level. Bird remarked that although this old man had a revered 6th level, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with the flame seed either. The Pearl Man added that when he was at his peak, he could crush a revered level warrior. The young man asked the trickster when he was at his peak, what was his level? The deceiver said without hesitation that he had a revered level 7 back then. The deceiver said they were wrong to disbelieve him. When he was at his peak, he could crush a flame seed with one hand. The young man said that of course he believed him, and when they are in trouble, the man of pearl will protect them. The deceiver, hearing this, said it was time for him to go to bed, said goodbye, and went back to his pearl. The bird noticed that it was only daytime, and there was no reason to sleep. The stranger had used a revered level technique, heavenly scale art. Lin Fan noticed that this person was using a very powerful technique. The bird noticed that the old man had become dispersed. This kind of strike could be decisive. After such a powerful attack, the young boy noticed that the flame seed had turned into crumbs. The boy said that it was their turn to attack. Ying Fan found a gap in the old man's defense and said he would exploit that vulnerability. The opponent said that the ice and flame zone was dangerous even for revered level warriors, and this young man remained completely unharmed. The old man asked what faction the young man belonged to. The young man said he's not talented. He is just good at finding vulnerabilities in his opponents. Lin Fan told the old man that he was not capable of profiting at the expense of others, and asked if this belonged to him. The young man showed the old man the red crystal. The old man laughed and said it was just some unfortunate splinter. The bird fell on the snow and screamed to be rescued. The old man noticed that the bird was behaving strangely. The young man said he was ashamed of the bird. The guy took the bird, put it in his pocket, turned around and ran away. He shouted that now nobody owed anybody anything, and he said goodbye to the old man. The old man shouted for the boy not to run away. The old man introduced himself and said that he was the head of the secret void temple on the island of the empty soul, and his name is Liu Yao. He doesn't want to harm anyone. The old man added that one shard of flame seed would be enough for him. The young man can keep the rest, and offered to remain friends. Lin Fan asked the bird if it had heard anything about the secret void temple. The bird said it was the first time it had heard, but it sounds like it is a famous temple. The elder asked the young man what his name was and where did he come from. The boy said his name was Lin Fan and he was not from around here. The bird said she wasn't from around here either, and her name is classified. Lin Fan said, if they were already friends, could he in a friendly way find out where the fire soul fruit could be found? The elder replied that the fruit of the fiery soul grows directly from the lava, and it should be here. Lin Fan immediately saw the fire soul fruit that was growing nearby. The young man happily said that he had finally found it. It was not for nothing that he had traveled such a long way. He didn't know that this fruit also grows directly from the lava. He could see that it was a very rare plant. The young man harvested the crops and thanked the old man for his kindness. The old man said that if the young man had no place to sleep, he could do so in his temple. Lin Fan said that he was embarrassed. The old man mumbled that he needed the young man's help. The interlocutor said that one secret valley is about to open up. His granddaughter wants to go there to train there. Lin Fan asked, what does he have to do with it? The old man said that those places are very dangerous. He is worried about his granddaughter, so he asked the young man to protect her. The boy asked if the old man really wanted him to be his granddaughter's bodyguard. The bird said that it was all very familiar to him. The old man confirmed and said that he would like the young man to be his granddaughter's bodyguard. In that case, the girl would be completely safe. The young man scratched the back of his head and said he agreed. The old man replied that it was great, except that his granddaughter is a little wild. Lin Fan said it's not scary, because he had met wild girls before. The elder, the young man, and the bird moved on their way. The old man pointed the way. Somewhere in the forest hid a temple of secret emptiness. The elder said that this was his temple. The boy said it must be a very powerful temple, and it looks divine. The travelers were met by a young man and said he was glad the mentor had returned. The old man said he went into the ice and flame zone, and there he met this young man. The young man's sister is ill. The aide can see her. The young man told the assistant elder that his sister had ice fever. He suspended the effect of the fever, but the effect wouldn't last long. Liu Yun said that the young man was mistaken. This is not ice fever. Ice fever has deadly symptoms. The young man asked, then what could it be? The deputy head of the temple said that this icy body is a congenital disease. If it is not cured, the person will not live to the age of 18. The young man wondered, how could this be? I mean, he has the fruit of the fiery soul. It should help in curing him. Liu Yan replied that using the fiery soul fruit would only make things worse. The opponent added that the ice body, it was a rare and strong cultivation. If one transformed this disease into a technique, it would only get better. Lin Fan held his sister's hand and asked, so how do you do it? The young man said that this temple just has these techniques, but there is no such person to pass them on to. Liu Yun said that he should take the young man's sister as a disciple of their temple. Lin Fan should not refuse. The assistant abbot said the girl would do very well here. He asked her if she agreed. The girl said she did. The girl bowed and said that she was happy to see her master. Liu Yan said that he would cure the disciple. The young man announced that for the next few months, no one would be allowed to enter his house. The whole thing looked suspicious. Lin Fan said that this master seemed evil to him. The elder replied that this master, if he is a little evil, but he is very strong, and he treats people with kindness. He is not to be feared. The old man said he wanted to take the young man to his granddaughter. Her name is Lu Shushu. The boy hoped he would see a very nice girl. When they came to visit, the old man called Shusha and told her to come over. He wanted her to meet someone. The young man saw the girl and said that it was a small world. The girl, pointing her finger at the young man, asked what the arrogant bird was doing here. The old man wondered, did they really know each other? The girl cried and said that this man had stolen the flame seeds from her, and he had wronged her. Lin Fan apologized and said that he had not offended this girl. It was an unfortunate misunderstanding. The old man laughed and said that Shushu was spoiling himself again. The man told his granddaughter that this young man would protect her, so they must learn to get along with each other. The girl said she was absolutely against this young man defending her. The old man told his granddaughter not to swear. The man stated that he would not wish bad things on his granddaughter and told her not to play around. From now on, Lin Fang will guard the girl and will live by her side. The old man said he was leaving his granddaughter to the young man and asked him to help him with the training. The young man said he would do everything. The girl told her grandfather not to leave her. The girl said that she knew the young man's real name. His name is Lin Fang. If he fooled her grandfather, he can't fool her, and he can get out of here. The girl told the young man to kill Lin Fan, and then he would become her bodyguard. Lin Fan thought that this guy was being subservient and chasing after the girl like a dog. The young man decided to use an imperial technique against Lin Fan, Hurricane Fist. Lin Fan calmly neutralized this fist. Lin Fan grabbed this underling by the legs and spun him around hard. The young man let go of the underling and he flew far upward. He yelled that he'd be back. The girl was shocked. How could this guy defeat a 7th king level fighter with one punch? Lin Fan told her to find a stronger sub-fighter next time. Otherwise, history might repeat itself. The girl told Lin Fan not to be so smug. Otherwise, she would destroy him herself. The girl turned around and ran off. On her way, she said she was going to stock up on strength. Lin Fan caught up with the girl and told the little savage not to do that again. If she didn't obey him, he would have to spank her. The girl said she couldn't be beaten. It's against the law. Lin Fan threw the girl into his shoulder and said that he would carry her to her room. They need to practice. The girl told him to let her go immediately. After practicing, the girl said that she was finally able to handle the flame seed shards. She didn't expect that she would turn out to be so talented. She managed to rise to the 3rd king level. Lin Fan lay exhaustedly in the corner. He said that if he didn't give the girl his energy, she wouldn't have succeeded. Helping her was more difficult than practicing by himself. The enraged young woman wanted to pounce on Lin Fan with her fists and shouted that she was about to destroy him. The girl stopped and felt a foul odor coming from somewhere. She couldn't understand what it was. The young man plugged his nose and said the smell was coming from the girl herself. The girl couldn't understand what was wrong. Why was there such an unpleasant odor coming from her? Lin Fan explained, because she was practicing the flame seed. Because of this, her inner substance began to release, and such an unpleasant odor appeared. The young man said that in that case she should go and take a shower, or wash in some body of water. Shushu, sitting in the lake, thought that she should definitely take revenge on this young man. Knowing that she couldn't beat him, she decided to just leave home. Lin Fan looked out from the bushes and asked where the little savage girl was going to go. The girl asked why the young man was always following her. Shushu said she had a desire to just go for a walk, and it's none of the young man's business. The guy said the girl shouldn't go anywhere. The subservient guy came back and told Lin Fan to stay away from Shushu. The girl claimed that her savior had finally returned, and now Lin Fan is in trouble. Lin Fan said he can see that the whoremonger is back. The young man saw that there were already two jerk-offs. Both of them accused the young man of wanting to go swimming with Miss Shushu. They promised to beat up the young man. Shushu asked him to deal with Lin Fan quickly, and don't procrastinate. Lin Fan thought that things were getting serious. The young men were deciding among themselves which of them would be the first to carry out an attack on the bodyguard. One of the young men rushed at Lin Fan and shouted that he was fighting for Miss Shushu's sake, and used an imperial technique, Hurricane Fist. Lin Fan thought that they only knew how to use the Hurricane Fist. This was a disappointment. The young man once again gave a decent fight back. Lin Fan said, subsuming the petty savage, one worse than the other, and suggested that the girl continue practicing. The young man looked around and saw that the girl was not in the lake. She had managed to escape from him after all. Next time, he threatened to tie her to a pole. Shushu was walking around town. She said the best thing to do is to go shopping. It's delicious and interesting. The girl thought she should eat first. That way she could get her strength up, and then beat up her bodyguard. Miss Shushu met two young men on her way. They recognized her and said that she was Miss Lu from the Temple of the Secret Void. The young people were surprised that such a respectable person was walking alone in the streets, and no one was looking after her. The girl recognized the young men. She said they were the two fools from the Temple of the Quick Cloud, said they'd ruined her mood, and she told them to get the hell out of here. The boys told the girl to get the hell out of here because their temple is much cooler, and they'll be able to take her down easily. The girl declared that she was about to show how much stronger she was than these two underdogs. One of the young men grabbed the girl's arm and twisted her. He said there was nothing she could do with her third royal level. Shushu declared that they dare not despise her. She would show them, and swung her fist. The young man grabbed the girl by the throat and told her not to resist. Her grandfather would not be able to help her here. Shushu wheezed and gasped. She said with difficulty that she would destroy them. The young man said the girl dared not cross him, so he slapped her. Miss Shushu was in pain. She gasped and wondered who could save her. The villain said the girl might not even dream. No one can save her. The rascal looked back. A young man appeared nearby, saying that he was here to rescue this girl. The villain wondered, where did this kid come from? And who was he anyway? The young man said he was the girl's bodyguard, and very close. The rascal tossed the girl aside and said to the young man, he also calls himself a bodyguard. He doesn't like imposters who like to show off more than anything else. Lin Fan grabbed the well-wisher's chest and asked, which one of them likes to show off? Who is he talking about? After the bodyguard put down the villain with one blow, the other said for the young man to stop. They are from the great temple of swift clouds after all. They must not be touched. Lin Fan asked, what kind of temple is this? The young man hadn't heard of it, but he wasn't the kind of person who would offend girls. The bodyguard promised that in a month, this girl would personally come to the temple and beat all of them there. Lin Fan took the girl in his arms and said, the little savage almost lost her life. The young man continued to carry the girl in his arms. They were moving towards the temple. Shushu said that she would not treat him well even after this. He might as well not stick up for her. A young woman approached the young man and brought him food on a plate. The girl stated that she had cooked Lin Fan's meat, although it was a little burnt, but it was basically eatable. After cooking this meat, the girl also looked a little burnt. Lin Fan looked at the girl and looked at the meat and said that he wasn't hungry. Shushu stated that she hasn't tried so hard for anyone yet, and he doesn't want to accept her tin of goodwill. The young man told her not to get angry, and they would continue training. In a month's time, she would have to attack the Temple of Fast Clouds. The girl objected that those two had the 5th king level, and she only has the 3rd. Lin Fang said that's why he came up with a special training plan for Shushu, and he guarantees that the girl will do well. Shushu told the young man not to be rude during training and be gentle with her. The boy replied that he had a very solid plan. A month of intensive training had passed. The girl was pleased with herself. She had learned a lot of techniques, and she thought she was doing a good job. Lin Fang said, the girl is much more talented than he thought. Shushu said she knew she was talented. The bodyguard said he was joking. The girl's impossible to understand. She's been learning one move for a month. Shushu lashed out at her bodyguard with anger. She even swung her fist. Lin Fang offered her a pill. He said it would help her. Shushu was surprised. It was a royal pill. The girl suspected that her bodyguard was an alchemist, but she didn't expect him to be able to produce such a treasure. The young man said that if the girl ate this pill, she would rise to the 5th level. Shushu swallowed the pill and thought it had a very fierce effect. The young man wished the girl good luck, and plus she had practiced a lot this month. Tomorrow could win a convincing victory in the Temple of the Fast Clouds. The next day came, the Temple of Rapid Clouds. The people say that Miss Lu from the Void Mystery Temple is coming soon. She wants to challenge 2 young men who are among the 7 strongest of the temple to a fight. The girl overestimates herself. One of the boys says he's going to teach that lousy girl a good lesson today. The other boy doubts she'll even dare to come here. Unexpectedly, Miss Shushu appeared, accompanied by her bodyguard. She said the young people had doubted for nothing that she wouldn't come. Shushu said, she's not here to challenge the young men to a fight. She's here to beat them up. The young men laughed and said that the girl had made a big mistake coming here. She would not get away with it. Shushu hatefully declared that the young men would be on their knees begging her for mercy. One of the villains told the girl to get close to him so he could take her down single-handedly. Shushu snatched up her sword and shouted that she would destroy this rascal first. The guy immediately decided to use the Imperial technique, Flying Dragon Strike. He was already level 6 royal, and a girl with her level 4 wouldn't be able to deal with him. The girl laughed. She said her subs were even cooler than this rascal. Shushu shouted that her opponent was about to see her diligently learn techniques. She used the 9 Heavens technique, the 3rd kill. The opponent could not withstand this blow and was forced to fly far backwards. The young man did not stay on his feet. He found himself on his knees in front of his opponent. The girl held her sword in front of his nose. Miss Shushu, with eyes burning with anger, said, now the young man will learn how to spell the word death. Those watching realized that the young man had lost. He was only struck by this girl's single technique. This young man would definitely be stripped of the title of 7 talents. The other young man said to Liu Shushu not to be arrogant. He would show her the 7th king level strength now. The girl smirked and told the young man to calm down. Shushu replied that she is a kind girl today, so she would not beat them to death. The girl jumped up and used the 9 Heavens technique. 3rd kill. The opponent stood his ground and fought back the strike. The observers were delighted with the young man. They thought that this was the true power of the 7 talents. They thought this was the limit of Miss Shushu's strength. She can't defeat a level 7 fighter. The opponent said that the girl's techniques are useless against him. She has few techniques in her arsenal and has nothing else to use. Shushu said that she purposely attacked her opponent weakly. Her real strength, it was the strength of the 5th king level. The girl bravely clutched her battle sword in her hand. Miss Shushu used the 9 Heavens technique, the 4th murder. The girl was like a lightning bolt. The young man was unable to repel this blow. He, bleeding, fell to his knees and thought that this was something he had not expected. In just 1 month, her power had surpassed all his expectations. The young lady said that this opponent lost to her as well. The young man put his hands up and admitted that he had lost. The boy asked that the girl not destroy him. She, on the other hand, promised that she would not beat him to death. Shushu said that at first she really did want to spare her rival. The young savage smiled and said that now she had changed her mind. The opponent, kneeling, was frightened and asked what the girl was up to. He told her to stay away from him. Shushu came closer, slapped her opponent hard and told him that she had beaten him today. The girl turned around and ran to her bodyguard. She was pleased with herself. Lin Fan said that it was not a bad job. Miss Shushu threw herself on the young man's neck and shouted that she really had succeeded. The guy blushed with embarrassment and told the girl not to jump on him in front of everyone. Those who were watching thought, how could this be possible? 2 of the top 7 talents had lost this battle. The losers didn't know how to face the people on this island. The young men appeared and said that the disciples of the secret void temple had no right to be insolent here. You can't just come here and make your own order. Those who were watching said that 2 masters finally came here. They're the real talents here, not like those 2 losers. One of the masters said that he is one of the 7 talents of the Temple of Quick Cloud. Now his hammers will help drive these 2 strangers out of here. Miss Shushu said she was too small to stand up to a master with 2 hammers. Lin Fan said, if the girl leaves here, it will be fine. The master with the 2 hammers told the young man to stop talking a lot and take out his weapon. Lin Fan replied that he didn't need any weapons to deal with someone like his opponent. The man stated, then he would not be ceremonious with the young man and would destroy him at once. Lin Fan said that this master with 2 hammers could roll out of here quickly and discharged a powerful hand punch to his jaw. The opponent flew up and flew far back. The blow was so powerful that the master with 2 hammers landed only after hitting the wall. The young man said he didn't think that this master couldn't even withstand a one-handed strike. It wasn't because he was weak, it was because Lin Fan had a strong arm. Another master said that the secret void temple doesn't have such strong fighters. Where did this young man come from? Lin Fan said he is willing to tell if he loses in the next fight. The opponent agreed and admitted that he was one of the 7 talents of the temple. One of the 7 talents immediately used an emperor technique against Lin Fan, skeleton crushing. Lin Fan counterattacked his opponent and said that he was weak. This skeleton even had its teeth fall out. Is this really the strongest disciple of the Rapid Cloud Temple? The young man struck back at his opponent and said that this skeleton was created from his opponent. If he injures him, the young man will also be injured. The opponent asked that the young man not hit him anymore, because he would soon stop feeling his face. Those watching were horrified to note that one of the masters had turned into a bowling ball and the other into a pig. Where could this terrifyingly strong warrior have come from? Lin Fan said that there was no need to see them off. Perhaps they would come back to play again someday. The girl once again reiterated that these talents were weaker than her subordinates. A girl called out to the young men. She said she was a student. She wanted to meet them. Lin Fan looked at this girl and thought that she was very beautiful. She is simply a goddess. After saying that, the young man was in a lot of pain. Miss Shushu grabbed his ear and said that she did not allow him to look there. Everyone rejoiced and said that their strongest student had come. She is the real talent. She is stronger than the previous 4. Lin Fan kept thinking that this girl was a real beauty. Shushu shouted at the young man to wake up. This pretty girl wants to fight him. Miss Shushu said that this girl is the strongest of all the 7 talents. Shushu told the young man to concentrate and not to stare at her. Lin Fan said, don't underestimate him. The rival, he is no match for her. Lin Fan said to the girl, he wants to see how strong this beauty is. The girl invited the young man to listen to her melody and prepared to play the flute. Shushu listened to the girl with her mouth open. Lin Fan realized that there was a reading technique hidden in those sounds. The guy decided that this tune was too monotonous, so he decided to break up the boredom with his sword. The young man applied the killing of the 9 heavens, the 7th kill. He swung his sword from side to side. Shushu understood that the young man and the beautiful girl were fighting, but because of the melody, she could not understand anything. Lin Fan applied the 9 heavens kill, the 8th killing. The young man resisted the melody with all his might. The girl was playing the flute and spreading the tune everywhere. The young man tried to approach her, but he was not very good at it. For a moment, the young man and his rival looked intently into each other's eyes. The guy realized that the girl could not be defeated now and told her that they would see each other later. The guy decided to leave the battlefield. The girl realized that the young man had managed to escape her musical charms. She asked him who he was. Lin Fan said if she wanted to know who he was willing to meet her in the Wasteland Valley. The young man was returning to the temple and dragging Miss Shusha with him. The girl asked who won. Lin Fan replied that she neither won nor lost. They didn't fight at full strength. They need to fight in the Wasteland Valley to find out who is stronger. The young man said that the valley would open soon, so they needed to train hard. Shushu asked him not to go so fast. She was very cold. Only king-level fighters can enter the Valley of the Wasteland. Elder added that this is the minimum requirement, and it would be better if the level was higher. That's why there are unseen masters in the valley. But it is very dangerous there. Wasteland Valley will only be open for 7 days. The next opening will be in 1 year. Right now, the portal was already open. The elder wished everyone good luck. Ling Shan said, "Only half of those who entered this valley can go back," and told her brother to be careful. The young man replied that he would be fine. The guy said he needs to keep raising his level. When it's over, they can go home. The sister said she would be waiting for him. The elder told the granddaughter to obey Lin Fan and return home unharmed. The young man said that the girl would return safely. The bird squawked that it had waited a long time for this day. The bird added that she would be sure to protect the Valley of the Wasteland. All other warriors caught there would flee from her in terror. Lin Fan said that the bird is taking a lot on himself as usual. The young man, thinking, said that the bird could keep him company if he kept his mouth shut. Lin Fan shouted out that they were following to the Wasteland Valley, and they would make a sensation there. Lin Fan and his traveling companions went to land. It was very unexpected for them. The entire company made a landing in the forest. Lin Fan noted, finally they had landed. This is the Valley of the Wasteland. Shushu looked around and asked which direction they should go now. The bird flew to reconnoiter. Lin Fan said that they were going after the treasure. The chick stopped and said there seemed to be a monster up ahead. The young men saw that there was indeed a huge monster in the forest ahead. It was a real dragon. Shushu said that this dragon lion is a king level 9. It must have dragon blood. Therefore, he is a sacred monster. The bird was surprised. So what if he has dragon blood? He is actually a descendant of the red bird Zhu Qiyue. Lin Fan noticed that he hadn't eaten lion meat in a long time. There's enough to boil and fry. Shushu said that this monster should not be eaten, but conquered. The young man said, so we'll conquer it. Dragon turned his attention to the young people. Lin Fan said it was because they were making a very loud noise. That's why they attracted his attention. Lin Fan said that it was time to go fight this dragon. So he threw the bird right at the feet of the beast. The bird rose to its full height and said that it would take serious revenge on the young man for this. The chick raised the sacred sword in front of him and said that it was his deadly weapon, and he was about to show the dragon all his power. The dragon roared and began spewing flames. The fledgling stated that he was once an honored warrior, and he couldn't lose to some beast now. The bird used an imperial technique, the proud sword. In her performance, it was terrifying. After the first attack, the bird collapsed from loss of strength. Lin Fan said that this chick was quickly exhausted. The chick stated that it had injured the dragon badly. It was up to Lin Fan to do the rest. Lin Fan said that the dragon bird didn't even hit the dragon with a feather. The dragon lion roared loudly and rushed towards the young men. A bird hid behind their backs and shrieked as he ran straight toward them. Lin Fan rushed towards the dragon and said that he would taste its fist now. The young man started beating the poor animal. A column of dust rose in the forest, and Shushu could not see who was winning the battle. The girl was amazed that the young man could stop the dragon lion with his bare hands. He is very strong. It's scary. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that the young man had subdued this unfortunate beast. Lin Fan said, there was no beast that he couldn't handle yet. The young man looked into the monster's eyes with anger and said that he would either submit to it or he would die now. It was the only choice. The dragon bit the young man's finger and he cried out loudly in pain. A bright light flashed in the young man's eyes and he used psycho-defense. The boy said that the dragon forced him to do it. The dragon lion did not let go of the young man's finger. The young man thought that this beast was able to stop his telekinesis. Thus, Lin Fan realized that this beast already had its own master. The youngster stated that this dragon lion cannot be conquered. It can only be eaten. Shushu asked, why is the young man so cruel to this monster? Lin Fan said, why doesn't anyone think about him? This dragon lion bit his finger very painfully. A red-haired stranger appeared nearby. She took the monster from the young man and said, did they really want to eat him? The girl said angrily that she was about to boil them all alive and eat them herself. Lin Fan shouted that he can't be treated like this, and the stranger doesn't know who she is dealing with. The young man confronted the aggressive girl and claimed that the pet was the one who attacked them first. The girl said she shouldn't have argued with the dragon lion. You should have let him eat them. The young man thought that there were even more impertinent people than he was. The girl said these young men made her angry, and now they'll have to taste her weapon, the jade sword. The young man saw that his opponent had a king-level peak. He knew that it wasn't easy to reach that level. This girl had a sacred weapon and a pet, and she was definitely from a family of masters. The girl said that the dragon's shadow possessed her sword and used the emperor's technique, heavenly strike. The girl shouted that she was about to destroy everyone and warned that she would make a very strong blow. The young man dodged the blow. The guy used 9 sky kills on the 7th kill. It's worked for him before. The young men fought to the death. The girl said that shameless creatures came here. Lin Fan called her names too. The young man said that his opponent was very strong, if she was able to stop the 7th kill technique. The girl said she didn't expect the young man to turn out to be a bodybuilder as well. Now she would definitely have to fight with all her might. The girl used a heavenly strike, a single heavenly strike. The red-haired stranger wondered, had she not even injured her opponent? Lin Fan replied that her blows couldn't hurt him, because he is very strong. If the girl agrees to become his slave, he will spare her. The girl wondered, who was he anyway? She would tense up now and he would become her slave himself. Lin Fan said he agrees. He hopes she is rich, so he will get a good living. The guy said he will wash her feet and warm her bed, maybe even bear children. The girl said she wouldn't agree to that. She'd rather destroy it, so she decided to use telekinesis. The guy only laughed in response, said he knows the girl has telekinesis, but she can't even hurt him. After another failed attack, the young man said it was his turn, and he gave the girl a slap on the wrist. The blow was so strong that the girl complained her skull seemed to be cracked. Shushu was very scared. The bird said that Lin Fan didn't appreciate girls at all. The young man began to justify himself and said that he had struck very weakly. The blow was only 5,000 pounds. The bird decided that the young man wanted to blow up its brains. The rival said that the young man had made her completely angry. At first, she wanted to eat the dragon pill, but now she can't. Lin Fan told her not to do this under any circumstances. Otherwise, this pill would temporarily raise her 1 level and he wouldn't be able to defeat her. The girl shouted for this young man to immediately shut his mouth and stop talking. He was already giving her a headache. Lin Fan flipped the girl onto the grass and jumped on the top of her. The girl screamed, "Why did he sit on top of her?" The young man demanded that the girl spit out the pill immediately. The girl cried and said how dare he hit her on that spot. The young man kept spanking the girl and saying if she didn't spit out the pill of her own free will, he would make her do it. After direct contact with the red-haired stranger, the young man had a treasure map in his hands. The young man decided to leave the girl alone and said he would take this card with him. The girl screamed that she would never forgive the young man for this, and told the dragon lion to attack him. The girl saw a young man holding her pet under his arm. He wasn't going to let go. Lin Fan shouted that they were going to go after the treasure. The bird was going to eat the dragon lion. After a short journey, the young man looked at the map and said that this was the place marked on the treasure map. But this place is somehow empty. Suddenly, everyone saw a sacred statue in front of them. The young man said that the sacred statue is a seal left by a revered master. It is said that this seal has a sacred power. It is not easy to break. The young man noted that it would simply require chopping up this statue. The young man went on the attack and began striking at this statue with his fists. The bird said, "He is a bodybuilder for a reason. He is going to smash that statue now." Shushu said, "Lin Fan is acting very rudely." The young man finally broke the statue. A bright light appeared in its place. The boy said that now the whole valley would see the light. Shushu said they mustn't delay. They should go in there faster. Lin Fan said that they shouldn't be in a hurry. We should wait for the light to disappear. The young men found themselves in a cave. They realized that this was the place where the treasure was buried, and there was a lot of treasure in front of them. The young man shouted that at last they were rich. At last his dream had come true. The red-haired stranger saw a bright light from afar. She realized that a young man had opened the burial ground. She had to get there before the others. The girl saw from afar that the others were already near the burial ground. She realized that she was unfortunately too late. The others also went down to the burial chamber and wondered why it was empty. Is there no treasure in the burial chamber with the sacred seal? A young man, one of the others, approached Lin Fan and asked, "Was he the one who found the treasure? He should give it all to him." Lin Fan said not to be killed. They had also just come and found nothing. The formidable young man with the sword said, for some reason he was sure it was the young man who had discovered this place. Lin Fan and Shushu cried. They said, how is this possible? They only have a royal level. How can they open the sacred seal? The girl cried and told them not to be killed. The young man said that the royal level posed no threat to him. Lin Fan noted that he saw the one who entered here first. The young man with the sword became interested and asked who it was. Lin Fan shouted that it was a leather-clothed girl with red hair. The girl overheard this conversation and said that the young man was very unscrupulous and was slandering her for nothing. Lin Fan noticed this girl and told the sword youth that she was just standing next to him. The young man with the weapon turned around and faced the red-haired girl. He told her to confess. Wasn't she the one who took all the treasures? The girl said that she had nothing to do with it. The young man shouted, how dare she pretend like she didn't do anything? The young man took out his weapon, swung it, and shouted to the girl to give up all the treasures. The young man began to approach the girl. She resolutely ran away from him. She shouted that she was ready to explain everything now. Lin Fan was very polite and told the girl to forgive him for suffering because of him. The bird thought that the young man was being dishonest, cheating people, and not even blushing. The red-haired girl hid behind a rock. She decided to take a little break. She said good thing she got out of there. She was almost destroyed in there. The girl decided if she ever saw this guy who set her up again, she would destroy him decisively, bite him to death. Suddenly, a young man looked out from behind this rock and asked how she was going to bite him. The girl called the young man names and said that he should be ashamed to appear here. Lin Fan remarked that it was better to never be nervous. It can make your health deteriorate. The young man suggested that the girl look at herself in the mirror and draw the appropriate conclusions. She shouldn't be nervous. The girl asked why the young man set her up. Lin Fan said that he wanted to be her friend. There is a saying that if you don't fight, you don't become friends. The girl took offense at the young man and said she would never be friends with him. And she called him another name. No one had ever insulted her like that before. The guy grabbed the girl's hand and once again said he wanted to be her friend. The young man could not stay on his feet and tripped and fell. He accidentally fell on top of the girl. At some point, their gazes met. They stared at each other intently. Shushu and the bird secretly watched them from behind the bushes. The bird said that Lin Fan was very brave. Shushu asked the bird to look closely, using her bird vision to see if they were kissing. The young man jumped up and started apologizing. He asked that the girl not misunderstand him. It had all happened quite by accident. The girl cried and asked why the young man wanted to steal her dragon lion. He is her only friend. Why does everyone want to destroy her? She doesn't do anything wrong. Shushu came closer and said that this girl had had a rough time in life. It was better not to make fun of her anymore. Lin Fan apologized and said that he was wrong to do that. He won't hurt her again and he won't let others hurt her. The girl said she was afraid and didn't trust the young man. The guy reached out and said she could bite him. That's what she wanted, right? The girl did bite the young man. He screamed in pain and told her to spare him. She's just like the dragon lion. Her teeth are sharp. She can even bite through skin. Yunxi told the young man to bring back her friend. Then she would forgive him. The young man slouched his eyes and said he couldn't fulfill her request. Yunxi screamed, "Did he dare to eat her dragon lion? This is unacceptable." The young man said he didn't eat that monster. It's inside his ring. The young man took out the ring and let the monster out. The boy remembered that there were also pills inside the ring. This dragon lion must have eaten a lot of pills. The girl hugged her pet and said if he ate a lot of pills, it was the young man's own fault. You shouldn't have locked him in there. Lin Fan suggested that they should not antagonize each other. After all, they had now become friends. The girl asked what benefit she would get from cooperating with the young man. The guy said the biggest benefit was that he wouldn't hurt her anymore. The girl called the young man names again. The guy said it was a joke. The actual benefit is that he is very strong and possesses untold amounts of treasure. Shushu thought that this young man had managed to persuade her. The bird thought that the young man always found common ground with the girls. Two young men were walking nearby. They said they did not come here for nothing. They had found a high-quality sacred herb at their fingertips. They also got a pill of earth. Bird and Lin Fang dealt with those young people who had lost their way. They beat them up with their sticks and took away all the treasures, the young man said he was happy to work the old-fashioned way. Yunxi noticed that these two had already robbed several dozen people on the way. Shushu noted the good robbery skills of this couple. They must be experts at it. Lin Fan said that robbery is a terrible word. He likes the word borrowing better. Bird said that the girls don't help them at all, so they won't listen to them when they share the profits. Yunxi immediately noticed that these two were not allowed to search for treasures here, and the fact that they were robbed was the norm. Shushu noted that those two gave her an indecent look. Young people, while traveling, passed by some pits. The boy suggested that these pits surely had some secret. The bird said that they had only this place to search. Shushu said that these pits are called the Pits of the 9 Trials, and each pit has a different trial. Even though their reward is good, they can't do it alone. We'd better get out of here. Lin Fan disagreed and said, if they came here, they shouldn't retreat. The young man pulled everyone behind him, and they jumped into another hole. After they landed, the bird noticed that the light source began to tighten. The entrance had sealed itself. There was nowhere for them to retreat to now. Shushu noted that there was a horrible bloody smell down here. There were human remains all around. Those people had been eaten by terrible beasts. Lin Fan told everyone to hide behind him. They can't know exactly where the scary beasts will come from. The boy noticed that something was dripping on his head from above. The boy looked up and was stunned. He saw a huge, scary mouth above him. The boy saw that there was a terrible beast above him, a monster of unimaginable size, with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. The beast realized that he had been spotted and immediately tried to destroy the company. He lowered a terrible clawed paw at them. The young people managed to jump aside at the last moment. The guy said it's a brutal blood beast. It's one of the 10 most ferocious. Plus, it has a sacred level. They were obviously out of luck. The young man said for the girls to hide immediately. The young man jumped up and went on the attack. Lin Fan said for the bird to follow him. It should help him deal with this monster. The young man flew up to the beast and told it that it was about to get it, and he gave it a very powerful blow with his fist on some part of its body. The young man kept beating the monster. The monster tried to overpower the young man. The young man said that he hurt it badly, but the beast doesn't want to stop. It must be very cruel. The girls said they would help the young man. Yunxi shouted for that beast to get out of here immediately. The guy yelled that the beast was too dangerous, and girls should stay away. He can handle it himself. The bird added, if the young man couldn't make it on his own, his faithful companion would come to the rescue. Chick said it was time for the sacred blade of the feather to prove itself, and delivered a staggering blow with his blade right into the chest of this monster. The bird used the emperor's technique, the proud ball technique. The beast roared loudly. The young man said that the bird had done a good job, and now it was his turn. The young man held his magic stone in his hand. The boy threw this stone right at the head of the deadly beast. The girls screamed at the amount of blood. Shushu suggested that the young man must be uncomfortable. Now he was all stained. The guy said he had a hard time defeating that monster, and they pay attention to such small details. Suddenly, the young man received a spiritual blow right in his chest. The guy said, the one who ambushed him should come out immediately. Everyone saw a stranger appear out of the darkness and said that this young man turned out to be a tough guy. He did not succeed in destroying the young man. The young man wondered, where did this opponent come from? He didn't seem to be so simple. The stranger said he's a demon lord. He's what they all dream of becoming. The young man was surprised. He hadn't even heard that there was a demon lord. The stranger also called the young man's name. The old man shouted that he was the god of the battle mainland and spread his arms wide to make a more threatening impression. The young men laughed. Lin Fan asked, does the old man really want him to die from laughing? He also called himself a god. No one could be surprised by the sacred level nowadays. The guy added, if this old man was once a god, he's absolutely nothing now. He doesn't even have the right physique, and yet he dares to organize an attack. The old man angrily called the young man an ignorant and insolent child, and said he would destroy him now. Lin Fan called the old man an incorrigible fool. He doesn't think about the consequences at all. The young man said that if the old man wanted to destroy him, let him try, but if he fails, he will destroy him himself. The demon lord laughed and said that the young man was very confident. They would have to compete. Lin Fan said that this old man doesn't even know what he is talking about. He's not going to get away with it now. The old man said he didn't want to put on a show anymore. He wants to take away the young man's young body. The young man smirked. The old man lost his body a long time ago, which is why he wants to take the body from him. How is he going to do that? The old man, brightly flashing his eyes, said that there are usually few people who come here. Usually those that do, it's something even beasts can't beat. The young man was the first to manage to do so. Finally, the old man waited for him. The young man looked up at the old man and said he was dreaming. He would definitely not succeed. The old man replied that he wouldn't know until he tried. Lin Fan said then he would be the first to attack, and rushed to attack and shouted that he was about to destroy this demon lord. The old man, despite his age, was able to deftly dodge the young man's attack. Lin Fan thought that this old man had good speed. The old man also tried to make an attack against the young man. The attack was also unsuccessful. Yun Shi said for the young man to fight off that old man and then immediately attack afterwards. The old man said that he didn't have a physical body like the youth. Therefore, the young man would not be able to achieve the speed that he had achieved. The demon lord shouted for the young man to stop resisting, because it wouldn't make sense. Lin Fan drew his sword and continued the fight already with his cold weapon. The old man noted that the young man also had a rare weapon. He said that he liked the young man more and more. The young man noticed that the old man was very talkative, and he talks a lot of crazy talk. The young man had applied 9 heavenly kills. This was the 8th kill, and shouted that the old man would not survive after that. The old man fought off this attack but was wounded. He swore and said that this young man dared to injure him. The demon lord added that he still didn't want to ruin his opponent's beautiful skin. The nasty old man snatched up his sword and said that now he would have to tamper with his rival's body, and lunged at the young man attacking. The boy thought that the old man had a ghostly weapon. It can increase the power of telekinesis 100 times. The old man knew this one and shouted that telekinesis was a ghost sword technique. Now he's going to show the young man. The young man said he used telekinesis too, and performed a defense with it. The young man put his hands forward and was out of reach of the old man. The demon lord's punch was so strong that the young man couldn't resist. The girl screamed in fear for Lin Fan to save himself. The old man got closer to the young man and grabbed his head, and shouted that he had won, and added that finally the boy belonged to him. The ghost demon notices that he is in some golden water, and that water is eating him up. The old man realized that underneath him was this guy's ghost sea. It was glistening very beautifully. The old man declared he wanted to taste this water. The water beneath this old man began to boil and rise to the top. He couldn't understand what it was. Well, friends, I don't know about you, but I like this manhwa. The plot itself is quite interesting and intriguing. So if you liked the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment about what you liked. If new chapters of this title are released, I will definitely make a continuation. All the best. See you soon.